A fire broke out in the mountains behind Sandong village. It burned for 5 days and nights before it was finally put out. All the trees were destroyed, leaving only a stretch of blackened land. After the fire, people from nearby villages came to collect half-burned branches. Early in the morning, Grandma sent Chenji and her siblings out, saying, "One load in the morning, one in the afternoon. If you can't bring back firewood, don't bother coming home." Her older brothers and sisters quickly grabbed the sickles and hatchets. When it was Chenji's turn, only a long carrying pole was left. It was over 2 meters long, pointed at both ends, and usually used for carrying firewood. By the time Chenji stepped outside with the pole, her brothers, sisters, and even her youngest cousin were already gone. Once again, she was alone. Chenji was used to it. Just as she was about to leave, her mother called out, "Come back and change your pants. There are too many thorns on the mountain. If you tear those, you won't have any to wear this winter." Chenji hesitated. "But Mom, I only have this one pair of long pants." "Then wear shorts," her mother said matter-of-factly, as if wearing shorts in November was perfectly fine. So Chenji went out in short sleeves and shorts. Her thin arms and legs were bare, and when the wind blew, goosebumps covered her skin. Achoo! She sneezed, then ran barefoot toward the mountain. Once she started running, she didn't feel as cold. "Aji, are you going to collect firewood too?" Chunmei called out to her, a few others standing beside her. Chenji nodded. Seeing that they also carried sickles and poles, she smiled and said, "You're going too? Let's go together." "No, we're going far." "You can't come with us," Chenmei replied quickly, then ran off. The others followed her. Chenji stopped in her tracks. It was always like this. She was used to it. When the others saw she wasn't following, they sighed in relief. "You shouldn't have talked to her. She almost tagged along. I just slipped up. I won't do it again." "But really, she's such bad luck. Doesn't she know? How can she even ask to come with us? She only thinks about herself, never about others. Is her luck really that bad? I've only heard about it, never seen it." She brought misfortune to her father. "What do you think?" The mountain was covered in black ash. All the grass and thorns had been burned away, so Chenji didn't have to worry about stepping on anything sharp with her bare feet. The thick layer of ash crunched under her steps, and when the wind blew, she looked like a piece of coal. The ash got into her eyes, nose, and mouth, making her very uncomfortable. Chenji didn't want to climb the mountain at all, but she couldn't go against her grandmother. If she did, her grandmother would really let her go hungry. In truth, she had never felt full in all her 16 years. Using both her hands and feet, Chenji worked hard to gather 2 bundles of firewood. Her palms and the soles of her feet were covered in blisters by the time she finished. When she carried the firewood home, the dozen or so family members were already eating lunch, a bowl of boiled vegetables and another of sweet potato and rice bran porridge. Everyone glanced at her once, then looked away in silence. No one greeted her. Chenji was used to it. She put the firewood in the corner of the yard, washed her hands, and was about to go inside when her grandmother stopped her. "You're too dirty. Don't come in." Hearing that, Chenji sat down on the cold step under the eaves. The stone was icy, but she had been sweating, so she didn't feel cold. Her grandmother brought her a rough clay bowl filled with porridge and vegetables, about 8/10 full. 1 bowl each. There's no more after that. The children and women each got 1 bowl, while the men got 2. Everyone else's bowls were full, but Chenji's was not. She didn't dare say anything. She had tried to resist before, but each time she was punished, beaten, and left hungry. She had learned her lesson. Now, she simply accepted whatever she was given. The vegetables and porridge had no oil, but there was salt, so the taste wasn't bad. Chenji ate slowly, taking small bites. Mealtime was the happiest part of her day, and she wanted that happiness to last a little longer. But there wasn't much food. In less than 10 minutes, her bowl was empty. She washed her bowl and handed it to her mother. "If you're full, go collect more firewood. It gets dark early these days," her mother said. Chenji nodded and went to get her carrying pole. Sis, I don't have a sickle. Can I go with you? She asked her older sister, Chinyi. Chinyi didn't even look at her. I'm sharing my sickle with Xiaomu. It's never free. Xiaomu was Chunmu, Chenji's older brother. Chunyi was 19 this year, and Chenmu was 18. They were only a year apart and had a close relationship. The autumn wind was cold, and Chenji shivered, her nose running uncontrollably as the wind scattered it into the air. It wasn't until she climbed the mountain and started working that her body finally felt a bit warmer. In late autumn, it got dark early. The sun set around 4 o'clock. Afraid of the dark, Chenji worked faster all afternoon, panting with exhaustion, but she managed to come down the mountain before nightfall. On her way home, she met many people. Everyone greeted each other, but Chenji kept her head down and focused on walking. When she got home, the sky was still faintly bright. She was glad. At least she wouldn't have to bathe in the dark. Holding the firewood with one hand and pushing the cart with the other, she had just stepped through the door when a broom suddenly flew toward her. Her eyes widened, and she barely managed to raise her arm to block her face. The broom had been used for a long time. Its soft twigs had all fallen off, leaving only the hard, sharp ends worn down by the floor. Chunji felt a sharp pain in her left arm. Looking down, she saw several long, thin scratches, already dotted with blood. She looked up at her grandfather, who stood under the eaves with an angry face, not understanding what she had done wrong this time. Why are you alone? Where's Xiaofu? Her grandfather demanded. Xiaofu was her uncle's youngest son, her cousin, 11 years old. Chunji was confused. She had been alone the whole time. Sister, did you lose our cousin? Chunmu asked sharply. Everyone turned to look at her. Seeing no one behind her, their faces darkened. Chunji stepped inside.
He wasn't with me.
If he wasn't with you, then who was he with? Her grandfather shouted, his eyes wide with anger. Chunji grew even more puzzled. I left by myself. Don't lie. You went out, and right after you, Xiaofu went out too, Chenmu said. Chunji pressed her lips together, set down the firewood, and held her injured arm. Looking at her family standing across from her, she felt a cold emptiness in her heart. I didn't see him all afternoon, she said calmly. Then go find him. Don't come back until you do. Her grandfather threw something again. It hit her forehead. When it fell to the ground, she saw it was one of his straw sandals. Chunji's head buzzed, but she didn't dare to waste time. She turned and ran out the door. Not only Chunji, but the rest of the Chen family also came out. Chunfu had gone missing in the mountains, so they could only head that way. As night fell, the temperature dropped even lower. Chunji was still wearing shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, shivering from the cold. She was tired, thirsty, and hungry. Her throat was dry from breathing in too much dust, yet she kept walking and calling out Chenfu. Before long, her voice was gone. The mountain wind howled, carrying dust and ash through the air. She could hardly see anything. Chunji didn't dare to go further up the mountain, so she circled around the foot of it. It was getting dark anyway, and no one could see her. After walking for a while, she couldn't go on and sat down to rest. She decided that after a short break, she would return to the village. She wouldn't go home, just hide somewhere in the village. The elders always said there were spirits and strange creatures in the mountains. She had never seen any, but that didn't stop her from being afraid. The voices of her family grew fainter, and soon only the sound of the wind remained. The sky grew darker. There were no stars or moon that night, only heavy clouds that made the air feel eerie. A chill ran through Chenji's heart. She looked around but saw only darkness. It felt as if something unseen was moving toward her. She held her breath, too scared to move. Suddenly, she jumped up and started to run, but after just 2 steps, she tripped over something. Her hands hit the ground, and dust flew into her face. In the dim light, she caught a glimpse of something faintly green and shiny. Before she could react, that green thing landed on her arm. It felt soft and damp. What was it? Before she could find out, the thing bit her left arm, right where she had a small cut. It was drinking her blood. This must be one of the mountain spirits the elders talked about. It was going to drain her dry. Panicking, Chinji tried to pull it off, but it wouldn't move. No, she couldn't let it take her life. If it was going to harm her, she would fight back. Chunji opened her mouth and bit down on the creature. It was only the size of a baby's fist, and she stuffed it into her mouth, her cheeks aching from the effort. She chewed hard, not caring if it was crushed or not, and swallowed it down. Hiccup. Chinji let out a small hiccup and touched her stomach. For the first time, she felt what it was like to be full. Even if she died now, she would have no regrets. Chunji sat for a while. Other than feeling full, she didn't feel any discomfort. She let out a sigh of relief, though she wasn't completely at ease. Standing up, she walked toward home. Even if she were to die, she wanted to die at home, not wander as a lonely spirit. When Chunji returned, she saw her grandmother hitting Chinfu with a bamboo stick while he ran around trying to protect himself. The rest of the family had also come back, watching the scene with tired faces. Chunji quietly went to the water jar to wash her hands and face, then went to the kitchen to boil water. Covered in soot, she thought she should take a good bath that night. She lit the fire and stared at the flames, lost in thought. She didn't wonder where Chinfu had gone or why her grandfather had made such a fuss earlier. Her mother once said that life was too hard, and when people felt trapped and unhappy, they needed someone to take it out on. That person was Chinji. Her grandmother was still scolding, and Chinfu was still crying. Chunji felt annoyed. When could she finally leave this home? After her bath, Chinji drank a bowl of thin porridge with barely any grains in it, then went back to her room in the dark to sleep. She shared a bed with her mother and sister. The bed was only 1.5 meters wide. Outside the curtain was her brother Chinmu's bed, even smaller, just 1 meter wide. The four of them squeezed into that tiny room. Her uncle's family had more people. Her eldest cousin was already married, and their situation was a little better. They had 2 rooms. One was for her uncle, aunt, and cousin Chinfu, the other for her second cousin's family of 4. Her grandparents and second cousin Chengui shared another room. There was also a small storage room, only a few square meters, where they kept grain and farming tools. Chengui was 20 years old that year. The family planned to build him a new room in winter and find him a wife next year. Chunji was squeezed into the corner between her mother and sister, holding tightly to a corner of the blanket, afraid someone would roll over and pull it away. She closed her eyes and soon fell into a deep sleep. Not long after, she began to dream. In her dream, she was on the hill behind their village, where she saw a small tree that had come to life. In the dream, the little tree absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, drinking dew and mist. 100 years passed, yet it did not grow taller or stronger. It only became greener and more crystal clear. As time went by, the little tree was about to complete its cultivation and gain the ability to move freely when a great fire broke out. The little tree hid underground, but even the soil was burned. Its body was destroyed, leaving only a small piece of its heartwood. Thirsty and desperate to survive, the little tree slowly moved out of the mountain after the fire was gone. The dream ended the moment Chunji met it. Chunji opened her eyes, a faint green light flashing through them. She checked her hands and feet. They were all fine. She was still alive and felt no discomfort. Maybe the little tree had not fully gained its spirit yet, so it wasn't strong enough to harm her. Chunji soon put the matter behind her. In the days that followed, she went up the mountain every day to gather firewood until her grandmother said they had enough. On the first day they didn't need to go to the mountain. The women in the family started boiling water early in the morning to wash and cut their hair. In winter, the weather was cold, and wet hair dried slowly, which could cause illness. Many people chose to cut their hair shorter to make it easier to manage. Chunji's hair reached her shoulders, not very long, but she also planned to trim it because she had lice. Many people in the village had lice. Chunji didn't know who she caught them from, but she suspected her sister, Chinyi, who had many friends and often spent time with them, making it easier to get infected. Chunji's mother was skilled with her hands and was in charge of cutting everyone's hair. She started with Grandma Chen, then Annie, and later Grandpa, Uncle, and her cousin, who also wanted haircuts. By the time it was Chunji's turn, it was already getting dark. I need to cook now, her mother said, putting down the scissors. Chunji, who had waited all day, was stunned. She pleaded, Mom, just trim it a little, it won't take long. Her mother gave her a sideways glance. Your hair isn't long. It's fine as it is. I have lice, Chunji said, feeling itchy and uncomfortable. Her mother didn't budge. Then wash your hair properly, Chunji insisted. Then please cut it tomorrow. Tomorrow we're digging lotus roots. I won't have time. With that, her mother ignored her and went into the kitchen. Chunji watched her walk away, feeling her heart sink and her nose sting a little. Why feel sad? She was already used to it. Sniffling, Chunji picked up the scissors beside her. Without looking in the mirror, she began cutting her hair, one handful after another. She didn't just trim it, she cut it all the way down to the shortest length, close to her scalp. After more than 10 minutes, she put down the scissors and touched her smooth head. It felt light, and she was quite satisfied. Chunji, did a mouse chew your hair? Her sister, Chunyi, asked in shock as she came out of the bathroom, drying her hair. I cut it myself, Chunji said calmly. Chunya's hair had been trimmed by their mother, just long enough to cover her ears. It suited her small face and looked lovely. Chunji glanced at her once, then looked away. She wasn't jealous. She cleaned up the hair on the floor and went to take a shower. When she went to the kitchen to heat some water, her mother looked at her head, her face darkening. In a disappointed tone, she said, Chunji, why can't you just behave? Chunji turned to her and met her eyes. I just wanted a haircut. You wouldn't help me, so I did it myself. She didn't understand. Her mother had cut everyone's hair that day, even her 1-year-old niece's, but not hers. They stared at each other until her mother looked away first. Forget it. I won't bother with you anymore. I can't control you, anyway. Chunji pressed her lips together.
You always say that.
It's not that you can't control me. You just don't want to. Gigi, you're 16 now. Cutting your hair that short will make people laugh at you, her aunt said kindly. They can laugh if they want, Chunji replied. It's better than being itchy. With hair this short, not even one louse could stay on her head. After her shower, a quick rub with the towel left her head dry. Aside from feeling a little cold when the wind blew, she didn't notice any other problems. During dinner, everyone kept glancing at her head, looking uncomfortable. Her grandmother finally said, Don't cut your hair like that again. It looks terrible. Chunji nodded. Then will you cut it for me next time? Her grandmother glared at her and said nothing. Chunji gave a small, crooked smile. She wasn't surprised at all. In front of Sandong village, there was a river. Every summer, the river was filled with blooming lotus flowers. By late autumn, some parts of the river would dry up, and people would go there to dig for lotus roots. The lotuses grew wild, and the roots were small, only about 2 or 3 fingers thick, and buried deep in the mud, making them hard to dig out. The village didn't organize the digging, so everyone was free to collect the roots. Every year, Chunji's family could dig up several hundred pounds. They kept some fresh ones to stir-fry and boiled and dried the rest to eat during the new year or to give as gifts to relatives. After breakfast, Chunji was given a small shovel and went to the river with her family. Before leaving, her mother placed a straw hat on Chunji's unevenly cropped head. It's not sunny today, Chunji said. Her mother didn't even look at her. It's to cover your looks.
Chunji.
Compared with her sister Chunyi and her brother Chunmu, Chunji was indeed the plain one, thin as a stick and dark as coal. That day, she was allowed to wear long sleeves and long pants made of dull gray fabric, patched in more than 10 places. The rest of the Chun family dressed the same way. Her uncle and 3 older brothers even had holes in their pants that couldn't be patched anymore. Chunji was 16. Last year, she still wore pants with holes, but this year she felt too embarrassed. People would laugh at her. Even though her grandmother and mother had done their best to mend her clothes, she still couldn't avoid being teased. A gust of wind blew her straw hat away, revealing her unevenly cut hair. As she ran after the hat, laughter broke out around her. Chunji, did you steal oil last night and forget to wash your hands? Chunpeng laughed so hard he could barely stand. In Sandong village, there was a saying, if a child stole oil and didn't wash their hands, mice would come nibble their hair at night. Chunji gave him a cold look and said nothing. But Chunpeng didn't stop. He walked up to her, reaching out to touch her head. Chunji dodged, and he just laughed. Your head is really round, like a boiled egg. At that time, people liked flatheads, so round ones like Chunji's were rare. Chunji actually liked her round head. It felt nice to the touch. She ignored Chunpeng, put her hat back on, and tied the string tightly under her chin. Chunpeng wanted to say something more, but the person who came with him shouted, Chunpeng, why are you getting close to her? Be careful, or you'll have bad luck today and won't even find a single lotus root. Chunpeng's face stiffened. He rubbed his nose, looking a bit awkward. Be good, Gigi. I'll catch some loaches for you later, he said before turning to leave. Chunji didn't take his words seriously. There were few loaches in the Sandong River, and finding one wasn't easy. It was more practical to look for river clams instead. When the riverbed dried up, she could lift the hard soil and find them underneath. But many people were already searching for clams. Who knew how many times the riverbed had been dug up? Were there any left? You go over there, her mother said, pointing to a spot. Chunji nodded and went over with her small shovel. The soil was hard, so she first pried it loose with her shovel, then used her hands to move the chunks aside. The deeper soil was softer and easier to dig. After digging about 10 or 20 centimeters, she could usually see lotus shoots. Following the shoots downward, she would find the lotus roots. This time, she didn't see any shoots but instead found a river clam. Her eyes lit up. She quickly glanced at her mother and sister, and when she saw they weren't paying attention, she quietly hid the clam under a clump of soil. Just as she finished hiding it, someone came over. The person wore a straw hat pulled low, showing only a sharp jawline. Chunji recognized him. His name was Shilong, a young educated man who had been in Sandong village for a year. Like her, Shilong was very thin. She was dark-skinned, while he was pale. They had something else in common. Neither of them was well-liked in the village. She was disliked because of the bad reputation tied to her father's death, while Shilong was avoided for being quiet and distant. His dark eyes and cold expression made people uneasy.
Hey!
Chunji called out to him. Shilong paused, looked up at her, and silently asked with his eyes, "What is it?" Chunji drew a line on the ground with her shovel. "This side is mine. That side is yours.
Don't cross the line, okay?"
Shilong nodded and went back to digging. He used a metal shovel, lifting large chunks of soil each time. Soon, he had dug a small pit, which made Chunji a little envious. She wished she had a shovel like his. But it was only a wish. Chunji used her small shovel, digging hard until she soon found a lotus sprout. Following it down, she uncovered a whole lotus root. It had several sections, and as she kept digging along them, she unknowingly crossed the boundary. "Half for each of us," Shilong said, holding the other end of the lotus root. Chunji shook her head. "I only want my part." Her side was the head of the lotus root, thick and large, while Shilong's side was the thin tail. Shilong didn't argue. He used his shovel to cut the lotus root in half. After digging for a while, Chunji started to feel hungry. She looked at the lotus roots, picked 2 of the biggest and whitest ones, and hid them inside her clothes. "Mom, I need to go to the bathroom. Please watch my lotus roots for me," Chunji said. Her mother straightened up and looked at her suspiciously. "We've only been here for a little over an hour. The porridge this morning was too watery. I drank too much, and now I really need to go," Chunji said innocently. Her mother couldn't say much more and only replied, "Be quick." Chunji nodded and walked toward the reeds by the river. The reeds were tall enough to hide a person. If she went further through the water plants, she would reach the deeper part of the river. She first washed the lotus roots by the water. Without even drying them, she took a big bite. The lotus root was crisp, sweet, and full of juice. So good, she murmured as she chewed. Your brother and sister are coming from that way. Shilong's sudden voice startled her. She hadn't noticed when he arrived. Chunji looked in the direction he pointed, then quickly ran into the reeds to hide. Shilong watched her disappear, then saw Chen Yi and Chen Mu walking over, each carrying a few pieces of lotus root. He lowered his gaze and went back to the water. After finishing the 2 pieces of lotus root, Chen Ji's hunger eased. She returned to digging. Thanks for earlier, she said quietly to Shilong. He paused but didn't reply. Chunji knew he was quiet and didn't mind. She was lucky again. This time she found a river clam, bigger than her palm. It must have grown for years, and the meat inside would surely be thick and tender. She hid the clam carefully, then turned around and met Shilong's deep, unreadable eyes. There seemed to be a hint of confusion in them. Chunji put her finger to her lips and whispered, "Don't tell anyone." Shilong didn't reply. He just lowered his head and kept digging for lotus roots. He didn't promise, but somehow Chunji believed he wasn't the kind of person who would talk too much. She already had 2 river clams. How should she eat them? Chunji felt a bit troubled. She had no fire, no salt, and no way to secretly cook the clams under her family's watchful eyes. She needed to think of a plan. Just then, Chunji noticed a few boys not far away smoking out field mice. They were using straw, fans made of reed leaves, a few dried chili peppers, mouse traps, and iron tongs. Some were in charge of lighting the fire, some fanned the smoke, and others guarded the holes with the tongs. A mouse hole usually had several openings. When they lit straw at one entrance, the smoke would travel inside and come out from the others, along with the mice. Chunji heard the boys shouting excitedly. They must have caught one. Meat. She swallowed hard. It had been 2 months since she last ate meat. Not only her, everyone in the Chin family was drawn by the boys' excitement. The first to lose patience was 11-year-old Chen Fu. Brother, let's go catch mice too. Her eldest cousin Chen Da and second cousin Chen Gui exchanged a look, both tempted. Finally, the eldest made the decision. Xiao Fu, go home and get the tools. We'll wait here. Okay. Chen Fu answered and ran toward home. Her 3 older brothers weren't very good at catching mice. Chunji didn't expect much from them. Other people's brothers always came back with something from the mountains or rivers, but hers usually returned empty-handed. Of course, maybe they had eaten their catch before coming home. Chunji didn't expect to eat any mouse meat today. Luckily, she had good fortune. She had dug up a few more river clams. Now she had 6 in total, which was quite a lot. She didn't want to take them home. If she did, she'd be lucky to get even a small piece to eat. She wanted to keep them for herself. As she hit another clam, Shilong stopped digging. He looked at Chunji's spot, then at his own, just a step away. Why did she have clams while he had none? Chen Fu soon came back with some tools, calling out from afar to Chinda, Chen Gui, and Chen Mu, "I've brought the tools. Let's hurry and find the mouse hole." The 3 men put down their shovels, patted the mud off their clothes, and left together. Chunji wanted to go too. "Keep digging the lotus roots," her mother said. Chunji sighed silently. She knew this would happen. Her mother added, "Use your brother's shovel. It'll be faster." With the bigger shovel, Chunji saved a lot of effort. She even dug up a few river clams and quite a few lotus roots. When her mother and aunt went to the river to wash their hands, Chunji took out the clams she had hidden and counted them. 12 in total, each about the size of her palm. "I can cook them for you if you share some with me," Shilong said. Chunji thought she had misheard. Why should I? They were food, and she didn't want to share it all. Shilong opened his aluminum lunchbox. Inside were 2 coarse grain pancakes. "We can make clam soup and tear the pancakes into small pieces to put in it. We'll share half each."
How about that?
The pancakes were cold, but they still smelled delicious. The moment Chunji caught the scent, her mouth watered. She nodded quickly. "Okay. Then give me the clams. I'll clean them." Shilong took out a small bag, and Chunji put the clams inside. "You're not going to run off with my clams, are you?"
she asked.
"My lotus roots are right here," Shilong said. "If I don't come back, they're yours." Chun-ji glanced at the pile of lotus roots beside him, about 30 or 40 jin. That was a fair trade for her clams. Shilong had come well prepared. Besides the lunchbox, he had a knife, some salt, and a small glass bottle of oil. Chun-ji couldn't help but admire his setup. She wished she had the same. When her mother and aunt came back with some washed lotus roots, Chun-ji got 2 of them for lunch. That would be her midday meal. They wouldn't go home. Thinking about the clam soup and pancakes she'd have later, Chun-ji didn't feel like eating lotus roots anymore. But since the clams would take time, she decided to eat a bit of lotus root first to fill her stomach. Chun-ji sat down, eating while looking around. Over there, someone was smoking rats. On the other side, people were catching fish and shrimp in the river. Not far away, someone was starting a fire. She saw a person adding water, fish, shrimp, and clam meat into a clam shell, then placing the shell over the fire to cook. Chun-ji widened her eyes, so it could be done like that? Next time she found river clams, she would try this method too. When Chun-ji finished eating her lotus root, Shilong came back, carrying some dry reeds and grass. He built a small stove with 2 stones, started a fire, and placed an aluminum lunchbox on top. The clams had already been chopped into pieces and filled half the box. He added water, and soon the water began to boil. Chun-ji was the first to smell the aroma, fresh and delicious, with a faint scent of river seafood. Not far away, Chen's mother, Chen-yi, and her aunt and uncle also smelled it and looked over. Aunt said, "That smells like river clams, doesn't it?" Uncle nodded. "Yes, clams. Do you want some?" Aunt smiled. "Of course. But I heard the riverbed has been dug up so many times that there are no clams left. We've been digging all day and haven't found a single one." Uncle said, "I did find a small one, about the size of 2 fingers, but there wasn't much meat. Tomorrow I'll take the boys to catch fish and shrimp in the river. We'll make soup for everyone when we get back."
Aunt laughed.
"Then we'll wait for the fish soup." Chun-ji also wanted some. "Uncle, can I go with you to catch fish tomorrow?" In past years, she had wanted to go too, but her uncle never took her. "Ji, you can watch from the shore," her uncle said again, refusing. Chun-ji pouted. "But I really want to catch fish too. We don't need that many people to catch fish." "You should dig lotus roots," her mother said seriously. "You need to be more sensible." Chun-ji pressed her lips together and stayed quiet. "In a few days, your uncle will take your cousins to make mud bricks. That's heavy work. Tomorrow we'll catch more fish and shrimp to keep in the water tank. It'll be a good dish to help everyone stay healthy," her uncle explained with a smile. They wanted to catch more, so they couldn't take Chun-ji along. Everyone in Sandong village knew she had bad luck. Chun-ji understood what her uncle meant. But was she really unlucky? She didn't think so. Shilong looked at the river mussels in the aluminum lunchbox. How could someone with such bad luck dig up so many? Then what did it mean that he couldn't find even one? The water in the lunchbox boiled for a while. Shilong broke the multigrain pancake into small pieces and put them in. The pancakes soaked up the broth, swelled, and soon filled the whole box. He divided the food into 2 parts. Half stayed in the box, and half went into the lid. He took the lid for himself, picked up his chopsticks, and started eating. Without a word, Chun-ji put down her shovel, picked up some unburned reeds from the ground, made a pair of chopsticks, and moved closer to Shilong. She whispered, "Is the food in the box for me?" Shilong nodded. "The bottom is a bit hot, be careful." The bottom and sides of the lunch box were blackened from the fire. When wiped with straw, thick black ash came off. Chun-ji grabbed some straw roots, placed them in her palm, and set the lunch box on top to block the heat. "Chun-ji, what are you doing?" her mother asked disapprovingly. Without turning around, Chun-ji said, "Mom, Shilong is sharing his food with me. Would you like to join us?" Her mother looked at the silent Shilong and shook her head. "No, thank you." She wanted to call Chun-ji back, but the girl was already eating eagerly. "Mom, when did Ji start talking to that Shilong?"
Chen whispered.
The smell of food drifting over made her swallow hard. Why did Chun-ji only invite their mother and not her? Chen-yi felt a bit upset with her younger sister. Her mother shook her head. "I don't know. That Shilong boy looked a little troublesome." She didn't want Chenji getting close to him. When they got home tonight, she would have a serious talk with her. It's delicious, Chenji said with her mouth full. Food with oil and salt really did taste different. If only I could eat like this every day, she sighed. At that moment, she thought mussel soup with multigrain pancake was the best food in the world. Shilong glanced at her, saw her satisfied face, and quietly looked away. What was so special about this food anyway? After finishing everything in the lunchbox, Chenji still wanted more and almost licked it clean. But it wasn't her lunchbox. Feeling a little regretful, she set it down and went back to digging for lotus roots. The sun was setting in the west, and the temperature was dropping quickly. The 4 people who went to catch mice hadn't returned yet. The eldest uncle said, "Let's stop digging for now and go wash the lotus roots." Hearing that, Chenji immediately dropped her shovel, stretched her back, and rubbed her sore hands and legs. She looked at the boys still digging for mice in the distance with envy. How nice it must be to be a boy, able to smoke out mice, catch fish, and look for shrimp in the river. Why wasn't she born a boy? Don't just stand there. Clean up and go to the river, her mother said. Chenji rolled her eyes. Was she a servant? Why did she have to keep working all the time? But she didn't dare talk back. If she disobeyed, she would go hungry that night. Her mother looked at the lotus roots she had dug up and nodded with satisfaction. You need to dig the same amount tomorrow. No slacking off. Chenji followed her family toward the river, while Shilong stayed behind. The river water was icy cold. After washing the lotus roots, Chenji's hands turned red from the chill. Carrying her shovel, with a bag of lotus roots hanging from one end, she hurried home with her family before it got completely dark. Chunda and the others had already returned. Her eldest cousin's wife was cooking and had also boiled some hot water. Sister-in-law, what's for dinner? Chenji went straight to the kitchen, warming her frozen hands by the stove and peeking into the pot. The cousin's wife didn't want to answer, but since Chenji was so close, she couldn't ignore her. She said impatiently, stewed mouse meat with dried bamboo shoots. They actually caught mice, Chenji said in surprise. Her cousin's wife frowned.
What's so surprising about that?
Chenji really was surprised. She thought to herself, then asked, how many did they catch? The cousin's wife paused, her face darkening. There's enough to eat. Why are you asking so many questions? Chenji understood. Her cousins must have caught only one small mouse. Smelling the food, she swallowed hard and stayed by the fire. It wasn't her turn to bathe yet, and the kitchen was warm, so she didn't want to leave. After an hour of stewing, dinner was ready before Chenji could take her bath. She didn't rush to wash either, afraid that if she did, there would be nothing left to eat when she came back. Dinner was a mix of grains and sweet potatoes, stewed mouse meat with dried bamboo shoots, and mustard green soup. The mouse meat was chopped into tiny pieces, so small that if you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't even notice it. But the bamboo shoots had a meaty aroma, and after soaking up the flavor, they became delicious. As always, Grandma divided the food. Everyone else's bowls were full to the brim, while Chenji's was only about 9/10 full. She finished her meal, then drank a bowl of mustard green soup. Her body felt warm and comfortable. Chenji knew her mother would bring up the fact that Shilong had treated her to food today. Sure enough, just after she finished her bath and lay down, her mother spoke. What's going on between you and that Shilong? At once, Chenyi and Chenmu, who shared the same room, perked up their ears. Nothing's going on. He just treated me to something to eat, Chenji said calmly. Why did he treat you, and not your sister? Food was precious. No one would casually share it. And why would Shilong invite the younger daughter instead of the prettier older one? Chenji's eyes moved slightly. Maybe because I happened to be closer to him at the time. The 3 of them didn't believe her. That Shilong seemed strange. People at the educated youth spot said they saw him talking to thin air. They think he might have some mental problem. You'd better stay away from him, said Chenmu. Chenyi added, he doesn't have a good reputation. Being close to him could affect yours. Chenji gave a small, mocking smile. My reputation isn't good either. The room fell silent. What do you mean by that, little sister? Just because people talk about you, you're giving up on yourself? You're not that young anymore. In a couple of years, you'll be ready to marry. If you keep spending time with Shilong, what kind of good family will want you then?
Chun-Mu said sharply. Chen Yifronet.
Ji, don't tell me you actually like him? He's not suitable, their mother said firmly. He's a grown man but only earns 7 work points a day, less than me. If you marry him, you'll end up struggling to get by, Chun-Mu added. He didn't want Chin-Ji to marry and then bring her husband and children back home for help. He planned to marry and have his own family. He wasn't going to take care of others. In the dark, Chin-Ji gave a faint, sarcastic laugh. You're all thinking too far ahead. There's nothing between us. I'm going to sleep now.
Don't bother me.
This isn't settled yet. You can't just go to sleep, Chun-Mu said angrily. Chun-Ji said nothing and closed her eyes. Anyway, you can't marry Shilong. Stay away from him, understand? Chun-Mu ordered. Chun-Ji still didn't say anything and soon fell asleep. She couldn't hear what Chun-Mu and the others said afterward. She slept soundly through the night. When she woke up the next morning, she thought her back and waist would ache, but she felt perfectly fine. It must have been because of the good food she ate yesterday that eased her tiredness. She hoped she could find some river clams again today. Feeling excited, Chun-Ji secretly decided to find a good spot and dig up more clams. However, when she reached the riverbank, she saw it was crowded with people. There wasn't even a place to stand, let alone choose a good spot. What should we do? Chen's mother asked the eldest aunt. The eldest aunt took a deep breath. Let's walk a bit further and see. So they walked some more, but everywhere was still full of people. The parts of the river where lotus roots grow are only a few sections, and they're all taken, the eldest aunt said helplessly. Chun-Yi asked, why are there so many people today? The eldest aunt wasn't surprised. Several families in the village are holding banquets this year. One of the main dishes is lotus root stew with pork bones. These people are probably relatives helping to dig up lotus roots. I'm afraid we won't get much this year. Everyone looked disappointed. Chun-Ji's eyes lit up. If we can't dig lotus roots today, let's go catch some fish and shrimp instead. The eldest aunt shook her head. We should go cut some thatch. The roof at home needs fixing, and the new house also needs thatch. Chun-Ji shook her head. I'm not going. I want to catch fish. Chun-Ji, her mother said sharply. Chun-Ji's face fell. I just want to catch fish. Her mother raised the shovel, ready to give her a light smack, but the eldest aunt stopped her. Let her go if she wants. Cutting thatch can wait a day or two. Then she turned to Chun-Ji. We'll go cut thatch. Can you catch fish by yourself? Yes, yes. Chun-Ji quickly agreed. Her mother said if you're going to catch fish, do it properly. I'll check your results tonight. Chun-Ji pouted and muttered. Even the uncles might not catch any. Her mother glared at her. Then don't go. Chun-Ji immediately changed her tone. I'll do my best so our family can have fish for dinner tonight. After the autumn harvest, people from the village went to the river every day, so most of the fish and shrimp had already been caught. Although Chun-Ji spoke boldly, she wasn't very confident inside. She tied the sack around her waist, rolled up her pants and sleeves, and stepped into the river. The water level had dropped, and the deepest part was just over a meter. The water was icy cold, and as soon as she entered, she couldn't help but shiver.
Fish.
She saw a small fish swim past and quickly chased after it. There really were fish, but she couldn't catch any. Chun-Ji had lost count of how many times the fish slipped away from her hands. No wonder her uncle and the others couldn't catch many even after a whole day. The fish and shrimp were truly hard to catch.
You can't catch them like that.
You have to feel for them. A voice came from behind. Chun-Ji turned around and saw a smiling face. The morning sunlight shone on it, making it look warm and kind. She knew this person. His name was Li Zhouan, a young educated worker who had come to the village that spring. Li Zhouan had a square face, thick eyebrows, and bright eyes. He liked to smile, showing a row of white teeth that made him seem friendly and easy to talk to. He had a very good reputation in Sandong village, the kind of person mothers would approve of. Chun-Ji had seen him from afar a few times, But this was the first time she had seen him up close. He really was quite good-looking. You're from Sandong village too, right? I'm Li Zhouan, one of the educated youth here. He introduced himself. I'm Chunji, she replied, then asked, you said to feel for them. How do I do that? Li Zhouan had heard her name before and paused for a moment. Chunji frowned. She had thought he was different from the others, but maybe he was just the same, afraid her bad luck might rub off on him. Forget it. She turned to leave, deciding to keep her distance. Feel around the footprints in the water, Li Zhouan called after her. Small fish and shrimp like to hide in them. Chunji was surprised but kept walking. Thank you, she said. Many people went into the river every day, leaving footprints everywhere. Following his advice, she bent down to feel around one of them. By the third footprint, she actually caught a small fish about 2 fingers long. It really worked. Chunji turned around, wanting to thank Li Zhouan again, but he had already gone far away. As the sun rose higher and the water warmed, Chunji noticed that the fish were swimming from the deeper parts of the river to the shallows. Sometimes, she could catch 2 or 3 small fish at once. The fish were tiny, only about the length of 1 or 2 fingers, and the shrimp were small too, the biggest no larger than her thumb. More and more people came to the river. Chunji avoided the crowd and walked downstream. By noon, her bag was already quite full, holding more than 2 pounds of fish. Just as she looked down at her catch, 5 teenage boys surrounded her. Hand over your fish, one of them said. Chunji didn't know when the 5 boys had appeared. The place where she stood was surrounded on 3 sides by tall water grass, and the side facing downstream was empty. No one was in sight. There was no one she could call for help. If you dare to take my things, I'll report you to the commune and the committee, Chunji shouted. The boys laughed. Do you have any proof? Who saw it? Their faces showed no fear. Chunji bit her lip. She didn't recognize them. They weren't from Sandong village. They must be from the neighboring one. Hand over the bag, or don't blame us for being rough. Of course, Chunji refused. Those fish were the result of hours of hard work. They were food. She couldn't just give them up. With determination, she turned and ran. But the water slowed her down, and after only a few steps, someone grabbed the bag at her waist. Fine, you asked for it. Let's take it, one of them shouted. If you try to steal from me, I'll fight you. Chunji yelled back. She had been hit before, but never in a real fight. The few moves she knew came from watching the village women argue and scuffle. The first move was to grab hair, but the boy's hair was too short. The second was to scratch faces, her nails were sharp enough for that. The third was to pinch noses, too unpleasant. The fourth was to aim for the eyes, that one she liked. Chunji fought with all her strength. She scratched one boy's face, then used her head to bump another. Her hands swung wildly, but soon they caught her. Refusing to give up, she bit the arm of the one holding her. A cry of pain followed, and she felt a small sense of victory. But she didn't escape unharmed. Someone slapped her face and punched her in the stomach. Her straw hat fell into the water, revealing her unevenly cut hair. The boys burst out laughing. Ugly girl, they jeered. Chunji grew even angrier and kept hitting her head against something. Somehow, she found the strength to break free from the 2 boys holding her. Give me back my bag, she shouted, her eyes red with anger. The boy holding her bag poured the fish from it into his own basket, then carelessly tossed her bag back. Here, take it. Her fish were gone. Chunji's anger boiled over. She lost control and lunged at the boy, pushing him so hard that they both fell into the water. She held him down, looking desperate and wild, which frightened the other 4 boys. Help him, they shouted, rushing to pull their friend out. Chunji was caught again. They pushed her head underwater, then pulled her up, only to push her down again 6 times in a row. Her whole body was soaked. What a stubborn girl,
one of them said.
Yeah, and reckless too, another added. Too bad she's not pretty, one muttered. Otherwise, I might have tried to teach her a lesson. Forget it. The fish in the basket are all gone. What a waste. Smack. A slap landed on Chunji's face, making her head ring. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. But she didn't give in. She glared at the 5 of them with fierce eyes. She didn't notice that her eyes were glowing faintly green, giving off an eerie light. The 5 boys saw it, and their faces turned pale. A lonely riverbank, a strange woman, and those glowing green eyes. The 5 who had been so proud a moment ago suddenly turned silent, then ran off in panic, as if fleeing from something terrifying. Chunji thought they had seen someone coming, so she looked around, but there was no one. Her bag was floating away with the current. She first picked up her straw hat from the water, then reached for the bag. As she bent down, her eyes widened. There was a big fish under the water. Before she could think, her hands moved on their own, quick and precise, grabbing the fish just below its head. She was surprised by her own speed. It was a large grass carp, about 8 or 9 pounds. Holding it tightly, she put the fish into her bag and finally let out a long breath. Exhaustion, pain, and cold all hit her at once. Shivering, Chunji slowly made her way back to the shore. On her way back to shore, she spotted 2 more black fish, each as thick as her arm. Of course, Chunji wouldn't let them go. She chased them for 5 minutes and finally caught both. By then, she was completely exhausted. Dragging her tired body onto the shore, she saw Shilong standing there, wearing a straw hat. A gust of wind blew, and Chunji sneezed. She noticed Shilong frown slightly. Feeling embarrassed, Chunji turned her face away. She looked a mess right now. "Do you have fish in your bag?" Shilong asked. Chunji avoided the question. "I'm going home." She was too cold. If she didn't go back soon, she might get sick. "I'll buy it from you," Shilong said, his eyes fixed on her bag. Judging by the shape, it must be a big fish. Chunji was tempted, but she refused. She didn't even have a safe place to keep money. "I'll trade you for grain cakes. 20 cakes for the big fish in your bag," Shilong offered again. At the mention of grain cakes, Chunji couldn't help swallowing. Shilong's cakes were delicious, made with mixed bean flour, corn flour, and wheat flour. They had no rice bran, didn't scratch the throat, and were cooked with oil and salt, so fragrant. "Give me 2 cakes every day," Chunji said.
Elflang nodded. "Deal."
Chunji smiled. Then it settled. She opened her bag to show him the big fish. "This grass carp is huge. You're not losing out." Big fish were rare in the river near Sandong village, and one this size was even rarer. "True, it's a fair trade," Shilong agreed. Then he glanced at the 2 blackfish. "I'll take those 2, 10 cakes for each."
"No."
Chunji refused, without hesitation. "If it's not enough, I can add more," Shilong said. "It's not about that. If I go home without fish, they won't let me come again," Chunji explained. She wanted to return tomorrow. Only if she brought fish home would her family allow it. Shilong looked a bit disappointed. "When will you come tomorrow?" Chunji shook her head. "I don't know." She didn't have the freedom to decide that herself. Shilong looked at her deeply. "If you catch more fish, you can trade with me again. Besides grain cakes, I can offer other things too." Chunji grew curious. "What do you have?" "Cloth, sugar, grain." Shilong listed many things, then added no meat. Chunji's eyes widened in surprise. She hadn't expected Shilong to be so rich. He really didn't look like it. She had thought he was thin because, like her, he didn't have enough to eat. But it turned out he not only had food, but also rare cloth and sugar. Chunji quickly said, "If I catch fish tomorrow, I'll trade with you." "I want some sugar." Shilong replied, "All right, I'll bring sugar tomorrow." Chunji went home, still dripping wet. Her grandmother was boiling lotus roots they had dug up yesterday. Once dried, they could be stored for a long time. Her older cousin's wife was sewing clothes under the porch, while her little nephew and niece played beside her. "Dongqing, manhwa, Auntie brought fish home. Go get a basin," Chunji said. Her 3-year-old nephew ran over as soon as he heard the word fish. Her 1.5-year-old niece wobbled after him, a few steps behind. "Jishi, you caught fish?" her cousin's wife asked, thinking Chunji meant small fish or shrimp. Even that would be surprising, since Chunji hadn't taken any tools with her. And at this time of year, The villagers had already caught most of the fish and shrimp in the river. Yes, I did, Chinji said proudly. We're having fish tonight. She took a wooden basin, poured the fish from her bag into it, and added some water. Wow. Big fish. Her nephew exclaimed, his mouth wide open. Her cousin's wife was stunned too. Such big black fish. Grandmother came out of the kitchen when she heard the noise. Seeing the two large black fish in the basin, her eyes lit up. It's been so long since I've seen fish this big. Then she looked at Chinji and noticed her swollen lip. Frowning, she asked, "What happened to your face?" "The fish's tail hit me," Chinji said quickly. She had already prepared this excuse on her way home. Grandmother rolled her eyes. Hit by a fish? I've never seen that happen in my life. There's still some warm water in the pot. Go take a bath. Your clothes are soaked, don't get sick. We can't afford medicine. Okay, I'll go wash and change right now. After taking a bath and changing into clean clothes, Chinji went out into the yard to sit in the sun. Her grandmother hadn't expected her to come home for lunch, so she hadn't saved any food for her. Chinji wasn't surprised at all. When her grandmother wasn't paying attention, she quietly slipped out of the house and walked toward the educated youth camp. The camp was at the east end of the village, in what used to be the landlord's house. After the landlord was overthrown, the house was taken over by the village team. The landlord hadn't been very rich. The roof was tiled, but the walls were made of packed earth. The house just had many rooms. The village gave 5 rooms to the educated youths. 1 room became the team's office, and the remaining 3 were used as storage for tools and grain. The autumn harvest had just ended a few days ago. Some of the educated youths were resting, while others were turning the soil in the vegetable garden or drying vegetables. When Chinji arrived, 2 of them saw her, but only glanced her way before going back to their work. Chinji wasn't well liked in the village, and it was the same at the camp. She walked past the 5 main rooms to the back, where there was a smaller, separate house. That was where Shilong lived. At first, Shilong had lived with the others, but later rumors spread that he was strange and acted oddly. No one wanted to share a room with him, so he moved out. He lived alone in that small house, paying 3 yuan a year in rent to the team. Chinji had been there before, but not since Shilong moved in. In front of the house, Shilong had built a small stove. He had cut a grass carp into pieces, using the head to make soup and salting the rest to eat over the next few days. When he saw Chinji coming, he looked a little surprised. "I came to get my share of the flatbread for today," Chinji said. She wasn't sure if it was her imagination, but the closer she got to Shilong's house, the colder the air felt. There really was something strange about him. "Wait a moment. I'll get it for you," Shilong said. He went inside and came back with a rough clay bowl holding 2 coarse-grain flatbreads. "I made them this morning. They're cold now." "That's fine," Chinji said, swallowing hard. She was so hungry that she would have eaten them even if they weren't cooked. Shilong handed her the bowl. Chinji took it, sat down on the steps nearby, and started eating. It smelled wonderful, chewy, and delicious. In less than 5 minutes, both flatbreads were gone. Chinji felt about 60% full. "The fish soup is ready. Do you want a bowl?" Shilong asked. Chinji's eyes lit up. She turned toward the pot that was giving off a delicious smell and nodded quickly. "Yes, please." "Thank you." The fish soup was milky white, sprinkled with chopped green onions, and looked very appetizing. Shilong filled a bowl to the brim and placed it in front of her. "It's hot, be careful." When Chinji looked up, her eyes met his dark ones, deep and quiet, like the night sky. Those eyes made her feel uneasy for no clear reason. After finishing the warm fish soup, Chinji felt cozy all over. Her body relaxed, and she started to feel sleepy. Shilong was also eating a grain cake and drinking soup. Noticing her gaze, he paused and said, "You can just leave the bowl there." He was clearly asking her to leave. Chinji understood. She set the bowl down and thanked him again. "Thank you for the soup." "You're welcome," Shilong replied without looking up. His tone was cold, yet Chinji somehow felt comfortable. She put the bowl down and turned to go. By the time the sun set, Everyone at home had returned one after another. Her uncle came in with Chunda and the others, and they all rushed straight to the kitchen. "It's freezing," Chunda said, shaking his half-dry pants. "Dad, do you want to bathe first, or should I?"
Chen Fu asked.
"You go first," his father said, giving him a little push. Chen Fu didn't hesitate. He ran to his room to get clothes, then hurried back to fetch hot water. "Little brother, I'll bathe with you," Chen Gui said.
No problem, Chen Fu replied.
"You can handle the hot water." Chen Mu sat down beside Chenji. "Why are you alone? Where are mom and sister?" "They went to cut grass. I went fishing today, so I wasn't with them," Chenji said, pointing to a wooden basin nearby. "I caught 2 blackfish. You can take a look."
Really?
Chen Mu didn't quite believe her, but her expression was serious. He walked over to the basin, and when he saw the 2 big blackfish inside, he gasped. "They're huge." Just then, little nephew Chen Dongqing spoke up. "Grandpa, Dad, and Uncle, the fish you caught are all small. The ones Andy caught are much bigger." At that, not only Chen Mu, but also the eldest uncle, the older cousins, and the younger cousin all gathered around the wooden basin. When they saw the black fish inside, everyone looked surprised. Chunda asked Gigi, "Did you really catch these yourself?" Chunji nodded and took the chance to make a request. "Uncle, I want to go fishing again tomorrow." Her uncle held up one of the black fish, looking it over carefully. "All right, if you want to go ahead." Dinner that night was small fish soup and stir-fried cabbage. The 2 black fish were still lively, so her uncle said they would keep them for a day or 2 before cooking them. At the table, everyone asked Chenji how she managed to catch them. She simply said the fish were sunning themselves in shallow water, and she happened to come across them. "No wonder you caught them," Chen Mu said, suddenly understanding. Chen Fu asked, "Were there only these 2 blackfish?" Chenji replied, "Yes, just these 2. There were indeed only 2, so she wasn't lying." Chen Fu said, "Then I'll go with you tomorrow." Chenji didn't mind. "I was just lucky today. There might not be any big fish tomorrow." Hearing that, Chen Fu looked less eager. After spending the whole day in the water, he was exhausted. If there were no big fish, he didn't want to go again. The next morning, Chen Fu told Chenji he was going to the mountain to cut grass instead of fishing. He reminded her to catch a few more big fish. Chenji rolled her eyes. "Do you think I don't want to?" Chen Fu was speechless but muttered, "If you can't catch big ones, then catch more small ones." Yesterday, her uncle and the others had spent the whole day in the river and only caught enough small fish and shrimp for 2 plates. Chenji couldn't understand how Chen Fu had the nerve to tell her to catch more. Didn't he know how few fish there were in the river and how hard they were to catch? Chenji just ignored him, gave him a glance, grabbed her bag, and went out. The bag was long and narrow, tied around her waist. When she stepped into the water, part of it floated while the rest sank. She could put the fish she caught inside, and they would stay alive. The morning river water was cold. As soon as Chenji stepped in, she shivered. Right after that, she stepped on a river clam. It was a big one, with a clean, smooth shell that looked beautiful. Chenji no longer felt cold. She put the river mussel into her bag and continued searching in the nearby mud. One after another, she found 7 or 8 mussels, all large and plump. This place was really great. After making sure there were no more mussels nearby, Chenji straightened up. By then, several people had come to the river, mostly older children. When they saw Chenji, they all quietly avoided her. Her eyes dimmed for a moment, but then she smiled. She didn't care. There were even fewer small fish and shrimp today than yesterday. Using the same method as before, she only caught about a pound by noon and not a single big fish. She decided to check the spot where she had seen grass carp and snakehead fish the day before. Before she got there, she saw Li Zhouan with a few other young volunteers. They were pulling a fishing net through the water. The net was fine and tightly woven. When Chenji looked over, they were just lifting it out, and she saw about a dozen small fish caught in it, each about the width of 2 fingers. "Just some tiny fish," Yang Wenyu said with disappointment. Zhou Xingping didn't seem surprised. "The river's shallow, and the fish here change every year. It's not like they're farmed. How big can they get? Fish are fish no matter the size." And this net can only catch small ones anyway. The net belonged to Zhao Jinbao, who had written home to ask his family to send it. They had gone through quite a bit of trouble to get it for him. These fish will still make a tasty soup, someone said. Zhao Jinbao licked his lips, remembering how the smell of fish soup from Shilong's place had drifted over to their camp yesterday, making them all hungry. At the mention of fish soup, the others also recalled the delicious aroma and swallowed hard. Li Zhouan said, "Take the fish off the net first. Then we'll move to another spot." No one objected. Yang Wenyu lowered his voice. "Yesterday, I saw Shilong with a big fish. I wonder where he got it." Zhou Shengping nodded. "I saw it too. It must have weighed 5 or 6 pounds. Zhao Jinbao said he probably bought it in town. His pants were dry, so he didn't go into the water. I thought he was poor, but I guess he can afford fish." Zhou Shengping waved his hand. "Who cares if he's poor or not? With his attitude, I'd rather stay away." The other three nodded in agreement. Chunji returned to the place where she had seen the black fish yesterday. This time, she didn't see the black fish but found a group of small crucian carp instead. They were only about the width of 3 or 4 fingers, around 20 in total. She slowed down and carefully moved closer, but still startled them, and they scattered in all directions. The water became a bit muddy. Chunji knew she couldn't catch all 20 fish, so she focused on 5 or 6 of them. Some hid in the water plants, some buried themselves in the mud, and a few swam back to deeper water. Chunji moved quickly and quietly. Almost every fish she targeted ended up in her bag, with very few escaping. In the end, she caught 6 crucian carp, weighing a little over 1 pound in total. Now, with more than 2 pounds of fish in her bag, she had enough to take back and report her catch. She planned to hand in the fish, but keep a few river mussels for herself. She thought about borrowing some fire later to cook them. It was already past lunchtime, and there was nothing to eat at home anyway. Chunji felt no guilt about keeping some food for herself. She then went to the place where she had caught grass carp yesterday, the same place where she had been surrounded by others. She looked around carefully, ready to run at the first sign of trouble. Everything was quiet. No one was around, and there were no sounds. In the distance, Li Zhouan and the others had moved closer in her direction, but they were still more than 100 meters away. The sunlight shimmered on the water, making it hard to see. Chunji squinted and searched the water, but found nothing. It seemed yesterday's luck had simply been good. She wasn't disappointed. Picking a direction, she decided to head ashore. The shallower the water became, the warmer it felt. Just before stepping onto land, she washed her legs. Suddenly, a flash of bright yellow caught her eye. She froze, blinked, and trembled with excitement. It was a big carp. Huge, at least 10 pounds, with shining golden scales, absolutely beautiful. The carp was lying on its side among the water plants, basking in the sun, unaware of the danger approaching. Chunji lunged forward in a swift motion and pressed the fish down firmly. She caught it. Holding the fish under her body, she quickly opened her bag, then lifted the carp with one hand and slipped it inside. Without pausing to admire her catch, she reached into the water plants again and found 3 large river mussels. She said something had just poked her. Chunji held a river clam and grinned. The people in the village are so silly. She was lucky, definitely not someone with bad luck. Covered in mud, Chunji untied her bag, tied it up again, and set it aside. Then she washed the mud off her body in the water. When she came out, dripping wet, she saw Shilong standing not far away. He still wore a straw hat, and the skin that showed was unusually pale. Standing on the ridge, he looked down at Chunji, more precisely, at her bag. Chunji wondered if he had been waiting for her on purpose. She didn't ask, afraid she might be overthinking it. She handed him the bag. It weighed more than 20 pounds and looked heavy. Shilong took it, opened it without a word, and when he saw what was inside, a hint of surprise crossed his calm face. "Pretty big, right?"
Chunji said proudly. Elflang nodded.
"I'll take the carp." "It's yours anyway," Chunji said easily. "How much candy will you give me?" 1 pound of fruit candy and 1 pound of milk candy, Shilong replied. Chunji had eaten fruit candy before. The colorful wrappers were beautiful. Her family usually bought some for the new year, and she could eat 5 or 6 pieces during the whole holiday. Just hearing the word candy made her mouth water. What does milk candy look like? Shilong took 2 pieces from his pocket, 1 fruit candy and 1 milk candy. His long, slender hand looked pale and smooth, like fine jade. But Chunji only had eyes for the candy. She grabbed both, unwrapped the milk candy, and popped it into her mouth. While she was eating, Shilong went to catch her big carp. The fish was golden and shone brightly in the sunlight. Shilong's eyes darkened slightly. This fish is big. I'll give you 2 pounds of candy and 20 grain cakes. Chunji blinked in surprise. That much? Honestly, even half a pound of milk candy would have been enough for her. It was so delicious, sweet and creamy. She had never tasted anything like it. Seeing her stunned expression, Shilong nodded seriously. It's worth it. Worth even more. But for now, that was all he could offer. Chunji didn't think a single fish was worth that much, but since Shilong wanted to give it to her, she didn't refuse. These days, who would ever complain about having too much food? I didn't bring the sugar with me. When would be a good time for me to give it to you? Shilong asked.
Chunji shook her head.
Keep it with you for now, just like the mixed grain cakes. I'll take a little each day. There were 4 people sharing one room at her house, so she had nowhere to hide things.
Elflang nodded. All right.
Are you interested in these river clams?
Chunji asked.
She had planned to cook them herself, but she was soaked and freezing. If Shilong was willing to cook, she would share half with him. If not, she would just take them home. We can make some river seafood porridge, Shilong said. Chunji's eyes lit up.
Great.
I'll come find you later. Shilong didn't refuse. After handing over the carp and the clams, Chunji's bag felt much lighter. She ran home, found no warm water in the pot and didn't mind. She quickly rinsed herself with a bucket of cold water, threw on her clothes, and slipped out before her grandmother noticed. At noon, the village was quiet. Chunji ran fast and reached Shilong's small hut in just a few minutes.
Homeiletter Elflang was cooking porridge.
He looked up at her briefly, then went back to his work. Chunji didn't say anything. She sat on a clean, sun-warmed stone nearby. It wasn't cold, and she simply watched Shilong work without offering to help. While the porridge simmered, Shilong cleaned and cut the fish with quick, neat movements. When Chunji saw him add a few slices of fish into the pot, she raised her eyebrows slightly. The porridge was going to be quite a treat. The fish cooked quickly. Shilong added salt, then went inside to fetch 2 bowls and pairs of chopsticks. He served a bowl for Chunji first, then one for himself. The porridge was thick and white, the rice soft and smooth. With the clams and fish slices, the smell was mouth-watering. Chunji had never eaten such rich porridge before, and a full bowl of it, too. What she couldn't get at home, Shilong gave her. She thought Shilong was honest and kind. From now on, whenever she had something good to sell, he would be her first choice. Holding her bowl, Chunji went back to sit on the stone slab. Shilong sat by the small stove, about 3 meters away from her. The clay pot wasn't big, just enough for each of them to have 2 large bowls of porridge. After finishing, Shilong went back to the room and brought out 4 multigrain pancakes on a plate, 2 for himself and 2 for Chunji. She was already quite full, but after eating the pancakes, she was completely satisfied. She let out a small burp, feeling content but also a little worried. Her appetite seemed to be growing. About the sweets today, let's skip them for now. We can have them later.
Chunji interrupted Elflang.
She couldn't eat any more. Today's meal had been too good. How would she manage in the days ahead? After saying goodbye to Shilong, she walked home. Her body felt warm, and tiny beads of sweat appeared on her back. She thought it was just from the porridge and didn't suspect anything else. In a good mood, Chunji planned to go to the river again tomorrow to catch fish and sell them to Shilong, saving up more food for herself. But her good mood vanished the moment she stepped through the door. As soon as she entered, a familiar broom came flying toward her. This time, she was ready and dodged to the side. You dare to dodge? Her grandfather looked furious, grabbing a stick from the wall and striding toward her. "What now?" Confused, Chunji asked. "What did I do wrong this time?" "You still dare to ask?" The stick came down toward her face with such force that it could have seriously hurt her. Startled, Chunji stumbled backward, tripped over the threshold, and narrowly avoided the blow. Before she could catch her breath, her grandfather raised the stick again. Ignoring the pain in her scraped palms, she turned and ran, stumbling as she fled. Fear and sadness filled her heart. She could feel that her own grandfather truly wanted to harm her.
"Why?"
Tears streamed down her face as she ran. Gigi, her mother, and the others had just returned. Hearing her mother's voice, Chunji instinctively ran toward her. "Mom, help me." She threw herself into her mother's arms, crying even harder. "Grab her," her grandfather shouted, rushing forward. "Mom, please help me." Chunji cried desperately. But her mother didn't move. She just held on to Chunji, and as Chunji looked up at her, her heart slowly turned cold. The next moment, there was a loud crack on Chunji's calf as she was hit with a thick stick. Chunji trembled with pain, but she heard her mother say in her ear, "Gigi, you are not obedient. Gigi, you must accept punishment when you do wrong." Chunji couldn't stand steadily from the pain, but at that moment, her mother slapped her. With a sharp sound, Chunji fell to the ground. The wind was cold, her legs hurt a lot, and her face was sore, but Chunji felt her heart hurt even more, so much that she wanted to die. Living is so pointless. Chunji lay on the ground, thinking that she might as well let them beat her to death since she no longer wanted to live. "Oh dear, in this cold weather, why are you lying on the ground?" a passerby greeted. When Chunji shouted for help earlier, many people nearby heard her. Now, quite a few people had gathered around. Chunji wanted to force a sad smile, but she found she had no strength to smile. Her legs hurt too much. She bit her lips hard until they bled, but it still hurt. "What's wrong with this child?" An elderly woman looked at Chunji with concern, watching her silently cry and seeing her bleeding lips. She couldn't understand what had happened to make a child so upset. "She stole money from the house," Grandpa Chen said angrily, his chest heaving heavily. He clenched the stick tightly, wishing he could punish his granddaughter. "Even if she stole money, you shouldn't beat her like this." The team leader, Chen Zheng, arrived and frowned. "Her leg looks broken, doesn't it?" Her left leg was twisted at an odd angle, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Everyone looked at each other in shock. The granddaughter's leg was broken by her own grandfather. What a grudge! What a hatred! People's eyes turned to Chunji's mother. Her daughter was like that, yet she remained indifferent, with a cold face. Is this really her mother? This child stole 50 yuan that was saved to build a house. It was money saved from years of hard work, meant for building a house and buying furniture this winter, so that Ague could get married next year. But she stole the money. How could her grandfather not be angry? Grandma Chen looked heartbroken, tears streaming down her face. Next to her, Chen Gui, hearing that the money for building the house and furniture was stolen, had fiery eyes, staring fixedly at Chunji. The onlookers, upon learning the truth, also became angry. Stole 50 yuan. That's not a small amount. She definitely deserves a punishment. If it were me, I wouldn't just break her legs. I might even kill her to get revenge. Chunji, your father passed away early. Without your uncle's family over the years, you and your mother might not have survived. You can't repay kindness with hatred. How could you steal money meant for building the house? Return it to your grandfather quickly. Yes, return the money. Everyone was urging Chunji to return the money. Chunji turned to look at her silent mother, sister, and brother, then at her tense uncle and aunt, and finally at her angry older cousins. The thief still had a chance to explain, but she hadn't said a word and had already lost a leg. I didn't steal the money. Chunji felt it was all so absurd. I don't even know where the family's money is. The money was kept in my and your grandfather's room. Your grandfather chose the wood and planned to buy it this afternoon with the money. Everyone else was working, and when you came home, the money was gone. It must be you. Grandma Chen glared at Chunji. Even now, you're lying. That shows your heart is black. You can't stand your cousin's success. So, she stole the money because it was missing? Why would she say that? Chun-ji's gaze darkened. I've never been in your room. She used to go in before, but she realized her grandma didn't like her going there, so she stopped. At this moment, Chun-gui spoke up. Stop arguing. Search her body, and you'll find out. Others nodded in agreement, supporting the idea. The eldest aunt said, one person search her body and another go to her room, then you go search her room, and your mother search her body, the uncle said. The eldest aunt nodded and turned to go inside. Auntie Chin approached Chin-ji, and at that moment, Chin-ji couldn't help but feel relieved she hadn't brought any sweets today. Otherwise, she might have been caught with stolen goods. While Chin-ji was being searched, her mother, Chin-yi, and Chin-mu stood nearby, all looking upset and silent. Their faces showed blame and embarrassment. They probably felt that having a sister like her was a shame. Chun-ji looked at her mother, whose beautiful face was marked with the traces of time. At this moment, she still showed no expression. Her heart began to ache again, and her legs hurt so much that her teeth trembled. The sun was slowly setting, and the temperature dropped quickly. The ground was cold, but it was not as cold as Chin-ji's heart. She thought if I had not died today, I would stay far away from these people. They never treated her like family, and she no longer wanted them. From now on, Chin-ji would be an orphan. She doesn't have anything, said the eldest aunt. If it's not on her, then it must be in her room, Chin-gui said angrily, about to go home. Why are so many people gathered here? A loud voice came from behind the crowd. Everyone turned to look and saw Chin De-sien approaching. He was holding someone, Chin Fu. Chin De-sien was gripping Chin Fu's arm, and Chin Fu looked guilty. Xiao Fu, where have you been? Why are you with Uncle De-sien? Asked Chin De. Chin Fu lowered his head and dared not speak. This kid bought a bunch of candies with money he got somewhere else. Chin De-sien released Chin Fu, put down the basket on his back, which was filled with colorful hard candies. These candies didn't need a ticket. He couldn't buy anything else except these. When I saw him buying candy, I asked where he got the money. He avoided my gaze and tried to run, but I caught him quickly and searched him. I found 47 yuan on him. Go home and check if your family's money is short. After he finished speaking, no one in the crowd said a word. Chin De-sien sensed something was wrong and felt uncertain. Could it be that I am meddling too much? Are these your money? Chin De-sien and the eldest uncle were cousins. Seeing Chin Fu buy so much candy, he was worried and asked more. If it had been someone else, he wouldn't have interfered. Uncle Kai, Aunt Ding, why aren't you saying anything? Chin-ji's grandfather was named Chin Kai, and her grandmother was Ding Fong-fong. At this moment, Chin Kai and Ding Fong-fong's faces were as red as ripe persimmons. Their faces, over 50 years old, looked somewhat helpless. Hee, Chin-ji sneered coldly. Uncle De-sien, look at me, look at my legs. They suspect I stole the money. Without listening to my explanation, they broke my leg. If you hadn't brought Chin Fu back, I might have lost more than my leg. They might have even beaten me to death. The person who stole the money went to buy candy, with candy crumbs still on their lips. The person who didn't steal the money had their leg broken and a purple bruise on their face. They lay on the cold ground for a long time, but no one paid attention. Even though the people there didn't like Chin-ji, they couldn't help feeling some sympathy now. The child's leg is broken. First, take him to the town clinic, said Captain Chin Ren, breaking the silence. Chin De-sien sighed. Yes, we need to take him to the hospital. I'll bring the ox cart. Prepare a quilt to cushion the child and another to cover him. It's getting cold at night, so everyone should wear more clothes. Chin De-sien put the 47 yuan into his uncle's hand and shook his head. What a mess. His leg is broken, and 50 yuan might not be enough to treat it. Chin-ji was carried onto the ox cart by Chin De-sien, covered with a quilt. Chin De-sien was driving, and his uncle and Chin-ji's mother went with him. After they left, Grandpa Chin pinched Chin Fu's ear and took him home. You little rascal, you got so bold as to steal money. Just wait, I won't go easy on you. The rest of the Chin family also went home, closing the door to keep the onlookers outside. That Chin-ji really had a tough time. She just broke her leg for no reason. Chin Kai was too impulsive. He should have asked first. Instead, he just broke her leg. She's not a granddaughter. She's more like an enemy. Of course she's like an enemy. Chun-ji often gets beaten over small things. In summer, she wears fewer clothes, and I've seen her with bruises and marks from being whipped. Maybe because she caused her father's death. Uncle Kai and Aunt Ding blame her. Not only Uncle Kai and Aunt Ding. Their whole family treats her like an enemy. Honestly, I don't think Chun-ji is to blame. She was only a few months old when her mother, Liu Xiaomei, didn't breastfeed her. Chun-Kai risked going to the cliff to gather bird eggs to help Liu Xiaomei recover, and he fell and lost his life. Chun-ji's mother is Liu Xiaomei, and her father is Chun-Kai. It wasn't Chun-ji telling Chun-Kai to go gather eggs. He wanted to go himself. She's just a child carrying the blame for over 10 years. It's really sad. It's not like that. If her mother hadn't given birth to her, Chun-Kai wouldn't have gone to gather eggs. The local health clinic in the town has limited medical resources. For families with better conditions, if someone's leg is broken, they would definitely take the child to the county hospital for treatment. The doctor also advised Chun-ji to go to the county hospital. Our clinic doesn't have all the medicines. We can help you set the leg, but if you get an infection, not only might the leg be lost, but your life could also be in danger. Chun-ji looked up at her mother, but her mother looked away. She then looked at her eldest uncle, who looked worried. Gigi, I only have 47 yuan. Chun-ji understood and said to the doctor, please help me set the leg. Setting the leg was very painful. Even with anesthesia, it still hurt. Chun-ji bit her lip until it bled and couldn't help but whimper a few times. You are a brave child. The doctor and nurse praised her. Chun-ji forced a weak smile and pulled at the corner of her mouth. After the leg was set, Chun-ji needed and for drip. The doctor said she had to stay in the hospital for a week. Her eldest uncle and Chunda left first, leaving Chen's mother to take care of her. The clinic didn't have a cafeteria, and Chen's mother had no food stamps, so they would have to go hungry tonight. Your uncle said he will bring us food tomorrow, Chen's mother said dryly. Chun-ji didn't speak. She closed her eyes. She didn't want to see anyone from the Chen family right now. That night, her leg hurt so much she couldn't sleep. She thought a lot and finally made a decision. She wanted to leave the Chen family and stay away from these relatives by blood. Traveling now was difficult. To go somewhere far, she needed a letter of introduction. Running away from home didn't seem possible. Her idea was to get married. After the new year, she would turn 17. In the countryside, many girls married at 16 or 17. She thought about having a wedding with a few relatives, then waiting until she was older to get an official marriage certificate. The first thing she needed was to find a marriage partner. In Sandong village, most people had the surname Chun, followed by Liang. Almost all the Chen families in the village were related, so marriage within the family wasn't allowed. Chun-ji first considered boys her age with the surname Liang, but she quickly rejected the idea. One reason was her bad reputation in the village, and most villagers probably looked down on her. Another reason was she wanted to marry someone from farther away to stay away from these relatives. The neighboring villages also seemed good, but there was one problem. She didn't know anyone from outside the village. Chun-ji thought about it all night, feeling confused. When dawn broke, she finally drifted into a faint sleep. Three Winter Village is small, with only a few dozen households and a few hundred people. One night, everyone in the village learned that Chun-ji was beaten and had his leg broken by his own grandfather. Even the youth station people found out. Shilong lives alone in a small house and doesn't have much contact with other young people. When they were eating vegetables, he overheard others talking about it. After breakfast, instead of going to the river, he packed his things, carried a basket, and headed to the town. It takes about an hour and a half to walk from Three Winter Village to the town, or half an hour by bicycle. So far, no one in the village can afford a bicycle. Shilong, wait a moment, someone caught up from behind. Shilong turned around and saw Zhu Yuan, who was out of breath. Zhu Yuan is also a youth sent to the countryside, same year as Shilong. They usually don't talk much, rarely speaking more than 10 words a year. Shilong looked at her calmly. What's the matter? Are you going to the town? Zhu Yuan asked. This is the direction out of the village.
Elflang nodded.
Can you help me buy a jar of snow cream? Zhu Yuan said, pulling a 1 yuan coin from her pocket and handing it to Shilong. Shilong took it, then turned and continued walking forward. Only after Shilong walked away did another young woman, Zhao Yiqing, come over from nearby. You really asked him to buy something for you? Aren't you afraid? Zhu Yuan didn't mind. It's just buying something, no big deal. Over 2 years, Zhu Yuan has gotten to know Shilong a bit. Although he acts strangely, is aloof, and speaks little, he's not greedy or mean. She felt comfortable asking him for help. Zhao Yiqing said, I don't know why, but I feel afraid whenever I see him. If it weren't for the current campaign to eliminate old customs, Zhao Yiqing would want to ask Zhu Yuan if Shilong was a ghost from the mountains. He gives off a creepy feeling, like a mountain spirit wearing a human skin. Zhu Yuan nodded. I'm afraid of him too. We should stay away from him. Qinji woke up in the morning, stomach growling loudly from hunger. Her stomach was hungry, and so was her mother's. In the ward, only the mother and daughter were there. Neither spoke, only the continuous growling sounds. Until 9 o'clock, Qinmu brought food. He carried a pot of mixed grain porridge, a plate of stir-fried fish with dried radish, and a plate of cold mixed vegetables. This is enough for one day. I'll bring more tomorrow morning, Qinmu said. There is a place at the health center where they can cook, but they need to buy coal, and the family can't afford it. Chunji didn't speak and ate quietly. After finishing one bowl, she handed her empty bowl to Chenma, saying, one more bowl. Chenma hesitated and replied, You're eating too much now. There won't be enough for lunch and dinner. I haven't eaten enough, Chinji said with a blank expression. Chenma hesitated for a few seconds and then filled half a bowl for Chinji, while she herself only ate half a bowl. Chinji, you're eating too much. Mom won't have enough, Chenmu said sternly. But I am still hungry. Chinji stared directly into Chenmu's eyes. My leg is broken. If I don't eat enough, how will it heal? If you feel sorry that Mom isn't eating enough, you should go back and tell Grandma to cook more rice for you. Her dark eyes were emotionless, as calm as a deep mountain pond, which strangely felt dangerous. Chunmu looked away and didn't dare to meet her gaze. He left quickly. Chenma finally had a chance to go to town and planned to go for a walk. Chunji stayed alone in the hospital room to get her for. At that moment, Shilong arrived. He was dressed the same as always, wearing a straw hat, dark blue long-sleeve shirt and pants, and cloth shoes. His slim build and fair skin made him look more like a monk from a temple than a farm worker. Chunji was surprised to see him. Are you here for a checkup too? Shilong didn't deny it. He entered the room and handed Chunji a lunchbox. This is today's mixed grain pancake. Chunji was stunned. Did you bring it for me? It couldn't be that he brought it just for her, right?
Yes.
Just in case, Shilong said casually. He then took a handful of white rabbit candies from his pocket and placed them on Chinji's bed. If it hurts, suck on one. Chinji felt like crying. After her leg was broken, this was the first time someone cared whether she was in pain. Thank you, she said, hiding the candies under her pillow before opening the lunchbox. Inside, there were 2 pancakes and several large pieces of boiled carp. Why is there meat too? Chinji was surprised. I cooked extra, Shilong said expressionlessly. He sat down on a nearby chair and looked out the window. Chinji didn't believe him. She knew he had cooked it especially for her. This is one of the few acts of kindness Chinji has felt. It warms her chest, but her nose can't help but feel a little sore. After eating some mixed grain pancakes and fish, Chinji returns the lunchbox to Shilong and thanks him again. Shilong takes the lunchbox and says, I won't come tomorrow. Chinji isn't surprised. Who would come to town every day without a reason? He adds, the rest I'll make up for it when you go back to the village. Chinji replies, okay. Shilong stands up and leaves. Chinji watches him go. When he stops at the door, she holds her breath, feeling a bit nervous. Chinji, your leg will be fine. Take good care of yourself, Shilong says. His tone is calm but reassuring. Chunji's worries from the night are eased by his words. She smiles slightly. I believe I will be fine too. No infection. No becoming a cripple. Shilong nods and walks away. In the next few days, Chenmu brings meals to the hospital every day. She doesn't know how he mentioned it to Ding Fongfong, but each day the food gets a little better. Chunji stays in the hospital for 7 days. On the 8th day, the doctor says she can leave. Chunji's leg stopped hurting much by the 3rd day in the hospital, but she didn't tell anyone, not even the doctor. They say injuries to muscles and bones take 100 days to heal. The hospital advised her to stay in bed all winter, not to run around or rush to get up. When the doctor gave the instructions, her father and mother were there, and they heard everything. Her mother didn't say anything, but her father kept agreeing. Once her father agreed, her grandmother wouldn't oppose. That means Chunji might have to stay in bed for several months. Chunji sneers inwardly. Her father is probably worried her leg won't heal well and she might become a cripple, which could harm the family's reputation. Lying on a cart, Chunji rests on thick, soft blankets. The sun is warm and cozy. She hasn't bathed in 7 days and feels like she might start to smell. Now, she's letting the sun dry her and get rid of the musty smell. Back in the village, Chunji meets many villagers. Everyone shows concern for her leg. Her father smiles and says, "The doctor said Gigi's leg is healing well. She'll be fine." The doctor never said that. Instead, he told the family to cook bone soup for her, but her father and mother ignored this advice. Chunji doesn't argue with her father's words, only sneers quietly. When she returned home, her grandmother was burning a fire outside the door, and her eldest uncle carried Chunji across the fire. "Don't go back to your room. First, go to the bathroom," Chunyi reminded her. She looked annoyed, as if Chunji was something dirty. Chunji wasn't angry. She knew she wasn't very clean. The bathroom was small, only about 2 square meters. It had 2 buckets of water, 2 chairs, one taller and one shorter. No one helped her wash. Chunji took off her clothes, sat on the shorter chair, and rested her casted leg on the taller one. She used a towel to scrub the dirt off her body. She cleaned every part except her injured leg, washing for more than half an hour. When she finished and put on her clothes, Chunmu came to carry her back to her room. Chunji lay on the bed. The sounds from outside drifted into the room. From her family's conversations, she learned she had spent 72 yuan on her treatment. She also found out that although they spent that money on her leg, the plan to build a house was still going on. They had already prepared the mud bricks and thatch. Next, they would dig the foundation and go to the mountain to pick up stones. But none of this mattered to Chunji. Every day, she stayed in bed. Someone brought her 3 meals a day. Her small problems were solved with a chamber pot in the room. At night, her mother returned, emptied the chamber pot, and cleaned it. On the 3rd day after she returned home, Shilong appeared outside her window with a lunchbox. "How did you know I live here?" Chunji asked him, hopping on one foot to the window. "I looked at each house," Shilong replied, handing her the lunchbox and a piece of candy. Chunji thanked him, feeling very lucky that she had made a deal with Shilong, which now gave her the chance to have extra food. The multigrain pancake was still warm, with plenty of oil, and smelled very good. Maybe it was her imagination, but today's pancake seemed a bit bigger than usual. After eating 2 pancakes, Chunji burped happily. "Same time tomorrow?" Shilong asked. Chunji nodded. When no one is home, Shilong didn't say anything and left. With many people working quickly, a house of about 20 square meters was built in a month. Chunji's cast was removed from her leg. She didn't go to the hospital. Her eldest uncle used a kitchen knife to carefully cut it off. "Listen to the doctor and don't get out of bed," her uncle advised. Chunji responded with 2 sounds of, and besides bathing and going to the bathroom, she stayed in bed. She was so bored, she felt like she might go crazy, but she was patient and didn't get up to walk around. She was also afraid she might become lame. There are a few people in their village who are lame, all because of leg injuries from the past. Chunji didn't want to be lame. She still hoped to find a good family. After being stuck inside for a month, Chunji's skin became much fairer. Before, she was dark and looked dirty, but now she was lighter and her skin was soft. She was still very thin, with hardly any flesh on her body. On the day their house was finished, the family invited Grandpa Chen's brother and his family to eat. They killed a chicken, and Chunji got a bowl of chicken soup with 2 chicken feet and a few chicken necks. Outside was lively and noisy, but Chunji sat inside the room, nibbling on chicken necks and feet. Another month passed, and the new year was coming. Chunji could walk a few steps outside now. Her hair had grown longer, thick and black, much better than before when it was dull and yellowish. During the New Year days, Chunji could eat a piece or 2 of pork every day. On the second day of the New Year, the daughter who married out returned home, along with Auntie, Chen's mother, and the second older sister-in-law. The eldest sister-in-law and the second sister-in-law brought their children back. The eldest sister-in-law brought a chicken, and the second sister-in-law brought over 2 pounds of pork. They also each brought some sunflower seeds, fruit candies, and biscuits. The family also prepared some snacks for guests, home-roasted pumpkin seeds. Chunji was not in her own room. She came to the main hall, sat by the fire, and ate candies, biscuits, and sunflower seeds with everyone. She was quick and lively with her mouth, eating more than others, which made her grandmother scold her several times, but she pretended not to notice. "Eat so much. Be careful not to get a sore throat," her grandmother said irritably. Chunji pretended not to hear. There were so many people here, and her grandmother didn't call her by name, so she thought she wasn't talking about her. After finishing the biscuits and candies, the other children couldn't sit still and wanted to go outside to play. The eldest sister-in-law had 4 sons, the oldest 9 years old, and the youngest 4. The second sister-in-law had a son and a daughter, aged 6 and 5. They were at the age where they loved to play, and none of them could sit still. Once the children left, only Grandma, Chunji, and the 2 sisters-in-law remained by the fire. "Big sister, I don't think you look well." The second sister-in-law examined her sister-in-law's face carefully. The more she looked, the more unusual it seemed. Her face was too yellow. Not only was her complexion yellow, but she also looked thinner. The eldest aunt smiled and said, "Recently, I've had a bit of an upset stomach and no appetite. I can't eat much." Grandmother also turned to look at her granddaughter with concern in her eyes. "Have you been to the hospital?" "No, I just took some herbal medicine. If it doesn't work, I'll go after the new year," the eldest aunt replied, touching her face. She was indeed getting thinner each day, but she didn't worry too much, thinking it was just her stomach bothering her and that she would recover with time. Speaking of losing weight, her younger cousin Chunji was even thinner than her. "Is your leg better now?" the eldest aunt asked. Chunji nodded. "I can walk a few steps now. The doctor said I should rest more this winter and avoid using my leg too much." Chunji's relationship with her 2 older cousins was average. During the 2 months her leg was broken, neither of them visited her or brought her anything. "I'm glad your leg is okay," the eldest aunt sighed. "Grandpa didn't do it on purpose. Don't hold a grudge against him." Chunji pursed her lips but didn't answer. She kept munching on sunflower seeds, staring at the flames. How could she be angry?
Impossible.
Grandmother slaughtered the chicken brought back by the eldest aunt and also cut the pork brought by the second aunt. Today's meal was more lavish than New Year's Eve, with more people, and they sat at 2 tables. Chunji sat at the children's table. This meal, grandmother didn't share the dishes. Everyone ate as much as they could with their own skills. When the dishes were served, all the children went to get meat first. Chunji also went to get meat, placing it in her bowl. After finishing the meat on her plate, everyone stopped. Chunji's bowl was piled high with meat. She had taken the most. "Auntie, we're guests. Why don't you give us some space?" the eldest aunt's son said unhappily. Chunji looked expressionless. "My leg is injured. I need to eat more meat to recover." She ate quickly. Today there was not only meat but also delicious vegetable dishes with meat sauce. The faster she ate, the more she could enjoy. Just as her older cousin wanted to say something, the eldest aunt spoke up. "Mom always teaches you to respect your elders. Your aunt is a senior. You should give her some space. It's just a few pieces of meat. Would you really miss them?" Her tone was sarcastic. The older cousin was not willing to give up. "You also said to love the young. Why doesn't my little aunt care for me?" Chunji remained calm. Because if I give you less meat, I might go crazy wanting to eat more. Please understand your aunt. Clap. Grandpa Chen slammed his chopsticks on the table, frowning. Eat your meal and don't talk. Chenji didn't know how others were eating, but she was satisfied with her own meal.
It was mid-March now.
Chun-Ji's leg was fully healed. She could walk quickly, just like before. Her hair had grown to her ears, so she didn't need to wear a hat to hide her face. The team organized workers to plow the fields. Chun-Ji didn't need to work in the fields, but she went to the mountain and the riverbank to find wild vegetables and mushrooms. The mountain berries had grown. They were bright red, juicy, and full of water. Chun-Ji found many every day. These berries are called mountain berries or red raspberries. They are one of the favorite wild fruits for the children in the village. One day, Chun-Ji was picking mountain berries when she saw Li Zhouan nearby. He was sitting on the ground, holding his leg, looking pained. Li Zhouan also saw Chun-Ji and gave a shy smile. "Did you get hurt?" Chun-Ji asked as she walked toward him. Li Zhouan nodded. "I cut myself on a sharp stone." He was holding his wound, and bright red blood was flowing from his fingers. Chun-Ji frowned. His injury looked serious. She looked around and saw some common weeds a few meters away. She quickly picked some leaves, crushed them with a stone, and held the crushed herbs in her palm, walking toward Li Zhouan. "This herb can stop bleeding," she said. Li Zhouan looked at the herbs in her hand and then at his bleeding wound. He clenched his teeth and moved his hand away. He decided to trust her for now. Chun-Ji pressed the crushed herbs onto Li Zhouan's wound and pressed hard. "What kind of herb is this?" Li Zhouan asked. "We call it blood-sealing herb. It can stop bleeding and reduce inflammation. When you get hurt outside, applying it to the wound works well," Chun-Ji explained. Li Zhouan looked at the herb. It was common, and he was skeptical about its effectiveness, but he still said, "Thank you. You're welcome." "Just press on your wound yourself," she replied. They were too close, and it felt a bit strange. She wasn't used to it. Also, Li Zhouan's legs were really white, whiter than hers. Chun-Ji had stayed inside all winter and was the whitest person in her family, but compared to Li Zhouan, she still looked a little darker. Li Zhouan's legs weren't just white. His skin was smooth and delicate. His face was clean, with hardly any pimples visible. "She is different from the other men in the village. Chun-Ji likes clean people like Th." Li Zhouan sat on the ground, holding his wound, while Chun-Ji went to pick mountain herbs. "The bleeding has really stopped," Li Zhouan said happily. Chun-Ji was not surprised. "I told you it would work. But I suggest you keep pressing it for a while. Once the bleeding stops completely, you can let go." Li Zhouan nodded repeatedly. "Okay, I trust you." "Chun-Ji, is your leg fully healed now?" "Yes, actually it healed over a month ago, but she had been lazy and pretending it wasn't fully healed. Now, after more than 3 months, she couldn't pretend anymore, so she went out." Li Zhouan said, "A wounded leg is different. Be more careful in the future." Chun-Ji didn't think it was any different. Her leg was still very strong. She could climb 2 mountains without getting tired. She replied, "I know." Chun-Ji picked most of the mountain herbs. While eating, she walked toward Li Zhouan and grabbed a handful of herbs for him. "You should eat too." Li Zhouan took them. "Thank you. You're welcome." Chun-Ji wasn't in a hurry to go down the mountain. She kept stuffing herbs into her mouth in front of Li Zhouan, her small mouth turning red from eating. Li Zhouan ate more carefully than her, one piece at a time, waiting until he finished one before taking the next. His gaze fell on Chun-Ji's face, a small face with lively eyes taking up a third of it, a straight, pointed nose, and lips like flower petals stained bright red and juicy from berry juice. She looked quite charming. The last time they met, Chun-Ji had an ugly hairstyle and dark, dull skin. She wasn't ugly, but not beautiful either. Now, after a few months, Li Zhouan found this village girl surprisingly pretty. If she kept growing, she could become even more beautiful. Chun-Ji pretended not to notice Li Zhouan's gaze. After finishing the herbs, she stood up. "I'm going down the mountain." Li Zhouan wanted to suggest they go together, but the words caught in his throat and he didn't say anything. Chun-Ji waved her hand and left without looking back. "Goodbye, Chun-Ji," Shilong hadn't seen Chunji for 2 months. Chunji paused, turned her head. Shilong was still dressed in his familiar outfit, a straw hat, dark blue long-sleeve shirt and pants, with only a chiseled chin visible. He seemed to have grown taller, giving off an inexplicable sense of pressure. "Don't you have to work today?" Two people, Li Zhouan and Shilong, don't seem to be farming? "A few days ago, we went. Today is our day off." Shilong walked over to Chunji, his gaze falling on her legs. "All good," Chunji nodded. All good. Not only was it all good, but the scar on her leg was also fading more and more. If she wasn't paying close attention, she wouldn't notice it. Shilong looked away. "Are you going down the mountain?" Chunji replied, "Yes, to have lunch," Shilong said, "Then let's go together." The two walked one behind the other, Chunji in front, Shilong behind. Maybe it was her imagination, but after Shilong got close, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop. Just a minute ago, she still felt a bit warm, but now she was shivering from the cold. It's really strange. They didn't talk on the way until they reached the village, then they parted ways. Grandma was waiting for Chunji to prepare wild vegetables for cooking. She asked Chunji to pick and wash the vegetables, then called her into the kitchen. "Starting today, you will learn to cook with me and your older sister-in-law." Chunji raised an eyebrow. Teaching her to cook? Does that mean she's trying to find her husband? But Chunyi hasn't married yet, so it's not her turn now. "You are 17 this year, and next year you'll be 18. You're almost of marriage age," Grandma said. Chunji remained calm. "My older sister isn't married, and my brother hasn't married either. It's not my turn yet, right? Your sister will be married in a couple of years. As for your brother, boys aren't afraid of being late. Waiting 2 or 3 more years is fine." Grandma paused. "It's not easy raising you 2 sisters. When you get married, part of the bride price should be saved for your brother's wedding." She only mentioned saving part of it, not all. If she saved everything, people might gossip about her. Chunji wasn't surprised by Grandma's plan. When her 2 older cousins got married, it was the same. As long as she could leave this home, a few dozen yuan in bride price was fine. She was willing to give it. That day, Chunji was going to dig for spring bamboo shoots. Since the place was far away, Grandma gave her 2 baked potatoes for lunch, so she wouldn't need to come back at noon. Chunji nodded in agreement. When Grandma wasn't paying attention, she secretly took a box of matches from home. There were mushrooms on the mountain. If she found any, she could roast them to eat. 2 potatoes wouldn't be enough to fill her up. At this time, many people were going up the mountain. Chunji chose a place without anyone and found some mushrooms, though not many. While Chunji was bending down to pick mushrooms, a man and a woman approached her from the direction. The man was holding the woman around her waist. They hid behind some grass, and the man eagerly kissed the woman's lips, his rough hands skillfully removing her clothes. "Oh, you're so impatient," the woman exclaimed softly. "I haven't seen you in half a month. I missed you so much. How can I not be eager?" The man said with heavy breathing. "But it's busy here. It's not safe. If someone finds out, I don't know what will happen to me," the woman worried. "Don't worry. Everyone is in the fields. No one will come here," the man reassured her. Chunji was about 2 or 3 meters away, watching silently. Did she just witness a secret meeting? From the sounds, it seemed like they were familiar with each other. One was a widow from the village, and the other was her somewhat distant cousin, named Chunyao. The widow was not well liked in the village. She became a widow after only 2 years of marriage, with no children. She could have gone back to her family to marry again, but she didn't. Instead, she had an ambiguous relationship with her eldest uncle and younger brother-in-law, and she often flirted with men in the village. She relied on men to live comfortably, and she looked beautiful and charming. The women in the village didn't like her, but no one had proof of her inappropriate relationships. Chunji didn't expect her luck to be so good. She actually saw everything happen right in front of her. If these 2 found out she was there, would they kill her to keep her quiet? Chunji shivered and carefully stepped back. "Gigi, stop." Chunji quickly turned around and covered the person's mouth. Her speed was fast. The 2 people who were busy with their business didn't notice anything and continued, becoming more bold. Qinji only knew they were involved in intimate acts, but she didn't understand more. The person she was holding had a flushed face, and her body was heating up. Somewhere else, she was awakening. Qinji looked down at Qinpeng, her eyes full of confusion. Why was Qinpeng's temperature rising? I'll let go of you. Don't make a sound, Qinji whispered. Qinpeng blinked, and in the next second, Qinji's palm was brushed by something soft and moist. She was so scared she pulled her hand back. How disgusting! Qinji vigorously rubbed her hand on her pants. She angrily glared at Qinpeng, but noticed that Qinpeng's eyes looked strange, as if he wanted to swallow her whole.
Danger!
The warning bell in Qinji's mind rang loudly. She quickly ran away. In her panic, she ran without thinking, with Qinpeng chasing behind her. Qinji! Someone ahead called her name. It's Li Zhouan. She felt relieved and slowed down her pace, though her heart was still pounding. Gigi, why are you running? Qinpeng caught up and stared at her with a creepy smile. His gaze was too obvious and uncomfortable. Qinji felt disgusted. She instinctively moved closer to Li Zhouan and said, "What a coincidence." Li Zhouan nodded. "Yes, it is. We're going to the mountains to find spring bamboo shoots. What about you? I want to find spring bamboo shoots too. Can I go with you?" When Qinji said this, Li Zhouan looked troubled. He turned to the people beside him, and a few young workers shook their heads. "Little sister Ji, why bother bothering others? Isn't it better to stay with your brother?" Qinpeng said as he reached for Qinji's hand, but she dodged away. Qinji didn't want to stay with Qinpeng, and everyone could see that. Li Zhouan pursed his lips and made a decision. He said to the others, "I'll go with Qinji. Let's split up here." Yang Wenyu was surprised. "Aren't you worried she'll influence you?" Li Zhouan replied, "That's just a rumor. I believe in science." Qinji felt a gentle bump in her heart. She looked up at Li Zhouan, and at that moment, her image of him in her mind became a little taller and more admirable. Li Zhouan and Qinji chose a different path. Qinpeng didn't follow, nor did the other young workers. "Are you really not afraid that my bad luck will affect you?" Qinji asked. Li Zhouan showed a strange expression. "I was a little afraid before. That day I got hurt and you helped me. I reflected deeply and realized my mistake. I was narrow-minded and wrong in my thinking. As an educated young person, I shouldn't believe in superstitions. Qinji, I want to apologize for my past mistakes. Comrade Qinji, I'm sorry." Li Zhouan bowed to her carefully. Qinji was startled and quickly said it was okay. Her panicked look pleased Li Zhouan. He smiled and said, "Qinji, you're so cute." Qinji felt like she was about to catch fire. Something was very wrong. She walked quickly ahead, not daring to look back at Li Zhouan. Li Zhouan watched her ears turn red like blood, and he smiled slightly. Such a cute girl. After crossing 2 hills, Qinji and Li Zhouan finally saw the bamboo forest. The bamboo forest stretched endlessly, and the wind made the bamboo leaves rustle. Zhouan, Zhao Yiqing ran over with a surprised look. "Finally, I see someone alive." "That's great. Why are you alone?" Li Zhouan asked. "At first, I was with Zhu Yuan, but then we got separated. I looked for her for a long time, but couldn't find her. It's so quiet here, no one around. It's really scary," Zhao Yiqing said, feeling afraid. Li Zhouan, "Then you can come with us." Zhao Yiqing naturally agreed. After walking a few steps, she leaned close to Li Zhouan's ear and whispered, "How come you're with her, Li Zhouan? We met on the way." Zhao Yiqing, "She won't bring us bad luck, will she?" Li Zhouan, "Comrade Zhao Yiqing, we should believe in science and not spread superstitions." Zhao Yiqing pouted. "But being with her really does bring bad luck. I heard that before, someone went out with her and got stung by a wasp or bitten by a snake. And worse, let's split up here." Qinji interrupted Zhao Yiqing. She pointed in another direction. "I'll go over there." Before Li Zhouan could respond, Qinji turned and walked away. When Zhao Yiqing talked about Qinji's past, Qinji felt embarrassed. She didn't want to leave a bad impression on Li Zhouan. She also didn't want others to speak badly of her in front of Li Zhouan. So she left. Chunji walked quickly for a few minutes and saw some new bamboo shoots growing ahead. She took her sickle, went over, and cut them from the roots. Clearly, her luck wasn't bad. Chunji was angry. One day, she would prove to those people that she was very lucky and not at all unlucky. She held back her anger and kept cutting bamboo shoots and picking mushrooms, not even missing wild vegetables. The dense bamboo forest let sunlight filter through the leaves, creating specks of light. Chunji's basket quickly filled up. She sat on a stone and started peeling bamboo shoots. The spring bamboo shoots were small, with most of the basket taken up by the leaves. Once she peeled the leaves, the basket was mostly empty again. After peeling the leaves, Chunji felt hungry. She ate some potatoes she brought from home, but she was only half full. She looked at the mushrooms in her bag. More than 20. It wasn't a lot, but better than nothing. Chunji planned to find a water source to wash the mushrooms and then roast them to eat. There is no shortage of water in the mountains. Often, she could see water dripping from the cliffs, gathering into small streams. On her way to find water, Chunji found half a basket of bamboo shoots again. She also heard the call of a wild chicken. The clucking sound was a bit like the hens at home laying eggs. Her eyes lit up. She followed the sound and after half an hour, she found a nest of wild eggs in some grass. The eggs were small, about the size of a chicken egg, but smaller. She counted 26 eggs. Carefully, she put them into her bag, her eyes smiling like a crescent moon. Her lunch was secured. After collecting the eggs, Chunji didn't bother with the hen that had run off somewhere. She knew wild chickens could fly, and she couldn't catch it. A little more than 10 minutes later, she found a water source, a small stream flowing down from the mountain. The water was cool and sweet. Chunji drank a few handfuls of water, then started washing the mushrooms. Suddenly, she heard a noise behind her. She turned around quickly and saw a familiar dark blue color. Before she could speak, she saw Shilong, who was standing well, suddenly get bumped by something. He was knocked to the ground. Shilong saw her too. He quickly got up and strode toward her. Chunji felt danger. She wanted to run, but it was as if some force was holding her in place, making her unable to move. You? Before she could speak, Shilong shoved something into her mouth. It was cold and jelly-like, sliding down her throat into her stomach. Chunji shivered. It was so cold. She looked at Shilong with a questioning gaze and asked, "What did you give me to eat?" Shilong didn't answer. Instead, he turned and swung a knife. There was nothing in front of him, but she smelled something burnt. Chunji saw a wisp of blue smoke appear out of nowhere and then quickly vanish. Her eyes widened. What was that? Shilong seemed not to notice Chunji's frightened expression. Calmly, he wrapped the wooden sword in a dull gray cloth, then looked up at Chunji. "Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" Chunji shook his head and asked, "What did you give me to eat?" "A special tonic from the mountains, meant to strengthen women. You need to take it within half an hour after picking it, or it will melt." "You're lucky," Shilong said calmly. He didn't tell the truth. What he gave Chunji was the same rare and precious ingredient. This ingredient is born from Yin energy and is ripe today. Eating anything unclean from the mountain might cause a spirit to form, but even if he destroys it, he won't let those dirty things get it. He also didn't lie. This thing is only for women, especially for Chunji, who has absorbed the spirit of the wooden charm. Her body can digest that Yin energy. Chunji didn't believe Shilong's words. "What will happen if I eat that? Your body will become healthier," Shilong said as he went to the water's edge and took a few sips. Seeing Chunji still staring at him, he sighed. "I'm not lying to you," Chunji hummed softly. "That's best. Otherwise, if something's wrong with my body, I won't let you go." She then asked, "By the way, what were you doing just now?" "Practicing swordsmanship." "It's a way to train my body," Shilong replied confidently. "Do you have anything to eat?" "I'm hungry and weak." Chunji was speechless. Shilong brought a lunchbox, which was perfect for boiling eggs. The two sat by the fire. Chunji peeled her bamboo shoots, while Shilong kept an eye on the fire. Today, Shilong didn't wear a straw hat, and his hair was cut shorter. His sharp, striking features looked intimidating. Because his face was very pale, with no trace of blood, the gloomy aura around him was even more noticeable. They boiled 26 eggs, cooking a few at a time, and finished after 3 rounds. After boiling the eggs, they started cooking mushrooms. When the mushrooms were almost done, they added the wild vegetables Chunji found today. 13 eggs each, Chunji said. Shilong had no objection. His long fingers moved skillfully, quickly peeling an egg. He ate one egg after another, without drinking water or choking. He truly had extraordinary talent. Chunji thought to herself. Tomorrow I'll give you a chicken, Shilong said. Chunji didn't believe him. Where did you get the chicken? Wild chicken. Can you catch it? Yes, I'll try. It's not always easy to catch, just talking casually. Chunji didn't take it seriously. After eating the eggs, Chunji was full, but she could still eat more. Eat the mushroom and wild vegetable soup.
I don't need any, she said.
After speaking, Shilong leaned against the stone behind him and closed his eyes, seeming to fall asleep. Chunji didn't mind. She waited a bit for the hot soup to cool down. When it was just right, she held her lunchbox, used to stick as chopsticks, and slowly enjoyed the wild vegetables and mushrooms, drinking the soup happily. When Chunji finished eating and washed her lunchbox, she hesitated whether to wake Shilong. But he opened his eyes first. Are we going down the mountain? Chunji shook her head. The basket isn't full yet. It will take a little longer. Then I'll go with you, Shilong said, walking ahead. Chunji asked, Are you also looking for bamboo shoots? Yes, braised bamboo shoots are delicious, he replied. Chunji had never tried braised bamboo shoots. At home, they lacked oil, so the bamboo shoots were usually boiled, served cold, or pickled. Chunji and Shilong entered the bamboo forest. They kept about 5 to 10 meters apart. Sometimes Chunji accidentally walked too far and disappeared from Shilong's sight, but he always managed to find her again shortly after. When Chunji's basket was full of bamboo shoots, the sun was about to set. They started heading back. They didn't talk much on the way. When they reached the village entrance, they split up quietly and went home. Chunji saw Chunpeng again in the village. Chunpeng smiled and walked toward her. Chunji avoided him. Are you afraid of me, Sister Ji? Chunpeng looked at her face. It had been a few months, and she looked more beautiful. Before, people said Chunyi was pretty, but he didn't think so. He thought Chunji was even prettier, like a wildflower on the mountain, strong and full of wild spirit. Unfortunately, they were from the same village and shared the same surname. Otherwise, he would definitely marry Chunji. Chunji rolled her eyes at Chunpeng and answered vaguely, It's getting late. I need to go home. Just then, the workers returning from work arrived. Chunpeng didn't dare stop her anymore. Chunji took the opportunity and strode toward her house. After a hearty meal in the mountains, Chunji wasn't very hungry at night. She held a large bowl of porridge and slowly enjoyed it with the cold bamboo shoots. This bamboo shoot is very tender and tasty, Chinda praised. Spring bamboo shoots just sprouted, so of course they are tender. Grandma smiled and scooped some bamboo shoots into Chinda's bowl. You must be tired from work. Eat more. Tomorrow, I will also go look for bamboo shoots, Chinfu said. Chunyi also wanted to go, but her mother told her to work in the fields to earn more points and save some money to buy her a new dress at the end of the year. Thinking about the new dress, Chunyi felt that working in the fields was not too hard to bear. Her mother also said she would arrange a marriage for her at the end of the year, and they were already looking for a match. She wanted to appear capable so more people would come to see her, giving her more choices. Thinking of this, Chunyi glanced at her sister Chinji with a look of disdain. So, what if she looked pretty? Her sister's reputation was so bad, dreaming of finding a good family was just wishful thinking. That night, Chinji had no dreams. She woke up feeling completely refreshed and full of energy, very happy. It seemed that Shilong hadn't lied to her yesterday. The food she ate must have been some good tonic for her health. Why are you looking at me like that? Chinji tilted her head, looking at Chunyi with confusion. Chunyi looked unhappy. She didn't understand why Chinji, who was tired and worn out last night, looked so lively and fresh this morning, as if she could squeeze water out of her. Chunyi was furious with jealousy. She snorted coldly, said nothing, and walked away. Chunji rolled her eyes but didn't pay her any mind. After breakfast, Chunji took 2 roasted potatoes from her grandmother. Seeing that they were smaller than yesterday's, she wrinkled her nose. Not enough to eat, no strength to find bamboo shoots. Grandmother was unbothered. You took matches with you yesterday, and your dinner was slower last night. You must have eaten something good in the mountains. Are you not hungry anymore? Chunji was very honest. I didn't eat anything, grandmother sneered. Do you believe that? Whether you believe it or not, it's up to you. After saying that, Chunji went out. She left earlier than yesterday, hoping to avoid Chinprung. But as soon as she reached the foot of the mountain, Chinprung jumped out from behind the bushes. Chinprung was wet with dew, showing he had been waiting for her for a while. Chunji's face darkened. What do you want? I thought my sister knew, Chinping said, walking toward her with a triumphant smile. His eyes kept scanning her up and down, filled with raw desire. Chunji's scalp tingled, and she got goosebumps. If you dare to do anything to me, I'll tell your dad and grandpa, and they'll break your legs. She forced herself to stay calm. No one would believe you. With your reputation, no one wants to get close to you. More precisely, no one wants you. Gigi. Except me. Everyone dislikes you. Chinprung reached out to touch Chunji's face. She didn't dodge, so he touched it. Such a smooth face. So soft and smooth, even softer than tofu. Are other parts of her body also this tender and smooth? A fire inside Chinpung ignited, and he couldn't wait to say, Sister, brother will take care of you, make you happy. Smack.
Bang.
Chunji slapped Chinpeng's face and kicked him hard in the stomach. She used all her strength. Chinpeng was kicked back 2 steps and fell to the ground. Chinpeng sat on the ground, clutching his stomach. The intense pain made him speechless for a moment. Chunji was also stunned. When did her strength become so great? Shilong took out a slingshot from his basket and said, Use this. Chunji had seen a slingshot before, her older cousin had one, but Shilong's was clearly better. The whole slingshot was dark and shiny, and it was hard to tell what material it was made of. Wanna try? Shilong threw the slingshot to Chunji. She caught it instinctively. The slingshot was cold to the touch, not light, but heavy and solid. This was Chunji's first time holding a slingshot. She had never touched her brother Chinda's before because he was worried it might bring bad luck or cause him to miss his target. Every kid loves toys, and Chunji was no different. She bent down to pick up a small stone, imitating how Chindi used to shoot with his slingshot. She squinted one eye, aimed carefully, and pulled back the rubber band. Pull a little harder, Shilong said. I'm worried the rubber band might break. Chunji remembered how Chinda always warned others not to pull the rubber band too hard when using his slingshot. He was very careful about it, almost as if it was his precious eye. Later, the rubber band did wear out and broke, which made Chinda sad for half a month. To this day, he hadn't found a new one to replace it. It won't break that easily. Just use your strength, Shilong said casually. Hearing this, Chunji added a little more force. When the stone flew out, she heard a whooshing sound and was startled. So fast. The stone hit a bamboo stick which snapped with a crack. Chunji looked at Shilong in surprise. Wow, that was amazing. You're really good, Shilong said modestly, even praising her in a plain tone. If you want to hunt small animals, this strength is enough. If there's danger, you can add a little more power. Chunji couldn't put the slingshot down, playing with it happily. What is it made of? It felt smooth and cool to the touch, and she liked it. Wood and animal tendons, Shilong replied, but he didn't specify exactly what. That's obvious. Chunji rolled her eyes. She knew it was made of wood and tendons naturally. I'm giving it to you, Shilong said, turning to walk toward an open space. You're giving it to me? Chunji almost thought she heard wrong. This slingshot was probably hundreds of times better than Chinda's. He was actually giving it to her? If you don't want it, just return it, Shilong said without looking back. Yes, I want it. I want it. Chunji hugged the slingshot tightly, worried that Shilong might really take it back. If I hit a prey with it, I will give you a share. Okay, I'll wait. Chinji played with the slingshot, picked up a stone, and tried several times. Besides accuracy, its power was quite good. This slingshot was perfect for her. Chunji threaded the slingshot with grass rope, hung it around her neck, and then started peeling bamboo shoots. Shilong watched the slingshot swinging at Chunji's chest, his eyes darkening a little. Does she like it that much? I collected a lot of mushrooms today. You can roast them too. Chunji offered her mushrooms. Shilong responded with a hum. Chunji wanted to keep looking for bamboo shoots, so she left Shilong to prepare the food himself. When Chunji went back into the bamboo forest and couldn't find any more shoots, she practiced her aim with the slingshot. No one taught her, so she explored on her own, slowly finding her feel. Sometimes, she heard a soft thud, the sound of stones she shot hitting the bamboo. The force wasn't strong enough to break the bamboo. Try shooting at a bird, she said. She looked at a small black bird nearby, held her breath, aimed carefully, and sweated nervously. Whoosh, puff. She missed, and the bird flew away. Almost there, Chunji felt a bit disappointed, but didn't give up. With more practice, she believed she could hit a bird someday. Besides birds, she also wanted to hunt wild chickens and fish, to earn her own meat. Chunji was full of determination, imagining all kinds of meat waving at her. She carried a full basket of bamboo shoots out of the forest. Before she reached the fire, she smelled the delicious aroma of roasted meat. The smell was strong and commanding. Chunji's mouth watered uncontrollably, and she quickened her steps. Is it ready? She stared eagerly at the 2 chickens on the fire. The chickens aren't cooked yet, but the mushrooms are ready. You can eat the mushrooms first. Shilong handed her 2 skewers of roasted mushrooms. There were no other seasonings besides salt. But the mushrooms were naturally fragrant and flavorful, so no extra spices were needed. Chunji couldn't wait to take a bite. The juice burst in her mouth, hot and fresh. She panted and exclaimed, "So delicious."
Shilong nodded.
He also had 2 skewers, and after eating one, he said they're pretty good. After finishing the mushrooms, Chunji still wanted more. I'll gather more mushrooms tomorrow. Shilong paused his chewing. I have to go to work tomorrow. I'll roast it myself and eat it myself. A moment of disappointment flashed through her mind, but it was quickly ignored by Chunji. Shilong looked at her deeply. Be careful. After eating the mushrooms, Chunji started peeling the bamboo shoots. When she finished, the roasted chicken was also ready. I stuffed some mushrooms inside the chicken's belly. Be careful when you eat it. It might be very hot, Shilong warned. Chunji nodded twice and took a big bite of the golden brown roasted wing. She didn't even want to spit out the bones, chewing them all up and swallowing. Shilong. Her teeth are really good. Delicious. Besides these 2 words, Chunji couldn't think of any fancy words. The wild chicken wasn't big. When alive, it weighed about 3 to 4 jin, but after cooking it was less than 2 jin. Chunji ate carefully, making sure to lick every drop of oil and water. She even bit and swallowed the small, breakable bones, leaving only the chicken's head, which she buried in the soil. This is so tasty. Chunji licked her lips, looking longing. I wish I could eat this every day. Eating it every day would get boring, Shilong said calmly. Chunji disagreed. Only eating meat won't get boring. Shilong looked at her serious face and didn't argue. He thought that once she ate meat every day, she wouldn't say that anymore. In the evening, they went down the mountain. Chunji practiced shooting with a slingshot along the way, shooting at whatever she saw. She shot at some birds, but didn't hit any. If it were you, do you think you could hit them? Chunji asked curiously. Shilong hummed in response. Chunji asked again. Even those flying in the sky? Shilong looked up. Depends on the distance. Chunji didn't quite believe him. If you're so good, why do you need to trade fish with me? Shilong choked. It wasn't that he couldn't catch fish, but recently he couldn't control his breath. Everyone avoided him, not to mention the clever little animals. Shilong stayed silent. Chunji assumed he wasn't that powerful. Back at the village entrance, Chunji saw Chunpeng again. Unlike in the morning, Chunpeng looked gloomy and angry. Did he hold a grudge because she hit him earlier? Gigi, Why are you hanging out with him? Chenpeng said coldly. Chenji frowned. Who I hang out with has nothing to do with you. Have you fallen so low to be with him? And you don't want to be with me? Chenpeng was even angrier. How was he worse than Shilong? Chenpeng, I think you're crazy. You've forgotten your own name. If you have the courage, tell that to your father. Chenji also became angry. This Chenpeng was like a stubborn rash. No matter how much he tried to shake him off, he just wouldn't leave. Go back first. I want to talk to him, Shilong said to Chenji. Chenji looked at the pale, weak Shilong and then at the healthier, darker-skinned Chenpeng. He hesitated, asking, Can you beat him? The question Shilong replied calmly, that I won't fight. I want to reason with him. Chenji didn't know how the quiet Shilong planned to reason with Chenpeng, but with people coming and going at the village entrance, he was worried that staying longer might cause gossip. So, he turned and left. After Chenji walked away, Shilong said to Chenpeng, Let's go over there. Chenpeng had no objections. He had been angry all day and couldn't vent his frustration on Chenji. Since Shilong approached him, he wouldn't hold back. Walking behind Shilong, Chenpeng clenched his fists so tightly they made cracking sounds. When Shilong stopped, Chenpeng suddenly swung his fist toward Shilong's back of the head. It looked like it would hit, but Shilong easily dodged. You're too weak, Shilong said calmly. Chenpeng sneered with anger. Weak? Among his peers, he considered himself second best. No one dared to claim first. He thought he could teach Shilong a lesson. In his mind, he planned to knock Shilong down, then step on him to warn him to stay away from Chenji. But in reality, over 10 minutes passed. Chenpeng was exhausted and panting, yet he hadn't even touched Shilong's clothes. Come on, if you have the guts, don't hide. Let's fight fair and square, Chenpeng shouted angrily. Shilong raised an eyebrow. All right. Then he stopped dodging and let Chenpeng's fist come at him. Chenpeng threw his full strength, aiming his punch at Shilong's stomach. But Shilong showed no sign of dodging. Chenpeng's face lit up with a triumphant smile. With this punch, Shilong would be either dead or seriously injured.
Bang!
The punch sounded like it hit metal, hard and cold. Chenpeng's face twisted in pain, eyes wide with shock. How could this be? He looked at his bleeding hand and then at Shilong, who remained calm. A sudden gust of wind made him feel a chill down his spine. The young workers weren't wrong. This Shilong was definitely unusual. Stop bothering Chenji, Shilong said coldly, without any warmth in his voice. Chenpeng was unwilling, but at this moment, he couldn't say anything. Shilong glanced at Chenpeng with a faint smile. Chenpeng's body tensed suddenly. The other person hadn't spoken, but it felt like he had said everything. His gaze was high and mighty, as if looking down on an ant. And he, Chenpeng, was that a Chenji returned home, put down his basket, and just took a sip of water when his grandmother asked him to cut bamboo shoots. After cutting, they needed to be boiled. Once boiled, some were used for cooking, and others were dried in the sun for storage, to be eaten later. Since the bamboo shoots are tender these days, find some more. When your second brother gets married and has a feast, it will be a dish, said Grandma. Chenji asked, When is my second brother getting married? Grandma thought for a moment. Probably in summer. Chenji looked at her in surprise. After summer, it will be harvest time. Isn't her sister-in-law's family harvesting in their own field? Harvesting can earn quite a lot of work points. Grandma's expression stiffened. Not in summer. Maybe next spring. Chenji's mouth twitched. She was so careful with her planning. Either they come before the harvest to earn work points, or after winter. If they come early, they start spring plowing, worried they might come in winter and eat their family's food for the whole winter. But who is the second sister-in-law? Her second brother hasn't gone to visit her yet. Dinner was ready, but no one else in the family had returned. Chenji went to take a shower. When she took off her clothes, she noticed the slingshot hanging around her neck. The slingshot was a bit heavy, and she hadn't noticed it before. It swung around her neck, a little inconvenient. She decided to find a string to hang it around her waist. The villagers' strings were made from their own grown hemp, twisted from hemp fibers. Chun-ji thought the string at home was a bit rough, so she divided it into several strands and braided them into a rope. Then she threaded it through the slingshot and hung it on her waist. By nightfall, no one noticed the dark slingshot at Chun-ji's waist. The next morning, Chun-mu saw the slingshot at her waist and reached out to grab it. Chun-ji quickly slapped his hand away. "Don't move. Where did you get it?" Chun-mu asked eagerly. "Borrowed from Shilong," Chun-ji replied, not mentioning that Shilong had given it to her. "Let me see," Chun-mu insisted, reaching again. Chun-ji still refused and ran away. Chun-mu was angry and chased after her. One person runs, another chases. Shilong said no one else can use it. "If you want to see, ask Shilong yourself. You showing it to me, but you don't know what he's doing. No. If I say no, then it's no. Before, you played with a slingshot, but I still didn't get a turn. Today, I borrowed it for my brother to play with for a day. I'll give you a game of mahjong. In the past, you had slingshots too, but I never saw you hitting a bird." Chun-ji doesn't listen. Chun-do also comes over. "Where did you get the slingshot?" Shilong lent it to her. Chun-mu is panting. When did this girl start running so fast? Chun-gui is confused. Why did Shilong lend it to her? Chun-mu? Who knows? When they are about to leave, no one manages to borrow the slingshot from Chun-ji. "Mom, do you think Ji likes Shilong?" Chun-yi watches Chun-ji walk away and says meaningfully. Mom frowns. Shilong isn't a good match, but many girls in the village like the educated youth. They say educated youth are cultured, knowledgeable, polite, not rude. This isn't just Chun-yi talking. People naturally have a good impression of city-raised educated youth. However, most educated youth don't care much for the village girls. "Mom, if Ji and Shilong get together, would you agree?" "No," Mom replies immediately.
Romein letter 11 lang is weak.
He only earns 7 work points a day, and he works irregularly. His earnings aren't enough to support himself, let alone a wife and children, not to mention, Shilong seems a bit sinister, giving off an uncomfortable vibe. "I'm just worried my sister won't listen to us. Last time, you also told her not to associate with Shilong. Did she listen?" If she were to say it, Chun-ji and Shilong are quite a match. They both have a bad reputation in the village. She has to listen. "I'm her mother. I have the right to guide her." Chun-ji, aiming her slingshot at a small tree nearby, suddenly sneezes. Her aim wavers and she misses. Still a little off, Chun-ji picks up a stone again. She feels she's improved today. Her accuracy has reached 50%. Moreover, she notices her eyesight has gotten better. She can spot a tiny bug from dozens of meters away. Chun-ji thinks she might try shooting a wild chicken. Filled with determination, she heads toward the place she saw the wild chicken yesterday. From about 20 or 30 meters away, Chun-ji sees 2 wild chickens foraging in the grass. She held her breath and aimed her slingshot at the fattest wild chicken. The wild chicken didn't realize danger was near and happily pecked at the grass. Suddenly, there was a whoosh as a small stone hit the chicken quickly. Cluck! The chicken jumped a little, then fell down. Another chicken was startled and flew to a nearby small tree. It didn't run away. Chun-ji's eyes lit up. She hid behind the tree, only showing her eyes, and continued aiming at the distant chicken. She stretched the rubber band, then released it. The stone flew out. This time, it missed, only knocking down a few leaves. The wild chicken was frightened again and ran away. Chun-ji ran over, picked up the dead chicken, and put it into her basket without checking it. She then chased after the fleeing chicken. The chicken ran fast, and Chun-ji was not slow either. They quickly crossed over the hill. Chun-ji aimed her slingshot at the chicken several times along the way, but missed each time, which made her more determined. She kept chasing the chicken fiercely. They ran through the mountains for over an hour. Finally, Chun-ji chased the chicken into a corner and hit it with her slingshot. When the chicken fell, Chun-ji felt satisfied. She caught one chicken, and Shilong caught the other. Perfect. She went over, picked up the chicken, brushed off the grass, and put it into her basket. Suddenly, she felt a chill on her back, as if something scary was watching her. Slowly, Chun-ji turned her head and saw a dark, long snout wild boar with long tusks appearing about 2 or 3 meters away. When did it come? Chunji had heard about wild boars in the mountains before, but in recent years, soldiers with guns often went into the mountains to hunt them, so wild boars were rarely seen now. The common animals in the mountains these days are various birds, squirrels, weasels, and small animals like wild chickens. The elders said that mountain wild boars are omnivorous and unpredictable. Some are afraid of people, while others can be dangerous. Wild boars are cautious. Small ones usually avoid humans and will go around if they see them. But big wild boars, especially if humans are thin, can be dangerous. At that time, Chunji didn't understand and asked, "What do you mean?" The old man smiled and said, "I hope you meet a gentle wild boar." Chunji looked at the large, strong wild boar in front of her. Its yellow tusks and big eyes shone with fierce light. She hesitated whether to bow to it or not, but then the boar snorted and charged at her. "Help!" Chunji ran as fast as she could. This time, she was the one fleeing from danger. Heaven has its ways, and no one is spared from karma. Chunji truly understood this now. Just a minute ago, she was the hunter. Now, she was the prey. To survive, she kept running in circles through the woods. She was very glad that her speed and stamina had improved, or she wouldn't be able to run now. But the boar was not easy to deal with. Despite its size, it was quick and agile. Chunji kept running into the dense forest, accidentally dropping her basket in her panic. She thought the boar would go after the 2 wild chickens, but it ignored them and kept chasing her. She relied on her slim figure to weave between trees. The boar was much stronger, smashing through trees with its rough skin and powerful body. Branches snapped one after another, falling to the ground. She thought she was doomed. Chunji felt like crying. Suddenly, she stepped on a small stone and slipped, falling backward to the ground.
Bang!
She cried out in pain, grimacing. She quickly sat up, just as the boar arrived, its big head charging straight at her chest. In a split second, Chunji rolled to the side. The tusk scraped her arm, and the boar's head hit a nearby big tree with a loud crash. The force shook the ground. Her arm was cut open, burning with pain. The boar seemed stunned for a few seconds after the impact. Chunji seized the chance, quickly getting to her feet and running again. The boar kept chasing her, crashing into trees several more times, and its head was also injured. But it didn't stop. She was running out of strength. Chunji grabbed a broken branch nearby and swung it fiercely at the boar as it charged toward her. Snap! The branch broke. It was okay, there were more nearby. She grabbed another branch, but before she could swing it, she was knocked over and thrown into the air, then fell heavily to the ground. Her whole body felt like it was about to break apart. The wild boar did not let her go and charged at her again. Chunji widened her eyes, tightly gripping a stick. The boar's tusks pierced her shoulder, but she took the chance to stab the stick into the boar's eye, pushing it all the way into its brain. Blood, black, white, and red liquids splattered her face. She didn't care to look and, holding onto the boar's tusks, she cried and punched its other eye and nose. Chunji doesn't remember how long she fought, only that she kept hitting until she ran out of strength. The boar's face was unrecognizable, and it stopped moving. Is it dead? She wiped away tears and snot, then kicked the boar. It didn't move. It seems to be really dead. She slowly moved her body, freeing herself from under the boar, then picked some blood-sealing grass nearby. She chewed it and applied it to her wound. Her shoulder had a hole, but it wasn't very deep. After applying the medicine, the bleeding stopped. Her arm was also cut long, and it still throbbed painfully. Chunji sat on the ground to rest. Once the bleeding slowed, she went to retrieve her basket and the 2 wild chickens inside. The basket and chickens were intact, but the boar, looking at it, the boar probably weighed at least 200 jin. Such a lot of meat. Chunji had only seen that much when her team slaughtered pigs during the New Year. But those pigs belonged to the team, and each household only got a few jin. This wild boar, however, was entirely hers. Chunji clenched her teeth. With so much meat, She was determined to drag it back, no matter Chinji was worried another wild boar might appear. She didn't dare delay. After eating 2 potatoes she brought from home, she used vines to tie up the boar and started dragging it. In the past, Chinji wouldn't have believed she could drag something over 200 jin with her small arms and legs, but now she thought she could try. The mountain path was uneven, with ups and downs. Dragging the boar uphill was very tiring, but downhill was easier. She just rolled it down. When chasing after the wild chickens, Chunji didn't think the road was far, but it took her several hours to get the boar out of the mountain. By nightfall, she still hadn't left the mountain. Along the way, she was lucky to find some wild chicken nests and gather dozens of eggs. She was exhausted and hungry, but thinking about today's harvest made her feel everything was worth it. The night was completely dark. Today was the 23rd day of the lunar month. There was no moon and no stars, and the night was so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Chun-ji pushed the wild boar down the mountain. Around her, insects chirped and birds called, making her feel uneasy. "If my family comes looking for me, I will bring the wild boar home," Chunji whispered. But no one came to find her even after she reached the foot of the mountain. Chunji slightly curled her lips and smiled. "That's good. I don't have to share the pork with my family." When Shilong returned home, it was already dark. He paused for a moment, waiting until his tiredness eased a bit. Then he took off his long sleeves and pants and washed himself in a water basin while wearing shorts. "Shilong," a soft voice came from the darkness. Shilong paused, turned his head toward the sound, and his sharp eyes cut through the darkness. Seeing the disheveled person and smelling the mixed blood scent, his eyebrows furrowed.
"I'm here," he said.
Shilong dried himself and put on his clothes. When Chunji looked over, Shilong was already buttoning his shirt. She quickly walked over and lowered her voice. "Today I killed a wild boar down there. Come and see." Shilong was surprised. "You killed a wild boar?" "Yes." Chunji recalled the dangerous scene from today and felt a lingering fear. "If I weren't strong, I would have died in the mountains today. Didn't you run when you saw the boar?" Shilong asked with some anger. "I ran, but it kept chasing me," Chunji said, feeling wronged. Shilong thought for a moment and sighed. "It's not your fault. Of course it's not my fault," Chunji said confidently. Together, they moved the wild boar to Shilong's house. Shilong set the boar down, then turned back into the room and took a bag of items, handing it to Chunji. "This is medicine for the wounds. Wash up and sprinkle it on the cuts." Chunji took it blankly, her nose feeling a bit sore. "I still have 2 wild chickens and dozens of eggs in my basket. I'll take the chickens back to report and leave the eggs with you," she said. Shilong nodded and went back into the house. He brought out 4 plain grain cakes on a plate. "Eat first. I'll make you some egg soup. It will be ready soon." Chunji was very hungry and didn't bother to be polite. She grabbed her chopsticks and bit into the cakes, eating eagerly. Darkness did not affect Siren's vision. He calmly started a fire, added water, salt, and oil to the pot, waited for it to boil, then cracked 4 eggs into it. He also threw in some greens. After about a minute or two, he poured the contents into a large ceramic basin and placed it in front of Chunji. "Eat slowly." Chunji said nothing and kept stuffing food into her mouth. It wasn't until she finished 4 multigrain pancakes that she slowed down and asked Siren, "Have you eaten?" Siren replied, "No. I'm just boiling a few eggs to fill my stomach, then I'll deal with the wild boar." "With so much meat, are you planning to sell it or keep it for yourself?" "Keep it for myself," Chunji answered without hesitation. Siren nodded. "I understand. With this weather, the meat probably won't last long, right?" Chunji asked worriedly. If they made the meat into cured meat, it could last longer. But Siren's kitchen was outside, and they couldn't light a fire indoors. If he smoked the meat outside, everyone in the village would know he caught the wild boar. Wild boars are public property, and stealing from the community is a serious crime. "I have a way," Siren said calmly. Hearing this, Chunji somehow felt relieved. After finishing the vegetable and egg soup, her stomach was full, and she let out a big burp. "I have to go back," Chunji said. Siren nodded. Be careful on the way. Don't worry, I can see the road. Chunji waved her hand casually. Siren. I know you can see. Chunji carried her basket, which held 2 wild chickens, and her pocket contained the medicine Siren gave her. The front door of Chunji's house was already closed. Inside the main room, a faint light shone. Kerosene lamplight. The whole family was eating in the main room. Chunji pushed the door, but it didn't move. Someone had locked it from inside. Chunji sneered. Has no one noticed that she's missing?
Bang, bang, bang.
She pounded the door hard, venting her anger. Knock, knock, knock. Damn it, if you break the door, even if I sell you, I can't pay. Ding Fong Fong's voice came from inside, cursing loudly. Chunji ignored her and kicked the door again. This time, the people inside finally couldn't sit still. Xiaomu, go open the door, Ding Fong Fong ordered angrily. Chunji entered the house, put down his basket, washed his hands, then went to the kitchen to get his bowl and chopsticks. He sat silently at the table and asked Ding Fong Fong, Mom, where is my dinner? It's gone. Who told you to come back at this time? Ding Fong Fong didn't even lift her eyes. Chunji sneered coldly. It's fine if it's gone. I didn't really want to eat anyway. I want to have roasted chicken. After saying that, Chunji stood up and headed outside. Roasted chicken? Where did you get the roasted chicken? We only have 2 hens that lay eggs. If you dare to touch them, I will beat you to death, Ding Fong Fong said anxiously. Don't worry, I won't touch your chickens. I'll eat the ones I brought back, Chunji said, walking faster. Where did you get the chickens? Ding Fong Fong stood up. When others heard Chunji brought chickens home, they also stood up. At this moment, Chunmu said, Mom, my little sister's basket doesn't have bamboo shoots, but it has 2 wild chickens. The wild chickens are quite big, about 4 or 5 jin. Chunmu's voice was a bit excited. Hearing this, everyone rushed over to Chunmu. Wild chickens. They were really rare. Without some skill, it was almost impossible to catch wild chickens in the mountains. For example, their family had many men, but none of them could catch wild chickens. Great-uncle took the 2 wild chickens from Chunmu, weighed them and said, one is just over 5 jin, the other more than 4 jin. Not small. Someone swallowed loudly. Grandma, Dongqing wants to eat chicken, little nephew Chen Dongqing said. Grandma, Plum Blossom also wants to eat chicken, little niece said, biting her finger, eyes blinking. Ding Fong Fong patted the heads of the 2 little ones. Yes, we'll cook chicken for you tomorrow. This chicken won't last long. Mom, how about boiling half of it tonight? Chin Fu licked his lips. The last time they ate meat was during the New Year. Not to mention the 2 little ones, even the adults were craving meat badly. They had been working hard in the fields these days, eating plain food with no oil, feeling dizzy and exhausted, just holding on with sheer willpower. Now, with 2 wild chickens in front of them, their eyes were shining with excitement. Ding Fong Fong clenched her teeth. All right, we'll eat half tonight. Big brother, you kill the chicken. I'll boil water. When everyone recovered and wanted to ask how Chunji caught the 2 wild chickens, Chunji was already taking a bath. She had many small and large wounds on her body. The 2 most serious ones were on her arm and shoulder. They no longer bled, but the pain was still there. Chunji took a shower, applied medicine to herself in the dark, and then put on her clothes. She didn't know where Shilong got the medicine from, but when she applied it to her wounds, the burning sensation instantly turned cold and numb, and the pain disappeared. It was truly amazing. After dressing, Chunji returned to the dining table. This time, there was half a bowl of mixed grain porridge on her seat. Gigi, where did you get these 2 wild chickens? Chunmu asked with a smile. From the mountains, Chunji replied. Chunmu's expression stiffened. Of course we know they're from the mountains. I'm asking how you caught them. With a slingshot. I chased them all day in the mountains to hit them. Otherwise, I wouldn't have missed the bamboo forest and come back so late, Chunji said half-truthfully. Chunmu was stunned. Chased all day. Chunji nodded firmly. Of course, she rolled up her sleeve, revealing her arms scratched by branches. All these injuries happened while I was chasing the wild chickens. Everyone at the table fell silent. Not even a fake show of concern was offered. Chun-ji sneered inwardly, lowering her hand. The half-a chicken soup, with some dried spring bamboo shoots added, was both fresh and fragrant. Chun-ji was given a piece of chicken and half a bowl of bamboo shoots. Although she had already eaten enough at Shilong's place, the aroma made her feel she could eat more. Her little nephew and niece fared a bit better, each getting 2 pieces of chicken and an extra bowl of soup. After finishing the chicken, they sipped their soup, and with each sip, they chewed happily and said, "Delicious." The rest of the family also had 2 pieces of meat and a bowl of soup each. Why did Chun-ji get the least? Ding Fong Fong explained that it was because she didn't go to work. Chun-ji sneered silently and said nothing. After dinner, Chun-ji went back to her room to lie down. "Ji, when my brother has free time, let's go catch wild chickens together," Chun-mu invited. Chun-ji asked, "Brother, aren't you afraid my bad luck will affect you?" Chun-mu hesitated, unsure how to answer. Chun-ji smiled slightly. "There's only one slingshot. If I see a wild chicken, I'll shoot it myself. You should go invite someone else." After saying this, Chun-ji turned over and faced the wall, remaining silent. "Don't just think about hunting. You still need to find the spring bamboo shoots. If you come back empty-handed, your grandparents will scold you, and I won't defend you," Chen's mother said. Chun-ji chuckled softly. "It sounds like you've helped me before." Chen's mother took a deep breath, her tone becoming stern. "What do you mean? Every time you've been criticized, it's because you did something wrong. If you behaved a little better, your grandparents, many times it's not my fault. Like the time I broke my leg," Chun-ji said coldly. The room fell silent. Chun-ji closed her eyes. Her exhaustion quickly overwhelmed her, and within 2 minutes, she fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up, her tiredness was gone. The small wounds on her body had healed mostly, leaving only faint scars. The 2 worst wounds had also healed, looking like old injuries from a few days ago, healing surprisingly fast. She wasn't sure if it was because her body was strong or if Shilong's medicine was very effective. Anyway, Chun-ji was very happy with the result. This morning, she washed her clothes. When she left with her basket, her little nephew ran up to her. "Andy, you need to work hard and catch a wild chicken today too." Chun-ji shook her head. "Can't do it. All the wild chickens from yesterday were scared away by me, so there are none left." After saying that, Chun-ji ignored her crying little nephew and strode all last night. She came back late. Chun-ji didn't ask Shilong how he handled the wild boar, nor did they discuss how to split the wild boar meat and wild chicken eggs. She planned to find Shilong again tonight. When she reached the foot of the mountain, she saw Shilong holding a lunchbox waiting for her. In the morning light, Shilong was still dressed the same, looking thin and delicate. His skin seemed even whiter, almost transparent in the faint glow.
He seemed really unwell.
Shilong walked toward her step by step. Chun-ji felt a sudden urge to run, a strange fear rising in her heart. Shilong's deep eyes flickered with a dark light. He stopped about a meter away from her and extended the lunchbox forward. "This is the meat I cooked this morning. You can have it." Chun-ji smelled the aroma of meat. Looking at Shilong again, she thought he was just an ordinary person with good cooking skills. She swallowed hard. "I'll eat it now and then return the lunchbox to you. No rush." "Shilong, just give me the lunchbox tonight," he said. Then he took out 3 eggs, boiled and warm. Chun-ji gently rubbed the eggs with her fingertips, her eyes a little sore. "Thank you, you're welcome." Shilong looked at her strangely. "You brought it back yourself, so there's no need to thank me." Chun-ji smiled. Yes, she brought it back herself, and Shilong understood that.
But her family didn't see it that way.
After parting from Shilong, Chun-ji found a stone to sit on. She opened the lunchbox, which was full of wild boar meat. The meat was a mix of fat and lean, cooked until tender. She didn't know how Shilong prepared it, but it had no strange smell. Chun-ji picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. The aroma of fat and protein exploded in her mouth. It was so delicious, she almost swallowed her tongue. The heavy lunchbox of meat made Chun-ji eat piece after piece. Before she knew it, she finished it all and felt full. Chinji couldn't believe she had ever eaten so much meat. She widened her eyes, then smiled silently. Life was getting better and better. That day, Chinji still practiced with her slingshot whenever she had free time. She saw a few wild chickens but missed each shot and didn't chase after them. At noon, Chinji didn't light a fire. She ate 2 potatoes, 3 eggs, and drank a few sips of mountain spring water. Her stomach was about 70 or 80% full, so she wasn't very hungry. In the late afternoon, as the sun was just shifting west, her basket was full. But she didn't rush home. Instead, she sat on a stone and randomly shot her slingshot. Birds occasionally jumped in the woods, but Chunji's aim was still a little off. She could hit stationary objects about 80% of the time, but moving targets, she couldn't hit more than 30%. Her goal was to hit moving prey. Chunji used the birds and even bugs crawling on the ground to practice. She squinted one eye, pulled the rubber band tight, and looked for a target. Suddenly, a fat bamboo rat entered her view. The bamboo rat was munching on bamboo shoots, unaware of the danger approaching. Whoosh! A stone shot out. It was so fast that even Chunji couldn't see clearly. Thud! The stone hit the bamboo rat's head, smashing one corner. The bamboo rat struggled for 2 seconds and then fell. Chunji raised an eyebrow. She had actually hit it. Chunji wrapped the bamboo rat with large leaves and placed it into a basket. Seeing the sun begin to set, she finally carried the basket and headed out of the mountain. Back in the village, it was already dark. Occasionally, villagers carrying water passed by, and Chunji would stay far away whenever she saw them. She took a detour and came down a small slope behind Shilong's house. At this moment, Shilong was cooking. Today, he had set up a small stove, cooking stew and boiling rice. When he heard a noise behind him, Shilong turned his head and saw Chunji carrying a basket bigger than herself, sneaking quietly and carefully approaching him like a thief. Her face was very thin and a bit dirty. Her eyes were bright, with a faint greenish glow shining through. When she saw him, her eyes widened slightly. Then she relaxed and looked relieved. Shilong frowned and asked, "Did you get hurt again?" Chunji was surprised. The bamboo rat had only a few drops of blood, yet he could smell it. "I'm not hurt. I caught a mouse," she replied. Shilong looked at her basket. "I want to take it home. Otherwise, I can't explain why I'm out so late," Chunji said. Shilong accepted her explanation and told her, "Wash your hands and come eat." Shilong prepared 2 dishes, a pot of stewed bones and a plate of cold lettuce. The rice was mixed grains. His pot was small, enough for 1 bowl each for Shilong and Chunji. But the bowls were large, rough ceramic bowls, each holding about twice what Chunji's family usually ate. Chunji held a bone in one hand, gnawing on it, and used chopsticks with the other hand. After a few bites of meat, she took a bite of the crunchy, sweet, spicy lettuce. Very refreshing. "Your cooking skills are really good, better than my grandma and my sister-in-law," Chunji sincerely praised. Then she added, "I'm also learning to cook, but I haven't had a chance to cook on my own yet. My grandma says I put too much oil and salt." Shilong said, "Then don't cook." Chunji agreed, "I wish I could just skip it." "It's a good excuse to be lazy." Shilong nodded slightly, showing he agreed with her. Not far away, at the youth station, Li Zhouan and Yang Wenyu, along with others, held bowls and looked at 2 plates of greens, unable to eat. "Shilong is eating meat again," Yang Wenyu gritted his teeth. Zhu Yuan nodded, with a tone of envy. "Early this morning, I saw him carrying meat back from the town." Zhao Yiqing asked, "Who exactly is Shilong? There was nothing valuable on me, but I had money and tickets to buy meat." The group of young workers shook their heads. Zhao Jinbao said, "Forget about Shilong. Let's go buy some meat to eat. We've been working so hard and tired these days. Without some meat, I can't go on." Others nodded in agreement. "Let's pool our money and tickets and go to town early tomorrow to buy meat. If I had known Shilong's meals were so good, I wouldn't have kicked him out. It's too late to regret now. But he cooks and eats alone, with no one to talk to. That's sad too." In the dark, no one saw that beside Shilong, there was also Chunji sitting. Chunji couldn't remember how many bones he had chewed. When the bones in the pot were all gone, he let out a burp, smelling of greasy flavor. I'm going back, Chunji said. Shilong nodded and watched Chunji leave. Chunji returned home earlier today than yesterday. The Chun family hadn't started dinner, and the door was unlocked. He gently pushed it open. The old door creaked loudly, waking everyone inside. Under the dim kerosene lamp, more than 10 members of the Chun family looked toward the door. Little aunt, did you catch any prey today? Asked little nephew Chun Dongqing in a clear voice. Chunji replied, I caught a mouse. Next moment, the Chun family members hurried toward Chunji. Leading the way were Chun Fu and Chun Mu. Chun Mu took Chunji's basket, and Chunji felt relieved. He went straight to the yard to get the clothes he had hung to dry in the morning. He only had 2 sets of clothes to change, wash in the morning, and wear at night. For dinner, instead of chicken, they had the bamboo rat meat Chunji had just brought back, cooked with bamboo shoots and some chili. It smelled very good. Little aunt, the eldest aunt, is sick. The wild chicken you brought back yesterday was given to the eldest sister-in-law to help her recover, said little nephew Chun Dongqing. The little boy looked unhappy. Chunji paused with her chopsticks. Last night, she only ate half a wild chicken. The other half and the whole chicken were taken away by her eldest brother-in-law. When did Grandma become so generous? Your eldest sister is very sick, Grandma said worriedly, her tone serious. The meat in her mouth no longer tasted good. Chunji stayed silent. She was about 10 years younger than her eldest sister, and they didn't spend much time together. They didn't have much of a bond. Hearing about her sister's illness, Chunji felt nothing. The town can't find out what illness you have. Your brother-in-law plans to take your older sister to the county hospital for a checkup, said Aunt. Chunji felt envious. Different people, different fates. When her leg was broken, she couldn't go to the county hospital for treatment. From then on, no matter what these people said, Chunji didn't respond. She had no money and no medical skills. What did it matter to her? The bamboo rats were fat. The little nephew thought that if there were no wild chickens, bamboo rat meat would do. When it was time to go out again, the little nephew followed Chunji, chattering nonstop about catching wild chickens or, if not, catching mice. Your dad will be free tomorrow. You can ask him to hunt for you, Chunji said. The village's land had been mostly plowed. Today was the last day. Chun Dongqing, with a chubby face, said, I'll ask Dad to hunt, but you little sister also need to work hard, Chunji. Such a little kid, so bossy. Shilong was still waiting at the foot of the mountain, bringing Chunji a box of meat and 3 eggs. After giving them to her, he left. The meat in the lunchbox was cold pig head meat, still edible even when cold. Chunji ate half first, planning to save the other half for lunch. Yesterday, she caught some bamboo rats. Today, while looking for spring bamboo shoots, she kept an eye on the ground. By the end of the day, she found 5 bamboo rats, caught 2, and the others escaped. At night, Chunji usually went to Shilong's place. She left 1 bamboo rat for him. Do you want to eat it? Shilong asked. Chunji nodded, then shook her head. I just don't want to bring 2 back. Shilong was surprised, then thought carefully. Tomorrow night, I'll cook spicy rat meat for you. Chunji brought back another bamboo rat. Chunda and Chungui decided to go to the bamboo forest the next day to find spring bamboo shoots and, along the way, look for bamboo rats. Everyone in the family is going, said Grandma. In 2 days, spring plowing begins. We won't have time to go into the mountains for a while. The more bamboo shoots we dry, the better. If we can make wine this year, it's good to prepare more dried bamboo shoots. Chunji remained silent, thinking that the mountain would be very lively tomorrow. The next morning, Chunji wanted to go into the mountain alone, but her family disagreed, saying she had experience catching bamboo rats and should lead the way. Chunji was surprised. Was she not worried about her bad luck affecting her? At the foot of the mountain, Chunji saw Shilong. Their eyes met briefly before each looked away. Shilong lent you his slingshot, so why didn't he come over to say hello when he saw you? Chunmu asked. Chunji looked upset, with a hint of anger in her voice. Who knows? If it weren't for these people insisting on coming with her, she could have had some meat to eat. So frustrating. Chunyi leaned close to Chinmama's ear. Ji, does it seem like there's some trouble between Ji and Shilong? Today, many people went up the mountain, and the usual sounds of insects and birds were quieter than usual. Chunji couldn't get any meat, so she looked down and felt tired. She didn't even take out her slingshot to practice, walking at the back of the group. Chunji, Li Zhouan also came up the mountain, walking with a group of young workers. Chunji didn't expect him to say hello to her, and the Qin family was surprised too. Here we go again. Li Zhouan waved to Qinji and nodded to the others in her family. After a few days apart, Qinji noticed that Li Zhouan looked a little darker. He was wearing black pants, a white short-sleeved shirt, and a light blue shirt over it. His clothes were neat and without patches, making him look tall and straight, like a small white poplar tree. Chunji blinked. She saw that even though Li Zhouan looked darker, he still looked good, especially those eyes with a smile, warmer than the spring sun. Her face felt a little hot, and her voice was softer. What a coincidence, Li Zhouan said. They say the mulberry trees in the mountains are bearing fruit. We came to look for mulberries. Did the mulberry trees really have fruit? Chunji didn't pay much attention. She didn't see any mulberries, but she knew there were raspberries nearby. When she saw them the day before yesterday, the raspberries weren't ripe yet. They should be ripe now. Li Zhouan and Chunji took different paths and just nodded goodbye before leaving. Do you know Li Zhouan? Chunyi asked, looking a bit cautious. Chunji replied, Who in the village doesn't know Li Zhouan? Chunyi hesitated. Why did he say hello to you? Chunji thought for a moment. Maybe because he's kind-hearted. Li Zhouan was different from others. He said he believed in science and didn't think she was unlucky. Chunyi agreed with Chunji. He is indeed kind-hearted. Unlike other young workers, he doesn't look down on our village people. So don't get your hopes up just because he's nice to you. If something embarrassing happens, it won't just be you losing face. Chunji. A few days ago, Chunji had already explored most of the bamboo forest, except for a corner on the west side. Today, that is where she plans to go. Here, there, and over there, I've been everywhere. There aren't many bamboo shoots left, Chunji said, turning to point westward. Today, I want to go over there. Qin Fu didn't care about the bamboo shoots and asked, Where are the bamboo rats? Xiao Fu, we're here to find bamboo shoots, the ant scolded sternly. Qin Fu pouted. Once we finish looking for the shoots, you can take us to find the bamboo rats. Chunji shook her head. They're underground. Finding them is just luck. If we don't find them, there's nothing I can do. After speaking, Chunji led the way forward. Suddenly, she picked up a slingshot, took a small stone from her pocket, aimed and shot. She missed, startling a wild chicken. The beautiful feathered bird flew up from the grass and ran into the forest. Quick, catch it! Qin Fu rushed forward. Chenda, Qingui, and Chunmu weren't willing to fall behind. Chunmu even turned back and said to Qinji, Ji, hurry and shoot with the slingshot. Qinji, who hadn't planned to chase, had no choice but to follow. She handed her basket to her mother to hold. The four Qin brothers ran fast through the mountains, working well together, surrounding the wild chicken from all sides. But wild chickens can fly. At this moment, Chunji's slingshot came in handy. She shot small stones, and her best shot hit the chicken's wing, knocking off a few feathers. The chicken escaped again. Qin Fu got anxious and scolded, Qinji, can you do this or not? Qinji rolled her eyes. If you can do it, then go ahead and catch it. Qin Fu, give me the slingshot. He tried to grab the slingshot, but Chunji dodged. No, unwilling, Qin Fu grabbed her clothes to keep trying. Suddenly, there was a tearing sound. The clothes were ripped.
Qin Fu froze.
Chunji took the opportunity to push him away. If you keep delaying, the chicken will run away. She didn't look at Qin Fu and continued chasing after the chicken. It's on the tree, Chunji said, pointing to the chicken on the branch, then looked at the slingshot in her hand. Can I try? This is a good chance. Let Big Brother do it, Qinmu also advised. Chunji shook her head. I trust myself more. Chunji aimed at the wild chicken, pulled the bowstring tight, held her breath and released. A faint whistling sound filled the air as a stone hit the chicken's belly. The chicken fell from the branch, and Chunda rushed forward to catch it. We hit it. Really, we hit it. Wow, we're so good. Chinfu was the last to arrive. Brother, let me see. Chunji's clothes were torn from the back. They had been washed so many times on the mountain that they turned white, and the fabric became thinner. She knew they would eventually fall apart, but she didn't expect it to happen so soon. She turned her head to look behind her and saw a small patch of her fair skin. She touched it again and found the opening was quite large. She was about to get scolded again. Chunfu would be fine, but she would definitely be scolded and maybe hit. She wondered if there was any fabric at home to patch her clothes. In the past few months, she had grown taller and her clothes and pants were too short and tight. If she kept growing, she might have no clothes left to wear outside. Chunji was worried. The family only had a limited amount of cloth, and her brothers couldn't afford new clothes, let alone her. The clothes she wore were made from her mother's old clothes. If nothing else worked, she might have to wear a sack outside. Chunji. A hesitant voice came from behind. Chunji turned around and saw Li Zhouan again. We met again. Li Zhouan looked a bit uncomfortable. He hesitated for a moment, took off his shirt, and handed it to Chunji. Your clothes are broken. Use my shirt to cover yourself for now. Chunji took the blue shirt, feeling her face burn.
Did he see? It was so embarrassing.
She blushed and put on the shirt quietly. Thank you. You're welcome, Li Zhouan replied. Someone nearby called his name. He responded and then said to Chunji, I have to go now. Keep wearing the shirt, and I'll get it back from you when I return. Chunji nodded. Okay. She watched Li Zhouan walk away until he was out of sight. Only she was left standing there. Chunda and the others had already left. They didn't even say goodbye. Chunji forced a small smile and headed west. Li Zhouan was tall, and his shirt was long enough to cover her hips. Chunji was wearing Li Zhouan's shirt, walking carefully to avoid tearing such a nice shirt. Chunji, whose clothes are you wearing? Chunyi widened her eyes in shock. Did you get into trouble? What are you thinking? Xiao Fu tore my clothes, and Li Zhouan lent me his shirt to hide the shame, Chunji said as she went to her mother to get her basket. She grabbed it and ran away. Sure enough, the next second, a bamboo shoot flew toward her. Are you looking for trouble? How dare you ruin the shirt? Chen's mother looked like the sky was falling. I told you it wasn't me. Xiao Fu tore it. Chunji kept running without looking back. Behind her, her mother was shouting angrily, but she didn't mention Xiao Fu at all. Chunji ran far away, not foolishly staying around to get scolded. That day, Chunji avoided the Chen family and didn't meet them again. When her basket was full, she headed down the mountain. It was still daytime. Chunji took off Li Zhouan's shirt, folded it, and put it in her basket. Since her basket covered her back, she didn't need to wear the shirt. Li Zhouan kindly lent her the shirt, and she didn't want to affect his reputation. She felt she wasn't suitable to be with someone like Li Zhouan. When Chunji returned home, her mother and others hadn't come back yet. She took a shower, changed clothes, and washed Li Zhouan's shirt. Her grandmother and sister-in-law were busy, so Chunji took the opportunity to slip out, carrying Li Zhouan's shirt toward the youth station. She saw many people on the way, but no one greeted her. She ignored them and just crumpled the shirt into a ball, hiding its original appearance. When she arrived at the youth station, she hadn't entered yet and met Shilong, who was watering vegetables. What do you have in your hand? Shilong asked. Chunji explained about Xiao Fu tearing her clothes and Li Zhouan lending her a shirt. Shilong frowned briefly, but quickly relaxed. He reached out to Chunji. Give it to me. I'll help you return it. Chunji didn't hesitate. She handed the shirt to Shilong, thinking it would be easier for him to return it, saving her trouble. Why is it wet? I just washed it, Chunji replied.
Elf Lang nodded.
Wait here for me. In the youth commune, Li Zhouan was talking with Yang Wenyu when he saw Shilong walking straight toward him. The others quickly stood up, and the atmosphere suddenly felt a bit tense. Li Zhouan is 1.8 meters tall, the tallest among the young people in the commune, but Shilong was even taller than him. When Shilong looked down at him with a cold face, Li Zhouan felt a sense of pressure. It was the feeling of someone in a higher position.
But how could that be?
Shilong and he were both young people sent to the countryside, and Shilong was even a year younger. How could he be the one in charge? Your shirt. Shilong broke the silence first. Li Zhouan only then noticed what Shilong was holding. He didn't say anything and took the shirt. Shilong didn't speak and turned to leave. How did your shirt end up in his hands, Yang Wenyu asked. Shilong replied, someone asked him to pass it on. In that era, borrowing a piece of clothing was common. Shilong's clothes and pants had no patches. Many young people in the village had borrowed clothes from Shilong, either to attend a wedding or for matchmaking. Yang Wenyu didn't care much about the shirt. His focus was on Shilong himself. Just now, his aura was so strong, I almost thought he came to fight you. Zhou Jingping said, I thought he was looking for trouble too. Zhao Jinbao added, besides, Shilong's presence is getting stronger. I remember when he first arrived, he was about the same height as me. Now he's already taller than me by a head. I don't know what he's eating, but he's growing so fast. Qinji sat on a stone in front of Shilong's house. It was already getting dark, and if you weren't paying attention, you wouldn't notice someone was there. Shilong strode over, ignoring Qinji, and started a fire. You gave him the shirt. What did he say? Qinji asked. Shilong paused in his movements. What do you think he should say? In the darkness, Qinji didn't notice Shilong's face turning grim.
Qinji didn't know.
Just handing it over is enough. Clothes are valuable. If I lose mine, I can't afford to replace it. You don't understand. My clothes are worn out, and even though I didn't do anything wrong, my mom scolded me for an hour in the mountains. Luckily, I ran fast or I'd have gotten a beating. Hearing this, Shilong asked, Are you so nervous about that shirt just because clothes are precious? Qinji sighed. Of course they are. Since I can remember, I've never worn new clothes. Qinji had no high hopes. Not only did she not have new clothes to wear, but many people in the village also lacked th. Shilong had already cut the vegetables and cooked the rice. Just a simple stir-fry was needed. Qinji wanted to help, but Shilong told her not to move and to sit quietly. Shilong stir-fried bamboo rat meat with dried chili peppers, reheated the wild boar meat that was supposed to be for Qinji this morning, cooked some greens, and finally made a scallion egg soup. 3 dishes and 1 soup, served with 2 bowls of mixed grains rice. Hungry after a whole day, Qinji went to wash her hands without being told and sat obediently at the small low table. Tonight's moon was beautiful, with many stars, and a gentle breeze occasionally blew. In the darkness, Qinji ate without lifting her head. There's no need to eat so quickly, Shilong said.
I'm hungry, Qinji replied.
She wanted to slow down, but she was trembling from hunger, and the food Shilong cooked was too delicious. Shilong asked, Will you go into the mountains again tomorrow? I don't know. Today, so many people in the mountain, there probably aren't many spring bamboo shoots left, Qinji said after swallowing a bite of rice, then continued, If not bamboo shoots, maybe I'll look for wild vegetables or mushrooms. The spring plowing is the day after tomorrow. He wanted to ask if her family would let her rest that day. Qinji knew about the spring plowing. She shook her head. My grandma said I'm not tired and don't need to rest. She also said I'm 17 this year, so I should earn 6 work points, preferably 7. Shilong, who was earning 7 work points, was silent. Qinji said, She wishes I were a tough girl. Shilong asked, And what about you? Qinji thought seriously. Being a tough girl isn't something everyone can be. Anyway, there are no tough girls in our nearby villages. I don't want to be one. I just want to eat well and stay warm. Tonight, Qinji wasn't in a hurry to go home. After eating, she took the initiative to wash the dishes. Shilong didn't compete with her. He sat cross-legged nearby, closed his eyes. When Qinji finished washing the dishes and saw him like that, she couldn't help but smile. No wonder everyone said he was a bit eccentric. I'm going back now, Qinji said. Shilong opened his eyes. I'll see you off. Qinji wanted to say she didn't need to, but Shilong had already stood up. She closed her mouth and silently walked ahead. The two of them walked one behind the other, neither speaking. This is dinner time. Walking on the street, you can hear sounds from the houses on both sides, children crying, arguments, and laughter. But these sounds have nothing to do with Qinji. Others' lively moments are theirs, not hers. She feels like an observer, unaffected by everyone's happiness or sadness, and no one cares whether she is happy or sad. Chunji looks at the warm yellow lights shining from the houses and wonders if things would be different if she were married. Thinking about something? Shilong suddenly asks. Chunji is startled. She opens her mouth but doesn't know what to say. Sure. Shilong steps forward suddenly, wraps his arm around Chunji's waist, and pulls her into a corner behind the wall. Chunji freezes. The warm hand on her waist feels hot, and the heat passes through her thin clothes. She feels like she's been burned and tries to pull away from Shilong's hand. But Shilong releases her first and stands upright. In the next moment, a man and a woman come out from a small alley nearby. The man is holding the woman, and his hand quickly rests on her rounded bottom. Hey, what are you in such a hurry for? We're in the village. Be careful, the woman scolds playfully. She recognizes the voice. It's Widow Yu. Then another familiar voice sounds. You only see me 10 times, and you come out once. Are you tired of me, thinking I'm too old to satisfy you? The man speaking is Chunji's distant cousin, Chunyao. The last time Chunji saw these two was on the mountain. Now she sees them again. As they walk away, Chunji is about to go out when Shilong says, "Don't move yet." Chunji feels confused but obeys. In less than 10 seconds, a man suddenly rushes out from somewhere, holding a knife, chasing after Widow Yu and Chunyao. The shiny kitchen knife glints, white in the dark. Chunji is terrified. Could someone get hurt? Shilong isn't sure either. Go home first. I'll find the team leader. Chunji's mind is a mess. She instinctively follows Shilong's advice. She walks a few meters, then stops and looks back. Shilong is no longer there. When Chunji reaches her house, she finds the door locked again. She's not surprised and isn't in a hurry. She slowly knocks on the door. Inside, she smells delicious food. Her little cousin Chindongqing is shouting that he wants chicken drumsticks, and her little sister also says she wants some. Chunji remembered the wild chicken she shot today and sneered coldly. Did these people think about the fact that she was the one who shot that chicken when they were eating meat? Looking at the tightly closed door, Chunji already knew the answer. What was she hoping for? Just as she hesitated whether to open the door and go inside, someone suddenly shouted, "Someone has been hurt." A loud, piercing scream echoed through the dark night. The quiet village instantly became lively. Many people rushed out of their homes, running toward the sound. The Chin family's door also opened. About a dozen people came out holding bowls and chopsticks, passing by Chunji, with the smell of food filling her nose. It smelled very good, but Chunji wasn't tempted at all. She had already eaten her fill at Shilong's place. While these people went out, Chunji slipped into her house. The food on the table was gone, no grains, no vegetables left. Chunji looked at it silently and then quietly returned to her room. As she lay on the bed, a bright knife flashed in her mind, and she felt worried about Shilong. But Shilong was just going to find the team leader, so he should be fine. Instead, she thought about the Widow Yu and Chunyao. If their affair was discovered, would they be criticized or publicly humiliated? Would they be taken away and paraded through the streets? Chunji's mind wandered for a while, her consciousness blurred, and she soon fell into sleep. Chunji slept so deeply that she didn't even notice when her family returned. The next morning, she was awakened by her mother's whip. The thin, flexible whip struck her, causing a sharp pain deep in her bones. Terrified, Chunji jumped out of bed and rushed out of the room before she could even put on her shoes. Her mother didn't let her go easily. She chased after her with the whip, while the others in the Chin family stood nearby, giggling and watching the scene. Chun Mu and Chen Fu even stuck out their feet, trying to trip her. Chunji's face darkened. She turned around decisively and ran toward the door. "Once you leave, don't come back," her mother shouted angrily behind her. Chunji's heart felt like it was pierced by a needle, sharp pain that quickly disappeared. Unconsciously, Chunji touched the slingshot at her waist. Barefoot, she slowly walked down the mountain. "Chunji," someone called her. Li Zhouan. Qinji smiled shyly, her thin, shy toes curling nervously on the ground. She had just gotten out of bed, without washing her face or combing her hair. She probably looked very terrible. Qinji felt a bit embarrassed and wanted to leave.
I'm going now, she said.
Li Zhouan carried 2 buckets of water. As he watched Qinji walk away, he frowned. Were there red marks on her arm caused by a beating? Qinji kept walking and suddenly found herself outside Shilong's house.
Miraculous Lang was watering vegetables.
When he saw Qinji appear unexpectedly, he looked surprised. His gaze went from her messy hair down to her bare feet. Qinji only had 2 sets of clothes, which she wore to sleep. They were a bit wrinkled after waking up, but not revealing. Still, Shilong's stare made her feel uncomfortable. What's wrong? Shilong asked. I was hit, Qinji replied, her face getting hotter. Who would hit a 17-year-old girl every day? A sharp look appeared in Shilong's eyes. Because of your clothes? Qinji nodded and sat down on a nearby stone. My clothes are more important than my life. Don't think low of yourself, Shilong said, putting down the water bucket and walking into the house. Soon, he came out again holding a pair of dark blue cloth shoes. These are my old shoes. You can wear them. The shoes showed signs of wear but were clean, without patches, better than any of Qinji's shoes. Thank you, but I don't need them, Qinji said. The weather wasn't very cold, and walking barefoot was fine. She didn't want to ruin Shilong's good shoes.
Take them.
I can't wear them anyway, Shilong said, placing the shoes at her feet. Qinji hesitated for a few seconds, then wiped the dirt off her feet and put on the shoes. They fit perfectly. She stood up and took a few steps, feeling how soft and comfortable they were. She didn't realize her lips were curling into a small smile, but Shilong saw it. His eyes darkened. These are my shoes from when I was 11. I have a few more. I'll give them to you. Qinji wanted to accept but shook her head. If I take them home, my family will take them away, then keep them here. When your shoes wear out, come back and get new ones, Shilong said without hesitation. Qinji froze, looking at him in disbelief. Old shoes can be sold for money, and you're giving them to me? She had no money. Shilong shook his head. They're not valuable. He still had his old clothes, but they were traditional robes, not suitable for her. You're really generous. You're a good person. Qinji sighed. Even someone as good as Shilong is isolated. It's really unfair. Shilong remained silent. He wasn't generous to everyone. By the way, are those 3 people okay after last night? Qinji was asleep and still didn't know what happened afterward. The person who chased after them was Liang Bo, the younger brother of Widow Yu. Liang Bo told his family he wanted to marry Widow Yu and asked her to cut ties with those men. Widow Yu agreed. Liang Bo knew Widow Yu was quite wild and couldn't change her ways easily, so he kept a close watch on her. But unexpectedly, Chen Yao found an opportunity and took her away, Shilong said calmly. Qinji raised an eyebrow. No wonder Liang Bo was so angry. Shilong nodded. Yes, he cut off Widow Yu and Chen Yao. They were taken to the town clinic last night. Qinji asked, were they badly hurt? Shilong nodded but didn't mention that Chen Yao's weapon was cut off, which probably couldn't be fixed. Qinji asked, and Liang Bo? Shilong replied, he's at the police station. Qinji was silent. It was a 2-way loss. She wondered if those 3 would regret their actions. Shilong thought she was scared and changed the subject. Let's have breakfast here. What do you want to eat? Qinji's eyes lit up. That's great. No need to worry about being hungry. Shilong scooped a bowl of flour and cracked 4 eggs into it, adding some salt and pepper, then mixed everything into a batter. Nearby, chopped chives and green onions were ready. He asked Qinji, would you like chive and egg pancakes or green onion and egg pancakes? Qinji said, I want both. Shilong replied, then I'll make both. He took out a sturdy, black frying pan that looked a bit old. Once the pan was hot, he added some lard, then poured in the batter and spread it out. Soon, a delicious aroma filled the air. Qinji's mouth watered uncontrollably. She didn't dare speak, afraid her saliva would spill out. In less than 5 minutes, the first pancake was ready. Bring a plate, Shilong ordered. Chun-ji quickly brought a plate over. Shilong didn't take it, but used a spatula to transfer the pancake onto the plate. You eat first. I'll make the second one. Chun-ji didn't hesitate. She used chopsticks to pick up a corner of the pancake and took a big bite. It was very hot. Chun-ji puffed her cheeks and blew on it, feeling like her tongue might burn. But she didn't want to spit it out. It was really delicious. Not far away, Li Zhouan and a few young workers watched the scene. Yang Wenyu said with envy, "This meal at Shilang's place is really good." Zhao Jinbao swallowed his saliva. He can't earn many work points himself. Did his family send him money and supplies? Zhou Jingping replied, his family must be quite well off. At this moment, everyone felt a bit regretful. If they had known Shilang's conditions were so good, they wouldn't have rushed to send him away. Zhu Yuan asked, "Is the woman next to Shilong that unlucky girl, Chun-ji?" When Zhu Yuan said this, she looked back at Li Zhouan. Li Zhouan usually defended Chun-ji, but now seeing her with Shilong, maybe he would be disappointed in her? Zhu Yuan was curious about what Li Zhouan would say. However, Li Zhouan only looked a little cold and didn't reply. Zhao Yiqing chuckled softly. This village girl is really cheap. One meal is enough to trick her away. This comment was a bit harsh. A few male young workers looked at each other awkwardly. Li Zhouan was the first to turn around and walk away without looking back. Chun-ji planned to take a day off today, not doing chores at home. She wanted to go to the mountains to find wild eggs. She borrowed a basket, some salt, and matches from Shilong. If she caught any game, she would roast it in the mountains to eat. Shilong listened to her plan, but said nothing. He put a few potatoes into her basket. If you don't catch any game, roast these potatoes. Chun-ji looked at the potatoes, her nose feeling a little sour. Her family didn't care whether she was hungry or not. But Shilong, an outsider, had already thought of the worst-case scenario and prepared everything carefully for her. "I'll definitely catch some game and bring it back tonight for you," Chun-ji said with a smile. Shilong nodded. "I believe in you. But safety first." Chun-ji waved her hand. "I'm not a kid. I know what to do. See you tonight." As she turned around, tears started to fall. No one had ever warned her like this before.
Elf Lang was so kind.
If only he were her brother. Today, Chun-ji went to another mountain range. The trees there were more numerous and harder to walk through. On the way, she didn't meet anyone, only the sound of wind rustling the leaves, insects, and birds singing. Once, Chun-ji was afraid of the dark and afraid to go up the mountain alone. Now, for some reason, she is no longer afraid and feels a warm, friendly feeling about the mountain. Along the way, she picked up many small stones. Her pockets on both sides of her pants were full, so she put them into her basket. As soon as she reached the mountain, Chun-ji saw a big bird. She couldn't name it, but it was common in their area. She used her slingshot to chase the bird, running after it. When she reached halfway up the mountain, the bird disappeared. She pulled her bowstring about 10 times during the chase, but never hit the bird. Chun-ji rested against a tree for a while. Just as she was about to continue, she turned her head and saw a small mulberry forest nearby. Suddenly, she remembered that Li Zhouan had said yesterday he wanted to pick mulberries. She wondered if he had already done so. Chun-ji headed toward the mulberry forest. Now it was early April. The mulberries were starting to grow, but most were still green, with only a few ripe. She hung her slingshot back on her waist and began climbing a tree to pick the ripe mulberries. After an hour, Chun-ji had collected about 2 jin of mulberries. She ate a few, but was reluctant to eat more. She planned to split the mulberries in half, giving some to Li Zhouan and some to Shilong. Swallowing her saliva, Chun-ji carried her basket and took out her slingshot again to practice shooting. She crossed over a hill and finally found a nest of wild eggs. The eggs had a faint blue tint inside and were very small. There were 16 in total. She carefully picked up each egg, not in a hurry to leave, and looked around. Since there were eggs, the mother hen should be nearby. She patiently waited for a while and soon heard some movement. The hen returned. Chun-ji tightened her bowstring, aimed at the approaching hen, and held her breath. The hen kept coming closer. At that moment, she noticed a wild rooster behind the hen. The rooster was larger, with more beautiful and brighter feathers. Without much hesitation, Chun-ji changed her target to the rooster. But before she could shoot, a shadow suddenly appeared in the sky, moving so fast that its sharp claws reached for the hen. The hen reacted quickly and dodged. It was an eagle. Eagles often stole chickens from their village, but she didn't expect it to also go after wild mountain chickens. The two wild chickens fought the eagle, which had the advantage. Chun-ji pulled her slingshot to its maximum stretch. This time, she aimed at the eagle. When the eagle swooped down again, Chun-ji quickly threw a stone.
Bang!
The stone hit the eagle and sank deep into its body. The eagle was hit hard and was knocked back 2 meters before falling to the ground. Chun-ji got up from the grass and ran toward the eagle. The eagle flapped a few times and then stopped moving. Is it dead? Chun-ji picked up the eagle's body, which weighed about 7 or 8 jin, around 3.5 to 4 kilograms. What a big eagle! Its wingspan was about 1 meter wide. Chun-ji touched the sharp feathers of the eagle and then its beak. She felt very proud and a little amazed. She couldn't believe she had hit an eagle. No one would probably believe it if she told them. Chun-ji put the eagle into her basket and kept walking forward. She thought the 2 wild chickens had already run far away, but then she saw a hen lying on the ground about 10 meters away. The rooster was nowhere to be seen. The hen had deep scratches on its body, blood stained its feathers, and the grass around it was also soaked with blood. Chun-ji picked up the dead hen and put it into her basket. The sun was high in the sky, and her stomach was growling. It was time for lunch. Chun-ji headed toward a low-lying area. She remembered there was a cave nearby. The cave ran through the mountain, and water dripped from the stone walls, forming a small puddle on the ground. The water flowed from the mountain to the outside, nourishing the plants. The plants on that side were greener and thicker than elsewhere, but because people often came here to fetch water, a path had been worn into the ground, making it easy to walk. Following her memory, Chun-ji saw the entrance of the cave from afar. Just as she was about to go further, she heard someone shouting, "Help!" The shouts for help grew more urgent and closer. Chun-ji quickened her steps. She heard hurried footsteps, more than one person. There were 4 people. They were all familiar villagers. The 4 were Chun-prung, Chun-ergu, Chun-xiaoshui, and Chunda. They looked panicked and were running as fast as they could, with a large black bear behind them. In the next moment, the bear raised its paw and slapped Chunda, who was running last. The paw struck Chunda and knocked him to the ground. Chunda fell and was in pain, seeing stars. He watched his 3 friends run away without looking back. His heart sank. He felt hopeless. His life might end here. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. He had been grabbed by the black bear. Heavy breathing sprayed onto the back of his head, and a foul smell filled his nose. Chunda closed his eyes in pain. Just when he thought he was going to die, a faint whistling sound sliced through the air past his ear, hitting the black bear's nose. In the next moment, another whistling sound struck the bear's small eye. With a pop, one of the black bear's eyes burst. Chun-ji was stunned. She had actually hit the eye. Was she this skilled? After receiving several heavy blows, the black bear let out a painful and angry roar. It threw Chunda aside and charged toward Chun-ji. Chun-ji ran while shooting stones back at the bear with a slingshot. She was very fast, and the bear couldn't catch her. What made the bear more frustrated was the stones. Each one hit precisely. Although the bear's thick skin made it tough, it seemed to have no other weak spots besides the eyes and nose. But the impact of the stones was so strong that each hit caused it great pain. While the bear chased Chun-ji, Chun-pung, Chun-xiaoshui, and Chun-ergu turned back to help Chunda, who was on the ground. Chun-pung carried Chunda on his back and ran. Chunda asked, "What about the black bear?" Chun-xiaoshui replied, "It's chasing someone else now." Chunda was confused. "Is there anyone else here?" The other 3 didn't answer, but signaled him to look behind. Chunda turned his head and saw the large body of the bear weaving through the bushes, while a slender figure carrying a basket appeared and disappeared among the trees. Chunda asked who is she. Chun Xiaoshui and Chun Ergo couldn't recognize her, but Chun Prung did. That's Chun Ji. She's a girl. Neither Chunda, Chun Xiaoshui, nor Chun Ergo could believe it. Chun Peng remained silent. The black bear was still chasing Chun Ji, and the three of them slowed down. Chunda said, "Should we just leave? Leaving her behind doesn't seem right." Although Chun Ji had a bad reputation and Chunda disliked her, she had just saved his life. The other three didn't speak but stopped moving. Chun Ji also stopped, not because she didn't want to run, but because she stepped on a thorn and it pierced her foot. If she kept running, the thorn would go deeper, and she was worried she wouldn't be able to pull it out later. Chun Ji kept pulling her slingshot, aiming at the bear's face. Her goal was to hit the other eye of the bear. The bear kept turning its head to dodge the stones flying toward it. The distance between each person and the bear kept getting closer and closer. Now is the moment. Chun Ji leaned to the side, aimed at the black bear's eyes, pulled the rubber band to its limit, then released it.
Pop.
Roar. The other eye was also hit, and the black bear became a true blind bee. The black bear ran away. A stone hit its head, threatening its life. Chun Ji sat on the ground, took off her shoes, and looked for the thorn in her shoe. Chun Peng hurried over. He was followed by three others. Chun Ji looked up at them, silent. In the past, these people often mocked her. Chun Ji, are you hurt? Chun Peng's worry seemed genuine. Chun Ji shook her head, pulled out the thorns from her shoes one by one, and was about to leave. Chun Ji, thank you for saving me. Chunda's cheeks were slightly red. He used to look down on Chun Ji and mocked her, but she forgave him and saved his life. At this moment, Chunda felt he was not as brave as a woman. Looking at Chun Ji now, her skin was fair and smooth, her face small, her eyes big, her nose straight and high, and her lips like flower petals. She was more beautiful than he had ever seen. Was this really the same Chun Ji, dark and dirty, looking messy since childhood? Chun Ji ignored them, quickening her steps and not looking back. Chun Peng, I feel like Chun Ji is different now, Chunda muttered. Chun Xiaoshui said, she is different. She's so white and looks so tender. Chun Ergo said, you guys are so shallow, only paying attention to her looks. Doesn't anyone focus on her strength like I do? She actually scared the black bear away. We four grown men were chased all over the mountain, almost losing our lives. Compared to her, we're not even as good as one person. The four of them fell silent. Chun Peng's eyes darkened. Actually, Chun Ji wasn't the only one strong. That mysterious Shilong was even more powerful. After Shilong warned him that day, he hadn't dared to show himself in front of Chun Ji. Now, seeing her strength, he felt even more ashamed. But he was not willing to give up. He wanted Chun Ji. He thought about her day and night, almost going crazy. Chun Ji's rescue of Chunda was an impulsive act. Before she made a decision, her hands moved first. But she does not regret it. She doesn't need Chunda's thanks, nor does she forgive the harm he caused her over the years. The black bear was driven away, and Chun Ji was covered in sweat, feeling both excited and relieved. Today, she was very brave. She first fought the eagle, then the black bear. Chun Ji found a place to start a fire, roasted a hen, and cooked the potatoes Song Ling gave her. This was her first time roasting a chicken herself. Because she was in a hurry, the fire was a bit too strong, and the chicken's skin was slightly burnt, but she didn't mind. She still thought it was delicious. In less than 10 minutes, she finished a wild chicken. Then she started eating the potatoes, finishing them all without wasting any. After eating and drinking enough, Chun Ji continued her journey. That day, she crossed several hills. When she descended the mountain in the evening, her basket was fuller. She had 2 wild chickens, half a basket of eggs, and bird eggs. She also climbed many trees today. Next, she planned to plant crops in spring. These eggs would last her for a while. Chun Ji first returned to Song Ling's place, where he was cooking. I brought back wild chickens and mushrooms. Let's make a stew with the chicken and mushrooms, she said. Song Lang paused his cutting of wild boar meat, then turned to look at her. He first glanced at her small face, then at her basket. On top were various mushrooms, followed by 2 wild chickens, then different-sized eggs. He used a wooden basin to hold the eggs, filling it completely. At the bottom was an eagle, its wide wings covering the entire bottom of the basket. Did you catch it? Song Lang was very surprised. These creatures are very alert and react quickly, so it's usually hard to hunt them. Chunji nodded. Yes. She raised her eyebrows with a proud, little smile. Song Lang felt a bit itchy to pet that fluffy head but held back. He praised her. You're very brave. Chunji felt even more proud, slightly lifting her delicate chin. Today, I didn't just catch an eagle, I also chased away a black bear. Hearing black bear, Song Lang's heart trembled. Did it get hurt? Chunji shook her head and told them about how Black Bear chased Jin Peng and others. She focused on how she used a slingshot to blind Black Bear in both eyes. Afterward, she proudly said, "This slingshot you gave me is amazing. Today, I shot a small tree and it actually pierced through the trunk." Shilong looked at her waist and thought it was a magical tool from Taoism, not an ordinary item. Next time you see such dangerous wild animals, don't fight them. Just run. Shilong used to think she was a timid girl, but now he realized he was wrong. She is fearless and brave. Okay. Chunji replied casually. Whether she truly listened or not, only she knew. What's in your hat? Shilong saw she kept holding her hat with one hand. It's mulberries. Chunji handed her hat forward. The mulberries inside were a bit squished, but most of them were still good. She poured the mulberries into a plate, filling 2 plates. One for you and one for Li Zhouan. Why? Shilong frowned. Why does Li Zhouan get a plate too? Are you asking why I want to give Li Zhouan a plate? Chunji washed the mulberry juice from her hat. She didn't notice Shilong's displeasure. She explained, he borrowed clothes from me that day, and the mulberries are my thank you gift. Oh no. I dirtied your straw hat. I can't clean it now. Is it just a thank you gift? Shilong said, if it's dirty, then it's dirty. I'll weave a new one. You can weave straw hats too? That's impressive, Chunji praised sincerely. No one in the Chun family knew how to weave straw hats. Shilong nodded, and his slight displeasure eased. At the youth camp, everyone looked surprised when a person suddenly appeared at the door. Who are you looking for? Zhu Yuan asked sharply. Chunji saw her displeased look. In the past, she would turn around and leave. But today, she had something to do. Is Li Zhouan here? I want to see him. Li Zhouan is taking a bath. Zhu Yuan looked at the mulberries in Chunji's hand. They were dark, large, and still had water droplets on them, looking very tempting. She couldn't help swallowing and thought, this village girl is so naive. He's here, and she doesn't even invite her to try some. Chunji clearly saw Zhu Yuan wanted to eat, but what did that have to do with her? She wouldn't be fake or polite. She wouldn't give something she herself didn't want to someone who disliked her. Zhu Yuan waited for 2 minutes, but didn't hear Chunji speak. She snorted coldly and turned to leave, not forgetting to say, if you give the mulberries to Li Zhouan, I can enjoy them too once they reach him. Chunji. She felt a bit annoyed. She wanted to leave. But, in the end, she didn't leave. Li Zhouan finished his shower and came out, looking even cleaner. As he dried his hair and approached her, his gentle smile was so attractive that Chunji was momentarily stunned. Are you looking for me? Li Zhouan asked. Chunji nodded foolishly. I'm here to give you the mulberries. Li Zhouan looked at the tray in her hand. Did you pick these on the mountain today? Yes. I saw them on the mountain and picked a few. Chunji paused, explaining, I didn't pick them on purpose. Seeing her a little nervous, Li Zhouan decided to tease her a bit. So, you knew I was picking mulberries yesterday, and today you brought some, Chunji? That was true, but it felt a little strange. There, thank you for lending me your clothes yesterday. Oh, Li Zhouan reached out to her. Thanks then. We didn't find any mulberries yesterday, but thanks to you today, I got to enjoy some. Li Zhouan carried the mulberries into the kitchen. The others at the youth camp quickly gathered around. Before Li Zhouan could speak, Yang Wenyu grabbed one and popped it into his mouth. Sweet and juicy, these mulberries are pretty good, Yang Wenyu said. I want to try too. Zhao Jinbao squeezed in, grabbing a small handful. As he ate, he said, "Mulberries are tasty, but Li Zhouan, you wouldn't be tricked just because of a plate of mulberries, right?" Before Li Zhouan could reply, Yang Wenyu chimed in. "You're overthinking. Li Zhouan can have anything he wants, but he wouldn't be fooled by just a plate of mulberries." Zhou Jingping also said, "There are many girls who like Li Zhouan. Qinji isn't even in the running." Zhu Yuan asked, "Li Zhouan, what kind of girl do you like?" When she said that, everyone fell silent. Most of the girls at the youth camp liked Li Zhouan, especially Zhu Yuan, who was the most obvious. Li Zhouan took a handful of mulberries, holding an empty plate, and turned to leave. "Chunji is still waiting. I'll go return the plate first." Zhu Yuan stomped her foot. "He's avoiding this question again." Jingping looked at the door and said, "Not to brag, but Chunji looks quite suitable with Li Zhouan. Both are good-looking." Yuan was unhappy and said, "Good-looking doesn't matter. Chunji is illiterate. She only finished first grade." Yuan spoke loudly, as if deliberately saying it loud enough for Chunji to hear. Chunji heard her, and Li Zhouan also heard. Chunji only went to school for a year and can recognize some characters. Many girls in the village do the same, attend school to learn a few words and simple math, then drop out to help at home. Chunji wanted to continue studying, but her mother said they had no money. In the past, Chunji didn't think it was shameful to only have studied for a year, but seeing Li Zhouan's surprised expression, she felt embarrassed for no reason. Chunji grabbed the plate from Li Zhouan and said softly, "I have to go now." Without looking back, she left. Shilong had already prepared 2 wild chickens, cut into pieces, and put them in the pot. He was washing mushrooms when he saw Chunji return. He looked up briefly, then went back to his work. Chunji asked, "Shilong, what is your education level?" Shilong replied, "I didn't finish elementary school." "Why do you ask all of a sudden?" Chunji looked surprised. "You city folks also don't finish elementary school?" Shilong was silent. Chunji asked again, "What grade did you reach?" Shilong said, "3rd grade." Chunji said, "That's a little better than me. I only went to 1st grade." Shilong offered, "If you want to learn, I can teach you." Chunji declined, "Forget it. You're only in 3rd grade, and your level isn't much higher than mine." Shilong was silent again. He had only completed 3rd grade, but he had read all the books in the monastery's library and knew them by heart. How could he not teach her? Dinner was wild chicken stewed with mushrooms, a cold cucumber salad, and mustard greens with pork fat soup. Chunji ate happily and felt better. When she was about to leave, Shilong called her back. "Take a few eggs with you." "Why should I?" Chunji was unwilling. Since last night, she had saved 4 meals for her family and thought she had done enough. "Taking eggs means you won't get beaten," Shilong said, pulling out a small basket and placing 20 wild eggs inside. "That's too many," Chunji said, taking out 6 eggs, leaving 14 in the basket. Ceylon's mouth twitched slightly as he asked her, "What about that eagle? How do you plan to handle it?" Chunji blurted out, "Eat it." Ceylon shook his head. "We don't need meat right now. Let's sell it. I heard in town the other day that someone is buying eagles." "Who is it?" Chunji leaned in close to Ceylon and lowered her voice. "Buying and selling like that is risky," Ceylon reassured her. "Don't worry, it will be fine." Chunji believed him. "All right, you decide," Ceylon asked. "When we sell it, what do you want?" Chunji thought for a moment, then shook her head in disappointment. "Forget it. If I bring anything back, I'll just get questioned." Ceylon looked at her deeply. "I'll handle it." Chunji nodded. "Let's go." When Chunji returned home, it was just getting dark, and the door was still open. She carried her basket inside. "You still know how to come back," Chen's mother said, holding a whip. "I went to the mountain to find wild eggs," Chunji said, placing the basket in front of her. "If you hit me, I'll break the eggs." Her mother saw the eggs in the basket and glared angrily. Everyone heard about the eggs and gathered around. "Take these eggs to Shaoli," said Grandma, looking at her eldest son. "It's still early, so go quickly and come back soon." Her eldest uncle was touched that his mother still cared about his daughter and agreed, "All right, I'll go now." "Grandpa, I don't want to eat eggs." Chen Dongqing tugged at his uncle's pants. The uncle looked at his grandson with a troubled expression. His wife gently picked up Chen Dongqing and whispered softly, "Sweetie, There's no rush. We'll eat them in a couple of days. Your big sister is sick and needs eggs to get better. No, I want to eat them tonight, Chen Dongqing pouted. Mom, I want eggs too, little niece Chen Meihua said, sitting in her sister-in-law's arms. She bit her finger, eyes wide with longing. The sister-in-law gently touched her daughter's face but said nothing. Grandma frowned. We haven't gone hungry these days, and there's plenty of food. Don't be so eager for these wild eggs. Big brother, go quickly and come back soon. Mom will save some food for you. All right, I'll go now. Her eldest uncle took the basket from Qin Ji and strode out the door. Wow, 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 my eggs! Chen Dongqing cried loudly. Seeing her brother crying, Chen Meihua also started to cry. Qin Ji, that basket looks nice. Remember to bring it back to her. Chen Ji's old, torn clothes still hang there alone. She went to take them back to her room and then looked for a needle and thread. There was no light in the room, so Chen Ji sewed in the dark. The clothes had a long tier, and she sewed carefully, stitch by stitch. She used to find sewing straight lines hard, but now it felt as easy as drinking water. Where did those shoes on your feet come from? Chen Yi asked as she entered the room. Earlier, everyone's attention was on the eggs, but she saw Chen Ji's shoes right away. They were dark blue, not very pretty but without patches, which was rare. None of your business, Chen Ji said, annoyed. I will tell Mom, Chen Yi said with a hint of jealousy. She didn't have a pair of shoes without patches either. Chen Ji didn't care. Do what you want, Chen Yi told not only Chen Mom but also Chen Mu. They all gathered around Chen Ji. Before they could ask, she said, Shilong saw me barefoot and gave me his small shoes. If you have opinions, first give me your shoes to wear, then talk. Chen Ji had never worn new shoes. She always wore old shoes from Chen Yi and Chen Mu. But there weren't many old shoes left. Chen Yi and Chen Mu had grown up, and their feet had shaped, so their shoes were worn out and no longer fit Chen Ji. You're wearing a man's shoes. Have you thought about what people will say if they find out? Will they think less of you? Chen Mom scolded angrily. Chen Ji blinked. I still have a reputation? Besides, if you don't tell anyone, who would know? If someone finds out, it's definitely because you told them on purpose. After sewing the clothes, Chen Ji tried them on. They felt tight, especially around her chest, stretched too tight. She was worried they might burst open.
Mom, eve grown taller.
The clothes and pants are too small, Chen Ji said. How did you grow again? Chen Mom frowned. She finally noticed that her younger daughter had really grown taller. She used to be about the same height as her, but now she was half a head taller, even taller than her sister. Why grow so tall? Making clothes costs fabric. Mom Chen was not very happy. Just wear what you can manage. We don't have tickets or money. This year, we will grow hemp in our own land, and then we can weave our own cloth. New clothes are not for me, Chen Ji said with self-awareness. Mom Chen couldn't hear any sadness in her words. Later, you can patch your clothes with an old piece of cloth, and they'll be fine to wear. Chen Ji pouted, not surprised at all by her words. The new moon hung high, stars twinkled, and the sounds of insects and frogs filled the night. Shilong hurried through the forest with a basket on his back. He went to the mountain range Chen Ji visited today. No one was around at night. If someone saw Shilong, he could cross a mountain in less than 2 minutes, but it would scare them. He arrived outside the cave, Chen Ji mentioned. He saw footprints and signs of trampling on the plants. There were human footprints, black bear paw prints, and some bloodstains. It was blood from a black bear. The black bear must have been lightly injured. Shilong felt mixed emotions. Chen Ji wouldn't know, but if she kept fighting the black bear, she had a 90% chance of winning. He continued into the mountain and found the black bear. More precisely, he saw half of the bear's body exposed in the air. The other half had been swallowed by a giant snake. No, that's not a giant snake. It was clearly a black dragon. Such creatures still exist these days. Shilong was very surprised and grateful he came here. If someone else had seen this, they might have been in great danger. Spit out the black bear. It's not yours, Shilong said, drawing a black iron sword from nowhere. The black dragon ignored him and ate even faster. Shilong was not angry. That's her prey. If you take her prey, don't blame me for being rude. Dark clouds covered the moon, and the stars disappeared. The sky changed color. In the forest, the ground shook, rocks rolled down, and plants were cut in half. Dust flew everywhere. In the chaos, one person and one dragon fought fiercely, as if they wanted to kill each other. After about 800 rounds, the black dragon was losing. It turned to run away. Shilong refused to let it go. Several talismans flew from his hand, forming a cage that trapped the black dragon. Then he threw a thunder talisman, calling down lightning that struck the dragon. Thunder roared, illuminating the dark night. The branches on the bed shifted as he turned over and continued to sleep. The black dragon had nowhere to escape under the thunderstorm and was ultimately struck blackened. After the storm passed, Shilong approached the black dragon, opened its belly, and took out its snake gallbladder and an unformed snake pill. He placed the gallbladder into a jade bottle and the unformed pill into a small box. Then he used the jade bottle to collect the black dragon's blood, filling it completely, and drank half of it on the spot. After drinking half, his pale face turned a strange red. The blood was very nourishing. As a mortal, he needed time to digest and absorb it, which would likely cause a period of weakness afterward. Shilong waved his hand, and the black dragon's body disappeared. The dragon's skin and scales were valuable, and its meat was also nourishing. Its tendons and bones were excellent materials for making magical tools. But he was busy now, so he could only store them for later. Besides the black dragon, there was also a black bear's body lying nearby. Shilong took the black bear's body and then left the mountain. Three Winter Village belongs to Baiyuan Town, also called Baiyuan Commune. At this moment, a night market was opening under the Baiyuan Bridge outside Baiyuan Town, bustling with activity. Various goods were arranged in 2 rows, including industrial products and farm produce, even more complete than the town's supply store. No one was shouting or selling. Everyone spoke softly. The organizer of the black market was named Shilong, who had about a dozen brothers. These people maintained order at the market. Before Shilong reached Baiyuan Bridge, he was stopped by 2 tall men. "What are you here for?" "Shilong, I'm looking for your boss, Shilong." The 2 men looked at each other. Since he knew their boss's name precisely, could they be acquaintances? "Who's Shilong or Sergio?" "We don't have anyone like that here," said one of the men. "It doesn't have to be your boss. I have an eagle and a black bear. Do you want to buy them?" Besides Shilong, no one else in the black market could take what he brought. He knew Shilong's influence extended beyond Baiyuan Town, even reaching the county level. At this moment, the 2 men finally noticed the large dark figure on Shilong's back. They turned on their flashlights, shone for a second, then turned off, their expressions shocked. It was really a bear. "Lulu, you stay here and guard. I'll take him to see the boss." Shilong has more than a dozen tall followers, but he himself is only about 1.7 meters tall, slim, with sharp eagle-like eyes that feel very intimidating. Most people don't dare to look him in the eye, but this doesn't include Shilong. Shilong puts down the black bear and then takes out the eagle he made from a branch. Shilong glances at the eagle. "I want the eagle." "Same price as before, 30 yuan each." Shilong nods without objection. "I also want the black bear. Do you want to weigh it or go with a fixed price?" No one has hunted black bears in this area for many years. The bear on the ground weighs about 300 to 400 jin, and the price is not low. "How much do you offer?" Shilong isn't sure about the price of the bear. If Shilong's offer is fair, he will sell. If not, he will keep it. If you want a receipt, it's 1.2 yuan per jin. Without a receipt, it's 2 yuan per jin. If you want to buy the whole bear directly, I'll give it to you for 500 yuan. That's too low. The bear's fur is intact, and the gallbladder is still there. The whole bear is worth 600 yuan. The salary of a middle school teacher in town is only 20 yuan. Pork with a receipt costs 0.71 yuan per jin, and without a receipt, it's 1.2 yuan per jin. So, 500 yuan is a very large amount. But the man in front of him is not satisfied and asks for 600 yuan. Shilong says nothing, just looks coldly at the man in front of him. Shilong remains calm and composed. 600 yuan, you won't lose out. Stone Xian, you come alone and face me. Aren't you afraid I'll cheat you and not give you a penny? Shilong chuckles softly, you can try. Stone Xian considers himself experienced in judging people, but he can't see through the young man in front of him. Is he pretending to be calm, or is he truly fearless? The blood of the black dragon is burning inside Shilong. His patience is running out. In a few hours, he will enter a week period and need to return to the village. If you won't take it, I'll take it away, Shilong says, grabbing one of the black bear's paws with one hand and easily lifting it. Hiss! Stone Xian gasps in shock. His subordinates also show surprised expressions. 600 is 600. I'll take it, Stone Xian says. He could sell this bear for 1,000 or more. Taking 600 yuan is not a loss. Shilong puts the black bear down again. I want 100 yuan worth of fabric, 50 yuan worth of fine cotton, and 50 yuan worth of coarse cotton, preferably in colors suitable for women. I also need 100 yuan worth of rice, 100 yuan worth of flour, and another 100 yuan worth of cooking oil. Cloth, rice, and flour are no problem, but I don't have that much oil. I can only give you 50 yuan. Okay. Preparing the supplies takes time, so Shilong waits patiently. You're good at earning money and generous with spending, unlike the people here, who seem more like young masters from wealthy city families, Sir Xian said. He noticed a noble air about the other person, which is rare in this poor, remote place. Shilong shook his head. Earning money isn't easy. Everyone's life is tough. By the way, give me 50 yuan worth of white rabbit milk candies. Sir Xian asked, don't you want plain or brown sugar? Be clear about what you want. Shilong replied, not for now. Sir Xian said, next time you find something good, come to me. I won't let you lose out. Shilong nodded in agreement. After getting the goods, Shilong said goodbye and left. Try to follow him and see where he's from, Sir Xian said. In less than 10 minutes, the person following Shilong returned and said, he moved too fast. He was gone in a blink. Sir Xian was surprised for a moment, then smiled. Next time he comes, treat him as a distinguished guest. Spring planting begins. Early in the morning, everyone gathers under the big banyan tree at the village entrance for a mobilization meeting. The team leader and secretary take turns speaking, full of energy and passion. Chun-ji stands at the back of the group. She is barefoot, with fair, delicate feet. Her pants are rolled up to her calves, revealing a small, white, jade-like leg. In just 10 minutes, many eyes are fixed on her feet and calves. Shilong arrives late, wearing a low-hanging straw hat that only reveals his sharp chin. No one notices that he looks pale and weak, like a sickly person. He quietly comes behind Chun-ji and softly asks if she wants an egg. Hearing the familiar voice, Chun-ji nods quickly.
Yes.
Reach out. Shilong places 2 wild eggs into her hand, along with 4 white rabbit candies. Chun-ji quickly glances at them and then puts them into her pocket. Where did the candies come from? He traded for them with an eagle. Chun-ji doesn't ask where he traded them, then says, your hands are so cold, like ice. Not only are his hands cold, but he feels like an ice block, radiating cold air outward. Shilong doesn't reply, but takes out a small jade box. Do you want to take some tonic? Chun-ji hesitated for a moment and then asked, is it the same as last time? Last time, after eating the supplement, her speed, strength, hearing, and vision all improved visibly. It was clear that the supplement was truly effective, very powerful. Chun-ji thought it could be called a miraculous medicine. This one is more precious, said He Jiao, referring to the unformed inner core, which was rare in the world. Why don't you keep it for yourself? It's not suitable for me. He lied. This inner core was also a great tonic for him. Chun-ji believed Shilong's words completely. She took the blue jade box and, before she could look at it carefully, poured the contents into her mouth. The substance was smooth, with a similar texture to last time, and it slid down her throat without needing to swallow. This time, the supplement had a faint blood-like smell. Soon after entering her stomach, she felt a burning sensation, which spread to her limbs, mostly gathering in her lower abdomen. It was warm and comfortable. Chun-ji closed her eyes happily. Shilong watched her face turn pink with enjoyment, and his worries eased. Sure enough, her body, transformed by the wooden charm, absorbed the tonic effortlessly. However, this girl was naive and unaware of how rare her current physique was. At Grandma Ding Fongfong's request, Chun-ji was assigned to the group with 7 work points. Of course, if she performed poorly, she would be moved back to the group with 6 work points. Chun-ji was given a hoe. Her task was to divide the land into plots or ridges, while children and the elderly were responsible for planting seeds on them. Chun-ji, you're in Shilang's group, said the squad leader. Chun-ji looked at Shilong, who was alone. Right now, only she and Shilong had no teammates. Chun-ji. Others didn't want to team up with her and Shilong. You two help each other. Do you see that piece of land? That's your task today, said the squad leader. Seeing Chun-ji silent, he deliberately looked stern. If you don't finish or do a poor job, you'll lose work points, Chun-ji promised repeatedly. Don't worry, uncle. We'll do our best. All right, you can start. I'll check on you later, said the squad leader, and went to other areas. Chun-ji took a hoe and went to the field, imitating her mother Chen's way of working, tidying the soil and digging trenches. Thank you for your hard work today, Shilong said as he approached her, sounding apologetic. It's not like he's working for her, so why is he saying this?
Chun-ji was confused.
I'm earning work points, so I should work hard. Shilong shook his head. I mean, I'm sick and can't do much. This piece of land depends on you. Chun-ji. Shilong took off his straw hat and showed her his pale face. I went out last night and caught a cold. As for why he went out, Shilong didn't say, but Chun-ji knew he had gone to exchange the eagle for money. I sold it for 30 yuan and I used all of it to buy white rabbit candies. That was 30 yuan. She didn't have even 1 yuan, dime, or cent on her. He used all the money to buy candy. Chun-ji's face changed and she couldn't help but scold him. You spendthrift. Under the hat, Shilong's eyes curved into a smile as he obediently admitted, I won't do it again. Chun-ji, Chun-pung, Chun-da, Chun-dog, and Chun-little boss passed by carrying hoes. Chun-ji pretended not to hear or see them and kept working on her own. Chun-pung glanced at Shilong but said nothing, pursing his lips. Chun-da, however, was very enthusiastic. Chun-ji, take your time.
Norus.
When I finish, I'll come help you. No need, Chun-ji refused firmly. Don't be polite. Just see it as my way of repaying your life-saving kindness, Chun-da said with a cheerful smile. Chun-ji felt a burst of energy today. She worked all morning without feeling tired and even felt an indescribable happiness. When she surpassed Shilong for the 4th time, Shilong called out to her, No one around, eat the eggs in your pocket first. Shilong didn't mention it, and Chun-ji had forgotten about the eggs. She immediately stopped, went to the nearby water ditch to wash her hands, wiped her water-stained hands on her clothes, and then started peeling the eggs. Shilong watched her, his gaze falling on her chapped lips. He took his water bottle and handed it to her. Drink some water. Give me your water. What are you drinking? Chun-ji asked. Shilong. I plan to go back and cook soon. Once the food is ready, I'll bring it to you. The weather isn't hot today, so she doesn't need to worry about heat stroke at noon. Usually, family members prepare meals at home and deliver them to the fields, saving time on the return trip. Finishing today's work early also allows them to finish their tasks sooner and leave work earlier. Chun-ji listened to him and didn't argue. She was really thirsty. She took his water bottle, but didn't touch the opening. She tilted her head back and poured the water into her mouth. After eating 2 eggs and drinking half a bottle of water, Chun-ji carried her hoe and went back to work in the field. Along the way, the squad leader came to visit them. Seeing Chun-ji work quickly and well, he praised her a few words. Then he looked at Shilong, who seemed tired and slow. The squad leader frowned and said, Comrade Shilong, working like this is not right. Shilong took off his hat, showing his pale face, and said helplessly, It's not that I want to slack off. I caught a cold last night, and I feel weak and heavy-headed, so I can't work fast. Seeing how weak he looked, the squad leader couldn't scold him anymore. You're a grown man, and you're so weak. What will happen when you get married and have a family? He shook his head and left. Chun-ji felt this sounded familiar. Suddenly, she remembered her mother and brother had said the same thing, that Shilong, a grown man, only earned 7 work points a day and couldn't support a wife and children. Today, after seeing Shilong's behavior, Chun-ji also thought they were right. Shilong was indeed a bit weak and not very good at working. Meanwhile, the squad leader also mentioned Chun-ji and Shilong to others. He said, Chun-ji is a hardworking girl, quick and honest. She doesn't cut corners. As for Shilong, he's not very good. He's a grown man, but he's always sick. His face is as pale as a ghost, with no color. He only earns 7 work points a day, and he's unreliable, working only part of the time. Out of the 10 or so young people in our team, he's the worst. Even women are better than him. Someone nearby agreed enthusiastically. That's right. He's tall and strong, but he's not good-looking. All the unmarried young men in the team have someone interested in them, especially Li Zhouan. Oh, the village girls all want to marry him. But no one is interested in Shilong today, except for Grandma Ding Fong Fong. Everyone else in the Chen family went to the fields. Ding Fong Fong prepared lunch and carried it to the field in a basket, followed by Chen Dongqing and Chen Meihua, the brother and sister. When Chun Ji was the last to receive her lunch, the rice soup was already gone. She only had a bowl of mixed grain rice and boiled greens. The mixed grain rice contained a lot of rice bran, which hurt her throat. The boiled greens had no oil, but were salted generously. Perhaps because she was working today, Ding Fong Fong finally filled a bowl with Chun Ji's food. Chun Ji showed no expression and ate the bowl of mixed grain rice and boiled greens in front of Ding Fong Fong. She then said, Grandma, I am thirsty. If you're thirsty, just bear it. Finish your work early, and you can drink water at home, Ding Fong Fong replied emotionlessly. Chun Ji gave a half-smile and said, You're right. After Ding Fong Fong left, Shilong arrived, carrying a basket on his back. At that moment, the people who had just finished eating were resting on the ground, but only Chun Ji was already working in the field. Shilong put down his basket and arranged the food before calling out to Chun Ji, Come eat. The meal included plain rice, a stir-fried green pepper with meat, stir-fried pig offal, and a plate of stir-fried romaine lettuce. Each dish looked oily and tempting. Chun Ji first took a bite of the lean and fatty wild boar meat, sliced thinly. She didn't notice any strong smell, only the aroma of meat, no unpleasant odors from how Shilong prepared it. Delicious, she sighed, then tried the stir-fried pig offal and the stir-fried lettuce, praising each dish as tasty. Initially, Shilong had little appetite, but her enthusiasm inspired him, and he ate quite a bit too. You really know how to enjoy yourself. The white rice is only for special occasions at my house, Chun Ji said, feeling that if she only received rice without vegetables, she could eat 5 bowls. You work hard, so you should eat well, Shilong said. Chun Ji gave him a thumbs up. Shilong knew that only when the ox is full can it work hard, unlike her grandma, who wouldn't even save a sip of water. What's in that lunchbox? There was still a lunchbox in the basket that hadn't been opened. It's an egg pancake saved for your dinner. Chun Ji, there was nothing more to say. She was willing to work for Shilong her whole life. After eating, Chun Ji felt full of energy. She worked diligently without even lifting her head. When Chunda came over, her part of the field was almost finished. Chunda didn't expect her to work so hard. She had hardly rested all day, but she still arrived a bit late. Chun Ji came out of the field, naturally picked up Shilong's water bottle, and drank greedily. Chun Ji, what is your relationship with Shilong? Chunda felt that there was an unbridgeable barrier between Chun Ji and Shilong. When he asked, Chun Ji's expression remained unchanged. Shilong, however, glanced at Chun Ji and perked up his ears. Chun Ji, what relationship we have with him is none of your business. He's too strange. Stay away from him. Later, your brother will take you to play. Chinda thought that Chinji had no friends, so he played with Shilong. Chinji, no need. I think Shilong is very good. He's my good friend. Chinda wanted to say more, but someone nearby suddenly shouted, "There's a snake," drawing everyone's attention. Chunji also turned to look and saw Chin Xiuzhen, the daughter of the village secretary, running in panic through the field. She suddenly lunged at Li Zhouan, who was approaching. Li Zhouan didn't dodge and instinctively caught her. Chin Xiuzhen hugged Li Zhouan's neck, while Li Zhouan held her shoulders with one hand and her legs with the other. Time seemed to stand still. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the scene, feeling a bit stunned. After a moment, Chen Peng, holding a snake, broke the silence. "It's just a water snake, non-venomous." Li Zhouan also came back to his senses, releasing Chen Xiuzhen. Her face was as red as cooked shrimp. She quickly looked at Li Zhouan, then lowered her head and whispered, "Sorry." Li Zhouan paused but said nothing. Break time is over. Let's go back." Yang Wenyu put his arm around Li Zhouan's shoulder and led him toward the youth station. "What happened? Are you stunned?" Yang Wenyu whispered. Li Zhouan shook his head. Publicly hugging someone like that, think about what to do next. Yang Wenyu felt that Li Zhouan had been set up. Chen Xiuzhen did it on purpose. Zhu Yuan gritted her teeth. That Chen Xiuzhen is shameless. If it weren't for her being Secretary Qin Jun's daughter, she would have gone up and slapped her. Chen Xiuzhen is a high school student, graduating in 2 months. She's pretty and also the daughter of Secretary Chen. I think she and Zhouan are a good match. Zhao Jinbao shared his opinion. Zhou Zhengping also agreed. Chen Xiuzhen is definitely better than Chinji. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Chunji standing 3 meters away, with big, round eyes, staring at him expressionlessly. When the person being talked about caught them, Zhou Jingping's face instantly turned red. Li Zhouan and his group left. Chen Peng held a 3-finger-wide water snake in his hand, with a look of hope mixed with a little pain and reluctance. "Water snake, it's not poisonous and can be eaten. Chinji, I give this to you." As soon as he said that, Chen Ergo and Chen Xiaoshuai's eyes turned red with sadness. The meat was right in front of them, but it flew away. However, the outcome was unexpected. Chunji didn't even look at the water snake and simply said, "No." Chen Peng's expression stiffened and he explained, "Snake meat is very tasty, just as good as chicken." Chunji still shook his head. "No need." After saying that, Chinji went to the squad leader to return the hoe. Shilong carried a basket on his back and silently followed. Chen Peng watched the two walk away, looking unhappy. "Brother Peng, shall we go back and cook some dragon and phoenix soup?" Chen Ergo asked, swallowing his saliva. Chen Xiaoshuai licked his lips. "Dragon and phoenix soup? Are you going to catch your family's chicken?" "No, that won't do. My mom would beat me to death," Chen Ergo said. "Frog legs also have chicken in their name. I'll try to catch a frog so we can have 1 dragon and 1 phoenix," Chen Xiaoshuai nodded. "Sounds good." Chinji returned the hoe and walked back with Shilong. Shilong took out a lunchbox from his basket and handed it to Chinji. "Although there's no snake meat, there's an egg pancake. Just make do with it." "Not at all. This is delicious and filling," Chinji said, grabbing the pancake and putting it in his mouth. Not far away, many people saw this scene. Chunyi swallowed his saliva, with jealousy in his eyes. Chen's mother looked grim. "Dekai's wife, your Chinji, and Shilong are getting pretty close. Are they about to become a couple?" Someone asked Chen's mother with a teasing tone. Chen's mother looked even more displeased. "Second aunt, you misunderstood. My Ji and Shilong have nothing to do with each other. Please don't spread rumors. It would ruin Ji's reputation." Second aunt paused and smiled. They have no relation, since Shilong was already giving Chinji food and Chinji accepted it. How could they have no relation? Maybe Chen Xiaomei doesn't like Shilong. But she wasn't surprised. If it were her, she wouldn't like someone like Shilong either. "They have no relation at all," Chen's mother said through gritted teeth. After eating 4 pancakes, Chinji was full and returned the lunchbox to Shilong. The two went their separate ways and headed home. Before it was completely dark, Chinji arrived home to find her grandmother telling her to water the vegetables. Her eldest uncle and several brothers needed to fetch water, while others were busy weeding, cleaning the chicken coop, or cooking. Everyone was busy. "Tomorrow, stay away from Shilong," Chen's mother said firmly. Chinji didn't want to, and she refused. "No." Chen's mother looked into her eyes and said, "Why? Do you like Shilong? I warned you. You and Shilong are not suitable." Chinji frowned and said, "We are not that kind of relationship. Then stay away from him." Her mother raised her voice and said angrily, "Everyone likes Li Zhouan, but you want to be involved with that boy everyone looks down on, Shilong? Do you want to ruin your reputation? Do you want the whole village to see you and laugh at us?" Chinji was stunned. She was just making friends. How could that be wrong? "If you still consider me your mother, don't associate with Shilong," her mother said. That night, Chinji's mind was a mess, sometimes thinking of Shilong, sometimes of Li Zhouan, and sometimes of her mother's angry, disappointed face. She woke up feeling more tired than if she hadn't slept. Outside, the sky was still gray. Chinji had no appetite. When the work bell rang, she left with her family. They first went to get tools, then headed to the fields. Holding her tools, she saw her mother talking to the group leader. Her mother pointed at her and then at Shilong, saying something she couldn't hear. A bad feeling grew in Chinji's heart. When it was time to split into groups, her feeling was right. She and Shilong were separated. She was in the same group as Qin Xiuzhen, while Shilong was with Zhu Yuan. Shilong looked at Chinji with a cold, unreadable expression. Chinji couldn't help but worry about his health. Was he better? Could he work normally today? Chinji was 1 year younger than Qin Xiuzhen. Qin Xiuzhen was the daughter of the village secretary. She was popular and had many friends since childhood, unlike Chinji, who was disliked and avoided by everyone. They lived in the same village about the same age, but over more than 10 years, they had spoken fewer than 10 words. Qin Xiuzhen frowned and looked at Chinji with displeasure. "I don't want to be in the same group as you." Chinji had already started plowing the field and said indifferently, "Then you should talk to the squad leader." Qin Xiuzhen clenched her teeth. Although she was the daughter of the village secretary, she was actually not much better than an ordinary team member. Her father often reminded her to obey commands in the village, not to seek personal gain, and not to stand out. In short, she had to be obedient. When the team members changed, Chinji became much lazier and slowed down a lot, just trying to keep up with Qin Xiuzhen. Today was unlucky. Next to them were Li Zhouan and Yang Wenyu. Li Zhouan and Yang Wenyu earned 9 work points, and they had a larger piece of land than Chinji and Qin Xiuzhen by about half. A morning passed. Chinji noticed that Qin Xiuzhen often glanced at Li Zhouan, but Li Zhouan kept his eyes straight ahead. Yang Wenyu reminded him a few times. Qin Xiuzhen was bright and confident, still a high school student, and the only girl high school student in the village. Chinji envied her a lot. As for Qin Xiuzhen's proactive attitude, Li Zhouan remained calm. Li Zhouan didn't like girls like Qin Xiuzhen. So, what kind of girl did he like? At noon, Grandma Ding Fong Fong brought lunch to Chinji. The food was exactly the same as yesterday, but today there was an extra bowl of rice soup. Chinji couldn't enjoy the meal and missed the dishes that Shilong used to make. Qin Xiuzhen's meals were good. There was a bowl of sweet potato rice, a plate of chives and eggs, and a plate of stir-fried greens, all with visible oil spots and a tempting aroma. Qin Xiuzhen looked at Chinji with a disdainful gaze and carried her basket of food toward Li Zhouan. Yang Wenyu nudged Li Zhouan with his arm. "She came to find you," Li Zhouan responded with a faint, Yang Wenyu's eyes shifted as he picked up his bowl and walked toward Chinji. "Did you see? Only a woman like that is worthy of Zhouan," Yang Wenyu said to Chinji. Chinji believed she had no romantic hopes for Li Zhouan, but others around him didn't think so. One after another, they advised her to see her true place. Li Zhouan was excellent, but she didn't think she was inferior.
Chinji ignored Yang Wenyu.
Seeing that Qin Xiuzhen hadn't come back to work, she wasn't in a hurry. She lay on the ground, took off her slingshot from her waist, and casually grabbed a small stone from the ground, aiming at the birds flying overhead. These birds were too noisy and affected her mood. One stone after another was shot into the sky, but all missed. Come on with your skills, you think you can hit a bird. Bang. He hit the bird, and it fell onto Yang Wenyu's head. It was a sparrow. Yang Wenyu took the sparrow off his head and asked with a dark face, "Did you do that on purpose?" Chinji looked at him in surprise. "You think too highly of me." Yang Wenyu's face darkened even more. He held the sparrow and said, "The one that falls on me is mine." Chinji's eyes widened. How could there be such shameless people in the world? "Chinji, did he bully you?" Chinda came over with a hoe, just hearing Yang Wenyu's words. Chinji nodded. "The sparrow I shot fell on his head. He says it's his." Chinda looked at Yang Wenyu with a complicated expression and a look of disdain. "Brother, is it right for us to take things that belong to others?" Yang Wenyu snorted coldly and threw the sparrow in his hand toward Chinji. "I don't want anything that doesn't have at least 2 ounces of meat." After saying that, he turned and walked away without looking back. Chinji frowned. She felt like Yang Wenyu was mocking her. She looked down at her chest. It was definitely more than 2 ounces, and it had grown a bit bigger these days. Her small clothes were starting to feel tight. "Chinji, you're amazing. You even hit a bird in the sky," Chinda sincerely praised. Chinji felt a little proud. Wasn't she quite capable? And she had improved. "What are you here for?" "To help you work," Chinda said, carrying his hoe and starting to work hard. "I'll help you for half an hour, then you can rest." Seeing him work so hard, Chinji didn't bother to stop him. She took out her slingshot and aimed at the bird in the sky. Li Zhouan saw Yang Wenyu come back and felt relieved. Chun Xiuzhen was too enthusiastic, and he really couldn't handle it. "Who made you angry?" "Your face is so dark." "Besides Chinji, who else?" Yang Wenyu said with a hint of mockery. "Yesterday it was Shilong. Today it's Chinda, young and fickle, changing their minds all the time, like water flowing. Wenyu." Li Zhouan's expression suddenly became serious. "Don't make such malicious assumptions about a girl." Yang Wenyu pouted. "I didn't say anything wrong. Chunji often interacts with Shilong, and now there's another Chinda helping her." She didn't refuse. Who would believe there's nothing going on between them? Li Zhouan asked, "Did you see it?" Yang Wenyu hesitated. "Not yet, but I will now," Li Zhouan said. "In front of many people, they are only a few meters apart, with no romantic feelings. Also, in Sandong village, the Chun family is considered one ancestor, so they don't marry outside the family." Yang Wenyu was not convinced. "What about Shilong?" "Chunji often went to eat at Shilong's place." Li Zhouan replied, "That doesn't mean anything. Why do you always defend her?" Yang Wenyu was also angry with Li Zhouan. Chun Xiuzhen frowned. Why does Li Zhouan defend Chinji? She looked at Chinji from a short distance. She had to admit that Chinji had become more beautiful now, but besides being pretty, what else does Chinji have that is impressive? Li Zhouan said, "I'm just speaking the truth." Yang Wenyu put down his bowl. "Fine, I can't argue with you. I won't say anything more." Chinji shot another sparrow, feeling more confident. When she bent down to pick up a stone, she glanced at Li Zhouan. Even from so far away, she could hear every word Li Zhouan and Yang Wenyu said. Her heart felt a little warm. Li Zhouan is very likable, isn't he? Chunji suppressed her strange feelings and focused on the sparrows in the sky. Half an hour passed quickly. After lunch, people gradually returned to the fields. Chunda carried a hoe and walked toward Chinji. Seeing a few more sparrows on the ground, he gave her a thumbs up. "Awesome." Chinji's lips curved slightly, and her attitude toward Chunda improved a little. "You don't need to come anymore." "Why?" Chunda looked a bit disappointed. "I apologize for what I said before. I don't ask for your forgiveness, just a chance to repay your kindness. I'm afraid your mom and grandma will scold me," Chinji said expressionlessly. Chunda's mother and grandmother were quick-tongued and not the type to suffer losses. If they found out Chunda came to help her, they would chase her home to scold her.
Shenda's face stiffened.
Thinking of his mother and grandmother, he felt a headache. He took a step back. "Then I'll just owe you for now." Chinji nodded indifferently and wasn't in a hurry to go back to work. Chunda helped her prepare a few rows of land. When Chun Xiuzhen caught up, she would go to work. Chun-ji aimed her slingshot at the sky again. After another half hour, there were already more than 10 sparrows on the ground. Sparrows are small. She could still shoot more than 10. But what if they were wild chickens or bigger wild birds? Chun-ji was eager to go into the mountains now to try her luck. In the afternoon, Chun-ji and Chun-Xiuzhen each did their own work, neither speaking. When they finished, Chun-Xiuzhen stopped Chun-ji and straightforwardly asked, "Do you also like Li Zhouan?" Chun-ji looked at her, but said nothing. "Since you don't answer, I'll take that as a yes," Chun-Xiuzhen said, her eyes showing dislike for Chun-ji. "Your reputation is bad. You didn't even finish elementary school." "Li Zhouan wouldn't like someone like you," Chun-ji asked back. "Does he like you?" "That's only a matter of time," Chun-Xiuzhen said confidently. "When I graduate high school, I'll go to the town to work. With how good I am, Li Zhouan wouldn't ignore me. So you'd better behave and not get close to him, or you'll embarrass yourself." Chun-ji remained calm. "Really? I'll wait and see." Chun-ji used a grass rope to carry the sparrow back home. Suddenly, her expression froze, and she stopped moving. Warm liquid flowed out from inside her, and her pants were probably dirty now. Chun-ji is 17, but her period had never come before. She didn't expect it to start now. She remembered how Chun-yi had been in pain when her period first arrived, and her heart trembled a little. Could she be in that much pain too? "Why did you stop?" Li Zhouan's voice came from behind. Yang Wenyu sneered. "Could it be that you're waiting for Zhouan on purpose?" Chun-ji didn't want to argue, and stepped aside slowly. "You guys go ahead." Yang Wenyu snorted and walked away confidently. Li Zhouan's gaze fell on Chun-ji's pants. The next moment his expression changed. He quickly lowered his head, took off his shirt, and handed it to Chun-ji. "Cover yourself. She doesn't need it." Shilong also arrived. He stepped toward Chun-ji and handed her his jacket. Suddenly, 2 shirts appeared in front of Chun-ji. She was stunned for a moment. Seeing her not moving, Shilong simply took action himself, tying the shirt around Chun-ji's waist and taking the hoe from her hand. "Go home first. I'll help you return the hoe." He also placed the lunchbox he was holding into Chun-ji's hand. "I'll come to get the shirt later." Chun-ji nodded blankly and said to Li Zhouan, "Thank you for your kindness. I'll go now." Until Chun-ji walked away, Li Zhouan asked, "Shilong, do you like Chun-ji?" "None of your business," Shilong sneered. "It's you who should stay away from her, with all your many admirers. I am friends with her," Li Zhouan instinctively said. Shilong nodded. "That's good." The lunchbox was filled with scrambled eggs and rice, packed tightly and in large amounts. Chun-ji took a quiet path, eating as she walked, and finished just as she reached home. She entered the house silently, hiding the lunchbox behind her. "Little auntie, what do you have in your hand?" Keen-eyed Chun-Dongqing immediately noticed the dozen sparrows in Chun-ji's hand. Before others returned, Chun-ji handed the sparrows to Chun-Dongqing and headed toward the water jar. "Little auntie, are these little birds?" Chun-Dongqing poked the sparrows with her short fingers. "Brother, they're little birds." Chun-Manhwa also came over. Chun-ji washed the lunchbox, hid it under the bed, then took off her shirt from her waist. Luckily, it wasn't stained with blood. She also hid her clothes under the bed. Chun-ji took a set of clean clothes and left the room. "Grandma, is there hot water? I want to take a bath." "Why take a bath?" "First, go water the vegetables," Grandma said impatiently. "But I am bleeding and my pants are dirty." Chun-ji stood straight in front of her grandma, looking innocent. Ding Fong Fong. In the end, Ding Fong Fong let Chun-ji go take a bath. Chun-ji bathed, using grass paper for padding. It was uncomfortable, but she had no better choice. She washed her dirty clothes and just hung them to dry when others returned. "Dad, little auntie caught some sparrows," Chun-Dongqing shouted, holding up the dozen sparrows. "Oh wow, so many sparrows." Chun-Do was surprised. "Sparrows are pests. Whoever catches them can keep them." No one would complain about catching sparrows. Village children learn to catch sparrows from a young age, but catching so many at once is very rare. Chen-Mu asked Chun-ji, "Did you use a slingshot?" Chun-ji nodded and turned to find her mother. "Mom, I got my period." Chen's mother frowned. "We don't have fabric at home." How could you be so careless? Coming here with that now, what am I supposed to do? Chinji. Is this also her fault? Use your sisters first, her mother said.
No. Y refusa.
I find it dirty. And that kind of thing, how can we share it? Chunyi refused. Chunji pouted. I don't want to share with you either. In the countryside, the menstrual belt was made of ash from plants and wood. When it got dirty, it was washed and reused. The bloodstains on it were hard to clean completely, no matter how many times it was washed. Reusing it was already frustrating, especially since it was shared with others. What can I do? Mother Chin sighed. I stopped using this last year. Just use some paper to pad yourself for now, and we'll see after this month. For dinner, they had spicy sparrow meat, cold bamboo shoots, and vegetable soup. Chun Dongqing and Chin Meihua ate happily, their mouths red, blowing on their food and saying how tasty it was. The others ate without talking much. Chunji took a few bites of the small, fragrant, spicy meat pieces. It was good, but her stomach was slightly bloated, so she didn't eat much. After finishing her food, she went back to her room and lay down. As soon as she lay down, she heard Shilong's voice from the window. Chinji. She turned her head and saw a thin, tall figure. She got up, took a shirt and a lunchbox from under her bed, and hurried to the window. How did you know it was me? I saw you, he replied after a moment, waiting until she came in. Chunji handed out the shirt and lunchbox. My mom and sister should be back soon. I can't talk to you for long. Shilong nodded, took the shirt and lunchbox, and also handed her a package. See if you can use what's inside. Chunji asked. What is it? He said. Just look. In the dark, Chunji didn't notice that Shilong's ears turned red. Chunji sat back on her bed, holding the package. While others weren't around, she quickly opened it. When she saw what was inside, she froze. She picked up a small, pouch-like object, about the size of her palm, puffed up and soft. She instinctively squeezed it and found it was very soft. She also grabbed the 4 straps. They looked like they were meant to be tied around the waist. She had seen Chunyi use something like this before, but she sniffed it carefully. It was filled with cotton, not ash. She counted 12 of them. How did Shilong have these? Chunji's face turned red with embarrassment. Besides the 12 menstrual belts, there was about a pound of white rabbit candies. Blushing, she changed her menstrual belt, ate a candy, then put the rest back into the package, tied it up, and hid it under her bed. Chun Xiuzhen returned to the county to attend school. Chunji's team had a new member, a girl about her age named Liang Xiaoqiu. Liang Xiaoqiu is less than 1.6 meters tall, small and thin, with dark skin, an oval face, a pointed chin, and slightly narrow eyes that look like a fox's. She doesn't have the appearance that adults usually like. Liang Xiaoqiu has 4 older sisters, a younger brother, and a younger sister. She doesn't feel very noticeable at home. She was assigned to work with Chinji. Even though she didn't want to, she just gritted her teeth and didn't say anything. Don't slack off, or I will tell the squad leader, Liang Xiaoqiu said seriously. Chunji rolled her eyes at her and started working first. Liang Xiaoqiu, what a coincidence you're here too. A voice came from the next door. Chunji turned her head and saw Chen Xiaoshui grinning, with his eyes almost closed from smiling. Chunji raised an eyebrow. Is Chen Xiaoshui showing off? Liang Xiaoqiu turned her face away and ignored him. Chen Xiaoshui didn't get discouraged and said, Xiaoqiu, take your time. I'll come help you later. Hearing this, Liang Xiaoqiu swung her hoe faster. One-sided effort won't work. She doesn't pay attention to you, Chen Ergo said sarcastically. I'm happy to do that, Chen Xiaoshui said casually. Girls should be a little reserved. If I chase after one and she immediately agrees, I wouldn't like her anymore. Chen Ergo twitched his mouth. Your preferences are really special, Chen Xiaoshui. When you like a girl, you'll understand. Chen Ergo shook his head. I like girls with a bit of flesh, round faces, and round eyes. I don't like girls like Liang Xiaoqiu. My mom says girls from Liang's family don't look good and are unlucky. Look at her sisters. Each one married poorly and living a hard life, always looking bitter. Chen Xiaoshui. That's because her family sold her sisters to save money for a new house for her younger brother, Chen Ergu. How do you know they won't sell Liang Xiaoqiu too? Chen Xiaoshuai's face stiffened, and he didn't say anything. Bro, I advise you to wake up, Chen Ergus said seriously. Chen Xiaoshuai, you might as well go talk to Pringa. I think Pringa is really crazy. Pringa likes Chenji, and everyone has noticed. Chen Ergu was silent for a while and comforted himself. Chenji won't like Pringa. Chen Xiaoshuai was not convinced. Brother Ping isn't bad. Why wouldn't she like him? Chen Erga thought carefully and said, it's different. Chen Jixin has high standards and prefers cultured people like Li Zhouan. Chen Xiaoshuai sneered. Li Zhouan doesn't like her either. Chen Ji felt her own diet was already poor, but comparing herself to Liang Xiaoqiu, she realized it could be worse. Both ate coarse grain rice, but her bowl still had some corn and soybeans, while Liang Xiaoqiu's bowl was full of rice husks, with not a single grain of rice. Watching Liang Xiaoqiu swallow her food with difficulty, Chenji thought her life hadn't been so bad these past 10 years. After lunch, Chenji took out a slingshot to shoot sparrows. When Shilong came over, there were already 2 sparrows by Chenji's feet. I'll help you shoot the sparrows. You should eat something first. Shilong placed a lunchbox in front of Chenji, along with a military-style water bottle. There's ginger sugar water in the bottle. Keep it for after work. I'll come back to get it later. Hearing this, Chenji handed him the slingshot, then opened the green military water bottle. She took a sip, sweet, spicy, and very tasty. She then opened the lunchbox, which contained plain rice, bright green oilseed rape, and several large chunks of meat that Chenji couldn't identify. The meat was fried golden on both sides, smelling very delicious. Chenji swallowed hard and reached for the largest piece of meat first. Is it tasty? Shilong asked. Yes, it tastes a bit like fish, but also like chicken. What kind of meat is this? Chenji ate one piece quickly, then another, until she finished all the meat chunks. Only then did she start eating the vegetables and rice. It's snake meat, Shilong said. Chenji's eyes widened. Really, such a big piece of meat. How large must that snake have been? Shilong looked at her calmly. What do you think? Chenji shook her head, too scared to imagine. Shilong chuckled softly, aimed at a sparrow flying overhead, and threw a stone. The sparrow was hit and fell from the sky. A few meters away, Liang Xiaoqiu watched Chenji with envy. She used to think Chenji was even more pitiful than herself. Whenever she felt sad and hopeless, she would comfort herself that Chenji had survived such hardships, so she shouldn't give up either. Now, looking at her, Chenji has grown taller and become more beautiful. Someone is even bringing her delicious food. The white rice, fragrant meat, and sweet ginger water are all things Liang Xiaoqiu has never tasted. Liang Xiaoqiu swallows hard, thinking that Shilong is not as bad as the rumors say. He can eat white rice, meat, and sweets, which shows he's not short of money. Most importantly, he is generous to women. Unlike her family, where good things are only for men, and women only get what's left over after the men are done. Liang Xiaoqiu doesn't want to be like her older sisters, who were sold to men who were either unhealthy or had bad tempers. She doesn't want to be beaten every day like her sisters. She wants to find someone who likes her, cares for her, is willing to spend money on her, and makes sure she's fed and warm. If she can eat white rice and meat, that would be even better. Someone like Shilong would be perfect. He is a young worker from the countryside, with no parents around. She doesn't have to worry about her mother-in-law bothering her, and she has no burdens. As long as they both work hard, life won't be too bad. Maybe she should try Shilong? Liang Xiaoqiu watches Shilong shoot another sparrow, her eyes shining even more. Just as she keeps staring at Shilong, he suddenly turns around and gives her a cold look. Just one glance, and Liang Xiaoqiu feels like she's fallen into an icy pit, trembling uncontrollably. She quickly looks away. Something is wrong with Shilong. Got it again. Second brother Chun is stunned. How does he not know Shilong is so good at this? 8 now, little Shuai Chen is jealous, his eyes turning red. Even though sparrows are small, they are still meat. If I had known Shilong was so good, I would have asked him to go hunting in the mountains with me. Second brother Chen agrees, yeah, that's true. They both admit that eating meat is more important. Besides, there's nothing strange about Shilong. Standing in the sunlight, he's perfectly fine. Little Shuai Chen asks, what's the relationship between him and Qinji? Why does he keep bringing her food? Second brother Chen guesses, he's interested in Qinji. Not to mention, Qinji is really beautiful now, so fair it's dazzling. After Qinji finishes eating, Liang Xiaoqiu goes to work outside. Shilong asks her, are you feeling okay? His expression, a bit awkward. Qinji is confused. I'm fine, nothing's wrong. Shilong looks at her, amused by her innocence. Do you have a stomach ache? Qinji suddenly realized what Shilong was asking. Her expression stiffened, and she turned her face away, whispering, even if it doesn't hurt, you should be careful. If you feel dizzy or see stars, eat some candy. Qinji responded with a soft, thinking about the things Shilong had given her yesterday. She asked, how did you get that? Which one? Shilong was caught off guard. Qinji didn't dare look at him anymore. Her porcelain white face turned a light pink. That one you gave me yesterday. Oh, that. I made it myself, Shilong said. To prevent her from overthinking, he added, it's my first time making it. Is it useful? Boom. Qinji felt like she was about to explode. She grabbed her hoe and hurriedly went back to work, saying without looking back, I need to do some work now. You should get busy too. Seeing her ears turn red as if bleeding, Shilong smiled slightly and replied, okay. Liang Xiaoqiu was indeed capable. She worked efficiently, finishing before others. Qinji wasn't in a hurry to return the hoe. As the sun set, more birds appeared in the sky. Beyond sparrows, there were some unfamiliar larger birds. Qinji aimed at these bigger birds and managed to shoot down two. While she was bird hunting, Liang Xiaoqiu watched from the side, not going home. Until it was dark and everyone gradually finished work, Qinji tied the birds she caught with grass rope. She carried a bird in one hand, a hoe in the other, and a green military-style water bottle that she had finished drinking from, hanging at her waist. Halfway home, Shilong came over. Qinji handed him the empty water bottle. Shilong took it and secretly slipped 4 eggs into her hand. The eggs were still warm, as if they had just been boiled. Give me what's in your hand. Eat the eggs first, Shilong said. Without a word, Qinji handed him her hoe and the birds. She washed her hands in a nearby ditch and then started peeling the eggs. Have you eaten? Eat when we get home. Actually, Shilong only boiled 4 eggs. Since there were few, he planned to save them all for her to help her recover.
He would eat meat the same way.
I want to eat bird eggs tomorrow, Qinji said. Okay. Tomorrow I'll give you. Shilong's words suddenly stopped. His hand rested on Qinji's shoulder to stop her from moving forward. Wait a moment. Qinji was confused. What's wrong? Just as she spoke, a scream came from ahead. A loud, frightening scream echoed across the entire field, making people's scalps tingle. Liang Xiaoqiu, who was walking in front, was so scared that she ran back and hid behind Qinji and Shilong. Qinji looked ahead and saw a man raising a hoe to strike another man. A gentle breeze blew, and a faint smell of blood filled the air. Liang Zhu, stop. I'm going to beat your brother to death. Everyone, come help. Liang Zhu is too strong. I can't control him. Liang Song, don't just stand there, run. Liang Zhu, open your eyes and look. The person in front of you is your brother. My brother? He's not my brother. They all deserve to die, and you too, you all took Sharu. You all deserve to die. Ah, someone else was hurt again. Somehow, Liang Zhu's strength became incredibly great, and several men couldn't hold him down. Liang Song, Liang Zhu, Liang Bai, you 3 brothers, you all took Sharu for yourselves. You all deserve to die, and you, disrespectful one, Sharu doesn't like you. You forced her and you too go to hell, and you lied to Sharu about giving her money. You didn't give it, so you also deserve to die. You owe Sharu a box of snow cream. Liang Zhu's strange and cold voice sent shivers down everyone's spines. At this moment, someone realized something was wrong. That's not Liang Zhu. No normal person would say they deserve to die. Chun Yao died. His body was just brought home yesterday. Could this person be? Suddenly, The wind picked up, and dark clouds swirled. The scene became even more eerie and sinister. "Where's second auntie? Quickly find her." Second auntie was the village's fortune teller. After breaking away from superstitions, she no longer dealt with ghosts and spirits. Now that someone was in danger, everyone forgot their fears and rushed to find her. But before anyone could run far, Liangzhu caught up, grabbing the back of his collar and tossing him into a small ditch nearby. Chunji had never seen such a scene before and shivered. "Are you scared?" Shilong put his arm around her shoulders. Chunji nodded. She had seen a ghost. How could she not be afraid? "Don't be afraid," Shilong comforted her. He bent down, picked up a small stone about the size of a baby's fist, and threw it at Liangzhu's shoulder blade. With a loud bang, the pillar was knocked down, and Liangzhu fell to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Captain Chen Renjung and Secretary Chen Jushan arrived late. Seeing these two, everyone seemed to see their main support and started describing the dangerous scene just now. Finally, someone whispered, "Captain, Secretary, do you think it might be Chen Yao's ghost?" "Shut up," Chen Renjung ordered. Chen Jushan remained silent, looking serious. "This pillar might have had a fit. I heard that during a fit, people can become confused and very strong. I think he looked like that just now," Shilong said seriously. "If you don't believe me, you can ask a doctor at the hospital," someone questioned. "Does such a disease really exist?" Shilong nodded. "Yes. There are many kinds of mental illnesses. I don't know exactly what kind Liangzhu had." Another person asked, "Is it madness? Are you saying Liangzhu is crazy? Even his own older brother hit him. Isn't that a sign of madness? If he's crazy, that explains it. Crazy people are often very strong and confused. They might even hit their own parents, just like Liangzhu." Phew, everyone sighed in relief. It was not a ghost possession, just madness. Liang Song, who was injured, and Liangzhu, who had fainted, were carried home. The onlookers dispersed. The dark clouds cleared, and the moon appeared. The stars hung low, as if you could reach out and touch them. Was Liangzhu really crazy? Chenji doubted. His tone sounded just like Chen Yao, the widow named Xiaoru. I heard Chen Yao call her that, and tonight's tone was exactly the same, even the small changes. Shilong looked in the direction Liangzhu had left and said indifferently, "Who cares what it was? It's not a big deal." A faint feeling of resentment, barely lasting tonight. "Shilong, do you think ghosts really exist in this world?" Chenji asked, both scared and curious. "If I said yes, wouldn't you be afraid to go out tonight?" Shilong finished and saw Chenji frown, looking conflicted. Shilong smiled. "Have you ever seen a ghost in your life?" Chenji shook his head. "Then that's it. If you haven't seen one in over 10 years, it means even if ghosts exist, we usually don't see them in daily life." Shilong pushed Chenji gently. "All right, let's go home." When Chenji returned home, his family was talking about the widow and her lovers. "Auntie, Chen Yao's injury got infected. He went to the hospital but had a high fever that wouldn't go away. He passed away just 2 days later." This morning, before dawn, Chen's family took him back home. According to Chen's family, they want Liang's family to pay compensation. If not, they threatened to have the police execute Liang Bai. "Chinda, is this a serious injury? Why were there so many eunuchs in ancient times then?" "Old uncle, you can't say it like that. In ancient times, eunuchs were usually castrated when they were young. Many couldn't survive the process. Plus, Chen Yao was older, so the impact was even greater." "Chen Gui, what about that widow you?" "Auntie, she's back too, injured and staying indoors." "Did you hear tonight?" Liangzhu mentioned about a dozen people. It's really surprising, someone who seems honest on the surface, but behind the scenes, they're quite different. Luckily, it wasn't her family. The men at home couldn't help but feel relieved. They were glad they hadn't climbed over Widow Yu's wall. Otherwise, they'd be the ones in trouble. "Chen Mu, if this gets out, what will happen to those people and Widow Yu? Will they be paraded through the streets or publicly criticized?" Old uncle shook his head. "Someone lost their life. It's hard to say what will happen." "All right, don't mention it in front of the children," Grandma said. At this moment, Chunji entered. Chun Dongqing was the first to notice her. specifically the bird she was holding. "Little auntie, you hit a bird again." Chen Dongqing hurried over, excited, and hugged the birds. Chun-ji let go at the right moment and asked, "Is anyone taking a bath? If not, I'll go wash first." No one answered. Chun-ji was satisfied. "Then I'll go wash first. Gigi, can you lend your slingshot to me tomorrow?" Chenmu asked. "No, why not? I promise I won't break it." "No, tomorrow I'll shoot big birds for you." "No, please, I'm begging you." "No." Chenmu was angry and glared. "Don't call me brother anymore." "I'd love to." Chenji sneered coldly. Chenmu gritted his teeth. "If you get bullied in the future, don't come to me." Chenji still sneered. "You won't help me even if I ask." Not only would Chenmu not help her, but everyone in the Chen family wouldn't help her. That night, the incident involving Widow Yu and her lovers spread throughout Sandong village. That night, several couples argued loudly, smashing pots and chairs, making it as lively as a New Year celebration. Chun-ji was woken up early by the noise. Half asleep, he got up and went to eat breakfast. At the same time, Chenmu, who was watching the commotion, returned. Uncle Chi and the others are blocking the main gate with Yao Shu's body, demanding 200 yuan in compensation from the Liang family. "If they don't pay, they won't leave," Chenmu said. "How did the Liang family respond?" Chenda asked. "They won't open the door. When the village leader and the secretary came, they drove us away," Chenmu said with regret, disappointed that he didn't get to see the whole scene. "Enough, don't talk about this at home. It's bad luck," Grandma Ding Fong Fong said unhappily. "Eat quickly, then go work." Today, Chunji's group member was still Yang Xiaoqiu. When they met, neither of them spoke. Shilong and Zhu Yuan were nearby, not far from Li Zhouan and Yang Wenyu, and even farther away were Chen Peng and Chenda. Everyone gathered together. Li Zhouan carried a lunchbox and approached Chunji. When he moved, everyone around looked at him. Li Zhouan was confident and relaxed. Chunji was already working in the fields. When Shilong reached her, she looked up with a puzzled expression. "Didn't you say yesterday you wanted to eat bird eggs?" Shilong asked softly. Chunji's eyes lit up. She took the lunchbox and a pair of chopsticks from Shilong. "Are they fried? Boiled?" Chunji opened the box and saw that the bird eggs were already peeled. No wonder he gave her chopsticks. "Also, the kettle is for you," Shilong said, setting down the kettle and leaving. Chunji had something in her mouth but said nothing, just nodded. There were about a dozen bird eggs. Chunji paired them with the brown sugar ginger tea Shilong prepared, and they finished eating in a few minutes. Shilong has been very proactive these days. Does he really like Chunji? Yang Wenyu looked back and forth between Chunji and Shilong. But I have to say, these two don't have a good reputation, so they seem to match. Li Zhouan clenched his grip on the hoe, but said nothing. Yang Wenyu didn't let go and continued. "Chinjun has come to see you twice. What do you think? Don't you like his daughter?" "I think Chin Xiuzhen is pretty good. Even in the city, not many girls reach high school, and Chin Xiuzhen is beautiful. Marrying her would give you the biggest support in the village. Maybe the next spot at the Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University is yours. Brother, don't you want to go to college? He studied hard for many years and always ranked first in exams, all just to get into college. Almost he had the recommendation letter for university but just missed it, only by a little." Thinking about this, Li Zhouan still felt disappointed. If there were spots for Workers', Peasants' and Soldiers' University, Chinjun would choose Chin Xiuzhen first. But what if Chin Xiuzhen voluntarily gives up her spot to you? At noon, everyone was eating, but no one had brought lunch to Chinji yet. Could it be that her family knew Shilong was bringing her food, so they saved her share? Thinking of this, Chunji's face darkened. The work points she earned belonged to her family. If they didn't give her food, she wouldn't work tomorrow. When Shilong came over with a basket, he saw Chunji angrily pulling at the grass on the ground, even giving up her favorite slingshot. "What's wrong? My grandma didn't bring me lunch. Maybe she got delayed by something," Shilong said, handing Chunji her lunchbox. "Eat mine first." The dishes were the same as yesterday, but today there was clearly more meat. As usual, Chunji ate the meat first, then the rest. "Do you like this meat?" "Yes." Chunji couldn't quite describe the feeling. It was like a natural desire deep inside her. There's plenty more. I'll save some for you. Chinji's heart was lightly touched, thrown off rhythm. She lowered her head, afraid to look at Shilong. Shilong had become very strange these days. After finishing her meal, Chinji saw her uncle Chinda, holding a bowl, walking quickly toward her, looking anxious. Your eldest sister isn't doing well. Your grandparents and your eldest uncle's family have gone to your brother-in-law's house. They left in a hurry and didn't have time to tell you. You must be hungry. Here's some lunch from uncle's house. Eat a little to fill up. Eldest sister isn't doing well? Chinji frowned, looking at the bowl brought to her. She shook her head. I've already eaten. She pointed to her lunchbox on the ground and to Shilong, who hadn't left yet. My friend brought this for me. Her uncle's bowl was probably his own lunch. If he gave her his, what would he eat? This uncle was one of the few who genuinely cared for Chinji. But he had his own children to look after, and he wouldn't pay much attention to her, his niece. That's good if you've eaten. Chindashian looked at Shilong beside him with many questions in his mind. However, he was only an uncle, and many things were beyond his control. Shilong nodded politely and said, "Hello, uncle." "Hello," Chindashian replied. Then he looked at Chinji and said, "If you have anything to say, talk to your mother. She won't harm you." After saying that, regardless of Chinji's reaction, Chindashian left. In the evening, he returned home to a quiet house with no one there. Chinji went to prepare bath water. The cabinet with rice, oil, and salt was locked, so she couldn't cook even if she wanted to. Soon after, Chen Mama, Chen Yi, and Chen Mu also came back. There were only the four of them at home.
Mom, I'm hungry.
Let's cook, Chen Mu said weakly. Chen Mama shook her head. I don't have the key, so I can't open the cabinet. I'll borrow some rice and a few sweet potatoes from your uncle's house. We can make sweet potato porridge. Chen Mu was a bit unhappy but didn't say anything. He turned to look at Chinji. Did you go bird hunting today? I did, but I didn't catch anything. The birds have become clever. Chinji lied.
Chen Mu snorted coldly.
I told you to give me your slingshot so I could shoot. Chinji said, if you want one, just make your own. Chen Mu's eyes widened. If he could make one, he wouldn't have been jealous of her slingshot for so long. The eldest uncle's family didn't come back all night. For breakfast, Chen Mama cooked a pot of porridge with borrowed rice. Chinji ate until she was half full. In the morning, Shilong fed her 2 egg pancakes, barely enough to fill her stomach. At noon, Chinyi brought her a bowl of sweet potato rice and said, Big sister died. Uncle's family is busy with her funeral and hasn't come back yet. Chinji responded with a blank look and a simple, Seeing her expression, Chinyi got angry. You're so cold-hearted. Big sister died, and you didn't shed a single tear. Chinji looked up and saw Chunya's eyes were red, as if she had just cried. Chunyi and the 2 older sisters were close, and they often played with her. Now that the eldest sister had passed away, it was normal for Chinyi to be sad. But what did that have to do with Chinji? The 2 older sisters often bullied her, along with Chinyi. To her, they were less than strangers. Strangers don't hold grudges or hatred. When people die, debts are forgiven. If she didn't smile, she would be true to her blood ties. Chunyi angrily ran away. Chunji held a slingshot, shooting stones into the sky. Today, her aim was excellent, almost perfect every time. The birds in the sky fell one by one, and the people nearby looked at her with envy. Someone shyly asked Chinji for 2 birds, but she refused. Some children tried to come and grab them, but Chinji didn't let them. She hit anyone who tried. The children cried, and their parents came over, accusing Chinji of being rude and bullying kids. Chinji didn't care. If they dare to grab, I dare to hit. You're just a girl with no proper manners. If your dad didn't teach you, I will. A woman rolled up her sleeves, showing her rough, hard-working hands, and angrily walked toward Chinji. Chunji knew this woman. She was from the neighboring village, named Lan Xiaoya. Was she going to hit her? Chunji squinted and grabbed a hoe nearby. Chinji, hurting people can land you in jail. Think carefully. Li Zhouan arrived unexpectedly, with Yang Wenyu behind him. Liang Xiaoqiu stepped back, afraid she might get involved. You're trying to hit an elder? Be careful, lightning might strike you, Lan Xiaoya scolded, grabbing Qinji's hoe. A few children who wanted to steal the birds saw this and rushed to help, waving their small fists at Qinji. Qinji narrowed her eyes, spun the hoe, and turned in a circle. Lan Xiaoya also spun around, knocking the children down one by one. Seeing the children fall, some parents watching nearby couldn't hold back and joined the fight. The scene quickly got out of control. Qinji was fearless. She fought 1 against 10, pushing and kicking. About a dozen people surrounded her, but none could get close. Li Zhouan and Yang Wenyu looked stunned. Yang Wenyu said, "I didn't expect Qinji to have the skill." Li Zhouan nodded. "It's quite surprising." Liang Xiaoqiu watched with wide eyes. At this moment, Qinji looked shining in her eyes. When Shilong arrived, he saw Qinji kicking someone and making them fall flat. He couldn't help but smile. It's true, when you care, you get worried. With her current strength, most people couldn't bully her. When Qinji knocked everyone down, Captain Qinjun arrived. Recently, because of issues involving the families of Qin Yao and Liang Bai, he has been feeling very stressed. Now, with Qinji causing trouble again, his anger is boiling over. "Someone tell me what's going on?" "Captain, she hit someone," Lan Xiaoya pointed at Qinji and added. "Everyone saw it. It was you who started the fight," Qinji said stubbornly. "You all bully the smaller ones, outnumber the others, and try to take the sparrow I caught. When I refuse, you try to force me, and when you can't, you hit me. Everyone nearby saw it. You were the first to bully the kids," Lan Xiaoya argued. "But your kid was the one stealing my sparrow," Qinji replied. "Thieves should be punished. That's nonsense. He's just a kid. I'm 17, still a minor, and you're hitting us elders. You elders are bullying me, a child." In the past, Qinji was always the one being bullied and beaten. Now it feels great to be the one fighting back. "Everyone shut up," Qin Renjing shouted coldly. He pointed at Li Zhouan. "You tell us what really happened." Li Zhouan stepped forward, glanced at Lan Xiaoya, then at Qinji. He said, "It started when these kids asked Qinji for the sparrow. He refused, so they tried to take it. Qinji fought back. Then a few women came and said Qinji was raised without a father and started to scold him, and that's when they all started fighting." Li Zhouan paused and added, "It was the kids who caused trouble first, and the women also started it. At the police station, the ones at fault are the kids and the women. Can't you speak properly? We're the ones who got hit." Lan Xiaoya glared at Li Zhou and Qinji sneered. "You're just weak. When enemies come to your door, you can't fight back. That's not right anywhere." Qin Renjing was very worried. He looked coldly at the kids and women and said, "If you want the sparrow, fight for it. Catch pests, and I'll praise you. Stealing from others is not something to be proud of." Lan Xiaoya was unhappy. "Are we just going to get beaten for nothing?" Qin Renjing's face darkened. "What else? If someone reports you for theft, you deserve it." "Exactly. Wolves and bandits will all die at our hands someday." Qinji was very proud after winning his first fight. "Shut up." Qin Renjing directed his anger at Qinji. "They are your brothers and sisters, your younger brother and elders, not enemies. Next time you hit someone, do a proper apology in front of the whole village." After each person received a punishment of 50 strokes, Qin Renjing left angrily. In front of a few ants and children, Qinji continued to shoot birds in the sky with a slingshot. She shot a stone to catch a sparrow, which fell like dumplings, and Shilong helped her pick it up. The ants were both angry and resentful, and the children started crying loudly. "Mommy, I want a sparrow too. I want a slingshot. Give me one. I want to eat meat, Mommy. Buy me some." The crying was sharp and harsh. The ants, with dark faces, dragged their children away.
"Eat, eat, eat."
"I'll cut my meat and give it to you." Qinji shot about 10 more sparrows before she finally felt calm. "Are you satisfied?" Shilong asked her. Yes, I am satisfied. Winning for the first time felt so great." Shilong smiled and said, "Good job." Qinji looked at Shilong in surprise. "Don't you think I went too far?" "Of course not. They wanted to bully you, and you fought back. That's only right." Just after Chenji hit someone, her mother came rushing over, raising her hand to hit Chenji. Chenji ran away. The team leader didn't make me apologize. What are you doing? You keep causing trouble everywhere. Can I discipline you? Chen's mother couldn't catch her and was so angry, she gritted her teeth. No, I won't. Chenji ran farther away. You're interfering with my work. I'll go tell the squad leader. Stop right there, Chen's mother shouted. I won't hit you. Come back and do your work. After saying that, she left. Only when she was far away did Chenji come back to work. Next to her, Liang Xiaoqiu watched the scene and admired Chenji even more. She sincerely said, "You're really impressive." Chenji suspected Liang Xiaoqiu was being sarcastic, but the other looked serious. Chenji thought for a moment. If I do that, it won't look good for my reputation, but I think you did the right thing. She had always wanted to do that but lacked the courage. So she admired Chenji, because not everyone could be so brave. For the first time, her peers recognized her, and Chenji couldn't help but feel happy. I also think I didn't do anything wrong. In the evening, after work, Chenji shot a few sparrows. Today, she caught more than 20 sparrows. If she kept doing this every day, maybe the sparrows in their village would disappear completely. Chenji thought that if her uncle's family didn't come back, she would roast the sparrows at home to eat. But when she returned home, her family was already there. Grandma had prepared the meal, which was mixed grain rice and leftover dishes packed from her eldest sister-in-law's house. Even though they were leftovers, they included some meat, just a few slices, but with meat and various seasonings, even plain vegetables smelled very tasty. At the dining table, no one spoke. The atmosphere was heavy and filled with sadness. Grandpa, Grandma, and her uncle and aunt had no appetite. They ate a little, and then went to rest in their rooms. Without Grandma watching, Chenji quietly ate 2 bowls of rice and quite a lot of vegetables. Mom, can I roast the sparrows to eat? Chenji asked. No, Chen's mother replied firmly. Chenji was not satisfied. Then isn't it a waste to catch the sparrows and not eat them? Chen's mother said, clean them properly, salt them, and eat them tomorrow. The next day, her uncle and aunt went to work as usual. People die, but the living must go on. Life continues as before. Liang Xiaoqiu's attitude toward Chenji improved a lot. Over the course of the day, they exchanged a few words. Spring planting lasted until early May. Many people fell ill, like her aunt, who got sick 3 days after returning from her eldest sister-in-law's house. She was sick for more than half a month. Those who didn't fall ill also lost weight, looking pale and thin, like refugees fleeing a famine. In contrast, Chenji, who was fed by Shilong every day, looked healthier after eating snake meat for a month. Her complexion became rosier, and she even gained some weight. Mom, these pants and clothes are too small now. I can't wear them anymore. A few months had passed. Chenji had grown from about 1.5 meters to 1.65 meters, and she seemed to be still growing taller. Her clothes and pants were too tight. She couldn't squeeze into them. Chen's mother was silent. She could see that her daughter wasn't lying, but she had no money or tickets to buy new fabric. Just wear my clothes for now. Chen's mother was 1.62 meters tall. Her clothes were a bit loose, so Chenji could barely fit into them. Chenji had no choice but to wear her mother's clothes and pants for now. These past few days, I cut 2 of your outfits and combined them into one, so you have a set to change into. Mother Chen said, since you have free time now, go to the mountains to find wild rattan for making clothes. Chenji replied, there isn't much rattan in the mountains. Mother Chen knew that too, but what could she do if not? She couldn't go out without clothes. If you want to wear clothes, go find some. Look for older leaves. The young ones won't do. Chenji carried her basket and went out, but she didn't rush into the mountains first. She went to the youth camp to find Shilong. Does the black market have everything? She asked. Not everything, but most of what you see daily is there, Shilong said, noticing her frown, as if she was worried. What's wrong? Do you want to go to the black market? I have no clothes to wear, Chenji said shyly. My mom told me to go to the mountains to find rattan to make clothes. Rattan? That's rare. I've only seen it twice in the mountains. The leaves look freshly grown, just a few months old. For making clothes, it's better to use rattan that's over 2 years old because its fibers are better. Chunji said, so I don't plan to find rattan. Whether I find it or not, it's complicated to make clothes anyway. Shilong asked, are you planning to go to the black market? Yes. I want to hunt animals, sell the meat at the black market, and save money to buy fabric, Chunji said, her eyes shining and looking serious. Shilong wanted to say he had some fabric and could give it to her, but seeing her like this, he couldn't. She probably wanted to get a set of clothes through her own effort. He then said, if you trust me, I can help sell your hunted animals and buy clothes for you. How about that? Of course I trust you, Chunji replied. With Shilong's help, she wouldn't need to go to the black market, saving her a lot of trouble.
Chunji went up the mount.
In May, the weather was a bit hot. The insects in the mountains had bred all spring, reaching a terrifying number now. In previous years, when Chunji went up the mountain at this time, she would come home covered in red, swollen bites, in pain. But this time, she found that the insects avoided her. After half an hour in the mountains, her legs and arms exposed outside had no bites at all. It was incredible. Could it be that this year's mosquitoes don't bite anymore? She quickly forgot about this and, unconsciously, arrived at the place where she saw the black bear last time. She didn't know if the bear was still there.
Chunji stopped outside a cave.
The prey on this side was fewer, so she decided to try the other side of the cave. Chunji had never been inside this cave before. She only heard about it from Chunmu. He said there was an underground river beneath the cave, and you could hear the water. Chunmu said they often walk back and forth in the cave, so it should be safe. She comforted herself. Taking a deep breath, she stepped boldly into the cave. The cave was damp. As soon as she entered, she felt a cool moisture, and her hot body heat eased a little. There was no sunlight inside. The deeper she went, the darker it became. But this didn't bother Chunji, because she could see in the dark. She held her slingshot tightly. Besides the sound of water flowing from somewhere unknown, she only heard her footsteps and breathing. It felt like she was completely alone in the world, which made her feel uneasy. At this moment, she wished a snake or some other creature would come out. It was too quiet, and that made her scared. Perhaps hearing her wish, suddenly, there was a loud splash of water, as if something had burst out. Chunji was startled at first, then quickly turned her head toward the sound. There was a jumble of rocks, but where was the water coming from? Her fear grew. Could it be a ghost? Chunji wanted to leave immediately. She almost turned around, but suddenly the ground shook. Rocks from the top of the cave fell, and the ground sank. The spot where she stood cracked open. In her panic, Chunji only managed to hold onto her slingshot tightly and hug her head. Chunji was knocked out. She didn't know how long she was unconscious. When she was dazed, she felt something biting her, causing pain deep in her bones. Even more frightening, that thing was drinking her blood. Chunji was angry. It reminded her of the green spirit monster on the mountain last year. That creature also wanted to eat her, but she ended up eating it instead. With her past experience, in the darkness, Chunji saw a strong green glow.
Suddenly,
a whip-like strike hit her precisely. Chunji was torn and bleeding, feeling a burning pain. Her face twisted in pain, but she didn't let go of her mouth. When the whip struck again, Chunji quickly reached out and grabbed her opponent. They started a tug-of-war. Chunji refused to let go, and her opponent couldn't overpower her. Chunji's small mouth was chewing very quickly, swallowing without spitting. Her cheeks ached, but she didn't dare to relax. She chewed faster and faster, making a crisp, cracking sound. It was bland and tasteless, but not hard to swallow. The other person's body was shrinking, and she sensed something was wrong. She struggled to escape. However, Chunji was so angry that she lost her reason, only wanting to defeat the other. She didn't remember how long it had been until she swallowed the last piece. Suddenly, she let out a big breath of relief. She sank to the ground, leaning against a stone wall. Her vision blurred, her teeth and cheeks hurt, and her stomach was also in pain, about to burst. What exactly did she eat just now? Will eating it cause trouble? Chun-ji felt scared and uncertain. She wondered if she should go to the hospital. Her family probably wouldn't want to spend money on that, so she thought of Shilong. Yes, she could ask Shilong for money. Chun-ji supported herself on the wall and stood up. That was when she saw she was inside a stone cave, surrounded by walls with no exit. Yet, the sound of flowing water grew clearer, as if right in front of her. Following the sound, she reached a stone wall. At the bottom, she saw a small opening like a millstone, with flowing underground river water beneath it. Could following the water lead her to an exit? After hesitating only a few seconds, Chun-ji jumped into the water. The cool river flowed around her as she swam forward with the current. It was completely dark around her. Above was the stone wall, and below, the water was so deep she couldn't see the bottom. There were fish and long water plants at the bottom. Several times, her feet got tangled in the plants, and she had to dive underwater to untangle them. It's strange that plants can grow so well without sunlight. In Chun-ji's understanding, plants need sunlight to grow. Without it, they usually can't thrive. The water plants felt slippery, a bit like the thing she had just eaten. While playing with the water plants, she didn't notice a large, dark object rushing toward her at high speed from the bottom of the water. When it reached her and opened its huge mouth to bite, Chun-ji suddenly realized the danger. What is that thing? A sharp pain hit her as it bit her arm. Blood stained the water red all around her. Chun-ji couldn't see anything and could only act on instinct, clenched her fist, and swung at the thing that was biting her arm. Her fist struck a hard head, just one punch, causing a dent in the opponent's skull. Then came the second punch, the third, the fourth. The creature realized it was facing a strong enemy and let go of Chun-ji's arm. Trying to run? No way. Chun-ji grabbed a long beard, flipped over, and rode on top of the opponent, punching repeatedly. Her fists bled, but she didn't feel pain until the creature beneath her stopped moving. Then she stopped. Chun-ji carried the creature along the water flow, continuing forward. She didn't realize she had been in the water for a long time and felt no discomfort. Only when the water in front of her became clear did she realize she was holding a large catfish. The fish was about her size, with a head wider than her shoulders. This fish probably weighed over 100 pounds. She wondered if the black market would buy such a fish and how much it could sell for. While she was lost in thought, another huge creature appeared in the water. This time, she spotted it early, a blue fish. What surprised her was that this blue fish was even larger than the catfish she held. No, not just one, there were 5 of them. The sky darkened, and Chun-ji hadn't returned yet. Shilong looked at the cooked food in front of him, feeling strangely unsettled. He decided to go check. The idea popped into his mind, and without hesitation, Shilong took the food back inside, closed the door, and strode into the mountains. Chun-ji had a mark on her body, left by him. As long as she was not too far away, he could always sense her location. Shilong moved quickly, reaching the outside of the cave in about 10 minutes. Before he saw Chun-ji with his naked eyes, he sensed a strong aura, like a delicious dessert. After the last battle with the Black Dragon, this mountain range no longer had any strange objects. So, where was this coming from? Shilong, why are you here? A familiar voice sounded. Shilong was stunned and saw Chun-ji sitting in the corner. The aura was coming from Chun-ji. She looked very disheveled now, soaking wet, with a few tears in her clothes, dotted with tiny bloodstains. The backs of her hands were cut and swollen. The most serious injury was on her arm, where jagged bite marks circled around. Shilong frowned and asked, "How did you get hurt?" "It's a long story," Chun-ji replied. "Then take your time. I'll apply some medicine first," Shilong said, taking out a jade bottle from his pocket. Carefully, he rolled up Chun-ji's sleeve and sprinkled the powder on her wound. The powder felt cool and refreshing on the injury. Chun-ji looked at Shilong's face close up. His face was smooth with sharp features. His furrowed brows looked serious and a little intimidating, but his movements were gentle and careful. Chun-ji didn't feel any pain. The medicine quickly healed her wound. "You didn't say what happened," Shilong reminded her. Chun-ji snapped back to her senses. She touched her swollen belly, feeling a bit scared again. I think I ate something I shouldn't have. She explained how she was mysteriously trapped in a cave and attacked without reason. She fought back and pointed to the 5 fish on the ground, 1 catfish and 4 green fish. The smallest weighed over 100 pounds and the largest more than 200. There was also a green fish, but it escaped. Shilong was silent. He didn't expect there to be mutated creatures underwater, nor did he expect Chun-ji to be so brave, swallowing the fish whole. Most people would have been crushed or rolled on the ground, but she just ate her fill and even fought some big fish underwater. His gaze fell on her round belly, feeling strangely cute and wanting to touch it. It'll be fine. After a good sleep, it will go down, Shilong comforted her. Chun-ji's eyes lit up suddenly, shining with a strange green glow. Really? She asked, looking hopeful. Yes, really, Shilong said confidently. Finally, Chun-ji relaxed completely. That's a relief. You scared me. Shilong looked a little worried. Is there anything else uncomfortable? Chun-ji shook her head.
No.
Can you help me check these fish? Does anyone buy them on the black market? For green fish should sell easily. The catfish is also wanted, but probably not for a high price. Since you're back late and your clothes are torn, I suggest selling the 4 green fish and taking the catfish home. That way, you have an explanation, Shilong said, not wanting her to go home and be scolded. Chun-ji was reluctant. She didn't want her family to eat the fish she worked hard to catch. Shilong added, the 4 green fish are enough to make 2 sets of clothes. All right then. Chun-ji finally agreed, saying, now, how do we get them out? 7 or 800 jin. If you trust me, I'll take responsibility, said Shilong. Of course I trust you. I'm just worried you'll get tired, Chun-ji replied. It's okay. These big green fish, I'll keep some to taste later, as a thank you for your hard work. All right, no problem. Chun-ji carried the catfish, while Shilong carried 2 green fish. I'll come back later to get the other 2, he told Chun-ji. But as Chun-ji turned around, he waved his hand and secretly took the 2 green fish into his sleeve. They walked out of the valley one after the other, crossed 2 hills, and finally reached the bottom of the mountain. The village was quiet and dark. Chun-ji heard the rooster crow and asked in surprise, is it already dawn? Shilong looked in a certain direction and shook his head. It should be around 10 o'clock at night. An old person once said that when roosters crow at this time, it signals something bad might happen. Chun-ji said casually, not paying much attention. But Shilong looked in another direction and softly said, I'll take you home first. No need, I'm not afraid, Chun-ji said, not wanting Shilong to hear her family scold her. She felt embarrassed. Shilong didn't insist. All right, go home by yourself. I need to go back to the mountain. Thank you for your help, Chun-ji said, sincerely. Shilong had helped her so much. Without him, her situation would be much worse. It's nothing. Chun-ji, I'm not as weak as you think, Shilong said meaningfully. Chun-ji nodded randomly. Yeah, you're very capable. Shilong probably minded the villagers gossiping about him, a grown man earning only 7 work points. Sure enough, men don't admit they're not capable. Chun-ji didn't realize how incredible it was that Shilong carried 300 jin of green fish over several hills without resting, looking fresh and walking lightly. How much strength would that take? Shilong watched Chun-ji walk away until her figure disappeared around the corner, then turned to head toward the town. Chun-ji carried the nearly dragon catfish and knocked on the door. The next second, she heard scolding from inside the house. Chun-ji wasn't surprised at all. She calmly said, Grandma, if you don't come out and open the door, I'll kick it down. If you dare kick the door, I will cut off your foot, Grandma said angrily. I caught a big fish. Grandma, if you don't open the door, I will carry the fish to Uncle's house, Chun-ji threatened. Grandma, you go to sleep. I'll open the door, Chun-mu said loudly. He didn't know where he hit, but there was a crackling sound coming from the RO. Chun-mu ran to open the door. Other rooms also made noises, so it seemed everyone was awake. But no one came to find him or to greet him. Well, actually some did. Shilong went to see him. Thinking of Shilong, Chun-ji felt warm inside. He didn't dare hope for family affection, but He should cherish his friendship with Shilong. Where's the fish? Chenmu asked as he opened the door. Tonight, there was no moon, and everything was very dark. Chenmu only saw a blurry figure of Chenji. It's here. Reach out your hand, Chenji said. Chenmu stretched out his hand. Don't trick me. Chenji added, both hands. How big is the fish that it needs 2 hands? Chenmu said impatiently, holding out one more hand. Catch it carefully. It's heavy, Chenji said with a mischievous smile, taking down the big catfish from his shoulder and placing it into Chenmu's hands.
Bang!
The big catfish fell to the ground, hitting Chenmu's foot. He let out a loud cry, clutching his foot and spinning around. What's going on? Did something happen? Is Xiaomu hurt? Is it serious? Now everyone was awake. Grandma lit the kerosene lamp. When everyone saw the big fish on the ground, they all stared with wide eyes, frozen in place. Is this a fish? Chen Fu's eyes nearly popped out. He had never seen such a big fish before. It's a fish, a catfish, said the knowledgeable eldest uncle. This thing is fierce. It can grow very large, but such a big one, I've only heard about it. Is it possessed? Can we eat it? Chenmu said, holding his foot. His foot must be black and swollen. Chenji must have done it on purpose. Of course, a fish can be eaten, Chen Fu said, swallowing hard. Right, Dad? The eldest uncle nodded. Yes, it can be eaten. This fish is hard to catch. How did Gigi catch it? Where did she catch it? Chinda asked curiously. He turned his head around but couldn't find Shinji. Chunji went to take a bath. After washing, she wanted to go to sleep, but she was stopped by Chinda, Chingui, Chinmu, and Chinfu. Gigi, where did you catch the fish? Chinda asked. Chunji dried her hair and was wearing a dress temporarily made by her mother. She looked up at the 4 people in front of her. Do you want to go catch fish too? That's obvious, Chingui said impatiently. Near the mountain cave in the north you often talk about. I accidentally fell into the underground river and almost couldn't get out, Chinji said, rolling up her sleeves to show her fish bite wounds and holding up her fists. It was dark underneath and I almost died. Are you sure you want to go? The 4 looked at each other in silence. After a while, Chunda said, the 4 of us will go with a rope. If there's danger, we can climb back up using the rope. Chunji replied, you also need to find the entrance and exit of the underground river. I climbed up in the dark and looked for the entrance, trying to leave a mark so it would be easier to find next time. But after searching for a long time, I couldn't find it. Really? Chinmu looked at Chinji with doubt. Chunji pretended to be angry. Why would I lie? If you catch fish, I can eat it too. I really hope you catch more. When she climbed out of the underground river, she blocked the exit with a stone to prevent anyone from going down and being eaten by the fish. But she only blocked one exit, so she wasn't sure if there was a second one. Chingui said, maybe it's because it got dark and you couldn't find it. Brother, we'll go check tomorrow. Chinda agreed. Yes, we'll go see tomorrow. Chinmu looked at Chinji. Are you going or not? No, I won't go. I'm injured and need to rest, Chinji said firmly. Grandpa and the eldest uncle were killing fish. They had over 100 jin of fish, chopped into pieces, filling 2 large pots. Grandma and the eldest aunt were cutting pickled vegetables and chopping chili peppers, planning to make pickled fish. Chen's mother was cooking over the fire, while the children watched nearby. It was past 10 at night, and they were still cooking rice. This was rare in the Chen family because kerosene was expensive. Usually, they avoided using it unless necessary, especially when they didn't have to work outside. Dinner was often before dark. Chunji's stomach was still full, but she also wanted to taste the flavor of the big catfish. The big catfish was very fat, and the family didn't want to use oil. It could fry itself and produce a large bowl of oil. They added pickled vegetables and chili to stir-fry, filling the air with a strong aroma, then poured in boiling water. The water in the pot was bubbling and boiling, while the people nearby were swallowing saliva. Grandma, can we eat now? Chen Fu asked. Eat first, then go to sleep. Bring the bowls over, I will divide the meat, Ding Fong Fong said, holding a spoon. Chen Fu was the first to rush forward. Ding Fong Fong scooped a bowl of fish meat for him, then served Chinda and the two children, Chingui and Chinmu, as well as Grandpa, the eldest uncle, his wife, Chunma, Chinyi, and finally Chinji. When it was Chunji's turn, only a few pieces of meat remained in the pot. Ding Fong Fong gave Chinji 3 pieces, keeping 4 for herself. "Grandma, there isn't enough fish meat to eat," Chinfu complained. Hearing this, Ding Fong Fong took her spoon and tried to take 2 pieces of meat from Chunji's bowl. Chunji sneered, "If you dare to take them, I won't bring any meat back next time. I'll just grill some outside and eat it." Ding Fong Fong glared at Chinji, but had to give up. She turned to Chinfu and said, "It's getting late. Eating too much before bed isn't good for your health. We still have 2 pots of meat at home. I'll cook them for you tomorrow." "All right," Chinfu said reluctantly. "Grandma, can you scoop some soup and pickled vegetables for me?" Ding Fong Fong took Chinfu's bowl, scooped a piece of meat and most of a bowl of pickled vegetables into it, then added a spoon of soup before handing it back. "Eat slowly, don't burn your mouth." Chinfu grinned happily. "I know, Grandma." Chinji watched the whole process silently. Meanwhile, Shilong carried 3 large green fish to find Shirexyan, leaving Shirexyan and his younger brother stunned. They had never seen such big green fish before. "I heard these can grow to hundreds of pounds and live for over 30 years. Today, I finally saw one," one of them said in amazement. "Bring a scale to weigh it. The biggest one must be over 200 pounds. Where did you catch this fish?" Shilong sat nearby, shaking his head. "They say it was caught in the mountains. I don't know the details." Then the scale arrived. 2 men carried the fish, one watching the scale, the other holding the fish steady. The person watching the scale called out, 265 pounds. Everyone gasped. "Wow, it really is that heavy. Call the other 2 as well. One weighs 182 jin, the other 153 jin. That makes exactly 600 jin," Shirexyan said. Shilong nodded. The total was correct. "Your fish is dead, so I can only pay you 50 cents per jin," Shirexyan said.
11 Langfraunet.
"Such a big blue fish is rare. 50 cents is too cheap, 0.6 of a dollar. The weather makes transportation difficult. If I don't sell it soon, it will spoil. I can't take too much risk." Shirexyan refused to lower the price. "There are many units and factories in the county. Just sell to them," Shilong insisted. Shirexyan gritted his teeth. "Then 55 cents per jin, no more," Shilong agreed.
Deal.
"Also, give me 50 yuan worth of fabric in blue or cyan." Someone's rooster crowed all night. The smell of boiled fish filled the Chin family's house, and everyone slept peacefully. The next morning, just before dawn, someone shouted, "Someone has committed suicide." Chinji hadn't gotten up yet. There were sounds from nearby rooms, then someone ran out the door hurriedly. "Stay at home, both of you. Don't go outside," Chen's mother warned. Chinji turned over and continued sleeping. Chunyi sat up. "Aren't you curious who committed suicide? I'm tired and don't want to move," Chinji replied and fell back asleep. "Lazy. Sleeps so much," Chinyi muttered. When Chunji woke again, it was already bright outside, and the smell of food came from the kitchen. She sat up and checked her wound. As expected, it had healed, scabbed over. When she pressed it, there was no pain. "Get up when you wake," Chinyi said impatiently. "You tore Mom's clothes. She only has 2 sets of clean clothes. What is she supposed to wear now? Just sew it up," Chinji said indifferently. "By autumn, the family will be weaving their own cloth. When that time comes, you won't need new clothes and you can give the fabric to Mom. That won't do." Chunyi was anxious. "I want to make new clothes and go see the matchmaker." Chunyi was 20 years old. Many girls her age were already married and had children. If she didn't marry soon, she would be considered an old maid. No wonder she was so anxious. Chunji looked at Chunyi in surprise. "You're going to see the matchmaker? From which village?" Although Chunyi said this, she secretly thought she wouldn't marry anyone from a poorer village than theirs. Chunji wondered if, next year, Chunyi would get married, then maybe it would be her turn the following year. If she married in 2 years, she would have to stay in this family for 2 more years. But 2 years didn't seem too hard to endure. For breakfast, they had fish, meat, vegetables, and porridge. They didn't put much rice, just some fish, meat, and mostly green vegetables. Each person had one bowl. Chunji finished her bowl, but still felt a little unsatisfied. When she saw Chen Dongqing and Chen Meihua licking their bowls, she also wanted to lick hers, but she held back. If she dared to lick her bowl, her mother would definitely chase her with a whip. Widow Yu hanged herself at the gate of the Liang family last night. Remember to avoid that place when you go out today, said the eldest uncle. A month ago, the Qin family carried Chen Yao's body and blocked Liang's gate. Liang's family didn't want to pay, so they pushed out Widow Yu. In the end, Widow Yu took out all her savings, 202.6 yuan, and gave it to the Qin family, who then took Chen Yao's body away. They thought the matter was over, but a few days later, Widow Yu was taken away by the Revolutionary Committee. When she was returned, her head was shaved, her face was bruised, and her body smelled worse than a cesspit. Since then, Widow Yu lost all her spirit, and no one saw her leave the house again. Why did she commit suicide? Everyone wondered. Probably she couldn't take it anymore, said the eldest aunt. She had personally seen the body. She was all bruised, with no good spots on her. How could that happen? Chinyi was frightened. The eldest aunt said she was beaten by the Liang family. After hearing this, everyone fell silent. Chunda and the others took ropes and a spear they borrowed from somewhere, saying they were going to the mountains. Widow Yu just died. You must be home before dark, said the eldest uncle seriously. Chunda nodded. We know what we're doing. When they left, Chenji also wanted to go out. What are you going to do? Chen's mother frowned. I'm going hunting, then trading the game for cloth. I looked around the mountain yesterday, but I didn't see a single sword grass, Chenji said innocently. Mom, the plan you mentioned won't work. Are you crazy? You're going to take risks for nothing. Chen's mother was frightened. Not trading and speculation, just exchanging goods, some cloth with others. I don't know where the black market is, Mom. You're overestimating me, Chenji said half-jokingly. Mom looked serious. It's better if you stick to that. If you want to get into trouble, don't involve the whole family. If you give me a set of your clothes, I won't go, Chenji said, pretending to put down her basket. Mom turned away and walked off. Chenji pouted. You're so stingy. She didn't go up the mountain but took a different route to the youth station. Shilong woke up late. At that moment, he was frying fish in a heavy flat pan. There was only one big piece of fish, larger than Chenji's palm. Is this yesterday's blue fish? Chenji asked. Yes, I kept one, Shilong replied, pointing to a wooden basin nearby. It had 5 or 6 pieces of blue fish, weighing about 4 or 5 pounds in total. These are just the tails cut from the fish. The tails are so big, the belly parts must be even larger. Chenji picked up a piece of fish and looked at it in the sunlight. The fish was clear and shiny, almost no fishy smell. It looks pretty good. Shilong didn't look at the fish. His eyes moved from Chenji's face to her clothes and pants. Her clothes and pants were patched up all over. The pants looked like 2 pairs sewn together, with 4 horizontal lines across the cuffs, and the lengths at the bottom were uneven. It looked quite sloppy. It was obvious the person who mended her clothes wasn't careful. Shilong felt a bit sad. What kind of life had she been living all these years? Yesterday, I sold 3 fish, weighing a total of 600 jin, at 55 cents per jin. That made 330 yuan. I took 50 yuan to buy you some clothes and fabric. He made the clothes himself, using fabric bought with money from selling the black bear. He had made 3 sets of clothes over time. He hadn't had a chance to give her any before, worried she might refuse. Now he finally could. Chenji blinked. 330 yuan. She must have heard wrong.
Lang nodded.
Yes, 330 yuan. I spent 50, so I have 280 left. I'll give it to you later. No, you don't have to. Just hold on to it for me, Chenji said nervously, swallowing hard. She had no place to hide the money. She was afraid someone might take it, or she might lose it herself. Shilong smiled slightly. You trust me that much, Chenji? If you don't trust someone, you shouldn't use their money. If you want to cheat me, you can just say you only sold it for 20 or 30 yuan. Shilong thought for a moment. That's a good idea. Chenji's face immediately darkened. Try it if you dare, Shilong quickly admitted he was wrong. I don't dare. The oil in the frying pan sizzled, and the smell of the fish was strong and overwhelming, almost everywhere.
Ah.
I'm going crazy. Shilong made something delicious again, Yang Wenyu shouted angrily. Zhao Jinbao smelled the fish aroma and ate his plain grain porridge. I don't want to be his neighbor anymore. Me neither. Zhou Jingping wanted to cry. After spring planting, he was so thin he looked like skin and bones, with blurry eyes, and he hadn't yet bought meat at the supply and marketing cooperative. Zhu Yuan's eyes rolled. Why don't we ask Shilong where he got the fish? Maybe we can get some too. Li Zhouan gestured with his hand. This big fish doesn't look like it's from around here. He probably bought it. Zhao Yiqing asked, where did he buy it? We haven't seen such a big fish in town. Yang Wenyu said, really? Such a big fish exists. Li Zhouan confirmed, I'm sure I saw it right. Zhou Jingping asked, should we go see for ourselves? Everyone looked at each other, feeling tempted. Shilong placed the cooked meat on a plate, sprinkled some chili powder on top, and handed it to Qinji. Eat first. Such a big fish, we should each have half, Qinji said, taking a bowl and dividing the fish into 2 parts. She took her bowl and handed the plate to Shilong. They both used chopsticks, eating fish while waiting for the next piece. The fish slices were marinated with salt and scallion ginger water, then paired with chili powder. The taste was amazing. I thought such a big fish wouldn't taste good, Qinji said. After all, the catfish made at home didn't taste as good as smaller fish. Freshwater fish follow this rule, but there are exceptions. Shilong didn't say that he suspected the place's good feng shui made the fish taste better. That's because you're good at cooking, Qinji said. Anything Shilong makes is delicious. Shilong smiled slightly, pleased by her words. Ahem. People from a youth training station arrived, a total of 8. Qinji couldn't help feeling nervous. What were they planning to do?
Yang Wenyu spoke.
Shilong simply nodded and didn't even look at the other person, focusing on flipping the fish pieces in the pan. The closer they got, the stronger the smell became. Zhao Jinbao swallowed and said, what kind of fish is this? It smells so good. Shilong looked calm and said, bluefish. Is bluefish really that fragrant? Zhao Jinbao crouched down, almost eager to jump into the pot. So embarrassing. The other young workers couldn't bear to watch. Shilong, we want to ask where you bought this fish. We also want to buy some, Li Zhouan said. Qinji paused with her chopsticks and looked at Shilong, unsure how to respond. Last night, I saw someone carrying fish on the road to the town. I exchanged some meat coupons for it. Shilong lied convincingly. He didn't buy the fish, he exchanged for it. He couldn't admit he was taking advantage. So, there's only one fish? Li Zhouan looked a bit disappointed. Shilong nodded. Yes, there was only one. Yang Wenyu asked, can you exchange some with us? The fish pieces are so big, so the fish must be quite large. No, I won't exchange. Shilong refused firmly. The young workers looked at each other, their faces showing some regret. I have malted milk, Zhao Jinbao offered. To eat the fish, he even brought out his last bit of malted milk, which wasn't worth much to him. Qinji blinked, confused. What is malted milk? Li Zhouan said, keep your malted milk. I have 2 bags of 1 kilogram powdered milk. It's better than malted milk. Shilong, I see you often look pale. Drinking milk powder can help your health. You should drink more. Shilong's face darkened. He didn't need to improve his health, but Qinji did. He looked at Qinji nearby. She had been fed for months but was still very thin, almost skin and bones. 1 kilogram of milk powder for 4 jin of fish. If you agree, we'll exchange, Shilong said. Li Zhouan disagreed. 4 jin is too little. Milk coupons are rare. 1 kilogram of milk powder equals 6 jin of fish. Shilong said, 5 jin. If you don't agree, that's fine. Li Zhouan agreed, deal. Shilong went back to his room and brought a basin filled with fish, weighing about 34 jin. The fish has already been salted. You don't need to add salt when cooking, he said.
Okay.
I'll go back now and get the milk powder and the scale, Zhao Jinbao said. They exchanged 2 bags of milk powder for 10 jin of fish. Based on their prices, Shilong made a profit. But Shilong didn't think so. He believed that the fish was delicious, and only those who ate it would know if it was worth it. The people at the youth station took the fish and went back. Should we try cooking fish the way Shilong does, by frying it? Zhao Jinbao asked. Our oil is running low, Zhao Yiqing reminded him. Yang Wenyu said, pickled fish is pretty good. We made some pickled vegetables a while ago. Maybe we can eat them now. Zhou Jingping suggested, add more chili and also put in a bit more pickled vegetables. Since there were so many of them, there wouldn't be enough fish, but the pickled vegetables with the meat aroma would also taste good. Everyone agreed to make spicy pickled fish. Are we having pickled fish for lunch too? Shilong asked Qinji.
Qinji didn't mind.
Actually, she wanted to eat tofu fish head soup, but since they didn't go to town and there was no tofu at home, she couldn't. Then how about cooking tofu fish head soup? Shilong asked again. Qinji's eyes widened. How do you know what I'm thinking? I don't, Shilong said honestly. I just happened to buy some tofu, but she liked it so it meant he bought the right tofu. They fried 4 pieces of fish, and their stomachs were full. Qinji took the initiative to help wash the dishes and clean the pot. Shilong didn't compete with her. Instead, he went to make her a glass of milk. Isn't it for nourishing your health? Qinji said. Shilong's face darkened. I don't need to nourish my health. His body was in good shape. He only looked pale and weak because he had been injured before. Qinji thought Shilong was just pretending to be strong, but she didn't want to hurt his pride. I'll just have 1 glass, and you can keep the rest to drink slowly. Shilong didn't agree and went back to his room. He took out the clothes and pants he had made for Qinji, along with a piece of floral fine cotton fabric. The fabric was soft and gentle, but not large, about 3 meters long and wide. The clothes and pants were blue, plain without any patterns. Qinji reached out and touched the fabric. It wasn't scratchy, but also durable, so she thought it would last long. She was very satisfied. The length is just right, Qinji said, surprised. Shilong said, I bought it because it looked the right length. I didn't know if the size would fit, but the clothes and pants are loose, so you should be able to wear them. Qinji smiled softly. I think I can wear them too. She was finally going to have new clothes to wear. It had been 17 years since she last wore new clothes. What will you do with the remaining fabric? Shilong asked. Make a few sets of underwear. Thinking about making underwear, Qinji felt a bit worried. If she took this fabric home, it would definitely be taken away. If she could finish it here with Shilong, that would be perfect. So she asked, do you have scissors and needle and thread here? Yes. I'll go get them for you. He specifically bought this piece of fabric to make close-fitting clothes for H. Shilong took out a small bamboo basket, which contained scissors, needles of various sizes, threads of different colors, assorted buttons, as well as some strings and fabric scraps. The variety of supplies amazed Qinji. Unlike her home, which only had 1 type of thread, 1 needle, and no fabric scraps, even after searching the entire house. Can I use everything inside? Qinji asked uncertainly. Seeing her careful and hopeful expression, Shilong felt a pang of sympathy. Of course, Qinji. Shilong, you're really a good person, Shilong. He said nothing and went to fetch water with a bucket. Qinji sat under the eaves, carefully cutting fabric, threading needles, and sewing small clothes and shorts. She planned to make 3 sets. After finishing 3, there should be some fabric left. She would take the leftover fabric back to her mother as compensation for ruining her clothes. Of course, she knew the fabric would eventually end up with her sister Qinyi, but she didn't mind. As long as they didn't come to snatch her things. If they dared to snatch, Qinji squinted her eyes. If they dared, then no one would wear anything. In front of Shilong's house, there was a large water tank. He carried 7 loads of water before filling it. Qinji, sitting under the eaves, was focused on sewing, not even lifting her head. Shilong put down the shoulder pole, looked at her for a while, then turned and picked up a hoe to work in the vegetable garden. He planned to pull out the oilseed rape and plant some beans. The vegetable garden was created from wasteland, about 1 mu in size. Now that more people were eating, Shilong hesitated whether to expand the garden outward. The collective had only allocated him 1 mu of land, but if he secretly expanded a little, no one might notice. Shilong planned to hoe a little every day, trying to do it secretly. From the direction of the youth training site, the aroma of pickled fish with sour vegetables wafted over. Chunji wasn't hungry. She just glanced and then lowered her head to focus on her own work. Over at the youth training site, things were different. Everyone was holding bowls, eagerly waiting. Is it ready? Zhao Jinbao just opened his mouth, and drool spilled everywhere. But no one laughed at him because, like Zhao Jinbao, they couldn't control their saliva either. Zhou Jingping looked confused. Is it because you haven't eaten meat in a long time? I feel like this fish flavor goes to the bone. Yang Wenyu was more direct. Can we eat now? I want to try some first. Hey, we're about to use chopsticks. I want to eat too, Zhao Jinbao said as he reached into the pot with his chopsticks. Seeing this, the others quickly gathered around. Today was a cloudy day with a gentle breeze blowing, brushing the small hairs on Qinji's forehead, making her look softer and more gentle. Shilong finished weeding the field, looked at Qinji, and said nothing. He started washing rice, lighting the fire to cook. Once the fire was lit, he went inside to get a blue fish head. The fish head was large, weighing about 5 or 6 jin. When the aroma of tofu fish soup drifted out, Qinji looked up at Shilong. Coincidentally, Shilong was also looking at her. Their eyes met, and in his deep, dark eyes, her reflection was visible. Unknowingly, Qinji felt her heart flutter and lowered her head. I'm almost done with my work, Shilong said softly. No rush. Take your time. The young people from the Knowledge Youth Camp came again. This time, only 3. Zhao Jinbao, Yang Wenyu, and Li Zhouan. Zhao Jinbao was holding a jar of malted milk. Shilong raised an eyebrow, seeming not surprised at all. He watched the 3 approach calmly before asking, anything else? Shilong, we want exchange for some more fish, Zhao Jinbao said. This fish is so delicious. It's the first time I've eaten such good fish. I can't get enough. Shilong's gaze fell on the malted milk in Zhao Jinbao's hand. Using this to trade? Yes, using this, Zhao Jinbao nodded firmly. 12 jin of fish. Shilong agreed straightforwardly. All right. He weighed out 12 jin of fish for them. Shilong, if next time you can buy some meat, could you help us get some too? Don't worry, we'll pay for it, Li Zhouan said. It depends on luck. I can't promise, Shilong replied casually. Li Zhouan nodded. I understand. If we see good meat, we'll buy some for you too. Mutual help and support? Shilong thought it was a good idea. If only the smell of meat was coming from his place, villagers might start paying more attention. But if the whole Knowledge Youth Camp was filled with the smell of meat, it would be much safer for him. Shilong agreed. Sure. Li Zhouan and the others walked away. Around the corner, Li Zhouan looked back and saw Shilong placing some milk powder in front of Qinji. Shilong was speaking softly with a gentle expression, while Qinji smiled faintly, looking stunningly beautiful. Yang Wenyu said, Is Qinji dating Shilong? Otherwise, why does she keep going over to him? Zhao Jinbao replied, Today I noticed they seem quite compatible. He's handsome, she's pretty. One makes clothes, the other cooks. It looks very warm and cozy. But if she marries a rural woman, it might be even harder for her to return to the city later. Yang Wenyu asked, Is there still a chance to go back? Many young people sent to the countryside in the 60s have already married there, and their children can go to school. Just thinking about spending my whole life farming here makes me feel like the sky is falling. I wrote to my family asking them to help me get a medical leave, so I can recover in the city. When I told my parents, they said the house is too small, my 2 brothers are married and have children, so I wouldn't even have a place to sleep if I went back. They told me to stay here for now. My dad also said that at least in the countryside, you can eat enough and have vegetables, so I should save some money and send them some grain. Yang Wenyu smiled bitterly and said, What's the point of living like this? Zhao Jinbao didn't speak. He also had brothers and sisters. His mother wanted him to take over her work, but the others in the family disagreed, so he stayed in the countryside. He believed he would return to the city someday. Regarding Yang Wenyu's situation, he could only feel sympathetic. Zhouan, what about you? What do you think? Yang Wenyu asked Li Zhouan. From Li Zhouan's usual lifestyle, it seemed his family was the best off among the young people. Since that was the case, why did he also come to the countryside? Li Zhouan's face darkened. I was originally recommended for university, but my stepmother's son took that spot. She signed me up for going to the countryside, and I found out only after the registration was done. You also have it tough. Yang Wenyu patted Li Zhouan on the shoulder. If there were a spot for a university for workers, peasants, and soldiers in the village, I would vote for you. Zhao Jinbao said, Me too, I vote for you. Li Zhouan replied, Thanks. Yang Wenyu advised, For your reputation, I suggest you stay away from Qinji. Her reputation isn't good to begin with, and now she's entangled with Shilong. If you get too close to her, be careful you don't get stained yourself. It wouldn't be good for you. Before dark, Qinji returned home. The village was very quiet and there were few people on the road. She noticed that almost every household had sprinkled ashes at the door, including her own, which was not surprising. When someone in the village died, villagers would sprinkle ashes at their door to keep away unclean things. A few years ago, this tradition was stopped because of superstitions, but today, it seemed to have started again. Chunji pushed open the door and entered. A faint smell of blood came from inside. Was it animal blood or human? Soon, she found the answer. Chunda was hurt, bitten on the leg by a large catfish. That fish was very big, probably around 200 pounds. If Ah Gue and Xiao Mu hadn't held me, I might not have made it back, Chunda said, still shaken. The water was very dark, and he couldn't see anything. But he had seen the big catfish last night. From how it felt and its shape, he was sure the fish that bit him was also a catfish. Other members of the Qin family looked scared too. The aunt looked at her son's leg with tears in her eyes. That place is too evil. Don't go there again.
Shengda nodded.
I won't go anymore. None of us will. Chunji looked at her wound, which was similar to the one on her arm yesterday. When she was hurt, no one cared. But when Chunda was hurt, everyone gathered around. It's true, people are different. She quietly turned and went back to her room. She hadn't tried on the clothes Song Ling gave her, nor her own 3 homemade dresses. She wanted to try them all. Thinking about the new clothes, her gloomy mood suddenly disappeared. Chunda came back injured, 3 men and a boy with empty hands. Chinji, a girl, was also hurt but managed to bring back a fish that weighed over 100 pounds. Compared to her, the Qin family didn't say anything aloud, but inside, they saw Chinji differently. While trying on clothes, Chun Ma and Chunyi came in. Where did you get those new clothes? Chunyi asked, wide-eyed.
Lucky.
I caught some birds and traded for them, Chinji replied calmly. There was no mirror at home, so she couldn't see how the clothes looked on her. But she felt comfortable wearing them. The pants and sleeves were a little long, about 2 centimeters, but it wasn't a big problem. She believed she could still grow taller. Chunyi was surprised. You caught prey but didn't bring it home? You traded it for clothes? Grandma would be furious if she knew. How many animals did you catch today? Since she could trade for new clothes, it must have been quite a few. Thinking about how so much flesh is turned into new clothes for the old branches, Chunyi feels both sad and unwilling. Those flesh parts should have belonged to her. What she finds even harder to accept is that she herself has no new clothes. What right does Chunyi have to wear new clothes? Chunya's eyes turn red as she stares tightly at the clothes on Chunji. Chunji remains calm. Didn't I just bring back a fish? Besides, I won't change my clothes. Do you think I should wait for Grandma to send me a new set? Or maybe I have no clothes to wear and can just stay in bed doing nothing? Chunyi is speechless. She simply doesn't want Chunji to wear new clothes. You're not supposed to change into new clothes. New clothes are expensive. It's better to use fabric, Mother Chin says with a complicated look. She didn't expect her younger daughter to actually earn a set of clothes herself. People only have clothes, I have no choice, Chinji says seriously, taking out the remaining floral fabric. Yesterday, I tore your clothes, Mom. These fabrics can be used to mend your clothes. It saves some money and can also make a small outfit. The floral fabric was snatched away by Chunyi before Mother Chin could get it. Chunyi loves it and touches the fabric fondly. Mom, this fabric is very soft. I want to make a tank top and shorts with it. The rest can be used to mend my clothes, pants, and socks. Mother Chen's expression softens. That's fine. Chinji slightly pulls at the corner of her mouth, not surprised at all. Mother Chen looks at Chinji again. Next time, remember to choose fabric. Chinji shakes her head. I think the clothes I'm wearing now are very good. The cut is nice, the stitches are neat and tight, and they look very sturdy. The person who made these clothes is very skilled, which is rare. Besides, I don't get to choose what to wear. I just wear whatever I find. Chinyi asks, do you still have other fabrics and clothes hidden? She then starts to rummage through Chunji's belongings. Chunji pushes her hand away and says fiercely, I made 3 more small outfits. If you dare to touch my things, I'll tear everyone's clothes apart and no one will wear anything. While Chinji's family is having dinner, suddenly it starts to rain. The dirt and ashes at the door are washed clean by the rain. Big Uncle looks at the rain outside and frowns. This rain came without any warning. Big Aunt thinks it's normal. Summer rain is like that. It starts and stops suddenly. You don't understand. Today's rain is different from usual. The Liang family said they will cremate Lady Yu tonight. Suddenly, the eldest uncle's voice stopped. Haha, you all didn't hear anything. The people at the table looked at each other and then lowered their heads. In this area, people prefer burial. Wealthier families prepare coffins early, and during burial, they often put coins and silver jewelry inside. Even for a baby who dies young, they want it to come and go whole and complete. Only those who commit serious crimes are cremated. The Chen family was surprised that Lady Yu was cremated. She was innocent of such crimes. And tonight's sudden rain felt strangely ominous. With such heavy rain, the cremation probably couldn't continue. So, what will happen to Lady Yu's body? At the youth station, everyone was lively, eating fish. Just a wall away, Sit Lang stood under the eaves, looking into the distance. His dark eyes were deep and mysterious, deeper than the night sky. He had a blank expression, watching a black spirit grow thicker and more intense under the rain, gradually forming a human shape. Sit Lang's sharp eyebrows furrowed slightly, then relaxed again. There's always a reason for trouble. Don't provoke the wrong people. The black mist swirled, and faint laughter could be heard.
Sit Lang also chuckled softly.
You can't provoke her. She is not someone to be easily controlled now. While washing dishes, Chinji sneezed and muttered, Who's scolding me? The rain poured all night. In the morning, it eased. When Chinji was still in bed, her eldest uncle said, The river's water has risen. Many people are using fish cages and nets to catch fish in the ditches. Dad, are there fish?
Chunda asked.
Yes, I saw some small fish and tiny shrimps in your uncle's bucket. I'll go get a bucket and tools now. I need to go out, the uncle said hurriedly, looking eager.
Dad, wait for me.
I'll go too, Chingui said, dressing quickly and coming out of the room. Chinda, Chinfu, and Chinmu also said together, I want to go too. Wear a hat so your head doesn't get wet. Grandma handed him a bamboo hat. It's heavier than a straw hat but doesn't get soaked and moldy in the rain. Straw hats are easy to rot when wet. When Chunji got up, only Chen Dongqing was left at home. Chen Dongqing brought a hat to Chinji and said, Little aunt, you should go fishing too. Today, Chinji was wearing new clothes and didn't want to get wet in the rain, so she refused. No, I won't go. Why not? Chen Dongqing asked, confused. Isn't playing in the water fun? He really wanted to go, but his family didn't agree.
Chunji said, It's not fun.
I want to rest. Chen Dongqing got worried. But if you don't go, Grandpa and the others won't catch enough fish for the family. Now, Chinji was considered the best at fishing and hunting in Chen Dongqing's mind. Chunji replied, There are still fish at home. We don't need more. Are there still fish? Chen Dongqing looked toward the kitchen.
Yes.
If we don't eat them soon, they'll go bad, Chinji said loudly, hoping Ding Fong Fong in the kitchen wouldn't hear. At home, Chinji couldn't rest either. Several women were making grass ropes and weaving grass shoes. The grass was cut by Grandpa and the eldest uncle a few days ago, dried for 2 days, and now it was perfect for making ropes and shoes. Auntie Ji is getting whiter, said the eldest aunt, looking at Chinji's small, tender hands. They don't look like hands used for hard work since childhood. Hearing this, the women all looked at Chinji's hands. Her once dark, rough, claw-like hands had transformed into soft, white hands, almost like scallions. "How do you take care of your hands, Ji?" The eldest sister-in-law looked with a hint of envy. Chunji lowered her head. "I work every day, going up and down the mountains and fields. I don't have time or money to take care of them. Where did these clothes come from if you have no money?" The eldest sister-in-law kept her eyes on Chinji's clothes since she got up. A family member who causes trouble shouldn't wear new clothes. Her son and daughter didn't have new clothes either. Chunji said, "I hunt and trade the game with others. We haven't divided the family yet. The game you hunt belongs to the family, to everyone. Am I right, Grandma?" The eldest sister-in-law looked at Grandma Ding Fong Fong. Ding Fong Fong nodded. "I have no clothes to wear. The family didn't make me any, so I have to earn my own," Chinji sneered. "You didn't make clothes for me, so I earned my own." "What's wrong with that?" the eldest sister-in-law said. "Of course that's wrong. You broke the family rules," Chinji replied. "Then you can just send me away." When Chunji spoke, several women were stunned and looked at her in disbelief. Whose family would split off an unmarried girl to live alone? "You're not happy with me, right? Then just send me away," Chinji said casually. "Send you away?" Ding Fong Fong sneered. "What do you think you have? You still dream of taking something from this family? We raised you, and now you want to leave just like that? No way." The eldest aunt looked at Chinji thoughtfully. Chinji didn't argue. After all, she was truly part of the family. If they didn't send her away, they would marry her off. She wondered what kind of person they would find for her. Would they sell her to a foolish, lame, or old man just for a high bride price? Thinking about her past 10 years, Chinji felt it was very likely her family would do that. She couldn't just wait and do nothing. She had to act. She needed to find someone herself and marry herself off. Suddenly, Chinji's mind flashed with Shilong's stern, sharp face. She froze. How could that be? Chun Dongqing sat on a small stool, looking toward the door. "Mom, why haven't Dad and the others come back yet?" "I don't know," the eldest sister-in-law replied without looking up. Just then, the door opened. The eldest uncle hurried in with Chun Da's 4 brothers, then slammed the door shut. They carried fishing tools, but the buckets were empty. Not a single tiny shrimp. Chun Fuchuan was soaked and looked very disheveled, as if he had fallen somewhere. The others, though not as messy, looked frightened and shaken. "What happened?" Ding Fong Fong asked. "Liang Song drowned," the eldest uncle said. "He was just nearby in a small water ditch." The water was so deep, Chinda gestured to his thigh, but he couldn't get out. What's scarier is that Chen Peng, Chen Ergu, and Chen Xiaoshui went to pull him out, but they couldn't even move him, Chen Guiqing said with a pale face. "We all watched Liang Song drown," Chen Mu said, almost crying. Chen Fu was crying loudly, tears and snot running down his face. "I heard a strange laugh, like a woman laughing near my ear. I was so scared I fell into the field, and all the fish in the bucket ran away." "Chinda, it's not just little Fu. We all heard that laugh, like the voice of the widow Yu." Silence. Everyone became so scared that they held their breath carefully. After a long while, Grandma Ding Fong Fong was the first to regain her composure. She ordered, "Little sister, go boil some water. Old Big, you go pick some grapefruit leaves at the door. Later, let them use the grapefruit leaves to bathe. I will go find your father. Before I return, don't go outside. Oh, and sprinkle some ash at the door. Not just the main door, but every door in the house and the windows too." Ding Fong Fong took small steps to leave the house. "Mom, I'll go with you," the eldest uncle said. "No, stay at home." Ding Fong Fong stopped him. She looked around at the crowd and finally fixed her gaze on Chinji. "You go with me, Chinji." After leaving the house, Ding Fong Fong instructed Chinji, "Go to your 2nd uncle, 3rd uncle, and 7th uncle's houses. Find your grandfather. When you find him, come back with him." "Chinji, what if I can't find him?" Ding Fong Fong gritted her teeth. "If you can't find him, keep looking. Check the places your grandfather often visits. Hurry up." Chinji pursed her lips. "If I can't get back, Grandma, will you come find me? You're strong. You'll be fine. Ding Fong Fong glared at her. Stop talking and hurry up. Watching Ding Fong Fong walk away, Chinji sneered and headed first to her second uncle's house. The houses of second uncle, third uncle, and seventh uncle are the closest to the Liang family. Her mother really trusted her to give her these 3 places. Maybe it was because she heard that Liang Song had drowned. The people on the street hurried past, and the constant banging of doors echoed in Chinji's ears. She couldn't help but quicken her steps toward her second uncle's house. His house was also shut tight. Not only was ash sprinkled at the door, but grapefruit leaves were stuck in the door cracks. Chunji knocked on the door. Inside was silent, no sound. She paused, then called out, "Second uncle, I am Chinji. Is my grandfather at your house?" "No," came the brief reply from second uncle, with no intention of opening the door. Hearing this, Chinji turned and continued to the next house. At that moment, footsteps sounded in the rain. Many of them, about a dozen people. Chunji was about to look up when she saw a dark figure blocking her way. "Don't look." The person in front of me was soaking wet, trembling with a shaky voice and slightly shivering. It looked like they were very scared, but they still bravely stood in front of me. Chunji looked up and saw Chinpeng's face pale with a bluish tint. Rainwater dripped from his chin onto her shoes. Chunji remembered when Liang Song drowned. Chunpeng had tried to pull him out but couldn't save him. Now were these 10 or so people carrying Liang Bo's body? A shiver ran through Chinji, and she felt scared too. "Don't be afraid," Chunpeng whispered. Chunji didn't dare move or speak. She was afraid not only of Liang Song's body, but also of whatever had caused Liang Song to drown, and she was scared of Chunpeng, who had touched Liang so footsteps headed toward Liang Song's house. Soon, loud crying and shouting came from inside. Chunji pushed Chunpeng gently. "You should go home now." Chunpeng looked like a tightly stretched bough, ready to break at any moment. He slowly stood up straight. His eyes, hollow and blank, blinked. "Chinji, I tried my best to pull him out, but I couldn't." I watched helplessly as he drank water in the ditch, struggling. Then, his hand grew weak and stiff in my hand. Hearing this, Chinji shivered again.
"It wasn't just me."
Xiao Shui and Ergo also tried. The 3 of us were exhausted, but Uncle Liang just wouldn't come up, Chunpeng muttered.
"Chinji,
Why do you think that is?"
Chunji was about to cry.
She didn't know either. Maybe he was caught by some grass or got stuck somewhere. That's possible. "Chunpeng, you're soaked. Go home first, okay?" Chunpeng nodded. "Yes, go home first. Chinji, come back with me." "I still want to find my grandpa," Chinji said. She wanted to go home too, but the outside was too scary. "It's not safe outside." "I'll go with you." Chunpeng seemed to regain some sense. "Where does your grandpa usually go?" "I don't know. My grandma told me to look for him at Uncle San's and Uncle Chi's houses." Chinji wanted to refuse, but when she looked into Chinpeng's dark, deep eyes, she didn't dare to speak. Chunpeng didn't seem quite right. Uncle San's house was right behind Liang Song's. As Chunji and Chunpeng passed by Liang Song's home, they heard not only crying but also shouting. The people inside were cursing the widow Yu and wishing her harm. Perhaps sadness and anger caused them to lose their reason, and they directed all kinds of harsh words at widow Yu. Strangely, Chinji heard laughter, creepy, sharp, and piercing, mixed among the insults, making people feel scared. Chunpeng was so frightened he froze. He recognized that sound. He had heard it earlier when he was pulling Liang Song. Chunpeng quickly grabbed Chinji. Don't say anything." Chinji's legs trembled, and her voice was full of pleading. Chunpeng was stunned and bit his lip. Suddenly, a scream came from Liang Song's house. "You coward, come out." "I'm not afraid of you." That was Liang Song's wife's voice. Then someone ran out of the house shouting loudly, "Hurry, call second aunt." "She's already been called." "Where are the team leader and the secretary?" "Why haven't they arrived yet?" They're coming. There was chaos at Liang Song's house, sounds of smashing and shouting, and the strange laughter continued, without stopping. Chunji's legs went weak. She wanted to run, but she couldn't move. Chunpeng was the same. He leaned against the wall. biting his lip, holding Chenji tightly. After a long time, Chenji heard someone shout, "Second aunt is here." Could it be that they were safe now? Second aunt was a Taoist nun. It was said her mother used to practice at a nun's temple, then left to marry, and had second aunt. Her skills came from her mother's teachings. 6 years ago, second aunt's house was busy with visitors from nearby villages who came to ask for her help with fortune-telling, choosing good dates, and reading the land. Everyone said second aunt was truly talented. Chunji had never seen her real skills, but she believed in her. Hearing that second aunt was here, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She supported herself against the wall, tried to stand straight, and managed to free her other hand from Chin Peng's grip. "I'll take you home first," Chinji said to Chen Peng. This time, Chen Peng didn't refuse. "Okay, let's go home." But as he took a step forward, his legs suddenly went weak and he knelt down. Chenji was startled. She quickly reached out to support him, so he wouldn't fall flat on the ground. "Chen Peng, pull yourself together. The laughter has stopped, which means the problem is over. Do you hear me?" Chenji comforted Chen Peng. Chen Peng blinked, seeming to realize only then that the laughter had truly stopped. He pinched himself, and the pain made him more alert. He reached out to Chenji, saying, "Help me up. I really can't stand anymore." Just then, there was another loud noise from the Liang family. Second aunt fainted. "Go find Shilong. Why look for him? Isn't he supposed to be at the youth station? Maybe he can handle this." Desperate, someone ran toward the youth station. "Old madam, what's wrong?" "Mom, why are you hitting me? I'm your son. Liang Zhu, take this. Old madam is crazy. Hold her down quickly." Chaos broke out again as family members started to run outside. Chunji also wanted to run, but Chen Peng held her leg. "Ji, is Liang Song's wife possessed by a ghost?" Chen Peng cried. Chunji suddenly found strength and grabbed Chen Peng, shouting, "Stop talking, run!" Bang! Someone crashed in front of Chunji and Chen Peng, blocking their way. "It's Liang Zhu," Chen Peng said, turning around and shouting in fear. "She's coming." Chunji also looked back just in time. She saw Liang Song's wife with messy hair, eyes wide as bells, and face pale green, walking toward them. She moved quickly, almost crashing into Chenji and Chen Peng. In a split second, Chenji closed her eyes and pushed hard with both hands. The men who couldn't hold her back were pushed back several steps. "Run!" Chenji grabbed Chen Peng and ran. The next moment, her arm was caught by a large hand. Chunji trembled again, about to punch when she heard a familiar voice ask, "Where are you running to?" Chenji's fist froze midair. She looked up at the sharp face, feeling strangely safe. "Shilong, you said there are no ghosts," Chenji said, feeling very wronged. Shilong saw her eyes red and her body trembling, and he felt heartbroken. "It's my fault. They thought it was just a little bit of resentment, but it turned out to be so strong that it not only caused Liang Song's death, but also continued to harm others." "She's coming toward us," Chen Peng said, looking scared. Shilong's attention was on Chenji, holding Chen Peng's hand. "Ji, let him go," he said. Chenji sensed Shilong's displeasure and quickly released his hand. But then she wondered, why should I listen to Shilong? "Be careful," someone warned. Chunji turned around and saw Liang Song's wife, who had somehow found a knife, stabbing straight at her. "How dare you?" Shilong shouted coldly. Chunji's vision blurred. Shilong stepped in front of her, blocking her view. In a place she couldn't see, Shilong held a peach branch and swung it at Liang Song's wife. The onlookers saw a dark mist emerge from Liang Song's wife and then her body slacken, falling to the ground. At the same time, Shilong casually made a hand sign and struck the dark mist. The mist dispersed into the rain. The wind stopped, the rain eased, and everything became quiet. Everyone stared in shock, silent for a moment. Shilong turned to Chenji and said, "I'll take you home first." Chenji nodded, not bothering to look for her grandfather now. She just wanted to go home. Cough. Chenjun approached Shilong, his face bruised and purple. He spoke with a tone of respect and awe. "Comrade Shilong, is it resolved?" "Resolved what?" Shilong asked back. Was Liang's song accidentally drowned? His wife was overwhelmed with grief and lost her mind. Huh. Everyone was stunned. Chen Jun was the first to understand the key point and nodded repeatedly. Yes, she lost her mind. No need to worry. Auntie will be fine tomorrow, Shilong said. But her health probably won't be as good as before.
Tian Yun nodded.
That's good. Her condition won't happen again, right? Chenren was worried. Shilong shook his head. It won't. Chenren asked. What about others? Will they get sick too? Shilong replied. No. Tomorrow the sun will come out and everyone can go outside to get some sun, disinfect, and strengthen their bodies. Chenren relaxed. Good, I'll tell everyone to go outside and get some sun tomorrow. Shilong and Chinji left first. The remaining people were still in shock. Did you hear what Shilong just said?
Tian Yun asked.
Everyone nodded, then shook their heads. We didn't understand. It's okay if you don't understand. Just do as you're told. Superstitions and feudal ideas are wrong. If the Revolutionary Committee catches you doing something wrong, you'll be criticized or punished, and I can't save you, Chen Jun said seriously. Everyone's face also became serious, and they promised not to speak carelessly. Chen Jun nodded. Go home now, take a hot bath, get some rest, and tomorrow enjoy the sunshine. Shilong took Chinji to his door. Chinji still felt a bit dazed, as if it wasn't real. Are you still afraid? Shilong asked. Chinji nodded. Yes, I'm afraid. Shilong patted her head and sighed. Don't worry. You're stronger than her. She can't hurt you. Chinji didn't believe it. She wasn't that strong. Shilong reached into his pocket and took out a folded piece of paper shaped like a triangle, handing it to her. Here, take this. Can it ward off ghosts? Chinji asked. Shilong nodded. Yes, it can ward off ghosts and help calm your mind. Keep it close when you sleep. Chinji asked, You know how to do this? Shilong replied, I know many things. You'll find out later. That night, everyone was nervous, but Chinji slept peacefully until morning. The next day, the sun was very bright. Under the strong sunlight, all darkness and dirt were exposed. It seemed that the fear and panic from yesterday were just a bad dream. The whole village gathered under the big banyan tree to read newspapers, and sing patriotic songs. Chinji sat on the edge, holding a newspaper given to her by Li Zhouan. Li Zhouan had many newspapers. He gave some to Chinji and others. Do you recognize all the words? Shilong asked, appearing behind Chinji. Chinji shook her head, looking sad. There are many words I don't know. I'll teach you those words, Shilong said. Chinji looked at him with doubt. You only finished 3rd grade. How many words can you recognize? I graduated from elementary school. If you don't know, you can ask me, Chenpeng said at the right time. Shilong looked at him coldly. No need. Chenpeng shivered. Since last night, he was even more afraid of Shilong. With just a look from Shilong, he couldn't hold himself up. Haha, I also think Shilong doesn't need to bother. I was just talking too much. Chenpeng quickly ran off in the following days. The village was peaceful and quiet. Nothing special happened, and the villagers returned to their usual routines. One evening at dinner, Grandma Ding Fong Fong said, In a few days, the matchmaker will bring a girl to visit us. We should tidy up the house a bit. Grandma, which village is she from?
How old is she?
Is she pretty? Chen Fu asked. Grandma replied, She's from Neo Jiao village, named Kai Meiyun. As for whether she's pretty, you should ask your second brother. Chen Gui, the person mentioned, blushed and said shyly, She's okay. They had seen her once before, and in 2 days, they would meet her officially. Chen Fu grinned mischievously. Second brother, you're blushing. She must be pretty. Stop teasing your second brother. Grandma Ding Fong Fong said, feeling happy about the upcoming visit. She added, Besides the matchmaker, 4 women from her side will come. We should prepare a meal for them. We have some pork tickets, about 8 ounces. Big brother, go to the town early the day after tomorrow to buy some pork. Besides pork, buy some tofu too. Our 2 hens are brooding chicks, so we can't kill them. Chinda, you and your siblings go to the mountain to find eggs and bird eggs. If possible, bring back a couple of wild chickens. Your grandfather will go to the river to catch some river shrimp. When cooked with chives, it will be a nice dish. What if we can't find wild eggs or catch wild chickens? Chinde asked. Grandma Ding Fong Fong looked at Chinda and then at Chinji. If after 2 days you haven't caught anything, you don't need to come back, Chinji. She felt threatened again. That night, as they went to bed, Chin Mama said, Your eldest uncle's family has helped us so much. Their kindness is something our family will never fully repay. Now that a girl is coming to visit Ague, everyone is thinking of ways to prepare a good meal. Gigi, you should pay more attention. Chinji tugged at the corner of her mouth. Mom, why don't you say the same to my older brother and sister? I will do my best too, Chinmu said. Can I borrow your slingshot? I dare not lend it. I'm afraid you won't hit anything and that you'll get kicked out of the house, Grandma Ding Fong Fong said. She wouldn't chase away her precious grandson, but she would definitely keep her word with her granddaughter. Chunyi also spoke up. I won't go hunting. I'll go to the mountain to find some wild fruits. The next day, Chinji refused Chinda's invitation to go up the mountain together. I prefer to go alone, she said. Chunda didn't force her, but he was unhappy when rejected and looked cold.
Suit yourself, he said.
Chunji carried his basket and went to find Shilong. Going into the mountains again, Shilong asked. Yes, the family gave me a task to pick wild eggs and catch wild chickens, Chinji said with a headache. People go into the mountains every day, and there aren't many wild eggs or chickens. They either get taken or scared away. They really look down on me. There's no need to be so pessimistic. Wild chickens and eggs are just a little scarce. If you look carefully, you'll find some, Shilong said as he packed his things and carried his basket. I'll go with you. Chinji chuckled happily, feeling that his goal was achieved. Do you have a rope? Let's bring one along, he asked. Yes, I have hemp rope and grass rope.
Which one do you want? She replied.
Hemp rope. Okay, it's under the bed. I'll go get it. Shilong put the hemp rope into his basket and then asked Chinji, What do you need the rope for? I want to catch fish. The last time I caught a bluefish, and I plan to catch another one, but I don't dare go alone, Chinji explained.
Lang suddenly understood.
I see. No wonder you came to find me. Sure, I want to eat fish too. Let's explore the mountain cave together. Explore? That sounded like a child's game. But Chunji felt unexpectedly pleased. Exploring is fun. It was the first time someone said they wanted to explore with her. In May or June, the mountain was lush with grass and trees. The small paths made by everyone had grown over with grass and became harder to walk. Shilong carried a sickle in front, and Chinji followed behind. She didn't need to worry about the path ahead and looked around, discovering a few bird nests. Most of these nests had only recently hatched young birds. Only 2 nests still had unhatched eggs. Chunji collected some eggs and picked some wild vegetables, wild oil mustard greens. This vegetable is very bitter, Shilong warned. Chunji knew well that these wild oil mustard greens were bitter. Bitter with a hint of sweetness, good for reducing internal heat. Are you feeling hot? Shilong turned to look at her. Her fair skin with a faint pink hue looked very healthy. Chunji shook her head. It's hot now. If we make this vegetable into a cold dish and add some chili, it will be delicious. Shilong nodded and said, You can come to my place for a meal. I have many cold dishes I can make, like cold fern, cold wood ear mushrooms, cold peanuts, and cold root vegetables. He quickly listed over 10 dishes. Chunji swallowed hard and said, I'll come tomorrow. With their goal achieved, Shilong smiled and said, It's a deal. They walked quickly and, before they knew it, crossed 2 mountains and reached outside a cave. Shilong took out a flashlight. When he turned it on, he led the way into the cave. When did you buy this? Chinji couldn't help but feel envious. A few days ago. I bought 2, Shilong replied, handing another flashlight to Chinji. Try it. The switch is here. Push forward to turn on, push back to turn off. Chunji pressed the switch and gently pushed it forward. The yellow light shone on the stone wall. She couldn't help but smile like a child who just got a new toy. Do you like it that much? Shilong asked. Chunji nodded. It's amazing, Shilong said. It's a gift for you. No need, Chunji refused firmly. Even if I take it home, it doesn't belong to me. And it probably runs on batteries. I can't afford to replace them. You still have 280 yuan saved with me. Don't you remember? But I wouldn't want to spend it. Money should be used wisely. Shilong didn't understand what Chenji meant by wisely. He just wanted her to have whatever she desired. As they went deeper into the cave, the sound of flowing water grew louder. In the middle of the cave, behind a large rock, they found a gap in the ground, about 80 centimeters wide. When they shined the flashlight down, they saw a rushing stream. Chunda and the others must have gone down through here. It was still early, so Chenji wasn't in a rush to go into the water. I want to check the other side of the mountain first. Shilong remembered the black flood dragon from over 2 months ago. They had encountered it behind this mountain, and now more than half of its body was still inside his space bag. Behind the mountain was another mountain. The vegetation here was even thicker, and there were more birds and animals. As soon as Chenji stepped out of the cave, she saw a wild chicken. She quickly took out her slingshot and aimed. Shilong stood quietly beside her, watching her with a gentle expression. A small stone flew out, and Shilong's deep eyes slightly narrowed. Her strength and speed had improved again. Suddenly, there was a soft pop, and the wild chickens had exploded from a distance. Chenji was surprised and turned to look at Shilong, feeling a bit guilty for some reason. Is it too violent? But Shilong pointed to the nearby bushes and whispered in her ear, "There's a gray rabbit, quite fat. Did you see it?" Warm air brushed her ear, making Chenji feel like her ears were about to burn. She obediently loosened the hairband again and aimed at the rabbit in the bushes. "Aim at its head and shoot to kill quickly, so it won't suffer too much," Shilong said. Her uneasy heart suddenly calmed after hearing this. Another stone was thrown, and the big rabbit fell. Shilong went to pick up the prey. "It's hot today. I'll make cold rabbit for you." As soon as she heard about food, Chenji couldn't help but swallow hard. "Okay," Shilong added, "let's shoot one more. Then we can roast the rabbit to eat later." Chenji's eyes lit up.
Yes.
An hour later, Shilong's basket was full, holding 4 wild chickens and 3 rabbits. They started a fire to roast the rabbits. Shilong took charge, and Chenji watched and learned. Their voices echoed quietly in the mountain forest. Shilong brought plenty of seasonings, oil, salt, ground chili, pepper, and even a small bottle of cumin powder. The strong smell of cumin filled Chenji's nose, and she swallowed loudly. Shilong looked at her, licking her lips, his eyes darkening a little. She probably didn't realize that, compared to roasting the rabbit, she looked even more tempting. When the rabbit was ready, Shilong first cut a leg for Chenji, warning her, "Careful, it's hot." But Chenji didn't listen. She took a bite right away, blowing on it and praising, "It's delicious."
Elf Lang smiled affectionately.
"Eat more if you like it." After finishing one rabbit, they both felt full. They rested for a while, buried the fire with dirt, and started heading back. When they returned to the cave, Chenji told Shilong, "I want to go into the water too." She was worried about the danger underwater and didn't want Shilong to go alone. "I can protect myself," Shilong said helplessly. She didn't believe in his strength. "I know you're strong, but the water is really dangerous. Last time, my brothers came and almost got into trouble down there. I want to go with you so we can watch out for each other," Chenji said honestly. She was serious and persistent. Shilong had no choice but to agree, saying, "I'll go down first. You follow behind me." Shilong tied one end of the rope to a stone pillar and let the other end into the water. The two of them held the rope and went into the river. Having the rope in her hand made Chenji feel safer. The cool water quickly washed away the heat from their bodies. Chenji let out a comfortable sigh and looked around underwater. Shilong quietly kept his breath steady and stayed close to Chenji, protecting her silently. Unlike the tense and frightening experience last time, Chenji felt more relaxed this time. She looked around and saw many fish, such as water bees, yellow perch, stone-climbing fish, and stick-flower fish. There were also common fish like carp, crucian carp, bighead carp, and grass carp. These fish were much larger than those outside, but not as big as the catfish and bluefish she saw last time. Shilong took out a bag from his waist to catch fish. Chenji noticed that even with the water resistance, Shilong moved very quickly. Almost every fish he aimed at had no chance to escape. Chunji was surprised. Was Shilong really so good at catching fish? Why didn't he go into the river himself last winter? Instead, he exchanged food with her. While Chunji was lost in thought, Shilong caught a big grass carp, over 1/2 meter long and weighing about 20 or 30 jin. He put the big grass carp into the bag, which was almost Fu Shilong, and Chunji surfaced from the water. Shilong wanted to carry the bag of fish up, and Chunji waited in the water for him. "Just here. I'll be back soon," Shilong said twice. Chunji obediently nodded, feeling amused inside. Usually he was so quiet, but now he was being a bit talkative. Shilong climbed onto the shore with the bag, then looked back at Chunji. At that moment, he saw a flash of green quickly stabbing toward Chunji. "Danger!" Shilong's face changed. He dropped the bag and jumped back into the water. Chunji saw Shilong look terrified and heard his voice, but it was too late. She was pierced in the back, feeling pain mixed with numbness. Before she could resist, she was dragged into the water, sinking toward the bottom. Before losing consciousness, Chunji's last memory was of Shilong rushing toward her in panic. She didn't know how much time had passed. When she woke up, she was on a bed. It was a 1.20 meter bed with dark blue sheets, a quilt, and even the pillow was dark blue. Almost instinctively, Chunji was sure this was Shilong's bed. She was sleeping on Shilong's bed. Chunji's face slowly turned pink. She wondered how she ended up sleeping on Shilong's bed. She looked down at herself and saw she was still wearing the clothes from before she fainted, which made her breathe a little easier. "You're awake?" Shilong came in from the door. The sun had already set, and outside was completely dark. Chunji asked, "What time is it?" "It's around 7 or 8 in the evening." "Not too late," Shilong replied. "That's still quite late." "I should go back," Chunji said as she got out of bed. "Eat first, then go," Shilong said firmly, with a strong tone she hadn't heard from him before. Shilong seemed a bit strange. Chunji noticed that Shilong's aura was colder than before. A chill radiated from him, like an ice block. The closer she got, the cooler it felt, like a summer cooling device. How could someone be so cold? Could Shilong's body be unwell? She asked, "What happened after I fainted?" "Just some dirt, and it's been taken care of," Shilong said with a tone of disgust. Chunji wanted to know more, but she didn't dare ask him like this. Dinner was ready and still warm. It was fish soup with mixed ingredients, a plate of fried fish pieces, and a plate of stir-fried greens. Her eyes fell on the fish pieces, and she exclaimed happily, "You caught the green fish."
Shilong nodded.
Not only did he catch green fish, but several other kinds too, big ones weighing around 100 or 2 pounds, and smaller ones a few dozen pounds. "From now on, if you want fish, come to me. Don't go to that cave alone," he ordered again. It sounded like a command. Chunji felt a bit uncomfortable, but didn't argue. She obediently ate her meal. It seemed Shilong was not only physically unwell, but also emotionally off. She ate 2 bowls of rice and a lot of fish, then let out a big burp. After dinner, Shilong brewed her a cup of malted milk and then saw her home. He carried her basket, which held 2 wild chickens. The remaining 2 chickens and 2 rabbits stayed with Shilong. He didn't take any fish back. He left them all with Shilong. Chunji muttered, "I remember I hurt my back, but now I don't feel anything." "That's strange," Shilong replied. "Maybe the wound wasn't serious and has already healed." Chunji accepted this explanation. "I felt numb all over, then I didn't remember anything." Shilong nodded. "Don't worry, it's all taken care of. The accumulated filth nourished some things. Now that the dirt is gone, those things are gone too." The door at home was already closed. Chunji knocked on it. Luckily, today she wasn't treated badly, and the door opened quickly. Shilong was hiding in the dark. When he saw Chunji come in, he turned and left. "What did you catch today?" Chunmu reached into Chunji's basket. Chunji simply handed him the whole basket and asked back, "And you? What did you bring back?" Chunmu's face stiffened, and he said reluctantly, "We caught 17 bird eggs." "Oh, that's good," Chunji thought. At least she wasn't empty-handed. Hey, I smell something sweet, Chinmu said, sniffing and trying to smell Chinji. She was surprised. It was the scent of malted milk. Quick, take the wild chicken to Grandma. It's so hot. It's been dead for a while. Maybe it already smells bad, Chinji said, and walked away quickly. Wild chicken? Who caught it? Chin-fu ran out of the house. When others heard about the wild chicken, they gathered around. How many chickens? Big or small? Boil water and kill the chicken, then salt it. Otherwise, it won't last until the day after tomorrow. It's so hot. Salting it won't keep it long. Better to fry it first. Grandma, I want to eat chicken legs. Be good. There's no rush to eat chicken legs today. We'll eat them in a couple of days. Chunji took a shower and went back to bed. There were so many people at home, but no one asked if she was hungry or if she had eaten dinner. This family was becoming more and more boring. Chunji thought again about Shilong. She had never heard him mention his family. Are his family kind to him? Today she slept in Shilong's bed. What does he think? Chunji seemed to smell a faint sandalwood scent on the bed. She didn't dislike it. It was quite nice. Before she knew it, Chinji fell asleep again. The next morning, as soon as Chinji opened her eyes, she heard her mother say, Grandma said 2 wild chickens are not enough. You need to go get 2 more today. Chinji, was she still dreaming? Otherwise, how could someone be making a wish for her? Mrs. Chun was unhappy. Chunji blinked and sat up. I spent the whole day in the mountains and only found these 2 wild chickens. Just these 2, nothing more. If you don't believe me, ask my cousin. They probably didn't see even a shadow of a wild chicken. On another bed, Chinmu spoke. We really didn't find any wild chickens yesterday. Mrs. Chin paused. Then go catch fish. Your grandma said fish are fine too. Chunji fell silent again. After breakfast at home, Chinji went to see Shilong. When Shilong saw her, he didn't say a word. He poured her a glass of malted milk and a glass of milk powder, watching until she finished drinking. While drinking, Chinji secretly glanced at Shilong out of the corner of her eye, thinking that after a night, Shilong hadn't changed back to his normal self. Shilong's breakfast was an egg pancake and a few cucumbers he grew himself. As Chunji ate her egg pancake and bit into the cucumber, she said, I'm going to the river later to catch fish. There are still fish from yesterday. You can take them from here, Shilong said. Chunji shook her head. The fish in the river looked different from the ones in that cave. Shilong frowned slightly. I'll go help you catch some. Chunji didn't refuse. I'll go with you. After breakfast, the 2 of them carried water buckets and headed out. When they passed the youth camp, they ran into Li Zhouan and Yang Wenyu, among others. Yang Wenyu raised an eyebrow. It seemed like they had gone together again. Li Zhouan looked normal. Chinji, Shilong, what are you guys doing? Chunji replied, going to catch fish in the river. Coincidentally, we're going to the river too, Yang Wenyu said with an ambiguous smile. Want to go together? Chunji looked at Shilong. He didn't say anything and led the way. Is it inconvenient?
Li Zhouan asked.
Chunji wanted to be alone with Shilong, but she couldn't say that. She smiled and said, It's nothing inconvenient. Are you guys going to catch fish too? We're going to cast nets, Zhao Jinbao said, holding up his fishing net. We're going to look for lotus roots, Zhou Shengping added. Zhu Yuan and Zhao Yiqing said, We're going to pick lotus flowers. Chinji, don't you need tools to catch fish? Zhao Jinbao noticed that Shilong only had a water bucket and Chinji was empty-handed, with nothing in her hands. Chunji hesitated. She had forgotten to bring anything. She looked at Shilong and asked, Should I go back to get that fish trap?
Flang nodded.
I'll go with you. After the 2 people walked away, Yang Wenyu spoke. Are things about to get serious between them? Zhao Jinbao replied. I think so. Last night, Shilong cooked fish again. It smelled so good. Zhu Yuan said. Chinji has good taste. She chose Shilong, so she won't have to worry about food. Yang Wenyu said, If you're jealous, you should try it yourself. Shut up, Zhu Yuan quickly told him. She secretly glanced at Li Zhouan, and seeing he remained calm, her heart sank a little. This season, many people are in the river, some catching shrimp, others catching crabs, and some diving to catch fish. It's very lively. Chunji didn't go into the crowd. She chose a quiet part of the river. She wasn't in a hurry to get into the water. Instead, she found a clean stone and sat down. Shilong, do you miss home? Chunji asked. No, Shilong answered without hesitation. Chunji was a bit surprised. The villagers said Shilong only earned 7 work points a day, worked about 100 days a year, and the grain he received at the end of the year wasn't enough for him alone. His family always helped him. His family was so kind to him. Why wouldn't he miss home? Chunji asked again. Where is your home? Jing City, Shilong replied. Chunji was even more surprised. Coming from the capital city, Jing, Shilong should be thinking about going back every day. She had more questions, but at that moment, she couldn't ask them. What was she dreaming about? They stopped talking. Chunji put her feet in the water, her mind blank, feeling very confused. She knew the reason, but she didn't want to think about it. Thinking wouldn't help. At some point, she started having feelings for Shilong that she knew she shouldn't have. The way Shilong made her feel made her think he felt the same. But was it really the same? Shilong knew everything about her, but he never brought up his own matters. She didn't understand Shilong. When two people meet through matchmaking and like each other, the next step is to learn about each other's families. Shilong never mentioned his family. Does that mean he isn't interested in that side? Had she misunderstood these days? Coming from Jing City, Shilong probably never thought about settling in this remote mountain village. Chunji's eyes and nose suddenly felt sore, and she wanted to cry. I'm going swimming, she said. Before Shilong could react, she jumped into the water with a splash. Shilong frowned, a hint of confusion flashing in his dark eyes.
Why did she look so sad just now?
Did she get bullied by her family again? He couldn't wait to marry her. He wanted to help her leave that home so no one could hurt her anymore. But she was still too young. Never mind, he would wait a little long. Shilong, there's a snail on the rock, Chunji said happily, holding up the snail. When fishing didn't work, catching snails was also good. Shilong had never eaten snails. Are they tasty? Yes, very tasty, Chunji said, walking to the riverbank with a bucket. But I don't know how to cook them, or I would make some for you to try. I can learn, Shilong said. He wanted to make it for her. They started searching for snails in the river. Chunji, who had little hope of catching fish today, unexpectedly caught a few pond fish, some loaches, and 2 large eels while looking for snails. As for Shilong, he only caught the snails. He didn't catch anything else. Their buckets were full, and they climbed out of the water. The midday sun was hot, but even with wet clothes, it didn't feel cold. The clothes clung to their bodies, showing their curves clearly. Chunji used to think Shilong was weak, but at this moment, she realized she was wrong. The young man in front of her had broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Even through the fabric, she could see some muscle lines. His muscles might not be big, but he was definitely not weak. His legs were straight and long, making others envy and feel jealous. He looked really good. Chunji stared at Shilong, lost in thought, but she didn't notice that Shilong was also looking at her. Over the past 6 months, Chunji had grown rapidly. She used to be skinny and dark, like a bean sprout, but now she was curvy and graceful. Her already fair skin, covered in water droplets, looked even more beautiful in the sunlight. Shilong's eyes darkened. He almost couldn't hold back his anger. He wanted to hide her away, not let anyone see her, and make her belong only to him. Let's go back, he said softly, his voice hoarse. Shilong carried the bucket and walked ahead, with Chunji following behind. His long legs made his steps big, but he paused every couple of steps so Chunji wouldn't fall behind. Chunji noticed that Shilong took a different route, specifically avoiding people. She didn't ask why, and even felt a little happy inside. She didn't want others to see Shilong wet and muddy. When they reached the village entrance, their clothes were almost dry. Shilong took Chunji to her doorstep. Want to come over for dinner? Chunji was unsure. I might not be able to go out. Shilong looked visibly unhappy. I'll try to come out, Chunji added. Shilong nodded. You decide. If it's not convenient, don't come. Chunji went home, took a shower, and washed her dirty clothes. The others in her family returned home. Who caught these clams? So many. Chen Fu saw the full bucket of clams at once. Such big pond fish, almost as thick as my wrist. The loach is also very fat, rare to see such a big one. Oh, and these two are eels. I almost thought they were water snakes. Such large ones. Where did you catch them? Chinda asked, grabbing one fish and then another, just as he looked up and saw Chinji drying clothes nearby. Gigi, did you bring these back? Yes, I caught them this morning in the river. Which part of the river? Near Little Chicken Beak. Are there really such big fish there? You're not lying to me. I was there all morning. Someone saw me. Take us there this afternoon. No, I'm tired and can't walk. The clams need to spit out sand, and the pond fish, loach, and eels are still alive. They plan to keep them until tomorrow to serve as a treat for guests. Chunji ate a porridge with hardly any rice, biting into vegetables that lacked oil and salt, looking miserable. Indeed, going from frugal to luxurious and back is hard. She no longer had any thoughts about the food at home. In the afternoon, Chunji didn't go out but stayed to twist grass ropes and weave straw sandals. After sunset, she still had to fetch water and water the ground. Before it got dark, the family already started dinner. After eating, they didn't rush to sleep. The adults went to chat at the village threshing ground, while the children played and made games there. Chunji quietly headed toward the youth camp area. Shilong had already cooked dinner. A bowl of cold rabbit, a plate of cold wood ear mushrooms, and a stir-fried small bok choy. He lit a kerosene lamp and burned some mugwort to repel mosquitoes. Sitting quietly alone at the table, motionless like a statue. It wasn't until he heard familiar footsteps that he seemed to come alive, suddenly turning his head to look. Their eyes met, and Chunji's heart raced. Shilong stood up and helped her pull out a chair. Don't just stand there, come over. Chunji looked at the untouched food and the two sets of bowls and chopsticks on the table. She felt grateful that she had come. It smells so good. She praised him. Shilong sat down and scooped some rabbit meat onto her plate. Eat more. The people at the rural youth point were also eating. A bowl of mixed fried fish, with more chili than fish. Sometimes someone would cry out in pain from the spiciness, while others would laugh happily. Small shrimp and fish are tasty. We'll have more tomorrow. That uses too much oil. Then just boil them. I'm fine with either. By the way, what did Shilong cook tonight? It smells so good, not like fish. If you're curious, go ask. I'm afraid to. I feel like Shilong is a bit scary today. Chunji silently glanced at Shilong. Turns out, she wasn't the only one feeling this way. Shilong ignored the sounds from the next table and scooped more meat for Chunji. You're too thin. Eat more. Tomorrow I'll have guests at home, so I might stay in, Chunji said. Shilong paused with his chopsticks and then said, You can come out tonight. Just like tonight. Chunji thought for a moment. Okay, I'll come find you tonight. Chunji felt that Shilong was a bit clingy now, but she felt the same. She wished she could be with him all the time. Shilong kept scooping food for Chunji, and she accidentally ate too much. I'll take you home. Think of it as a way to digest after dinner, Shilong said.
No rules.
I'll wash the dishes first, Chunji replied, feeling a little shy about leaving right away. It's okay. I'll wash them when I get back. Shilong helped Chunji stand up. Once she was steady, he let go. The moonlight was gentle and soft, shining down. A few fireflies flew around, blinking like falling stars. Chunji watched Shilong's back. Maybe because the night was so beautiful, she wished this road would never end. She was willing to walk with him forever. Shilong stopped walking and came beside her. Let's walk side by side. Chunji didn't ask why they should walk together. Their arms brushed occasionally, and a secret happiness and thrill grew inside them. They both slowed down their steps at the same time, but the road was too short. Before they knew it, the big gate of Chen's house was right in front of them. Let's go back, Shilong said. Chunji nodded and headed home. Behind her, his gaze was intense, almost burning her. Another night passed. Today, guests are coming to our house. Chunji noticed everyone was wearing their best clothes. She was wearing an old outfit and hesitated whether to change. Suddenly, her grandmother said to her, After breakfast, go into the mountains. Chunji was confused. What do I do in the mountains? Do whatever you like. You can't come back before dark, Ding Fong Fong replied expressionlessly. Chun-ji was surprised. Why can't I come back? Ding Fong Fong frowned and looked annoyed. Today, your cousin is getting engaged. What are you doing at home? Are you causing trouble for your cousin? Don't you know you have bad luck? Chun-ji stayed silent. Does she really have bad luck? She brought so much food home, yet they think she's unlucky? Anyway, you can't stay at home today. If it's because of you, and your cousin's engagement goes wrong, I will punish you severely, Ding Fong Fong said harshly. Chun-ji pursed her lips and looked away from Ding Fong Fong. She looked at her mother, who was bowing her head as if she hadn't heard anything. She then looked at the others, who were busy with their own things, and avoided her gaze.
Ha!
What was she expecting? Chun-ji left the house without breakfast. She couldn't stay even a second longer, afraid she might lose her mind. It was still early, the sun hadn't risen. Only the sky was filled with beautiful dawn clouds, like a dream, so surreal. Just like when Shilong saw Chun-ji suddenly appear, it felt like a dream, unreal. Shilong didn't ask what had happened. Instead, he poured her a glass of warm milk. Hold this and drink it. I'm making breakfast now. What would you like to eat? Chun-ji held the warm milk and felt a strange sadness, almost wanting to cry, despite her anger. I want steamed buns, meat buns. She had never tried meat buns before, and suddenly really wanted to taste what they were like. Okay, I'll start making the dough, Shilong said, going back inside to bring out a bowl of flour, already prepared with yeast. He kneaded the dough and let it rise while Chun-ji watched. Rising dough takes about half an hour. During this time, let's prepare the filling, Shilong said, then went back inside and brought out a large piece of smoked meat. How do you even have this? Chun-ji was very surprised. You didn't finish eating the wild boar you hunted, so I made it into smoked meat. Shilong boiled the smoked meat, washed it several times with hot water, then boiled it again in water. After boiling for 5 minutes, he took the meat out of the water. Besides the meat, Shilong also soaked some wood ear mushrooms. Today, we'll eat the pork filling with wood ear mushrooms. When the beans grow, I'll make bean and pork filling for you. Shilong's casual words made Chun-ji want to cry even more. Someone actually cared about her. Chun-ji watched Shilong chop the filling, mix the ingredients, then knead the dough, roll it out, and make buns. Her mood slowly calmed down. Do you want to try? He asked her. Chun-ji nodded. It looks interesting. There aren't many people here who make noodles or buns. One reason is their eating habits, and another is that they can't afford flour. Now that she had a chance to learn, Chun-ji was happy to do so. Shilong first taught Chun-ji how to roll the bun skins, then how to make the buns. At first, Chun-ji was clumsy, but Shilong told her to try several times. It was okay if she made mistakes. For the first time, someone told me it's okay to mess up, Chun-ji whispered. At home, breaking things usually meant getting scolded. Shilong paused. Here, you can mess up anything. Chun-ji froze, looking at Shilong in surprise. She saw herself reflected in his eyes. At this moment, his eyes only had her. Her heart was pounding faster and faster. From the moment Chun-ji asked to eat buns to when she finally ate a hot, fresh bun, an hour and a half had passed. It was already bright outside. As Chun-ji bit into her first mouthful of bun, a loud cry of pain came from the next room. Shilong, you make delicious food every day. I'll fight you. Then hurried footsteps sounded. Zhao Jinbao ran out of the youth camp carrying a basin, followed by Li Zhouan and others. Chun-ji was stunned again, holding her bun. Chun-ji, is the bun delicious? Zhao Jinbao asked, swallowing his saliva. Chun-ji nodded. Very delicious. The filling was fragrant, and the bun skin was soft and warm. She decided that buns were one of her favorite foods. Zhao Jinbao swallowed even faster, looking at Shilong with pleading eyes. Shilong, will you trade the buns? No, Shilong replied firmly. Zhao Jinbao's eyes turned red, as if he was about to cry. Li Zhouan and Yang Wenyu looked at each other with helpless expressions. Chun-ji, just try a bite for me, just one bite, okay? Zhao Jinbao pointed with his finger, indicating something small. Yang Wenyu couldn't hold back. Zhao Jinbao, where is your pride? Pride doesn't buy buns, Zhao Jinbao confidently replied. Chen Ji froze, unsure of what to do, and looked at Shilong.
Lang fraunet.
No buns, but we can trade flour and smoked meat for them. Yay! Zhao Jinbao was so happy he jumped 3 feet high and handed the basin to Shilong. Li Zhouan and Yang Wenyu exchanged a glance and smiled. Chen Ji. The buns were very tasty, about the size of a fist. Chen Ji ate 6 and Shilong ate 10. There were still 20 buns left in the pot. Still eating buns at noon, Chen Ji said. Shilong raised an eyebrow. Did she mean to stay here until noon? He slightly smiled. Okay. After breakfast, Shilong went to fetch water and wash vegetables, while Chen Ji tidied up the kitchen. When the sun was high, the two sat under the eaves making hats and bamboo baskets. Shilong was weaving, and Chen Ji was learning nearby. They occasionally talked, but mostly kept busy. Although they didn't speak much, it felt warm and cozy. At noon, Shilong went to reheat the buns. After eating, they continued making things. Chen Ji didn't mention going home, and Shilong didn't ask. In the evening, Shilong took out 2 wild chickens from the house, cut them into pieces, washed them thoroughly, and drained the water. He also pulled some ginger and garlic sprouts from the garden and picked a few chili peppers. Shilong stir-fried the chicken. When Chen Ji smelled the aroma and looked up, she realized it was already dark outside. She packed up her things and walked over to Shilong. Is there anything I can help with? There are no greens yet. If you want to eat something, go pick from the garden, Shilong said. Can I have sweet potato seedlings? The ones you planted are growing very well, Chen Ji said, passing by a few times, feeling a bit tempted.
Lang was surprised.
He didn't expect her to choose that. Then peel a few garlic cloves and pick 2 chili peppers. Chen Ji nodded. Got it. Shilong was willing to use oil, and the stir-fried sweet potato seedlings were much tastier than those from Chen's home. Chen Ji ate happily. The wild chicken was spicy and flavorful. They ate most of the 2 chickens, leaving only a small bowl. Chen Ji, full, slumped into a chair, not wanting to move. She didn't want to go back to that home either. But in the end, she knew she had to go back. The house door was not closed. When Chen Ji returned, they had already finished eating, and the smell of meat still filled the air. Chen Ji went to get his clothes and take a shower without paying much attention or asking questions. After washing, he lay back on the bed. There was no one in the room. Only him. In the main hall, the Chen family, about a dozen people, sat with serious faces. Last year, we built the house, bought furniture, and paid for Chen Ji's leg injury. All together, it cost 182 yuan. Of that, 100 yuan was borrowed from your uncles and grandpa, and we agreed to pay it back in 2 years. Now, we still have 42 yuan. According to the original plan, 20 yuan was for the bride's dowry, plus a bag of rice. The remaining 20 yuan was for a simple celebration. Now, the bride wants 50 yuan in dowry instead of rice. Our family has no more money to borrow, Ding Fong explained. Chen Gui scratched his head, looking worried and conflicted. We can just find someone else. No, we can't, the eldest aunt disagreed. Kai Meiyan is capable, has a big backside, and can have children. 50 yuan is a lot, but last year in our village other families also asked for 50 yuan for dowry. Prices have gone up, and they won't go down again. Also, if she doesn't want rice, it doesn't really save much. But we don't have enough money. Plus, we need to invite some close relatives for a meal, the eldest uncle said with a worried face. There's a way. The eldest aunt looked at Chen Mama. Chen Mama looked helpless. Sister-in-law, I only have 2.76 yuan. I'll go inside and get it for you. The eldest aunt shook her head. No, we don't want you to borrow money. Chen Mama was confused. Then what do you mean, sister-in-law? The eldest aunt said. Xiao Li is gone. Jia Xiang is only 31 years old and will probably marry again. I don't trust others with Xiao Li's 4 children. If Jia Xiang marries someone from our family, Xiao Li can rest assured even after she's gone. Shurha village has more land and better terrain than ours. The Leaf family is well off, and the elders are open-minded. Jia Xiang is strong, can earn 10 work points, and supporting a family won't be a problem. With such conditions, Many girls would want to marry him. When the eldest aunt finished speaking, everyone in the family fell silent. Chunyi held Chun Mama's hand, her eyes red, shaking her head at her. Chun Mama patted her hand, signaling her not to be afraid. The eldest uncle thought for a moment. Your idea is good, but if Chunyi marries him, there might be gossip outside that wouldn't sound good. For example, they're accused of mistreating orphans and widows. I'm not talking about Xiao Yi, but about Qinji. The eldest aunt looked at Chen's mother. Gigi's reputation isn't good, and she probably won't find a better family than the Li family in the future. Ding Fongfong said, her reputation is not just bad. Her temper is also poor. The last time she fought with someone, people in the village are still talking about her hitting elders and children. It's not easy for her to find a good family, and getting married would be a big achievement. Chen's mother frowned and fell into thought. When Chunyi heard that she wouldn't have to marry Li Xiong, she sighed in relief, but also felt a bit happy. The Li family isn't poor, but their 4 nephews are not easy to deal with. Marrying into that family at a young age would ruin her life. What are you hesitating for? Grandma Ding Fong said angrily. Even if Chunji wants to marry, Li Xiong might not want her. Let's do this. Tomorrow, Li Xiong can come over to see her. If he doesn't like her, then forget it. The eldest aunt was unwilling. What about a Gui's marriage? Ding Fong replied. We still have Chunyi. If Chunji can't find a match, we can consider Chunyi first. The bride price should go to a Gui for his wedding. Grandpa Chen finally made the decision. It's settled then. Listening to these plans from her bed, Chunji sneered. In their eyes, she might be worth less than a household item. They want her to marry Li Xiong and go to the Li family to take care of Chun Li's 4 sons. Dream on. When Chen's mother, Chunyi, and Chunmu returned to their room, Chunji pretended to be asleep. Mom, do you think Grandma will just marry me off to the second cousin for his sake? Chunyi asked quietly. Chen's mother hesitated for a few seconds before replying. No, she won't. If you're worried, I will find a matchmaker tomorrow to arrange a marriage for you. Mom, find someone good-looking like Li Zhouan, Chunyi said.
Chen muchakeld.
Sister, your standards are too high. There aren't many handsome guys like Li Zhouan in nearby villages. Chunyi was speechless. Then find someone a little less handsome, but not too different. And make sure he's not poor. Chen's mother agreed. I'll mention it to the matchmaker. Chenmu said, Mom, you promised that my bride price from sister would be saved for my marriage. Chen's mother sighed. We owe uncle's family too much. If this time your sister's bride price is used, I will do my best to make it up to you. You are your father's only son. Your grandparents won't interfere with you. They will definitely want you to marry a wife. Chunmu heard this and felt relieved. I think my brother-in-law will marry Chunji. Chunyi was confused. Why? Chunmu replied. Chunji is pretty. Many men in our village think Chunji is more beautiful than Chunxiozhen. Men like pretty Dubum. Chunji almost didn't sleep all night. It wasn't until the rooster crowed in the morning that she finally felt sleepy and fell into a deep sleep. She slept until the sun was high. Several people came to the house. Li Jiaxiong and his 4 sons came to visit. When Chunji got up, the family was busy preparing fish. The fish she caught the day before hadn't been eaten and still had a few loaches and 2 eels left. The eldest brother and his wife were cutting the shells of some snails. There was also about half a gene of pork on the chopping board. Children were running and playing in the yard, while the adults sat on the porch chatting, creating a lively and happy scene. But none of this mattered to Chunji. She had a blank expression, rinsed her mouth, looked straight ahead, didn't greet anyone, and ignored the intense gazes on her. After washing her face, Chunji headed straight for the door. Stop right there. Grandma Ding Fong shouted loudly, her eyes full of anger. Chunji paused, turned around with a half-smile. You don't need to chase me today. I'll go out myself. Are you still not satisfied? Ding Fong choked, unsure how to respond. You're a good-for-nothing. How can you talk to your grandma like that? Grandpa Chen was about to take off his shoe to hit Chunji, but was stopped by the eldest uncle beside him. The uncle smiled and asked, Gigi, where are you going? Chunji glanced at the busy people and said, I'm going somewhere to hide. Otherwise, I'm afraid staying at home will ruin your good things. The uncle's smile stiffened, and he said awkwardly, "Today we're all family. You don't need to hide." Chinji sneered. "Oh, so as a family, I don't have to worry about my bad luck affecting you." When she said this, the Chin family's faces turned unpleasant. Only Li Jiaxiang, with his broad, dark face, kept his expression unchanged. "Gigi, don't be angry. Your brother-in-law has arrived. Come say hello." Chen's mother called her over, her eyes full of warning. Chun-ji used to see Li Jiaxiang as a stranger. Now, being pushed into a difficult situation, she feels even more dislike for him. She didn't even call him brother-in-law and sat down casually. Li Jiaxiang frowned briefly, then smiled and said, "It's been a while since we last met." Gigi has grown into a young lady, still a beautiful young lady that leaves a deep impression. Early this morning, her father-in-law came to see the second daughter of the Chin family. When he mentioned her, he instinctively said, "Isn't she just a child?" Her father-in-law replied that Chinji would be 18 after the new year, so she was no longer a child. He was momentarily stunned. He recalled Chun-ji's appearance, dark, thin, wearing ragged clothes, looking dirty, like a street beggar. His first feeling was dislike. But he was 31, with 4 sons. Good families wouldn't want a girl like him. Marrying someone divorced or with health issues was also not his choice. Chun-ji was a pure girl, and just for that, he was willing to meet her. Now that he saw her, Li Jiaxiang was very glad he came today. That girl had changed so much. She was more beautiful than any girl in nearby villages or even in the town. Li Jiaxiang's gaze was intense, and everyone at the table could see it. Chen's family knew this marriage was settled. Chun-ji secretly observed their expressions and sneered inwardly. "I won't let you have your way." Li Jiaxiang had lunch with the Chen family and left with his 4 children. After lunch, her mother called her back to her room. "How do you think brother-in-law is?" her mother asked as she entered. Chun-ji pretended to ask casually. Mom said appearance and character. "He looks okay, tall and strong, and his character is decent. His older sister is sick, and he's willing to take her to the county for treatment." Her mother was about to breathe a sigh of relief when Chun-ji continued, "But he has too many children. No woman would want to marry him, right? For boys, think about how much they eat every day. And in the future, he'll need to find wives for them. Just thinking about it is tough. If it were me, I'd rather die." Her mother was speechless. Chun-ji kept talking. "The person I want to marry should come from a family without burdens. Preferably someone who's married for the first time, not much older than me, tall, fair, literate, and educated." "Chun-ji," Mom Chin frowned and said, "before asking others, you should look at yourself. With your current situation and reputation, no family in the village would want you as a daughter-in-law." Chun-ji slightly curled her lips and asked, "Have you asked around?" "No need. I already know. You hit elders and children, and your reputation in the village is completely ruined." Mom Chin sneered. "The only option now is for you to marry Li Jiaxiang. You have no other choice." Chun-ji looked expressionless. "What if I refuse to marry him?" Mom Chin said coldly. "Then you can just die. When your father died, I should have stopped caring for you. It was your uncles who raised you, and now it's time for you to repay their kindness." Once again, it's about repaying kindness. Chun-ji asked, "Just for 50 yuan in bride price?" Mom Chin confirmed, "Yes." Chun-ji said, "Just for 50 yuan, you want me to jump into a fire pit?" "Are you really my mother?" Mom Chin replied. "I wish I weren't." Chun-ji smiled, realizing she shouldn't have asked. Li Jiaxiang left with his 4 children at dusk. Things went smoothly. Li Jiaxiang agreed to marry Chun-ji, pay the 50 yuan bride price, and said he would deliver it to Chen's family tomorrow. Everyone was happy with the result, except Chun-ji. Ding Fongfong asked, "Jiaxiang's 4 children are not cared for. He means it's better for Ji to marry soon. What do you all think?" Grandpa Chen Kai said, "Let's follow Jiaxiang's wishes. In a few days, we can invite close relatives for a small meal, maybe 2 or 3 tables. The marriage will be settled then." Ding Fongfong nodded. "I agree." Jiaxiang said he has everything at home. No need to prepare furniture. He will pay for fabric and make Ji a new dress. Big Uncle thought for a moment. Last year, we had some leftover wood from building the house. I can make 2 stools. We can't have nothing, and it wouldn't look good to go out empty-handed. Chunji, the main person involved, couldn't speak. She felt a surge of anger inside her, about to explode. She slammed the door and instinctively headed toward the youth station. The sun had already set, and the sky looked like an orange, bright and beautiful. Under the large banyan tree, Li Zhouan was watching some children play with a spinning top. When he saw Chunji passing by, he called out, "Are you going to the youth station?" Chunji nodded. She was going to find Shilong. Shilong is not at home. He just went out, Li Zhouan said, noticing Chunji's distracted look. You seem worried about something. Chunji didn't answer. She looked at Li Zhouan for a long time until he felt uncomfortable and looked away. Is there something on my face? No, she said, just curious. Li Zhouan, a city-born youth, was good-looking and came from a good family. Did she think he looked down on rural girls like her? Probably yes, or else many girls like Li Zhouan, and he wouldn't still be single. Li Zhouan didn't like girls from the village. What about Shilong? You're not acting like yourself today, Li Zhouan said confidently. Li Zhouan, do you like girls from the village? Chunji asked, her heart full of doubt. Lost in her thoughts, Chunji didn't notice a few people walking toward them from afar. Li Zhouan was surprised by her question and didn't speak. Would city-born youths look down on village girls? She asked again. No, Li Zhouan replied clearly this time. Hearing this, Chunji seemed to breathe a little easier and continued asking. So, city youths also like rural girls, right? Li Zhouan didn't understand why Chunji asked this, but he nodded.
Yes.
There are a few young men from the city who married girls from the village. Chunji knew about this. These young men even moved into the girls' homes and became part of their families. If Shilong married her, she could build a new house with him. She had 220 yuan, enough to buy a house. Of course, only if Shilong was willing to marry her. Someone like me, with such a bad reputation. If it were you, would you be willing to marry someone like me? Chunji asked nervously, her heart pounding. She looked at Li Zhouan with hope. But Li Zhouan's face slowly turned red. Chunji, do you have no shame? A furious voice interrupted them. Chun Xiuzhen rushed over to slap Chunji, but Li Zhouan quickly caught her hand. She glared at Li Zhouan and pointed at Chunji with one finger. I warned you that Li Zhouan is mine. How dare you try to steal him while I'm not around? I'll beat you to death. Chunji looked confused. How did she try to steal Chun Xiuzhen's man? Chunji was about to explain when she saw Shilong a few meters away. Shilong's face was expressionless, and his dark eyes looked at her coldly, as if she were a stranger. Chunji felt like her heart was pierced with a needle. It hurt so much. In the next second, Shilong turned around and walked away quickly. Chunji, I am talking to you. Chun Xiuzhen was upset that Chunji was distracted. I didn't steal your love interest. It was a misunderstanding, Chunji said calmly. Everyone heard it. How dare you deny it? Chun Xiuzhen tried to rush forward to hit her, but was pulled back by Li Zhouan. More and more people gathered, pointing and whispering about Chunji. Chunji, you're shameless. You flirt with Shilong but want to marry Li Zhouan. Who do you think you are?
Thuffed.
Someone like you, stripped and sent over, and no one wants. Shut up. Li Zhouan interrupted Chun Xiuzhen and said to Chunji, you should leave now. Chunji nodded and turned to chase after Shilong. When she reached Shilong's small house, she saw the door was closed, and Shilong was nowhere in sight. Her heart sank. Shilong must have misunderstood her. She needed to explain herself clearly to Shilong. Chunji knocked on the door, but her hand went numb from knocking. Inside, there was no response. Shilong, are you inside? Shilong, please open the door. I didn't mean it that way earlier. Come out and listen to my explanation, okay? Chunji begged with teary eyes, but the house remained silent. I saw Shilong heading towards the town. Zhao Jinbao, who was carrying water, said. Chunji paused, realizing Shilong was not at home. Thank you. You're welcome. Are you in a hurry to find him? Chunji nodded, then shook her head. I'm waiting here for him to come back. Chenmu wanted to hit Chunji, but thought about Li Jiaxiang coming tomorrow, so he held back. Shilong won't ignore me, Chinji said angrily, but he wasn't sure. Was Shilong really angry? Why hasn't he come back yet?
Ha! Chenmu sneered.
You did something like that, any man would care. Give up, Chinji. You can't be with Li Zhouan or Shilong. Chinji pursed her lips and said nothing. Go back with mom. Stop embarrassing yourself. Just wait patiently to marry your brother-in-law and settle down in Sana village, Chenmu's mother said earnestly. I won't go back. She hadn't explained things clearly to Shilong and couldn't leave. Chenmu's mother got angry. Xiaomu, take her back. Chenmu's mother grabbed Chinji's arm, and Chenmu took the other, pulling her home. Chenji was locked in her room. Grandma Ding Fong Fong said she was disobedient and punished her by not letting her have dinner. No one spoke up for Chinji. In fact, they thought the punishment was too light. Grandpa Chun Kai was even angrier. This shameful thing better to be beaten to death. Dad, don't be angry. Ji is still young. When she becomes a wife, she'll understand. Plus, after today, she should see the reality clearly and marry quietly. The eldest aunt thought today's fuss was good. Otherwise, villagers might think they were bullying Chinji. Now everyone knows Chinji has high ambitions, liked the educated youth, but was rejected. When the Li family came to propose marriage, everyone thought they were showing kindness and willing to take on this difficult girl. Chinji has no one to honor, so she should settle down and live properly in the Li family. The eldest uncle nodded. People need to see the truth. Others agreed. After all, why should Chinji, who wanted to marry Li Zhouan, have the right? Chinji couldn't sleep again. This time, she stayed awake until dawn. Today, your brother-in-law is coming. I saw he liked eating that eel and loach yesterday. Take Chinji to the river and catch some, Ding Fong Fong ordered. Why take Chinji? Because Chinda, Chingui, and Chenmu couldn't catch them. With Chinda and the others watching Chinji, there was no worry she would run away. Chinji said nothing. After breakfast, she carried a water bucket and followed Chinda and the others out. On the way, they met many people. These people pointed at Chinji with disdain. Chinji's eyes did not shift, and her face remained calm, as if she hadn't noticed anything. Meanwhile, Chinda and the others felt uncomfortable and blushed with embarrassment. Chinji, someone greeted her. Chinji turned her head and saw Liang Xiaoqiu, who looked at her with sympathy and hesitated to speak. Where are you going? Chinji asked. I'm going to cut some reeds to make fans, Liang Xiaoqiu replied, then asked. And you? I'm going to catch loaches, Chinji thought, grateful for the loaches or she wouldn't be able to leave the house. They walked together for a while, and when they parted, Liang Xiaoqiu gathered her courage and said, Chinji, try to be more open. Chinji was surprised and felt a little warm inside. She smiled and said, I will. After Liang Xiaoqiu left, Chinji met another group of people, Chun Peng, Chinda, Chin Xiaoshui, and Chin Ergu. When they heard Chinji was going to catch loaches and eels, they immediately said they wanted to go with her. The men talked among themselves, but Chinji, as the only girl, was last to be included. Chinji, are you okay? Chinda asked softly, with genuine concern in his eyes. Chinji shook her head. Do you want us to go beat up Li Zhouan and vent your anger? Chinda suggested. He didn't mention Shilong. Chen Peng and the others had told him about that night when Shilong was acting strangely and was hard to read. They were afraid they couldn't fight him. And in their view, Shilong probably liked Chinji. Chinji shook her head again. It's none of Li Zhouan's business, Chinda asked. Is that because of Shilong? Chinji pursed her lips and said nothing. By then, they had reached the riverbank. Chinda wanted to ask something, but Chinji didn't give him a chance and walked straight into the river. Now that the busy farming season was over, people came to the river every day. Not only had the fish become fewer, but the number of freshwater snails had also decreased. Everyone went their own way. Chinji kept away from the others and headed to a place with many scattered rocks. At first, Chunda, Chingui, and Chenmu kept glancing at her, but when they saw her quietly collecting snails, they thought she had truly moved on and gradually relaxed. Chinji didn't plan to run away. Now, she needed a letter of introduction to leave, so she couldn't escape. She just wanted to see Shilong, to explain the misunderstanding from yesterday, and to ask if Shilong was willing to marry her. If Shilong refused, she would run to the mountains and live as a wild girl. Chun-ji thought stubbornly. Since no one cared about her anyway, she might as well be a wild girl. As the sun rose higher, Chun-ji's bucket filled with some conch shells, 7 or 8 loaches, and 3 yellow eels. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something and turned her head to look aside, meeting Shilong's cold, indifferent eyes. The person with the eyes seemed not to see her and walked straight into the water. Chun-ji's eyes suddenly turned red. She couldn't stand how Shilong was treating her. A bold idea popped into Chun-ji's mind, and once it appeared, she couldn't suppress it. The next second, she pushed her bucket to Chunda, saying, "Keep this for me." Then she sank into the water and quickly swam toward Shilong. "What are you doing?" Chunda asked, but Chun-ji had already swum far away. When she was about 2 meters from Shilong, Chun-ji suddenly surfaced and shouted, "Someone is drowning! Someone is drowning!" After shouting, she continued swimming toward Shilong. Ignoring Shilong's shocked expression, she grabbed him and dragged him toward deeper water. Nearby, Chunda stared in shock, froze for 2 seconds, and then shouted, "Someone is drowning." Who? Who is drowning?" Chun-ping asked. "It's Shilong."
Shilong is drowning.
Chun-ji went to save him. Chun-ping wanted to help but was stopped by Chunda, who gave him a quick look and whispered, "It's intentional, Chun-ping." Next, Chun-ping and Chunda shouted together, "Shilong is drowning." Innocent Chen Go and Chen Xiaoshu also shouted, "Shilong is drowning." Soon, everyone in this section of the river arrived. Chunda, Chengui, and Chenmu only heard that Shilong was drowning but didn't know Chun-ji went to save him. Chun-ji's hand crossed Shilong's chest, pulling him toward the shore. When they were about to reach land, she suddenly tore her clothes, ripping them apart to reveal her floral dress and fair, tender skin. Her rounded curves were faintly visible in the water.
Shilong's gaze darkened.
They reached the shore, and a crowd immediately gathered. Originally, Chun-ji was dragging Shilong to the shore, but it turned into Shilong holding her back with one arm, while the other quickly took off his shirt and wrapped Chun-ji in it, wrapping her tightly. Shilong held Chun-ji, and she looked up, only to see a sharp chin. She did not resist and simply allowed Shilong to hold her. "Shilong, let go of my sister," Chunda shouted angrily. Shilong did not loosen his grip. "She was exhausted because she saved me. We can take care of her." "We don't need you." Chunda tried to take her back, but Shilong dodged him. He became even angrier. "What do you mean? Just now your sister hugged me. Now I am holding her too. We have shared skin contact and I want to marry her. As her husband, I don't trust other men with her," Shilong said seriously. The onlookers. He made a good point. Saving someone's life and then promising to marry them. "Shilong, you are responsible." Chunda nodded approvingly. Shilong shook his head. "You overestimate me. Gigi didn't want to marry me. I was so upset I wanted to end my life." Wow. He was willing to die for love. Everyone present stared in shock. Even Chunda's brothers were stunned. Weren't they told that Shilong didn't want to marry Gigi? "I want to die, but Gigi came to save me.
That made me want to live."
"I want to marry Gigi and live happily with her," Shilong said earnestly. His sincere look moved everyone there. "Chun-ji, she risked her life to save you. She must care about you. You should cherish your life together and make the best of it." Shilong, a grown man, is so upset over Chun-ji. It shows how deep his feelings are. Good men like him are rare. "Chun-ji, Li Zhouan is good, but he doesn't like you. You shouldn't miss out on a man as caring as Shilong. I think Shilong is also good. He's tall, and now that he's taken off his shirt, he looks quite strong. When men start a family, they take on the responsibility of supporting it. With his build, earning 10 work points a day is easy. Looking closely, Shilong's features are quite nice. Chun-ji is also pretty. They make a good match, talented man and beautiful woman. Chun-ji, a man risking his life for you. You should be grateful and live well with him." Chun-ji, how did it turn into Shilong risking his life for her? Chunda, Chengui, and Chunmu, the three brothers returned home with serious faces, followed by Shilong and Chunjiji. Shilong and Chunjiji walked side by side. Chunjiji was wrapped in Shilong's clothes. There were also many onlookers watching the scene. Before Chunji and the others arrived home, the crowd already shouted at the Chen family, "Aunt Ding, little sister, someone has come to propose marriage." Chunji was surprised again. Has it already turned into a marriage proposal? She looked up secretly at Shilong, but saw that he remained calm and did not seem to want to stop it. Ding Fongfong, Chen's mother, and others ran out of the house, along with Li Jiaxiang. "Aunt Ding, little sister, congratulations," everyone said to Ding Fongfong and Chen Xiaomei. Ding Fongfong felt something was wrong. No one had mentioned that Li Jiaxiang wanted to marry Chenji, so these people probably didn't know. "Oh, Aunt Ding, you're still in the dark," someone laughed. "Aunt Ding, this is your granddaughter's fiancé. He wanted to marry Ji because she refused him, and he was so upset he tried to drown himself. Your Ji is also a kind and loyal girl, risking her life to save him." Seeing such deep feelings between the young couple, you should just let them be. The onlookers kept talking about Shilong's drowning incident. When Ding Fongfong and Chen's mother looked at Chen Ji in Shilong's shirt, their faces went pale. Their uncle and aunt looked even worse. They glanced at Li Jiaxiang, who had already turned cold. Their hearts sank. They realized this was not just a marriage, but probably a feud. Shilong noticed a hostile look from across the crowd. He looked up and saw a tall, strong man. Their eyes met. Sparks flew. As men, they immediately sensed each other's hostility. Shilong calmly looked away and nodded slightly to the Chen family. "I need to go home and change my clothes first. Then I will come back to propose." The Chen family looked angry, and no one agreed. Shilong turned around and helped Chenji straighten her collar. "Go home, take a shower, change your clothes, and wait for me." Chenji nodded. "Okay." Shilong then said to the crowd, "If everyone has time, you can wait here. I will treat you all to some of our wedding candies later." Hearing about the candies, the onlookers didn't want to leave and said they would stay. Chunji looked at Shilong in surprise. When did he prepare the wedding candies? But Shilong ignored her and strode away. As soon as Chunji entered the house, her mother slapped her. Chunji took 2 steps back and looked at her coldly. "Your wings are growing stronger, huh? Not listening to your mother anymore." Mrs. Chen clenched her teeth in anger, wishing she could punish her rebellious daughter. Chunji smirked and said, "You don't treat me like your daughter, so I don't have to listen to you. You have to listen. I don't agree with you marrying Shilong. It's too late. He hugged me in front of so many people. If we don't get married, it will look like we're just fooling around and people will criticize us. Our family's reputation will be even worse, and it might affect our status. Mom, are you sure about doing this?" Now, not only Mrs. Chen was silent, but the Chen family members also fell quiet. Chunji ignored them and took a clean outfit to take a shower. "Mom, older sister-in-law, I'm sorry," Mrs. Chen said with guilt. "It's my fault for not raising my daughter well." Ding Fongfong and the eldest aunt didn't speak. Mrs. Chen felt even more embarrassed and guilty. She straightened her back just a moment ago, but now she hunched over, looking as if she had shrunk to dust. The eldest uncle looked at Li Jiaxiang and said, "Jiaxiang, we're really sorry." "It's our family's fault," Li Jiaxiang shook his head. "It's not the father-in-law's fault." Li Jiaxiang was so understanding that the eldest uncle felt even more guilty and blamed Chenji in his heart. "There are other matters at home. I need to go back now," Li Jiaxiang said to take his leave. The Chen family saw Li Jiaxiang off to the door. His face was still grim, but he knew the situation was settled. If he caused trouble now, it wouldn't be good for him. Better to leave quietly, making the Chen family feel guilty and want to make amends. That way, he would benefit. It's a pity he missed out on such a beautiful woman. Shilong hurried home, changed into a new outfit, then took 2 large bamboo baskets. He carefully selected items from his sleeve pocket, filling both baskets, then carried them out. "Hey, where are you going?" Zhao Jinbao asked. "I'm going to deliver the betrothal gifts to the Chen family," Shilong replied. "What? Betrothal gifts?" Zhao Jinbao looked confused. "I'm going to marry Chenji. These are my bride price," Shilong said, walking quickly and disappearing around the corner. Zhao Jinbao snapped out of his surprise, turned, and shouted at the youth station. Shilong is going to propose to Qinji. I'm going to join the fun. Are you coming? Without waiting for a response, he jogged after Shilong. The young villagers looked at each other and secretly glanced at Li Zhouan's face. Seeing his cold expression, they felt confused. Didn't he refuse Qinji yesterday? Why is he still unhappy now that Shilong is going to propose marriage? Yang Wenyu suggested, should we go see? The others nodded. Let's go. Outside the Qin family's door, Qin Peng and Qinda waited with wet clothes. Brother Peng, be happier. Sister Ji got what she wanted. We should be happy for her, Qinda said, still holding Chen Ji's water bucket. He hadn't handed it over to the Qin family, since Ji asked him to keep it safe, so he should return it himself. Chen Peng responded with a soft, and said, I'm happy for her. But he still couldn't hide his feelings of liking her. After all, he had liked her for many years. Shilong is good, brave, responsible, a real man. Qinda saw Chen Ji pull Shilong into the water. The tall man just let Chen Ji do as she pleased. When they reached the shore, Shilong even took the blame for the near drowning. Yesterday, Chen Ji's reputation was worse because she was rejected by Li Zhouan, but today, she became the envy of everyone. Now Shilong had announced he wanted to marry Chen Ji. The speed of his proposal made everyone doubt his true feelings. Did he really like Chen Ji to the bone? Since childhood, Chen Ji had been disliked by the villagers. But now, Shilong was willing to risk everything for her. For Chen Ji, that meant more than anything. Brother Peng, even though we're brothers, I stand with Shilong on this. He's so good. Qinda's eyes welled up with tears. Chen Peng forced a bitter smile. Yeah, Shilong is good. I'm not as good as him. Shilong carried 2 large bamboo baskets. Shilong is here to propose. Anting, come out quickly. Wow, 2 big bamboo baskets. What's inside? Such quick speed. Were these things prepared in advance? So Shilong wasn't lying. He's wanted to marry Qinji for a long time. When Qinji heard this, she paused. Did Shilong want to marry her all along? Shilong set down his burden and took a bag of about 10 jin of fruit candies from the basket. He handed it to Qin Peng. Please help me give these to everyone. Qin Peng's face stiffened. He clenched his teeth and said, okay. Qinda rubbed his forehead. He knew Shilong's words could cut deep. Seeing Shilong really brought the candies, everyone's good wishes poured out like they were free, one after another, making the scene lively and cheerful. Some people received wedding candies and then ran back home to call their family members. As more and more people arrived, Shilong took out another bag of candies and handed it to Zhao Jinbao behind him. Help me give out the candies, and tomorrow you are invited to join the wedding feast with Qinji. Zhao Jinbao, holding the heavy box of candies, was surprised. Tomorrow? So soon? Qinji looked at all the candies and was very amazed. When did Shilong buy these? The Qin family saw Shilong giving out so many candies and felt sad. These candies should have belonged to their family. Shilong, what kind of betrothal gift did you prepare for Qinji? Hurry and show us, someone teased. Yeah, show us quickly. 2 big baskets, are they all food? Everyone stretched their necks to look inside.
Elflang nodded.
Since everyone is so curious, let's take a look. Things are rushed, so just don't laugh at my simple gifts. No laughing. These days, life is hard for everyone. Just making a dress for the bride is good enough. No one will laugh, an older woman said. Others agreed, exactly. Everyone is having a tough time. We should understand each other, and life will get better. Shilong seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. That's good. He first took out 2 sets of clothes from the basket, 1 bright pink and 1 light blue, and handed them to Qinji. These are handmade by me for you. Qinji stared in surprise. You made these? Shilong didn't answer her, but kept taking things from the basket. This time, he brought out a roll of dark blue fabric. He handed it to Qinji's mother. You've suffered for giving birth to Ji. Qinji's mother didn't like Shilong, but she couldn't refuse the thick-looking fabric. She reached out and took it without saying a word. Clothes and fabric again. Shilong, your family must be quite wealthy. The onlookers envied and were jealous.
Elflang shyly smiled.
To marry Ji, I've emptied my family savings. Ji is worth the best. Chun Ji's nose felt sore. She lifted her head to stop her tears from falling. Shilong continued to take things from the basket. This time, it was half a pig, weighing about 70 or 80 jin. He handed the pork to Chin Kai. I can't wait to marry Ji. I bought the meat for the wedding without asking you first. Hope you're not angry. I'll bring the fish tomorrow morning. Chin Kai looked at the shiny, fresh pork and forced a stiff smile. It's okay, you thought everything through carefully. At this moment, the people from the educated youth point also arrived. Seeing the items that Shilong brought out one by one, they were all stunned. When did Shilong prepare these? Such a large piece of pork. Where did he buy it? This half of the pork has such thick layers of fat. With such good pork, it must have taken some connections to get it, right? Shilong put a lot of effort into this. How many meat coupons and how much money did it take to buy this? Shilong really is generous. It shows he truly likes Ji, otherwise he wouldn't go to such lengths to prepare these. The onlookers were full of envy. However, Chun-ji felt heartbroken. These things cost money. Before they knew it, Shilong kept bringing out more. He took out a bag of rice and a bag of beans, handing them to uncle and aunt. For the banquet, please take care of the arrangements, elders. Uncle and aunt were a bit upset inside, but seeing how far Shilong had gone, they couldn't find any fault. He had already brought out the heavier items. Next, there were a few bags of white sugar and brown sugar, which Shilong handed to Ding Fong Fong. Now, the basket was empty. Just when everyone thought it was over, Shilong took 10 large tokens and a 1 yuan coin from his pocket. He handed the money to Chen's mother. This is my bride price for Ji. 101 yuan, symbolizing 1 in 100, meaning rare and special. Time was tight, so he could only prepare this much. Of course, he could only prepare this much. More would attract unwanted attention. What Shilong didn't know was that, in everyone's eyes, this was already a lot. Clothes, fabric, grains, pork, and sugar, each item was several times, even over 10 times, what a typical bride price would be. The final amount of 101 yuan made everyone present jealous enough to turn red. If they had known Shilong was so wealthy and generous, they would have gladly married their daughter to him. The Chen family was also stunned by the 101 yuan. 2 days ago, they had been worried about only 50 yuan in bride price from the Kai family. Today, Shilong directly gave them 100, more than double. At this moment, their anger eased. With this 100 yuan, not only was Chun Gui's marriage assured, but Chun Mu could also get engaged. Chun Ji had almost finished preparing everything needed for the wedding. Their family only needed to provide some vegetables, which saved them a lot of money. They had so much pork. Using half and making the rest into cured meat would last a long time. The Chin family members looked at each other and nodded secretly. Agreeing to this, Maria Chin-ji held 2 sets of clothes in her arms, feeling like she was dreaming. Unreal. Tomorrow, she would marry Shilong. Things had gone too smoothly, beyond what she expected. Ji, your water bucket, Chinda called out as Chin-ji tried to enter the house. Chun-ji paused, turned, and went to Chinda. Meanwhile, Shilong followed the Chin family inside to discuss tomorrow's banquet. Chun-ji took the water bucket and poured out the loach, yellow eel, and snail into Chinda's bucket. This is for you. Thanks for everything today. Chunda swallowed hard. You're giving me such big loach and eel? Yes. Instead of giving them to the Chin family, she preferred to give them to Chinda.
He was happy. Shengda shuklet foolishly.
I won't refuse then. Thank you, Ji. Wishing you and Shilong a happy marriage. Chin-ji also smiled, feeling happy inside. Thank you. Shilong and the Chin family were in the main hall, while Chin-ji washed her dirty clothes and 2 new sets of clothes in the yard. Are you feeling proud? Whenever she thought about how much attention Chin-ji had drawn today, she felt angry and itchy. Almost, Chin-ji was about to become a stepmother. So why did Shilong come out of nowhere? With so many betrothal gifts and a bride price of 100 coins, what was she supposed to do as the older sister? Who in nearby villages could afford that much? Just half a pig's worth of meat was enough to trouble most families. Thinking about how she was destined to be overshadowed by Chunji, Yichen felt frustrated and wanted to curse. Chunji didn't even look at Yichen. She was in a good mood and didn't want to argue. You really have tricks. Yesterday, you seduced Li Zhouan, and today, Shilong is so smitten with you he's willing to risk his life. You sly fox. Smack. Chunji slapped her. She looked expressionless. Stop superstitions. Be careful what you say, sister. Chunji, if you dare hit me, I won't forgive you. Yichen rolled up her sleeves and rushed forward. Chunji put down her clothes, grabbed Chenye's hands, and pushed hard. Chenye took a few steps back and hit a stone pillar before stopping. Chenye's back went numb, and she looked at Chunji in disbelief. When did Chunji become so strong? Chunyi, not willing to give up, rushed forward and scratched Chunji. Chunji was still quite polite to her, mainly just pushing her away, causing Chunyi to fall several times. However, Chunyi never even touched Chunji's body. She was pushed down the entire time. Chanya's bottom hurt, and her palms were scraped. She looked at her sister, who was taller than her by a head, with red eyes and a fierce look. Have you grown taller again? She asked. Chunji sneered. You just noticed. Growing taller is no big deal, Chunyi said stubbornly. Actually, it is a big deal. You can't beat me anymore, Chunji replied. In the past, Chunyi often hit her. Chunyi gritted her teeth and said, Don't be too proud. If Shilong gets a chance to return to the city, just wait to be abandoned by him. Chunji remained calm and said, Then you don't need to worry about it. When Chunji finished drying her clothes, Shilong also came out. He glanced at her lightly and then walked outside. Chunji's heart felt like it was squeezed by a big hand, and she hurriedly followed. Shilong lifted the bamboo basket outside the house and walked ahead. Chunji followed behind, and the two headed toward the youth commune. When they reached Shilong's house, Chunji, feeling like a child who had done something wrong, hesitated and apologized. Sorry. Shilong responded with a faint, and continued with his own things. Chunji stepped forward, tugging at his sleeve. Are you angry? Should I be angry? Shilong asked back. Things are what you saw, Chunji said nervously, her ears turning slightly red. Shilong looked past her. Several youth from Li Zhouan's group were walking toward them. Hearing Chunji's words, they stopped in their tracks. It's not what I think, Shilong asked. Then what is it? My second cousin told me he has a girlfriend. She wants 50 yuan in bride price, but his family can't afford it, so they plan to marry me to my eldest brother-in-law. He agreed, and today he's bringing the bride price. I don't want to marry him, but I don't know if you're willing to marry me. You came from a city, and you're from Jing City. I'm afraid you won't like me, a village girl. Chunji paused and then said, I wanted to ask you directly at the youth commune, but I met Li Zhouan at the grain field. He said you weren't at home. I was thinking that Li Zhouan also came from the city, and his family background looks quite good. Since your conditions are similar, I thought I should ask him first if he minds marrying a girl from the countryside. Chunji's voice grew softer, and now her ears and face turned red. Shilong sighed and looked at Li Zhouan and the others behind him, asking, Did you hear that? It was a misunderstanding. A few young workers looked at each other, and then at Li Zhouan, the person involved. Li Zhouan nodded. Comrade Chunji did go to the youth station yesterday. I stopped her. Hearing Li Zhouan's words, Chunji relaxed a little. Maybe Shilong would believe her now? Sorry, Li Zhouan apologized. I should have been more proactive. If he had expressed his feelings earlier, she wouldn't have been so nervous or cautious. But she was still too young, and he had planned to wait a bit longer. Cough cough. Zhao Jinbao interrupted the slightly awkward atmosphere. Shilong, we came to ask if you need help with the wedding tomorrow. After saying that, Zhao Jinbao felt a bit embarrassed himself. A few other young workers who came along also felt awkward. In the past, they had rejected and isolated Shilong, even drove him out of the youth station. Now, they were coming to visit voluntarily, which made them feel a little ashamed. Sorry about what happened before. Li Zhouan was the first to apologize. Shilong chuckled softly. You weren't here back then. Zhao Jinbao said, Sorry. Others also apologized one after another. Sorry, Shilong nodded. It's okay. Zhao Jinbao asked, So, Tomorrow, come early in the morning and have breakfast here. Thanks. No need to be polite. Just tell me what to do and I'll cook. Li Zhouan and the others came over to say hello, and then left. Only Chunji and Shilong remained in front of the house. Chunji asked, "When did you prepare those things?" Shilong replied, "Last night." Chunji widened her eyes. "You went to town last night?" Shilong nodded. "But you weren't angry yesterday." "I was angry. So, I want to keep you close so you can never leave." Chunji thought about it and felt distressed. "You prepared so much stuff. It's a waste of money. They don't treat me well, and I don't want to give them anything." But she didn't finish her sentence. "It's just a small thing, not worth mentioning." He just wants to boost her confidence and show the villagers how much Chunji means to him. "Do you still have money?" Chunji asked. "Yes," Shilong replied. "When you get married, I will keep the money for you." Chunji waved her hand. "I don't want to handle money. I'm afraid I might lose it. If you lose it, you'll just earn more," Shilong said casually. Chunji rolled her eyes. "Is money that easy to earn? Forget it. You spend money freely, so I should manage the household. First, let's talk about tomorrow's meal. How are you going to handle it? You promised to send fish to my family tomorrow. Where will we find the fish? We need to go to the mountains to catch some." Shilong stopped her. "Leave these things to me. Just focus on being a good bride." When Chunji heard the word, bride, her face suddenly turned red. "It's noon. I'll cook lunch for you," Shilong said as he went to cook. Together. After lunch, Chunmu came to ask Chunji to go home, saying her family had something important to tell her. As soon as Chunji left, Shilong went back to his room and took down the narrow bed, replacing it with a wider one. He used to think the room was small, but now he realized it was even smaller than before. On the left side, there was no extra space, but on the right, there was a small slope covered with rocks and weeds. If he dug up the slope, he could probably build 2 more rooms. Shilong took 2 jean of fruit candies and headed to the village office. Inside, only the village secretary, Chinjun, and the village head, Chinrun, were there. 2 jean of candies was just enough to share. Seeing Shilong, both Chinjun and Chinrun looked a bit surprised. It had been 2 years since Shilong had approached them voluntarily. The last time was about Widow Yu. Both men saw that Shilong was not simple and became a bit more respectful toward him. When they heard Shilong's purpose, they were both stunned. Chunjun asked, "You want to marry Chinji? Why choose the girl with the worst reputation?"
Elflang nodded.
"The wedding is tomorrow." Chinrun said, "You're quick." Shilong replied, "If I like her, I act fast. I'm afraid someone else will take her." Chinrun's mouth twitched. If it were someone else, maybe others would compete for her. But Chinji? Probably no one dares to marry her.
Tianyun looked at Tianren.
"How big is the small slope next to his house?" Chinjun said, "I can't remember exactly. Anyway, it's not far. Let's go take a look." The 2 of them returned with Shilong, bringing measuring tools, paper, and pens. After measuring, they found the slope was 10-16 meters long and 10 meters wide. It wasn't very big, and giving it to Shilong as a home site wouldn't be considered wrong. Moreover, the land was abandoned. Leaving it unused was pointless. It was better to sell it as a favor, so if similar problems arose in the future, they could ask for his help. Shilong said, "I plan to fill the vegetable garden in front of my house with the soil I dig up." Chun Rinjing looked at the vegetable garden and then at the nearby wasteland covered with rocks. He wondered if Shilong was planning to bury the rocks and then plant vegetables there. He tentatively asked, "Each household can only have 2 acres of vegetable land. You know that, right?" Shilong replied, "Yes, I only have 1 acre now." Chun Rinjing hesitated. "Just keep that in mind. If you're reported, we have to handle it fairly." Shilong said, "No problem." After dark, Shilong went to the black market again. As soon as he arrived, Xian personally came to meet him. "I've agreed to the thing you mentioned," Shilong said. Xian was overjoyed. "Brother, from now on, you are my brother too." A week earlier, Xian was passing through the mountains with a cargo when he was possessed by a mountain spirit. The spirit tried to control his body, but because Xian was determined, it failed. Still, he felt terrible. His body was visibly wasting away, and his spirit was getting worse day by day. He spent 20 hours out of 24 in deep sleep. He thought he was doomed when Shilong arrived. Shilong had dealt with the mountain spirit. Shilong saved Shilong's life, making him his lifesaver. Shilong's superior had a son who had been in a coma for a year for unknown reasons. Even in the capital hospital, no cause was found. Some suspected evil spirits, but they only whispered about it privately. Now that superstitions were being broken, those so-called masters had either been exiled or hidden away. Finding a powerful master was as hard as reaching for the sky. Shilong wanted to introduce Shilong to his superior. If Shilong could save the sun, he would surely rise quickly in rank. As the introducer, Shilong would also benefit by expanding his business. But Shilong refused outright, decisively, with no room for negotiation. Shilong was furious, pounding his chest in frustration, resenting Shilong's lack of ambition. Now, Shilong changed his mind, and Shilong was very happy. "I'll ask about it tomorrow. If it's convenient, you can come over tonight, and we can go see the patient." Shilong nodded. "Okay, you're so decisive." Shilong was surprised. "I'm building a house and need bricks and tiles. Can you get them for me?" Shilong asked. Shilong glared. "So, you only agreed because of the house?" Shilong replied. "Yes." Shilong gritted his teeth. "As long as you're willing to help, I will get the bricks and tiles for you, no matter if you can cure the person or not. If you do cure them, I will also cover the cement and sand for your house." Shilong raised an eyebrow. "Deal." Chunji was lying in bed, unable to sleep. The thought that she could finally leave this home starting tomorrow made her tremble with excitement. She wished it could be morning already. Chen's mother also couldn't sleep. She didn't like her younger daughter, but now that she was about to get married, she felt a bit uneasy. She worried her daughter wouldn't find anyone and would stay at home her whole life. But in the end, her younger daughter married first, and her groom gave a generous dowry. She handed over 101 yuan to her mother-in-law, who said, "Take 50 yuan to pay for Kai's wedding, and use the remaining 50 to pay off some debts. When Xiaoya gets married next year, they will use her dowry to build a house for Xiaomu and find him a wife." Her mother-in-law had everything planned, and Chen's mother felt very at ease. Once her son was married, she could finally relax. Chunyi also couldn't sleep. She clenched her teeth, full of frustration and anger she couldn't vent. Chunmu, on the other hand, was snoring loudly. He used to dislike Shilong, worried that Chenji would marry him and bring him back to his family. But today, he realized Shilong was not only wealthy, but also generous. He no longer had any objections to Shilong. The three women in the room had different thoughts. Chenji only fell asleep late at night. Before dawn, Chen's mother woke up. When she moved, Chenji also opened her eyes. "Get up and help out," Chen's mother said calmly. Actually, there were enough people in the family and relatives to do the work, but Chen's mother couldn't stand to see Chenji idle. Chunji didn't speak. She got up but didn't rush to leave. She first packed her things. "You're in such a hurry to get married," Chunyi sneered. "Yes, I dream of leaving," Chenji admitted with a smile. At the door, Mother Chen heard these words, paused for a moment, then acted as if she hadn't heard anything and continued walking forward. Chunyi mocked her. "Without support from your family, you suffer in your husband's house and have nowhere to cry." Chenji seemed to hear a big joke. "Support from my family? Are you joking?" All the grievances she had suffered over the past 17 years came from her family. They didn't bully her, so she should be grateful. She didn't expect them to support her. She wasn't dreaming about that. Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Mother Chen went to open it. Outside was Shilong, holding a water bucket filled with fish. "I brought the fish first," Shilong said. Mother Chen nodded. Shilong added, "I'll go back now. I'll come to pick up Gigi when the auspicious time arrives." Mother Chen spoke at this moment. "Wait a moment. I'll pour out the fish and you can take the bucket back. A wooden bucket costs 2 yuan 50, not cheap." Shilong waited there. The bucket had no water inside, only grass carp, each about 2 or 3 jin, roughly 1 to 1.5 kilograms. There were 10 fish in total, weighing around 20 or 30 jin. "I don't know where he got these fish from, but they look very fresh. They probably died not long ago, Chinda said. Grandpa, these fish are uniform in size, probably from a pond. Shilong is really a surprising person. He's quite capable. Most ordinary people couldn't get so much pork and fish. In the past, they had misunderstood Shilong. Mother Chun handed the bucket to Shilong, who took it and turned to leave. Mother Chun didn't like Shilong, and Shilong didn't like her either. Both knew this well. When the young people from the work camp came to help, Shilong had already prepared breakfast: a big pot of mixed grain porridge, 2 plates of spicy fried fish, 2 plates of fried tofu, and 2 plates of cucumber salad. There weren't enough bowls and chopsticks at Shilong's place, so the young helpers brought their own pots, bowls, and utensils, along with tables and chairs. Everyone sat down to eat breakfast. After smelling that delicious aroma for so long, it's finally time to enjoy Shilong's cooking. It's so tasty. I didn't realize Shilong was such a good cook, Zhao Jinbao regretted deeply. If he had known Shilong's cooking skills were so good, he would have clung to Shilong's leg and refused to let him leave. Others nodded in agreement, quickly grabbing food with their chopsticks. All the dishes from the 6 plates were finished, and everyone finally stopped eating. Li Zhouan. Shilong, how many people did you invite? Shilong shook his head. Only the secretary and the team leader. They came voluntarily, and he didn't refuse. The young people at the work site were stunned. They didn't invite anyone, so why did they come to help? Who were they cooking for? The bride's family also needs to have a meal at the groom's house, Yang Wenyu said uncertainly. Zhou Zhengping nodded repeatedly. I remember it being like that. Just then, Chen Peng, Chen De, Chen Xiaoshui, and Chen Ergo arrived, each carrying a basket filled with greens. We don't have much else, but these vegetables are homegrown. Please don't mind, Chen Peng said. Chen De added, besides greens, I also brought some pickled vegetables my mom made. They're crunchy and tasty. Chen Xiaoshui said, I brought some dried mushrooms I found in the mountains. Chen Ergo only had greens. No problem, no need to be polite. I don't have enough hands here. Later, I'll need you to help me pick up the bride, Shilong said, deliberately lowering his voice, but he still looked a bit cold. Chen Peng and the others didn't mind. Usually, Shilong wasn't very friendly to them anyway. They were here for Qinji, and how Shilong thought didn't matter much to them. Shilong had half a pig's meat, a whole set of pig offal and a pig's head, plus 2 pots of fish. With the vegetables Chen Peng and the others brought, and the vegetables from Shilong's own garden, preparing several tables of food was easy. Once the food was ready, Chen Jun and Chunren arrived. Everyone first ate at Shilong's place, then headed lively and cheerful to Chen Ji's house. Chen Ji's family was larger. Originally, they planned to set up a few tables, but in the end, there were 10, making the Chen family quite busy. Fortunately, Shilong provided plenty of meat. The 10 fish were enough for one each, and they borrowed some vegetables from neighbors when their own ran out, managing to get by. When Shilong arrived, Chen Ji was serving dishes. His eyes narrowed slightly, looking a bit cold. He didn't expect Chen's family to make her work today. Chen Ji casually wiped her hands on her clothes, staring blankly at Shilong. Today, Shilong was dressed in a well-fitting black suit and white shirt, making him look tall and handsome. His hair was slicked back, revealing smooth features, sharp angles, and deep black eyes. Today, Shilong looked really handsome. Oh, don't just stand there. The groom has arrived. Hurry back and change your clothes, a woman gently nudged Chenji. Chenji snapped out of her daze, her cheeks flushing. She quickly ran back into the house, as if escape yesterday. Shilong gave Chenji 2 sets of clothes, one bright pink and one light blue. She liked the blue one more, but since today was her wedding, she hesitated whether to wear the pink, as red is more festive. Chenji, Shilong's voice called from outside the door. Yes, Chenji hurried to the door, not noticing she still held the clothes in her hands. Shilong looked at the clothes she was holding, his eyebrows slightly raised. Haven't you decided yet? Chenji nodded, feeling conflicted. What do you think? This one, Shilong said, handing her a package. Chenji paused. There's more, yes. It was hurriedly bought, Shilong replied. He didn't care much about these things, but he wanted to give her the best. The wedding was rushed, and he felt she might be a little upset. Inside the package was a pair of black trousers and a short-sleeved top with a big red collar. The trousers were soft and smooth, and the short-sleeved top was made of breathable cotton with a wavy collar. Chun-ji had never seen such clothes before. She realized for the first time that clothes could be so beautiful. The bright red color made her lovely face look even more charming, like a blooming flower. "Are you ready?" Shilong was still outside, not leaving. Chun-ji tugged at the hem of her clothes, took small steps, and came out quickly. She glanced at Shilong, then looked down, her ears turning slightly red. Shilong's breath hitched, his voice a little hoarse. "Let me style your hair." He took a wooden comb from his pocket and also held a red hairpin. Chun-ji looked at him in surprise. "Did you prepare this too?" "Yes.
Just this for now.
I'll get you something better later. This is already very pretty. You have something even better?" "Yes." In the days that followed, Shilong, who was not materialistic, would bring Chun-ji nice things he saw. Chun-ji thought that a man like Shilong probably wouldn't know how to style hair, but she was surprised to see him calmly and carefully running his long fingers through her hair, making her scalp tingle with comfort. He didn't hurt her. Chun-ji had no eyes behind her back, so she didn't see how focused and almost devout Shilong looked at that moment. The two people were combing their hair without caring about anyone else. The lively yard gradually became quiet, and everyone's attention was drawn to a man and a woman under the eaves. "Such a perfect match. I think it's them," Zhao Jinbao said with admiration. Yang Wenyu didn't want to admit it, but he couldn't deny it either. "They do look good." Not only was Chun-ji attractive, but Shilong also looked good. Today, he was dressed differently from usual, wearing dress pants and a shirt, looking quite stylish. The evil aura around him had also disappeared. In terms of appearance, he was on par with Li Zhouan, with a sharp and commanding handsome look. Li Zhouan pursed his lips. He didn't think he looked good, only that he was a bit too striking. Shilong can even style his hair. Zhu Yuan looked surprised. Zhao Yiqing was also surprised. He did a good job. A man willing to style a woman's hair made her feel a little jealous of Chun-ji. Now, newlyweds didn't need to worship ancestors. They just recited a vow in front of everyone. There was originally a fun activity planned for the newlyweds, but since most people there didn't know the couple well, they didn't want to cause trouble. Plus, Shilong's strong presence made others hesitant to joke around. Shilong took Chun-ji back inside the house and brought her food. Who would have thought Chun-ji hadn't eaten anything since morning? She was now so hungry, she felt her stomach pressing against her back. Shilong sighed in relief. Luckily, he had brought her out of that house. "Eat first. If you're still hungry, I'll get more for you. It's enough." "Did you cook all this?" "Yes." "They don't cook very well, so I am the main cook," Shilong said. Without a village chef to help, he was the best cook there, so he had to do it himself. After serving Chun-ji her food, Shilong arranged for the people who came to celebrate to eat as well. Once they finished, he would send them off. The young people and Chun-prung stayed behind to help Shilong clean up. Shilong divided the leftover food into portions for the young people and Chun-prung to take home. "There's still a lot of pork and fish. Are you giving it to us?" Zhao Jinbao asked in surprise. "Yes, as long as you don't mind," Shilong replied. His home was full of greasy food, which made him a bit uncomfortable. "No, we don't mind," Zhao Jinbao said with a flattering smile. Some of the meat and fish hadn't even been touched. Only fools would dislike it. Chun-prung and the others were a bit surprised. They didn't expect to get a share. The food was packed in banana leaves, with quite a lot of meat inside. Each portion weighed about 4 or 5 jin. Shilong was really generous. He was able to be so generous, which shows that Shilong is not short of money. Everyone realized they had underestimated Shilong. A few young women present felt regretful. If they had known Shilong's family was so well off, they would have gone for it themselves instead of giving Chun-ji a chance. But now it was too late. Shilong risking his life for Chun-ji showed how much he loved her. They had no chance anymore. After everyone left, Shilong fetched water and washed the front of the house, cleaning the stone slabs on the ground thoroughly. When he finished and went back inside, he saw Chun-ji lying on the bed, asleep. Her small, porcelain-white face was pressed against the pillow, slightly changed in shape, soft and plump. Shilong's heart softened completely. Although her sleep came a year earlier than he expected, the result was good. He felt at ease only when he was on his own territory. Shilong sat by the bed for a while, then got up and went outside. He started kneading dough, chopping filling, rolling out the dough, and making dumplings. Chun-ji hadn't slept well for several nights. She sat on Shilong's bed, smelling the faint sandalwood scent, and gradually fell asleep. When she woke up, the sun had already set, and outside was quiet, with only a familiar figure in sight. "Did you sleep enough?" Shilong asked without turning his head. Chun-ji nodded, her face a little warm. "Everyone has left?" "Yeah, it ended this afternoon." "Are you hungry?" "I'll cook some dumplings for you," Shilong said. Chun-ji had never eaten dumplings before. She went to the stove, looked at the small bowl of ingredients inside, which was just enough for a few bites. Curious, she asked, "This is a dumpling?" "Yes, that's it," Shilong replied. Chun-ji asked, "They're all made from flour and filling. What's different about them?" Shilong thought carefully. "It's like how pork can be prepared in many ways. Different methods give different flavors. Once they're cooked, you'll see the difference." While Shilong was cooking the dumplings, Chun-ji arranged chairs and chopsticks. She sat at the table, gazing at the sunset glow in the west. Such a view was beautiful every day, but today she finally felt it was truly lovely. From now on, she wouldn't have to go back to the Chun family anymore. How wonderful that was. As the evening glow shone, Chun-ji's eyes welled with tears. Shilong carried 2 plates of dumplings over. Seeing her slightly red eyes, he frowned slightly. "Are you sad?" Chun-ji shook her head.
Happy.
She smiled. "I've never felt so free before." The dumplings were delicious. Chun-ji ate 20, and Shilong ate 20 as well. "I will go and boil water for your bath." Shilong suddenly thought of a problem. There is no place to bathe here. In the past, he would just rinse himself with cold water at the water jar after dark. But Chun-ji is not a girl, so she obviously can't bathe like that. Chun-ji also thought of this problem. "I can wipe myself with water inside the house. In a few days, I will build a proper bathing area for you," Shilong said. "Not just a bathing place, but also a toilet." She can't keep running so far every time. Thinking of this, Shilong felt it was necessary to get bricks, tiles, and cement. Tonight's work had to succeed. Chun-ji looked around. "Where will you build it?" Shilong pointed to the empty land to the west. Over there, he also pointed to a small slope to the east. "I plan to dig it out and build 2 or 3 small houses." Chun-ji looked at the slope and thought it was feasible. "Will the team agree?" Shilong replied. "I asked the secretary and the team leader, and they agreed. The land here is low and full of rocks. I plan to fill it with soil and use it to grow vegetables." Chun-ji was unsure. "How much soil will that need?" "The soil from the small slope isn't enough. We can dig a little higher, no big problem. But fetching water is far. Maybe we should dig a well." Shilong thought more and more that digging a well was a good idea. Winter Village doesn't lack water, so the well would need to be very deep. About 6 meters should be enough. Chun-ji also thought having a well would be convenient, but she asked, "Do we have enough money?" Shilong didn't reply immediately. He took out a bank book and handed it to her. Besides what's in the bank book, there are over 2,000 yuan in cash. Chun-ji. She had never heard of anyone's money being counted in thousands. She doubted she heard correctly. The next second, she opened the bank book and saw the number. Her eyes widened as she counted the number back and forth 5 times. What was the 5-digit number again? Suddenly, she couldn't do math anymore.
11 lang Zeit.
The real value wasn't in the bank book or the cash, but in his chinkuan sleeve. Moreover, the heavenly treasures and black dragon inner elixir he gave her, no matter how many 10,000 yuan bills or gold taels, they couldn't buy such rare items. If she knew she had eaten such precious things, her little face would definitely show a very interesting expression. Chun-ji asked Shilong to keep the passbook safe. then went to pour a glass of water. After a moment of calm, he felt more relaxed. Honestly, with so much money, you shouldn't go to the countryside, he said. That money could buy several jobs. Shilong replied simply. I like life in the countryside. Chenji chuckled awkwardly, unable to understand, and just responded with a smile. These days, who doesn't want to be a worker and enjoy the food produced locally? She had never met anyone who liked rural life so much. Shilong knew Chenji didn't believe him. He didn't explain further and changed the subject. I have to go out for a while. Please lock the door and go to sleep. Chenji was stunned. Today was their wedding day. He was going out tonight? Where?
How long?
Why tonight? Could he not go tomorrow night or the day after? She had many questions but couldn't ask them. Seeing her changing expressions, Shilong understood what she was thinking. He explained, I need to handle something. The appointment is tonight. I'll be quick. If you're scared, lock the door from inside. Chenji nodded, but she still felt sad inside. The moon was faint, and the trees cast long shadows. Shilong, dressed in dark blue, was at home a few minutes ago, but now he was crossing the mountains and appearing in the black market. As soon as he arrived, Sher Exion's men immediately went to inform Sher Exion. Sher Exion ran over and asked, Have you changed your mind? Shilong shook his head. No. Sher Exion let out a breath of relief. Then let's go now. We'll take our car. The car was a small truck. Sher Exion drove. Shilong sat in the front passenger seat, and the back was loaded with goods. The patient is in the city. The trip will take a while. Brother, you can rest a bit, Sher Exion said.
Lang fraunet.
He promised Chenji he would return early. Would she wait for him? Drive faster, Shilong said impatiently.
She's not that deep then. Okay.
It will be bumpy, be prepared. The trip, which should have taken 4 hours, was shortened to 2.5 hours. When they got out, Sher Exion looked exhausted, aching all over. Shilong remained calm and cold-eyed. Sher Exion led the way. The patient is on the 4th floor of the hospital. I've been there before, but I don't know if the ward has changed. Sher Exion said, I didn't mention your name over there. When you go into the ward, do your best to treat us. If you can't, just leave. Let's pretend nothing happened tonight. Shilong nodded, understanding that Sher Exion was doing this to protect him. During such a critical time, the less exposed, the safer. Of course, I will keep the patient's information confidential. But if you manage to treat the other person and they agree, you can consider them as family. No need. Shilong refused firmly. He only wanted to get what he needed. Sher Exion hesitated, looking helpless. You just don't understand how the world works. Being too proud isn't good. Sometimes, you need to ask for help. Having more connections makes things easier. Shilong didn't comment, but knew he would fight for what he wanted. Seeing that Shilong wouldn't listen, Sher Exion gave up. With someone like Shilong, he wouldn't trust others easily. They went up to the 4th floor, heading toward the easternmost ward. The hospital at night was very quiet. The corridor was almost empty. Under the dim yellow lights, 2 shadows stretched long. Sher Exion stood outside the door, knocked 3 times, and a voice asked from inside, Who's there? It's me, old Sher. The next moment, the door opened, revealing a slim man. Sher Exion was surprised. You're personally guarding it. The man wore a military green short-sleeved shirt, black pants, had very short hair, with some gray at the temples. He looked average, but had sharp, bright eyes that seemed to see into people's hearts, revealing their deepest secrets. Sher Exion, the boss of the black market, felt a bit intimidated in front of him. Shilong, on the other hand, looked cold. When the man looked at him, he nodded slightly as a greeting. Is he the person you mentioned? The man asked, showing some disappointment. He looked quite young. Yes, he's the one. I owe my life to him. If he wasn't capable, I wouldn't dare bring him here. Sher Exion quickly explained, worried that the man might dismiss Shilong because of his youth. Let's try it then. He was still too young. Even if he had some skill, he was still far from a master. The ward was very clean, without any foul smell. Shilong walked step by step toward the bed, still unaware of anything unusual. The man in the hospital bed was about 25 years old. He had been sleeping for a year. His muscles had wasted away, and he was very thin, with sunken cheeks and a distorted appearance. Shilong sat down by the bed. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the world in his sight lost its color, but gained a kind of energy. "He's quite fortunate," he said for the first time since entering the room. Xian looked confused. "Who are you talking about, little brother?" "The person in the bed," Shilong replied calmly. "Thanks to his ancestors' protection and his own good deeds, he is still alive. Otherwise, he would have turned into bones by now." Hiss. Xian took a cold breath. Could it be that he's in the same situation as me? Not quite. Mountain spirits only need your vital energy. But inside him, there's more than just his energy. There's a spirit trying to take over his body. It's a wooden spirit. "What is a wooden spirit?" the man asked. A wooden spirit from the mountains is a kind of creature that can imitate humans. After the founding of the country, they couldn't become fully formed spirits, so they tried to take over human bodies, pretending to be human. When the human body ages, they can switch to a new one and keep repeating this. When Shilong finished, the man's face changed drastically. "So, is my son still my son now?" "Yes. Otherwise, he wouldn't be lying here." The wooden spirit's attempt was stopped, thanks to the good deeds your son has accumulated. Shilong glanced at the man, then at the young man on the bed. One full of fighting spirit, the other full of virtue. It was quite interesting. "Please save my son's life." The man bowed deeply to Shilong. Shilong turned slightly. He was here to solve problems. Chun Ji couldn't sleep again. She lay on the bed, feeling uncomfortable with the empty space on both sides. During the day, she noticed the bed in the room had been replaced. The last time she came, the bed didn't seem that big. When did Shilong change it? How many things had Shilong done without her knowing? Chun Ji felt warm inside. Even in summer, nights in the mountains weren't too hot. The blankets on the bed had become thinner over the seasons, but they were always there. Chun Ji hugged Shilong's blanket, smelling the sandalwood scent. She couldn't help but wonder. Shilong didn't burn incense. Where was the scent coming from? Thinking about sharing a bed with Shilong in the future, Chun Ji felt both nervous and excited. When will Shilong return? Shilong went downstairs quickly. "Hey, brother, wait for me." Xian called from behind, but suddenly stopped 3 steps away from Shilong. He shivered. "Brother, why did the weather suddenly get colder?" Shilong glanced at Xian lightly. Just one look, and Xian felt like he was falling into an icy pit. He froze. "I'm going back first," Shilong said.
Huh.
Xian was confused. "What do you mean, go back first? Aren't we going together?" The next second, Shilong took a step. Just one step, but Xian saw Shilong quickly walk away and disappear in an instant. "Seen? Is this even a person?" Xian returned to the ward on the 4th floor. The patient in bed had already opened his eyes, looking around blankly.
Dofeng?
The man called out hoarsely. "Dad? Why is your hair white?" Guazufeng looked confused. He had only slept for a while. How did his father suddenly look so old? With just one sentence, Guaijuan's eyes welled up with tears. His son was back. Knock, knock. Xian knocked on the door. "Uncle Gua, I just came to say hello. We're leaving now. Stay for a couple of days." "Just stay at Uncle's house," Guaijuan sincerely invited. Calling him Uncle Gua was just Xian trying to be friendly, but now Guaijuan agreed. Xian was overjoyed inside but kept a calm face. "My brother sneaked out without an introduction letter. We have to go back. I'll bring him to visit next time." Guaijuan nodded.
All right.
"Just tell me in advance when you come, and I'll set aside time." He healed Zufeng. "Did he have any requests?" "My brother said he wants to build a house but can't get bricks, tiles, or cement," Xian said. Hearing this, Guaijuan relaxed. "It's a small matter, just a quick word. Tomorrow I'll give you a list. You can go pick up the materials yourself." Xian's eyes lit up. Okay. Chun Ji had been awake most of the night. When sleepiness hit, there was a noise outside the door. "Who?" "It's me." Chunji got up to open the door. As he pulled it open, a tall figure suddenly covered him. Chunji felt a heavy weight and hurriedly caught Shilang's body. Ugh, so cold. How? As soon as she spoke, her mouth was blocked. The next moment, she felt a cool sensation in her mouth. She instinctively swallowed, with a gulp, almost choking herself. "What's that?" she asked.
Moo.
"An adult muumuu," Shilang said, as he led Chunji toward the bed. "Sleep now, you're tired." Chunji climbed onto the bed first, and Shilang slept outside. They lay side by side, sharing the same blanket, with about a hand's width between them. At first, Chunji was a little nervous, but after eating the thing called muumuu, her body warmed up in seconds. It felt cozy, like drinking hot water, hot from the inside out, making her sweat. Her mind became fuzzy. She sensed a cold feeling nearby and instinctively moved closer, hugging the cold source. Shilang, who was already sleepy, opened his eyes again when she hugged him. In the dark, he let out a gentle, slightly helpless sigh. It was already late morning, but the two in the house still hadn't woken up. Until the afternoon, when the sun was setting, Shilang was the first to get up and walk out. The water jar at home was empty. He carried 2 empty buckets and left. When passing the village entrance, Zhao Jinbao said, "Hey, you're finally up." Zhao Jinbao's smile was ambiguous. Shilong knew at a glance that Zhao Jinbao misunderstood something. He ignored him and continued walking with the buckets. "Hey, I'm going too. I'll go fetch water." Zhao Jinbao went back to get his bucket and hurried after Shilong. "Wow, your legs are really long. 2 steps for you, 3 for me," Zhao Jinbao said, looking a bit envious. Shilong said nothing. "Are you from Beijing?" Zhao Jinbao asked again.
Eflang nodded.
"But you don't have a Beijing accent. Registered there, but I didn't grow up there." "No wonder. Your family seems well off. Why did you come to the countryside, supporting rural development? Brother, you have a high sense of duty." Chunji didn't know how long she had slept. When she woke up, it was still dark. "You're awake," Shilang's voice came from the darkness. The next second, a cup of warm water was handed to her. Chunji took it and drank a few sips. After finishing, she handed the cup back to Shilong. "More." She drank 4 cups before stopping. "Are you feeling better?" Shilong asked. Chunji nodded. "Yes, I feel sticky all over and want to take a bath." "Okay, I will bring you some water." Shilong brought in 2 buckets of water and a wooden basin. "Take your time washing. I will go make some steamed buns." He raised the wick of the kerosene lamp a bit, then turned to leave and closed the door behind H. After taking a bath and changing into clean clothes, Chunji asked Shilong, "Do we have clean sheets and blankets at home?" "Yes, I will change them." "You go ahead and eat the buns." "Have you eaten?" "Yes, I have." Chunji wasn't very hungry, but the buns Shilong made smelled so good that she couldn't resist and ate 4. Just as she was about to wash her hands, a shadow suddenly lunged at her from behind. Almost instinctively, Chunji reached out and grabbed it, squeezing hard. There was a cracking sound. She seemed to have accidentally killed something. Chunji blinked, loosened her grip, and the object dropped to the ground. The speed and force of that strike made her feel unfamiliar with herself. Something was wrong. Shilong came out of the house and saw what was on the ground. His deep eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. Chunji was still stunned. Shilong walked over, took her hand, and led her toward the water basin, comforting her. "It's okay. You touched something dirty. Just wash it off." Shilong scooped water to wash Chunji's hands. After washing a few times, he dried them for her. "Was that thing on the ground a yellow weasel?" she asked.
Eflang nodded. "Yes.
This kind of animal likes to come into the village to steal chickens." Chunji thought that this yellow weasel wasn't just here to steal chickens. It seemed to be coming at her. "Do you want to raise chickens?" Shilong changed the subject. Chunji nodded. "Yes, I want to raise chickens for eggs," Shilong said, "then raise 2 hens. In a few days, I will go catch 2 hens and bring them back." Chunji still wanted to discuss how to pick out hens from a group of chicks, but her sleepiness suddenly overwhelmed her, and it felt like she would fall asleep at any moment. Shilong took her back to her room and told her to sleep first. Chunji wanted to say more, but as soon as her head touched the pillow, she completely lost consciousness. Shilong tidied up her clothes and bedding, then took them outside to wash. The moon was full and gentle. Without turning on the light, there was no need to worry about bumping into things. Shilong picked up the yellow weasel's body and threw it into the stove, setting it on fire to burn. A crackling sound came from the flames, and the smell of burnt hair drifted with the wind to the nearby youth commune. The young people were eating, and when they smelled this, they all froze in surprise. Li Zhouan asked, "Did something burn?" He turned his head toward the stove, which was completely dark with no firelight. Definitely not from their side. Yang Wenyu said, "It probably came from next door." "Oh no, maybe something is on fire." "I'll go check," Zhao Jinbao said, setting down his bowl and chopsticks, and hurriedly ran outside. Zhou Jingping suggested, "Maybe we should go see too? We're friends with Shilong now, right?" The others looked at each other but didn't move. Until Li Zhouan also stood up. "Let's go." The group hurried out but saw Zhao Jinbao standing still beside Shilong's vegetable patch. "Why aren't you moving?" Li Zhouan asked. "Sure." Zhao Jinbao pointed toward Shilong in the distance, his face showing a hint of fear. Li Zhouan and the others looked ahead, and in the next second, their faces changed. Shilong was talking to himself again. They wanted to run away, but their curiosity was strong. Seeing that Zhao Jinbao and Li Zhouan didn't leave, the others stayed too. They all swallowed nervously, clenched their fists, and thought that if things got worse, they would retreat immediately. Shilong didn't expect that after burning the body of a small animal, something else was coming. "Did you attack the young one, and now the old one is here?" Shilong sneered. Under the moonlight, a shadow appeared opposite him. You could vaguely see a person's shape, but this person had a tail. "How dare you covet me? You deserve to die. Survival of the fittest, that's a rule you should understand better than us. Want revenge? Fine." No one saw what Shilong did, but suddenly a fiery dragon burst out of the stove and burned in front of Shilong. Zhao Jinbao and the others were startled again, their eyes wide. At that moment, a yellow shadow flashed in the darkness, and its target was surprisingly Zhao Jinbao and the others. "Trying to die," someone shouted. Shilong suddenly appeared with a mysterious iron sword in his hand, slashing toward the yellow shadow. A sharp scream pierced their ears. Zhao Jinbao and the others hadn't seen what happened and immediately covered their ears. The next moment, yellow mist suddenly burst out. "Catch!" Shilong threw out a yellow talisman, gathering the mist and trapping it inside. "Burn!" Another flame appeared. The smell was really unpleasant, so Zhao Jinbao and the others ran away. "What just happened? Did you see clearly?" Zhao Jinbao asked. Zhu Yuan replied, "Aren't you the first to arrive?" "Did you see clearly?" Zhao Jinbao thought for a moment and said regretfully, "I only saw a fire dragon." "But really, is Shilong having a fit? What was he doing just now?" When he said this, everyone fell silent. They hoped it was just a fit so they could accept it more easily. After a while, Li Zhouan said, "In the future, try not to go near him at night." The others nodded in agreement. That was their plan too. Shilong picked up a yellow weasel from the ground and threw it into the stove, snorting softly. "Go reunite with your grandson." He looked toward the direction of the youth training station but paid no attention, instead washing water from the water jar and cleaning the old branches and sheets he had taken off. Chunji slept until dawn. When she woke up, she was alone in bed. Besides her sleeping area, everything else was cold. Had Shilong gotten up long ago?
Chunji felt a little shy.
Would Shilong think she was lazy? Actually, she wasn't usually like this. Shilong had already prepared breakfast, a pot of rice porridge, egg pancakes, and a few freshly picked cucumbers. He had already eaten and was now shoveling dirt on a small hill, dumping the soil onto the low-lying, rocky area. That small hill had already been half-shoveled, and it looked like it would be completely leveled today. "Did you not sleep all night?" Chunji asked. "No, I got up at dawn. I work quickly," Shilong replied, worried she might not believe him. So he worked even harder. He could shovel a basket of dirt in about a minute and carry it to the uneven rocky ground across. His strong legs made him run just as well as anyone else. While washing up and eating breakfast, Chinji watched him work, feeling very pleased. If he worked this hard during work hours, he wouldn't only earn 7 work points. After breakfast, Chinji also came to help. She was responsible for shoveling dirt, and Shilong carried it away. It was very tiring work, requiring effort. When they built their house and dug the foundation before, Chinji had done a lot too, to the point of exhaustion. Now, she was holding a shovel, digging effortlessly, one scoop after another, with incredible ease. After half an hour, she didn't feel tired at all, and didn't sweat. Chinji blinked, thinking she could go even faster. Shilong noticed Chinji swinging her shovel more and more quickly. He needed to speed up to keep up. Seeing her full of energy, he thought he could ask about bricks and cement tonight. Today, she was shoveling dirt. Tomorrow, she would lay the foundation. The day after, building the foundation. If everything went smoothly, they could finish building the house in a month or 2. But in a few days, they would need to weed and fertilize the crops, which would take about a month, delaying the house construction. Shilong thought for a moment and decided to build the bathroom first. By the end of the morning, the small hill was flattened, and there was now a vegetable patch in front of their house. It's still a bit low, I need to fill it more, Chinji muttered. There's still soil for the foundation, Shilong reminded her. That's right. In the afternoon, I'll dig the foundation too. Have you thought about how to build the house? How wide and deep should the foundation be? Chinji, inexperienced, asked. Shilong was also caught off guard. I'll ask the team leader later and borrow some tools. To dig the foundation, they needed to mark the area with lime. Since they didn't have lime at home, they only had wood ash. Shilong's shopping list now included lime. Lime was essential for building the house. Shilong should have a way to get it. He planned to ask him later. They spent the afternoon digging the foundation. By nightfall, they had finished digging it all out. Something felt very wrong. Chinji looked at Shilong, who was calm and skillful, and asked her doubt, why did you only get 7 work points? Recovering from injury, Shilong knew he couldn't hide it. I was badly hurt and took 2 years to recover. He still occasionally had issues. Are you better now? Chinji examined Shilong's face. It was pale before, now it was a pure white, looking less frightening. Yes, I'm fine now. I plan to earn 10 work points in the future. I didn't mean that, Chinji explained. I'm just curious. It's my own decision to aim for 10 points, Shilong said. She didn't want others to laugh at her for marrying a man who only earned 7 points and to make herself look enviable. After dinner, Shilong said he needed to go out. Chinji said nothing, watching him with pursed lips. Shilong noticed she was upset and smiled as he gently patted her head. Go and get some bricks and tiles. I plan to build a brick and tile house. Chinji widened her eyes. A brick and tile house? In their village, there are only a few brick and tile houses. Most people still live in earthen houses with thatched roofs. She is going to live in a brick and tile house? Chinji was so surprised she didn't know what to say. She never thought she could live in such a house. After the shock, she thought of a new question. Can you build a brick and tile house? Ask someone else. As long as someone in the village can do it. If no one can, then Shilong will find a few people for him, and he will pay. Yesterday, Shilong was waiting for Shilong, but he didn't come. He waited all evening. Shilong planned that if Shilong didn't come after 10 tonight, he wouldn't wait anymore and would go to sleep. But just at 8, Shilong arrived. All the bricks, cement, and tiles are brought back. I don't know how much you need. I brought 5 carts of bricks, 2 carts of tiles, and 1 cart of cement. I also found sand and lime for you, and they will arrive tomorrow. Shilong doubted that Shilong knew how to build a house, since he looked like someone who didn't belong to this world. Shilong didn't expect that before he could speak. Shilong had already arranged everything for him.
Thanks. I really need these things, Shilong said.
He thought for a moment. Do you know any workers who can build a brick and tile house? Shilong. It seems his younger brother really doesn't know anything. I'll find some for you, Shilong said. That's not difficult for him. Okay, I will pay the wages, Shilong replied. Hiring workers from outside, even if the village is busy, won't delay the construction. Sure, Xian mentioned Gua Yijuan and Gua Zufeng, the father and son, and also talked about how they invited Shilong to visit. Shilong refused. No, I won't go. We've settled everything. Sure, Xian. He wanted to curse, but he didn't dare. Seeing that the matter was almost settled, Shilong stood up to leave. Sure, Xian stopped him. Why rush? Come have a drink with me. No, I promised my wife I would come back early. You have a wife. Sure, Xian was very surprised. He couldn't believe it. Just got married a few days ago. When he mentioned Qinji, Shilong's face softened. A few days ago? You just got married, and you didn't call me? Sure, Xian felt like he was stabbed in the chest. I consider you my brother, and you got married without even telling me. Shilong looked at his hurt expression but didn't say that their relationship wasn't that close. Sure, Xian saw his expression was emotionless, which made him feel even more hurt. He could only comfort himself. You didn't call me when you got married, but I forgive you for that. But when your wife has the baby and the baby's full moon comes, you must invite me. Not so soon. Qinji was still young and not thinking about those things. Then consider this my early warning. Even though I missed the wedding feast, I still have to give a gift. What is your sister-in-law like? She likes things I will buy for her myself. Your gifts are your business, mine are mine. It's different. I'll give 2 big red quilts. I see others give those at weddings. Shilong heard this and didn't refuse. 2 quilts are too few. I'll also give a 5-drawer cabinet. Do you have any cabinets at home? Not yet. Perfect, I'll give you this. Can you find me 2 little hens that can lay eggs? Shilong asked. Are 2 enough? I'll get 4 for you, Sure, Xian said, and he sent someone to prepare. 4 is too many, Shilong replied. It's okay. If someone comes to check, you can just kill and eat them. When Qinji was folding clothes and quilts, she suddenly realized that Shilong had washed them. Her face instantly turned red.
Excellent washed her clothes.
Qinji felt like she was about to burn up. She patted her face to stay calm. Couples do things like washing each other's clothes. It's normal. She folded the clothes and quilt covers but found there was no place to put them. The house didn't even have a box. Where did Shilong usually put his clothes? She looked around the room, but couldn't find anything. Qinji tidied up the things in the house, finally found a clean bamboo basket and put the clean clothes and sheets inside. Just as she was about to lie down and sleep, she heard a noise outside the door. Was Shilong back? Qinji opened the door and called out. Shilong? No response. Just as she was about to close the door, a shadow shot toward her like lightning. What was that this time? Qinji didn't know where she got the courage. Maybe she was worried the door would be broken. She didn't close the door or hide inside but swung her fist and went to meet it. Thud. It felt like hitting a stone. Qinji's fist went numb. The black shadow was pushed back several steps by her strike. Qinji closed the door and stepped outside to an open space. Under the moonlight, she saw the face of the black shadow clearly. It's a wolf, a very large wolf. Wasn't the wolf almost killed and hiding in the mountains? Qinji frowned, just as the wolf charged at her again.
So fast.
She only caught a rough glimpse, but she still threw a punch with all her strength, swinging from the side and hitting the wolf's head, causing it to bend and fall to the ground with a thud. As the wolf hit the ground, Qinji grabbed a nearby stick and struck down.
Bang, bang, bang.
Each sound was louder than the last, until the wolf stopped moving altogether. The stick was broken too. Qinji leaned against the stove, breathing heavily. She paused to catch her breath, planning to wash her hands, but suddenly her heart trembled. Before she understood what was happening, her body ducked to the side. A whooshing sound cut through the air. Qinji rolled twice on the ground. Just as she got up, something was chasing her again. It was a black bear, and it was even bigger than the one she had hit with a slingshot before, almost twice as large. A giant wolf, a huge black bear. What's going on tonight? Why are these big creatures all coming to her house? While dodging and running, Qinji quickly grabbed a kitchen knife from the stove. The black bear stood upright. Qinji realized she was still far from its front legs. So tall. Her heart pounded with fear. She kept running, swinging the knife at the bear's claws or head whenever it got close. Most of her strikes missed, 8 out of 10. Only a few managed to hit, but they only made her hand go numb. The knife was chipped. For a moment, Chinji didn't know whether to feel sorry for the knife or worry about her own life.
Bang!
The bear struck her back with a paw, knocking her forward. Her internal organs shifted. Chinji wondered if her bones were broken. She fell to the ground, struggling to get up, but failed. The big black bear was already in front of her, raising its paw to stomp on her. Chinji endured the pain, sat up, and grabbed the bear's leg with all her strength, flipping it over. The bear crashed to the ground with a loud thud. Dust flew everywhere. Chinji squinted, swinging her knife at the black bear's eyes. She missed, hitting the bear's ear instead. The bear roared loudly and slapped her away again. Chinji rolled on the ground a few times. This time, she ignored the pain. While the bear was just getting up, she ran a few steps and jumped onto its back. She grabbed the bear's neck with one hand and held her knife with the other, repeatedly stabbing the bear's head. There's a loud noise next door. What happened? Zhao Jinbao asked. Yang Wenyu glanced at him. If you're curious, go see for yourself. Zhao Jinbao shrank back. I don't dare. The noise was even louder than before, so the scene must be more frightening. I think I heard an animal sound just now, Li Zhouan said with doubt. It might not be an animal, Zhou Zhengping said mysteriously. Some unclean things can make sounds like that. Enough, you two, Zhu Yuan said, unable to listen anymore. You're not afraid, but we girls are. I wonder if Chinji isn't afraid, Zhao Yiqing said curiously. I haven't seen her for a few days. I saw her this afternoon. She was digging with Shilong, Yang Wenyu said. The land in front of their house has been filled in. Are they planning to plant vegetables? If they filled that land, it becomes their private plot. Getting married has its benefits. Each family gets a small piece of land. Our entire youth camp only has 2 plots, Zhao Yiqing said with envy. Then you can find someone to marry, Zhao Jinbao blurted out. Zhao Yiqing looked at Li Zhouan, but saw she wasn't looking at him. Her heart sank. With Chinji gone, she felt invisible. Why did Qin Xiuzhen come to our youth camp today? Zhao Yiqing changed the subject. She brought fruit for Zhouan. She also said she's going to work at the town's supply and marketing cooperative. If we need to buy anything, we can ask her to buy for us, Yang Wenyu explained. To his surprise, Li Zhouan accepted the fruit. This was the first time Li Zhouan accepted something from a girl. Could Li Zhouan be starting to accept Qin Xiuzhen? Chinji couldn't remember how many times she had swung her knife. When the black bear finally collapsed with a loud crash, she also fell down. Dust filled the air. Chinji coughed as she crawled out of the dust. Is he dead? Chinji wasn't sure. She leaned against the water jar, looked around carefully, afraid that something might come out of the darkness again. After about 10 minutes, everything was still quiet. Chen let out a sigh of relief. It should be safe now, right? She wasn't in a hurry to deal with the bodies of the giant wolf and the black bear. Instead, she scooped water from the jar to wash her hair. After washing her hair, she didn't change her clothes but poured water over herself directly. At this moment, Shilong returned. Why are you taking a bath now? He asked. Before Chen could answer, his face changed. Smell of blood. Chen pointed to the things on the ground. They're blood. Of course, she also had some on her. Shilong looked at the wolf and bear on the ground, both in a semi-conscious state, having come from the deep mountains. It seemed that this time, the temptation was even stronger than before. Chen washed her body thoroughly and went back inside to change clothes. When she finished changing, Shilong pushed the door open. I'll apply medicine for you first. Chen sat obediently on the bed, holding out her 2 arms, which were the most seriously injured parts of her body. I feel like they came specifically to find me, Chen said. Shilong paused with a cotton swab in his hand and sighed. You're very perceptive. They really did come for you. It's related to what I gave you to eat the day before yesterday. Because you haven't fully absorbed the wooden charm, your aura is leaking out. That scent is very nourishing for them, so they followed the smell. But don't worry, once you fully absorb that wooden charm, your aura won't escape anymore. Chen listened, feeling confused. Don't be afraid, Shilong patted Chen's head. I'll stay with you for the next few days. Chen asked, what if something even more dangerous comes? Leave it to me, Shilong said calmly, with a reassuring tone that made people feel at ease. Chen seemed to really stop being afraid and said proudly, I feel like I'm getting stronger. Yes, very strong and brave, he replied. A young girl alone faced a giant wolf and a black bear, and without disturbing anyone in the village, she managed to handle them. No screams, no running away, her courage was touching. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel scared. He thought there were no more of these creatures nearby, but it turned out they could come from even farther away. Fortunately, she was safe. Otherwise, a hint of killing intent flashed in Shilong's eyes. How should we deal with the bodies of the giant wolf and the black bear? Chenji thought this was a difficult problem. Do you want to try some wolf meat and bear meat? Shilong asked back. Chenji naturally wanted to, but it's so hot, the meat won't last long. If we don't deal with it tonight, it will smell bad tomorrow. Leave it to me. His sleeve almost seemed still, and the meat could be kept for years without any problem. Chenji was curious. What you have in mind? Chenji didn't see Shilong do anything. The things on the ground just disappeared. She was stunned. Where did they go? Right here. As Shilong finished speaking, a wolf and a bear reappeared on the ground. Chenji rubbed her eyes, doubting herself. How did you do that? Just some small tricks. Shilong put the wolf and bear away again, this time revealing 2 large red quilts. These 2 quilts are a wedding gift from a friend of mine. The bright red color, embroidered with yellow clouds, looked expensive. Your friend is thoughtful. Chenji heard the word friend from Shilong for the first time and was curious about what kind of friends Shilong had. This friend probably wasn't from Sandong village. He also gave me a wardrobe and 4 hens. The wardrobe will arrive tomorrow, and I almost forgot about the hens. Shilong pointed to the chicken coop beside the water jar. The 4 hens sat quietly in the cage, not making a sound. Wow, they're so big. Chenji was very excited. She and Shilong were about to start raising poultry. They've already started laying eggs. Once they get used to the environment, they will lay eggs and we can collect them, Shilong said with some unexpected anticipation. Things he didn't care about before now felt meaningful with her. Chenji wanted to bring the 4 hens inside, but Shilong refused. What if something comes back later in the night and eats them? These are our property. With me here, it won't happen, Shilong said confidently. But what if they get eaten? I'll buy 4 more for you. You don't cherish your friendship with your friend or the gifts he gave you. He won't mind. Which friend is he? Someone gave such an expensive gift, but I didn't see him come over for dinner on the wedding day. I forgot. Did I forget to invite him?
Yes.
Chenji rolled her eyes, feeling sorry for that friend, who ended up with a friend like Shilong.
Don't think about it. Sleep now.
Shilong closed his eyes first. They still kept a small distance apart, not touching each other. Chenji felt that her and Shilong's situation was strange. She had no friends, no one to talk to about romantic things, and her mom wouldn't mention it either, but she had seen it. She saw Widow Yu kissing Chen Yao, and they were touching each other. Was it comfortable? Thinking about if she and Shilong did the same, she felt warm inside and started to look forward to it. Why doesn't Shilong take the initiative?
Does he not know how?
Chenji was very confused. If Shilong didn't know, did they need to learn first? Thinking of this, Chenji poked Shilong's arm with her finger. What's wrong? Shilong asked. Chenji found it hard to say.
How should she say it?
Shilong waited for her to answer. He changed from lying flat to lying on his side, looking at Chenji's little face. Seeing her confused and a little worried expression, he became more curious. What was she thinking? Are you wondering where I hid the wolves and bears? Actually, I can tell you. It's a Taoist spell called Sleeve Universe, also called Qian Kuan Sleeve. It means there is a universe inside the sleeve or a space to hold things. Saying there is a universe might be exaggerated. You can think of it as a small space used to store items. It's not that. Chenji buried her face in the blanket. Then what is it? Shilong became more curious. I want to ask you, don't you know how men and women sleep together? After saying this, she hid her whole head in the blanket.
Elflang.
He had no experience with romantic things, but he had seen enough force situations to understand what it was about. He didn't expect to be questioned about it. Especially coming from Chinji, he just felt like laughing and crying at the same time. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hearing his laughter, Chinji felt even more embarrassed and didn't dare to look at anyone. Chinji, you're only 17 and not an adult yet. But others have children at 15. Having kids too early can hurt your health, Shilong sighed, feeling helpless yet gentle. You probably don't know how much self-control I need to resist touching you when you're lying next to me. Chinji didn't reply, but felt happy inside. Be good. When you turn 18, we can talk about this again. For now, go to sleep. Okay, her birthday is in the first month, so there are still 6 months to go. 6 months isn't long. She woke up refreshed after a dreamless night. Only she was in bed. Shilong's spot was cold, indicating he had gotten up some time ago. The 4 hens were clucking. Shilong was chopping vegetables, cutting greens into small pieces, then adding some rice bran and water, mixing it well to feed the chickens. You can do this too. Chinji was surprised. I saw others do it, Shilong said. He had been living the countryside for 2 years and had watched many people feed chickens. We haven't built a yard yet, so the chickens are in cages. Today, I'll make a bigger chicken coop for them. Sounds good, Chinji thought for a moment. I'll go gather some snail shells and river clams, crack them open, and feed them to the chickens. Why crack them open? Shilong asked, confused. Old people say that feeding cracked shells makes the eggs bigger and better, Chinji explained. When she was at the Chin family, she often did this task. Shilong looked thoughtful. I'll go with you. He didn't want her to go alone. Okay, we'll go this afternoon. We can also wash in the river then. After breakfast, Shilong started making a chicken coop from bamboo, while Chinji took a hoe to tidy up the newly opened vegetable patch. Can we start planting in the next couple of days? Chinji asked. Shilong nodded and asked, What do you want to plant? I want to plant everything, Chinji said, feeling a bit greedy. She wanted to try everything. Then plant a little of each, Shilong said. It was a small matter to him. We don't have many seeds at home. I'll buy some for you. Chinji grinned happily. Okay, before noon, Shilong stopped working to go hunt wolves, chopping enough meat to fill a basin. He put it in an iron pot, added a bottle of rice wine and various spices, covered it, brought it to a boil over high heat, then turned it down to simmer. After finishing these tasks, he continued to build chicken cages. This wolf has lived for many years. Its meat probably needs to be cooked for several hours, or it might be too tough to bite. Once the chicken cages were ready, Shilong moved the 4 hens into the new cages. The cages are 1.6 meters long, 80 centimeters wide, and 1.2 meters high, with 2 levels. The chickens can move between the upper and lower floors. Shilong not only built the cages, but also made the feeding troughs. Chinji looked at the detailed work on the cages and was very impressed. They were 10 times better than the ones at the Chin family's place. The smell of cooked meat is coming out. Is it time to cook the rice?
Chinji asked.
Should I start cooking? Cook a lot, enough for 7 or 8 people, was the reply. Is someone coming to eat today? Chinji asked just as the sound of a truck approached from AF. Many villagers had never seen a truck before. Even when they went to town, trucks weren't easy to see. Hearing the sound now, everyone ran outside to see what was happening. That's a truck. It can carry a lot, someone said. It's bigger than a tractor, another added. Is it carrying bricks? How did it get here? Maybe it's just passing through, someone guessed. They all moved to the side of the road, curious and unbothered by the dust and exhaust fumes. Instead of leaving, they stayed and watched. Just as they were talking, the truck stopped. The man in the front seat leaned out of the window and smiled at the villagers. Hello, neighbors. Can you tell me the way to the youth training center? Everyone was surprised. The truck was coming to their village. Shilong, tall and strong, stood by the roadside. Shilong saw him from far away and thought to himself that his younger brother's presence was truly impressive, unique and commanding. Even without seeing his face clearly, he could recognize him immediately. Shilong also saw Shilong in the truck. He didn't expect Shilong to personally bring bricks for him. I only found 2 trucks today. I guess I'll need to make a few more trips, Sir Xian said. Shilong nodded. That's fine. Thank you for your help. Sir Xian waved his hand casually. No need to mention it among brothers. Shilong walked ahead, and the two trucks slowly followed behind him until they reached the open space in front of the youth training center. People at the Knowledge Youth Station also came out to watch the excitement, curious about how the car was parked here. They hadn't bought any bricks. They looked at Shilong sitting nearby. Did he buy the bricks? Little brother, do you live here? Sir Xian looked at the house in front of him, which was better than he expected. No. Shilong pointed to the small house above the youth station. That's where I live. Sir Xian looked at the small house and twitched his mouth. He couldn't tell his younger brother was so simple and humble. Shilong, did you buy these bricks? The team leader who had come over circled a car and asked in front of Shilong. Yes, Shilong replied. I plan to build a brick house. A brick house is great. Chunren was very envious. The house can be built quickly, and the bricks were bought from outside. But having money isn't enough. You also need connections. Are these bricks expensive? Someone in the crowd asked. Shilong was caught off guard. He didn't know. 4 cents each, Sir Xian answered with a smile. These bricks were bought by one of my elder relatives who heard I was getting married and wanted to give me a new house. He didn't even know the price himself. The onlookers were amazed. So many bricks plus shipping must have cost a lot. Who was this generous elder? When the Qin family arrived, Shilong had already taken Sir Xian and others home. Chunda and Chen Gui still didn't know what had happened. How did you buy bricks at the youth station? Chunda asked. These aren't from the youth station. They were a gift from Shilong's elder. Shilong wants to build a brick house. Since Chunji is from your family, she probably told you about this, right? Oh, your family's Chunji is going to have a good life. Shilong has money and a good family background. Now he's even building a brick house. In the past, everyone said Chunji was unlucky, cursed, a bad omen, a troublemaker. Now, who wouldn't envy her? The Qin family looked at each other with unhappy faces. Chunji was going to build a brick house, and they were the last to know. 2 people on 1 car, a total of 4 people came. Now, with the team leader invited, the secretary Qinjun brought by Shilong and Qinji, there are 8 people in total. Sir Xian kept glancing at Qinji, which made Shilong warn him. Sir Xian rolled his eyes. He didn't even give a glance. So stingy? Honestly, this younger sister-in-law is very beautiful, like a fairy. She matches perfectly with her older brother. Chunji was glad that their family had a new large iron pot. With so many people eating, the small iron pot from before would have taken 5 or 6 rounds to serve everyone. She served rice and soup for everyone, then went to bring the iron pot with the wolf meat to the table. Our dishes are not enough. Please make do with what we have, Chunji said shyly with a smile. Don't worry, younger sister-in-law. We're all family. Eat however is convenient. Shilong, you really are thoughtful. If we need more dishes, I'll bring some later, Sir Xian said. Qinji, how should she respond to that? She looked at Shilong. But Shilong not only didn't refuse, he also made another request, bring 2 more kitchen knives on the way. Okay, Sir Xian agreed quickly. He sniffed and said, this meat smells really good. He didn't ask what kind of meat it was. It didn't look like pork or beef, so it must be game from the mountains. Mountain game is shared by everyone, and hunting privately would be stealing from the community. The team leader and the secretary were here, so he couldn't cause trouble for Shilong. Chun Renjung and Qinjun exchanged glances. They knew what Sir Xian was thinking. If it were ordinary people, they would have asked questions and followed the rules. But this is Shilong. Chun Renjung and Qinjun silently decided not to say anything, pretending they didn't see anything. But still, what kind of meat is this? It smells so good. Shilong was the last to sit down. He carried 2 plates of freshly cooked greens and sat next to Qinji. Everyone, don't be shy. Let's eat. He first served Qinji a piece of meat. Seeing this, others also reached out with their chopsticks to take some meat. The wolf meat was cooked just right, tender but not mushy, full of aroma. In just 1 bite, everyone looked amazed. The meat was really delicious. It wasn't gamey or tough, and there was no strange smell. It was so fragrant. They couldn't even tell what kind of meat it was. Shilong wasn't a talkative person, and Chinji seemed a bit shy. It was her first time eating with so many men at the same table, and she didn't dare to reach out to take food with her chopsticks. But her bowl wasn't lacking food. Shilong kept putting pieces of meat into her bowl, and when he saw her eating slowly, he also added 2 more bites of greens for her. The main people talking at the table are Shilong and Rinjung, with Chinjun occasionally joining in. Shilong has met many kinds of people, high officials, common folk, and everyone in between. He didn't seem very enthusiastic, but he also didn't let the conversation drop. Rinjung and Chinjun initially wanted to get some information from Shilong, but after talking, they realized they didn't even understand what Shilong's specific job was. Instead, Shilong managed to reveal quite a lot about himself. By the end of the meal, everyone was full and satisfied. Rinjung and Chinjun both let out a big burp, their expressions complicated. When was the last time they ate such a big piece of meat? They couldn't remember, maybe 7 or 8 years ago, or even more than 10. Life these past few years has really been tough. After the meal, they started to unload goods. Seeing Chunji go to carry bricks, Shilong quickly stopped him. "Little sister-in-law, let us handle this. You don't need to do such rough work. Such a delicate girl, as fragile as tofu, shouldn't be doing this kind of heavy labor. I'll help you carry too. It'll be faster," Chinji said as she carried 10 bricks into the basket. "Lang, you should talk to your wife," Shilong said to Shilong. Shilong looked calm. "No need. She can do it. Is that because she's capable?" Shilong frowned, speaking with a tone of disappointment. "A girl like her should be pampered, not doing such rough work." Shilong shot him a quick look. "She likes to work. Having just eaten nourishing food that doesn't require much energy, it might actually be harder for her to absorb nutrients." Shilong spoke seriously, but Shilong couldn't tell if he was being truthful. Just then, Chunji easily carried bricks past them. The basket was big, and the bricks inside were heavy enough to slightly deform it. Yet, Chunji moved lightly, quick as a flash, faster than some men. Shilong. Shilong didn't say anything and quickly caught up with Chinji. The two of them managed to carry 1 load of bricks each. At first, the 4 men didn't want to lose to Chinji. They clenched their teeth and tried hard. But after a few trips, they realized they couldn't keep up. They were too far behind. Could a girl really have this much strength? They couldn't even compare to a girl. The few grown men felt ashamed. Shilong looked thoughtful, thinking to himself that he couldn't blame these 2 people for getting along so well. They were not ordinary folks. "Now it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We can only send 2 more carts today. Tomorrow, we'll come earlier and try to move all the goods then," Shilong said. Shilong replied, "Just follow your plan. Leave it to me. I will make sure you and your wife can move into the new house soon. I see you haven't even prepared stones here. Are you planning to go to the mountain to get them, or should I bring them over?" "We'll go to the mountain to get the stones," Shilong said. Moving stones from elsewhere would be trouble for Shilong, and Shilong didn't like to bother others. "All right. Once you bring back the stones, I will ask the master to come and lay the foundation." Shilong paused, then asked, "You provide the meals here, or should the workers bring their own food?" "I will provide the meals," Shilong said. Eating well gives strength to work, and he wasn't planning to save money on food. "Should I get a few more bags of rice for you?" "Yes. What kind of meat did you have for lunch today? Do you still have some?" "I want to eat it again tonight." Shilong wasn't polite with Shilong. The meat was really delicious. He not only wanted to eat some himself, but also wanted to take some home for his family to try. "It was wolf meat," Shilong replied. Shilong had eaten wolf meat before, but today's meat doesn't taste quite the same as the wolf meat I had before. It was from a giant wolf, weighing about 200 or 300 jin. Shilong was silent. He had never heard of a wolf growing that big. Shilong didn't bother explaining. "Is there more? I want to bring some back for your sister-in-law and nieces and nephews to try." 10 jin for you. That's not enough. I want 20 jin. All right. 20 isn't enough. Add 10 more jin. Shilong cast a cool glance at Shilong but said nothing. Shilong smiled flatteringly. Your nephew and nieces are growing fast, and they eat a lot. Shilong remained unmoved. Shilong looked at Chinji nearby and said, Sister-in-law, come over and talk some sense into this stubborn guy. Chinji looked at Shilong in confusion, silently asking for help. Before Shilong could speak, Shilong explained, he says that Wolf weighs 200 or 300 jin but is unwilling to give his brother 30 jin. His brother has parents above him and several children below. 20 jin isn't enough, right, sister-in-law? While speaking, Shilong quietly observed Chinji. Seeing that Chinji showed no displeasure, Shilong felt increasingly satisfied with him. 20 jin is indeed too little. I asked Shilong to cut 50 jin for brother SH. Just after Shilong and the others left, the Chin family arrived. Why didn't you tell us when you were building the house? Mother Chin asked with a hint of blame. Why should we tell you? Are you here to help? Chinji replied. Mother Chin was caught off guard and looked uncomfortable. We have other things to do, so we're busy. Chinji sneered coldly. Even if you're busy, building a house is a big deal. You're building a house, but we don't show up, and the villagers will talk behind our backs. Chinyi looked at the blue bricks with envy. Shilong was so rich, yet they still lived in a mud house. Chinji was about to live in a brick house. She felt unwilling. How could Chinji live such a good life?
Why?
She didn't deserve it. Chinji spread her hands. I don't care. My reputation is already like that. The Chin family members were speechless again. We're going to pick stones on the mountain. If you're free, come along, Chinji said. The Chin family looked at each other. Picking stones was hard work. We have things at home. Once we're free in a few days, we'll come help, Chinmu said. The Chin family looked at Shilong nearby. He hadn't done anything, just looked at them calmly. Yet, they felt inexplicably nervous. It turned out that even prepared words couldn't be spoken. The Chin family left, and Shilong and Chinji carried their baskets toward the back mountain. Chinji, what are you guys going to do? Asked Chinda as he approached. Besides Chinda, there were Chen Peng, Chen Ergo, and Chen Xiao Shui. They had gone into the mountain today and just came back, learning that Chinji was building a house and it was a brick house. They also regretted not seeing the truck. We're going to pick stones in a mountain, Chinji said. We'll go together, Chinda blurted out. Chinji was surprised and looked at Chinda. He was eager to help her without being asked, willing to do the hard work. Not only Chinda but Chen Peng and the others also said they wanted to go. We'll go back home and bring a basket. You're on the back mountain, right? Chen Peng asked. Chinji nodded. Okay, we'll come later. Chin Desai and the others hurriedly came and quickly left again. Chinji looked at Shilong, who seemed very calm. Should we pay them their wages? Chinji hesitated. No need. Usually, relatives come to help build the house and just provide food. Once the house is built, we can invite them for a meal and give them some dishes to take home. Shilong carefully noted this. All right, then we'll follow the village rules. Behind the village is a mountain just a few steps away. At the foot of the mountain, there are rocks of various sizes, mostly large stones. Shilong glanced around and, in front of Chinji, took out some talisman papers from his sleeve and threw them at the big rocks in the distance. Run, he grabbed Chinji's hand and they ran. There was an explosion behind them, and rocks flew everywhere. Chinji. She looked back at the scattered stones and then at Shilong beside her. After a moment, she managed to say, Are you practicing superstitions? Seeing her dazed expression, Shilong was amused. Yes, I'm using some special methods. Chinji, Shilong, the four men, hearing the noise, ran over with worried faces. Also arriving were Zhao Jinbao, Zhou Zhengping, Li Zhouan, and Yang Wenyu. What was that sound just now? An explosion. Look at those stones. When I passed by today, they were fine. Now they're all blown apart. Everyone looked back and forth between Chinji and Shilong. Chinji felt a bit guilty and avoided their gaze. Suddenly, a few lightning strikes came down and split them, Shilong said seriously. Zhao Jinbao and the others looked up at the sky. It was a clear, cloudless day. Where could the lightning come from? Shilong didn't explain further. He turned and started collecting stones with his basket. Chunji asked Li Zhouan and the others, "Why are you all here too, helping each other out, to carry stones for you?" Li Zhouan said. Zhao Jinbao nodded. Yes. We're neighbors here to help. Actually, they just wanted to eat your food, so they came to help and get a free meal. Suddenly, there were 8 people, now 10, working together to carry stones. After 3 or 4 trips, the stones on the open ground had piled up into a small hill. 2 more trips, and it should be enough, right?
Chunji asked.
Shilong, let's go again twice. If it's not enough, it's okay. Since we're close, just come back and carry more when needed. The 2 people carrying baskets were about to leave when Shilong suddenly stopped. Chunji also stopped and asked, "What's wrong?" Before she finished speaking, she quickly looked back toward a certain direction up the mountain. When she saw what was coming, her pupils shrank. It was a wolf pack. "Everyone, put down your baskets and run toward the village," Shilong said coldly, with a tone that left no room for refusal. Chunda and Li Zhouan and others were stunned. They wanted to ask why, but the wolf pack was already nearby. "Wow, how come there are wolf packs?" Zhao Jinbao blurted out. "Weren't the wolves in the mountain almost all killed?" He had been working in the countryside for years and had never seen such a thing. "Put down your baskets and run to the village," Shilong repeated. Everyone put down their baskets but hesitated, not sure whether to leave. 1, 2, 3. A total of 24, Chunji said calmly. These wolves looked very strong, only slightly smaller than that giant wolf. They didn't look like the wolves she saw when she was a child. She suspected these wolves might be connected to the giant wolf from yesterday. "What should we do?" Chunda held 2 stones in his hands, trembling in his legs, but he didn't think about leaving Chunji and Shilong to run away. Chunpeng looked grim. "We need someone to go back to the village and call for help. Dogo, you go. You're faster. Chundogo. Brother Peng, you go.
You're faster than me.
My legs are weak. I can't run anymore. It's too late now." They were surrounded. Just as everyone's eyes fixed on the wolf pack across, Shilong's hand suddenly had a long black sword. "Be careful. Protect yourselves. Leave the wolves to me," Shilong said softly. After giving this warning, he charged toward the wolf pack with his sword. Is Shilong powerful? According to Chunpeng, he is naturally strong, but he only considers Shilong to have some skill in spiritual matters. Physically, he is not better than an ordinary person after all. He only earns 7 work points. Chunda, Chundogo, and Chen Xiaoshui had never seen Shilong fight. Their impression of him was still that he was thin and weak, often sick and taking leave. The educated youths like Li Zhouan also thought the same. Shilong wasn't impressive. He was just superstitious and strange. Until this moment, they realized how shallow their understanding of Shilong really was. Was that really Shilong who cut open the wolf's head with a single sword? He took down one wolf in just a second or 2. His speed was so fast that they could hardly keep up with their eyes. But their shock didn't end there. When they saw Chunji use a piece of stone to knock the attacking wolf away, they were so amazed they couldn't speak. They simply silently handed their stones to Chunji. These 2, the husband and wife, seemed almost not human. In the main office, Chenren and Chenjun were discussing weed removal and fertilizing crops when suddenly they heard a beast's roar. Their voices paused. What was that sound just now? Chenren wondered if he had heard it wrong. He felt like it was a wolf's howl. Was it a wolf? Chenjun also doubted. A few years ago, they hunted very fiercely. Many large animals either died or escaped, and they hadn't seen any of them for a long time. Then, another beast's roar sounded. It seems someone is calling for help. Chenren stood up and headed outside. Chenjun hurried to follow. I heard it too, coming from the foot of the mountain. At first they jogged, but as the sound grew clearer, they switched to running faster. A wolf pack coming down the mountain to attack people was no small matter. Chenren and Chenjun kept increasing their speed and soon reached the scene. From about 50 meters away, they saw Shilong cut a wolf's neck with a sword. They also saw a wolf trying to escape, but hit by a stone thrown by Chenji, spinning twice before falling down. Both of them fell silent. But what they saw next was beyond their understanding. When the last wolf fell, the black sword in Shilong's hand suddenly disappeared into thin air. Chunren rubbed his eyes, and Chinjun did the same. Looking up at the bright sky, they thought they were seeing things. Chunren asked, "Did I see that right?" Chinjun replied, "I hope I saw it wrong." Chinren asked, "Should we pretend we didn't see anything?" Chinjun said, "What else? Are we going to start some superstitious nonsense?" They both stiffened their faces and continued forward. Having experienced Liangsong's incident, Chunpeng and Chinda's group were more open to supernatural events. When they saw Shilong's incredible display, they were shocked but also accepted it. In their hearts, Shilong had gone from a weak young intellectual to a more powerful person than Second Andy. Li Zhouan and a few others had also seen Shilong's unusual behavior and guessed something was different. They were only slightly surprised and accepted it well. "Is this some kind of Taoist magic?" Zhao Jinbao whispered. Shilong glanced at him, but said nothing. "What's going on?" Chen Renjing asked, panting. Everyone looked at Shilong and Chinji. The wolf pack arrived too suddenly, and they still didn't know why. Shilong said, "We were carrying stones on our backs, and then they appeared." Chen Renjing frowned. "Are these just on the ground, or are there more in the mountains?" Shilong shook his head. He wasn't sure either. "Captain, with so many wolves, can we share the meat?" Chen Ergo asked, swallowing his saliva. Chen Renjung and Chen Jun looked at Shilong at the same time. Shilong thought for a moment. "I need to eat when I build a house. I'll take one wolf, and the rest will be arranged by the team." Hearing this, Chen Renjung relaxed. Luckily, Shilong only wanted one wolf. Take the remaining 23 wolves to the team dining hall. After weighing, divide the meat by the number of people. "The 8 of you who helped will get 5 extra jin of meat each," Chen Renjing said, then looked at Chinjun. Chinjun nodded. "That's how we'll divide it. The wolf skins will be sold at the supply store, and the money from selling the skins will be saved for the new year." Shilong carried a basket on his back and held a wolf in his hand, leading Chinji to go home first. "Captain, let's first take the stones from the basket back, then deliver these wolf carcasses to the dining hall," Li Zhouan suggested. The others nodded in agreement. Chen Renjung waved his hand. "Help carry the stones first. I'll ask others to carry the wolf carcasses. When we divide the meat, there will be a broadcast at the dining hall, so you won't be left out, don't worry." Li Zhouan and others, eager to see the wolf slaughter, hesitated. Chinji said, "Just 2 more trips, and it will be done. If we move quickly, it can be finished in 20 minutes. So, everyone hurried to move faster. On the last trip, Chinji invited these people to come over for dinner that evening. "No need, we'll go home to eat the meat," Chin said with a big smile. Each of these people got an extra 5 jin of meat. 5 jin. During the new year, their family wouldn't even get that much meat. Zhao Jinbao also said, "Yes, let's go home to eat. You two are tired today, so you don't need to cook for us." Chinping asked, "What are we doing tomorrow, and when should we come over?" "Huh." Chinji looked at Shilong. Shilong said, "We appreciate your kindness, but tomorrow is just for unloading. We can handle it ourselves." "Duh." And the others went to the dining hall. Shilong took a knife to peel the wolf's skin and split the meat, while Chinji helped nearby. "Are we having stewed big bones tonight?" Shilong asked Chinji. Chunji had no objection. "Give 50 jin to Brother Shi, and 10 jin each to the other 3 masters." Shilong naturally had no problem with that. "Just arrange it as you see fit." "These wolf's teeth are so big," Chinji said. Hearing this, Shilong pried out a wolf tooth and threw it to her. "Keep it as a souvenir, Chinji." "What's so fun about that?" Shilong added. "Later, I'll carve some symbols on it. You can carry it with you to ward off evil." "You can draw symbols?" Chinji was surprised. "Are you like Second Aunt? Are you a Taoist priest?" Shilong said, "Something like that. Can Taoist priests get married?" Chinji asked curiously. Shilong looked at her thoughtfully. "Do you want me to say yes or no?" Chinji chuckled. "Just pretend to be a fake Taoist. You know this is just a role, and I'll keep it a secret."
Elflang also smiled.
"Then, thank you." The big dining hall had been closed for a long time, only used during the year-end pig slaughter. The children watched as wolves were carried into the hall, feeling both amazed and a little scared. "Is that a dog? It's so big," One child said.
No, silly.
That's not a dog. It's a wolf, a man-eating wolf. Another older child said, making a scary face when mentioning eating people. A few younger children ran away in fear. Where did these wolves come from? The adults arrived, alarmed.
From the mountains.
We ran into them in our village. Did they come outside? No one got hurt, right? With so many wolves, injuries are unavoidable, but no one was hurt or killed. Everyone is fine. Did you see the wounds on these wolves? They all died with a single slash, and their pelts are almost intact. Actually, it was not a knife, but a sword. But those who knew the truth didn't explain, letting everyone misunderstand. Wow, who is so impressive? It's just a few young men, all tall and strong. With so much strength they use it all on these wolves. Chun Peng, Li Zhouan, and others. They wanted to deny it, but were afraid they couldn't explain clearly. There was a lonely feeling of being the only one sober among everyone else. In the evening, Xian drove his truck back into the village. As soon as he entered, he saw smoke rising from every household and the rich smell of meat drifting everywhere, making everyone's mouths water. Xian raised an eyebrow. Are the villagers living so well? He stopped the truck and asked Shilong directly, Is today a special holiday? Why is everyone eating meat? It's not a holiday. This afternoon, the wolf pack came down the mountain and everyone ate wolf meat, Shilong replied simply. Where did the wolf pack come from? Aren't wolves supposed to be extinct? And how did they come into the village? Did you guys kill the wolves without anyone getting hurt? At this time, Xian found it hard to believe that wolves would come down the mountain. They didn't come into the village. They were taken care of at the foot of the mountain. I did it. Now, do you have any more questions? Shilong was loading bricks into a basket. The meat isn't ready yet. We need to unload first, then have dinner later. Xian paused for a moment, then saw Shilong walking away with the basket on his back. He looked at Qinji and asked, Little sister-in-law, can you tell me what happened back then? Qinji looked confused. Didn't Shilong already tell you? Xian. What about the fight? Can you tell me in detail? Qinji was silent. Was there a fight? She only saw the result. It took about 20 minutes to unload everything. When they sat down to eat, it was still daylight. A big pot of bones was served, and the aroma was everywhere. The main dish was rice, with 2 plates of vegetables and 3 bowls of chili sauce. When eating greasy bones, a little chili can help clear the palate. They had lunch together earlier and also moved bricks together, so there was no longer any awkwardness. Now, each person was holding a bone and eating without looking up. All the bones in the big pot were finished, and even the last bit of juice was used to mix with rice. Nothing was wasted. This braised big bone is delicious. I want to eat it again tomorrow, Xian said. No more, Shilong refused. Xian didn't believe him and looked at Qinji. Qinji said, This is all the bones from one wolf. Xian felt disappointed. If there were no others around, all 24 wolves would belong to you, my younger brother. You keep one, and I will take the remaining 23. Xian thought more and felt even more sad. That's a lot of money. Qinji also fell into deep thought. How much is a lot of money? Even Xian, who is a black market boss, said it was a lot, so it must be a big sum. After dinner, it was getting dark, and everyone was ready to go home. Qinji used a basket to pack 50 jin of wolf meat for Xian and another basket with 30 jin. This meat belongs to these 3 big brothers. 1 piece each. Thank you for your hard work today. Do we also get some? The other 3 men were surprised. They weren't working for free, they had been paid.
Today, we just happened to meet.
Everyone can share the meat. Usually it wouldn't be so easy to get meat, Qinji said with a smile. The 3 masters also smiled. Their dark faces looked genuinely happy. The meat was delicious. While eating, they thought how nice it would be if their families could also enjoy it. Although they worked with Boss Sure, they didn't often get to eat meat. First, meat was scarce, and second, it was expensive. They had elders at home and children to support, so they couldn't afford to eat meat often. Today's feast was rare, probably once a year. They could eat their fill and bring some home, which felt like a dream. The 3 masters thanked Shilong and Qinji many times before getting into their car and leaving. Today's work was quite heavy, and Chinji fell asleep as soon as he lay down. Shilong also slept, but woke once in the middle of the night to kill a giant python. He calmly peeled the python's skin and cut it into sections, placing them in a wooden basin. He put the python and its skin into his chinkuan sleeve. The python skin and today's wolf fur could be used to make shoes. One pair for summer, one for winter.
Perfect.
As for the python meat, it was seasoned with salt and pepper and would be used to treat the workers over the next few days. Shilong washed his hands and looked up at the mountain. The aura on Gigi's body was growing weaker. This might be the last time. Chunji had no idea what was happening. When Shilong returned to bed, she turned over, faced away from him, and slept against the wall. It was a habit she had developed over the years at the Chin family, and she hadn't changed it. Shilong covered her with a blanket and closed his eyes. The next morning, Shilong wanted to steam multigrain buns, and Chunji helped knead the dough. There was a big pot of buns, each about the size of a fist, totaling 46. The texture of the multigrain buns was a bit rough, but they smelled very good. The more you chewed, the tastier they became. They were still delicious when cold. Chunji took a bite of a bun and then some chili sauce, feeling very satisfied. Just after she finished a bun, Shershin's truck arrived. So early, she sighed and, while biting her bun, walked toward the truck. Young sister-in-law is having breakfast, Shershin said with a smile as he got off the truck. Perfect timing, I haven't eaten yet, Chinji. At first, she thought this person was serious and cold, but as she got to know him, she realized he was friendly and had a thick skin. The three master craftsmen looked a bit embarrassed. We want to pick up goods early in the morning, so we haven't eaten either. That's perfect. The freshly baked buns are still warm. Chinji thought today's buns would be the main food for the day, but by the end of the morning, half of the buns were gone. She started to worry if there was enough food at home. Maybe she should cook sweet potato rice tonight, since eating rice every meal was not realistic. At noon, there was still a big pot of meat. The snake meat had been marinated early and fried until fragrant, then sprinkled with salt and pepper. Those who liked spicy food could dip it in chili powder. What kind of meat is this? Shershin asked. Shilong glanced at him. If you're going to eat it, just eat. Don't ask too many questions. Shershin was still curious. Young sister-in-law, what kind of meat is this? Chinji shook her head. I don't know either. This meat is in big chunks, smells good, and kind of looks like fish, but it has no bones, so I can't tell, one of the master craftsmen said. Shershin said, It's very tasty. Do you have more? Give me some. Shilong's mouth twitched, looking helpless. Are you still short of meat? I'm not, but your meat is delicious, Shershin asked again. Is there really none left? No, that's all, Shilong replied, though it was a lie. He wanted to save the rest for Gigi. Really? Believe it or not, I don't care. For dinner they had spicy boiled fish with sweet potato multigrain rice. Everyone at the table was sweating, sniffling, and shouting happily. Shershin brought up the fish again. This fish is gone. Shilong interrupted him. Shershin looked hurt. Tomorrow I'll have the master send more. All the bricks, tiles, cement, lime, and sand are ready, so work can begin. Shilong nodded and said, Tomorrow morning we will start working. You can begin now if you want, and I will come back later to cook. Shershin replied, Okay. I'll supervise to make sure everything goes smoothly. At night, when Shershin was leaving, Shilong gave him a bear paw as a gift. It was dark, and Shershin couldn't tell what it was, only that it felt heavy. When he got home and opened the basket under the light, he was surprised. Wow, a big bear paw. Bear paw? Where did you get that? His family gathered around. The paw was very large, attached to part of the arm, and weighed about 30 to 40 pounds. I've never seen such a big bear before. It's really rare, said Shershin's father in amazement. Shershin's wife looked shocked. Did your brother give this to you? Shershin smiled. Who else? He's stubborn but kind-hearted. He saved your life, and he gives you such a special gift. When will you invite him and his wife to visit us? She asked. He's busy now building a house and working. When he's free, I'll invite them over. Even if they can't come now, shouldn't you send a gift in return? Yesterday was wolf meat, today a bear paw. These are rare items you can't buy outside. Shirshin thought for a moment. You can prepare the gift. Okay. Today, they needed to pull weeds. Shilong specifically asked the squad leader to team up with Chinji, explaining that workers had come to help build a house, and he needed to go back and cook. Normally, families would work separately from others in the village to keep an eye on each other. The squad leader hesitated. If I agree, it will be hard to manage my work later. Shilong was straightforward. Then I'll take a day off. The squad leader also disagreed. You can't take leave on the first day of work. It might affect the team's enthusiasm. Neither option seemed good, and Shilong didn't know what to say. After thinking for a moment, the squad leader said, I'll transfer you to the kids' team and find a kid to work with you. You'll get 4 work points a day. Pulling weeds was a light task. Usually, the maximum work points in a day were about 8, so it wasn't very demanding. But a married man earning 4 points a day would definitely be laughed at if it got out. Shilong was silent for 2 seconds and then agreed. Okay. This time, Chinji's partner was still Liang Xiaoqiu. After a few days apart, Chinji noticed that Liang Xiaoqiu seemed to have lost more weight, with hollow cheeks and dull, unfocused eyes. When she squatted down and then stood up, she saw Liang Xiaoqiu supporting her knees and taking a long time before slowly straightening up. Have you not eaten anything? Chinji asked. Liang Xiaoqiu gave a bitter smile. I have eaten. She drank a bowl of porridge, but there were fewer than 10 grains of rice in it. Chinji took out 2 big white rabbit candies from her pocket and handed them to her. Eat these. Liang Xiaoqiu was stunned, her eyes turning red. Thank you. That day, Shilong went to Chen's house to deliver wedding favors and received 6 pieces of fruit candy. She ate one on the spot. It was the first time she ever tasted candy, the first time she knew what sweetness was. She thought candy was the best thing in the world, even better than meat. But she didn't want to eat too much, so she decided to keep the remaining 5 candies to eat slowly. Carefully, she put the candies into her pocket. When she got home, her younger brother asked if she went to get wedding favors. Before she could answer, he rushed forward to grab them. Inspired by Chinji's bravery, she felt a little rebellious. When her brother tried to take the candies, she pushed him away. Her brother was pushed back 2 steps, and in the next moment, her father and mother came over with sticks. Seeing her parents looking like they wanted to eat her, she was so scared she ran away. If she didn't run, she thought she would be beaten to death. She wanted to run out of the house, but her brother closed the door and stood in front of it, watching her with a look of glee. Her mother reached out to grab her, and her father started hitting her, scolding her as he did. They kept hitting until she was on the ground, unable to get up, and then they stopped. That day, she lay on the ground all afternoon. When it got dark, she crawled back to her room. That night, her family didn't give her any food. She lay on the bed, unable to move, and in her hazy mind, she remembered the sweetness of that fruit candy and fell asleep. She slept for 2 days and 2 nights. She thought she was going to die, but she survived. In her room, she heard her mother and father say, "She probably won't die now." I was planning to collect some bride price. Her father asked, "Then should we buy her some medicine?" Her mother disagreed. Medicine costs money? No need to buy it. With her kind of worthless girl, she's got a tough life. She won't die easily. She felt cold inside and wanted to die, wishing her dream of receiving bride price money would disappear. But she was also reluctant and afraid of death. Looking at the 2 candies in her hand, Liang Xiaoqiu's tears fell one by one. She peeled the wrapper off a white rabbit milk candy and put both candies into her mouth. Now she knew that only when things were in her mouth could she feel safe. She chewed the candy, wiped her tears, and smiled. This candy is really sweet. It's sweeter and more fragrant than the fruit candies from a few days ago. Chinji saw her crying and felt a heavy feeling in her chest. She turned her face away and said, "Of course, candy is sweet." Before noon, Shilong went back home to cook for the workers. In his rush, he fried garlic sprout bacon, spicy sour potato strips, a plate of greens, and a pot of fish head tofu soup. The fish head was very large, weighing several pounds. Where did this fish come from? Xian was very curious. Since Shilong was at home every day, and the fish was fresh, Where did he get it? There shouldn't be such big fish in Sandong village, right? From the mountains, Shilong replied. He didn't stay to eat at home. He packed his and Chinji's meals and carried them to the fields in a basket. When Shilong arrived, Liang Xiaoqiu was already eating. She had a bowl of mixed grain vegetable porridge, mostly made of rice bran and greens. She ate very slowly, cherishing every bite, even picking up fallen bits to put in her mouth. Chinji couldn't help but feel sad watching her. She used to be like that too. Shilong immediately noticed Chinji's mood. He glanced at Liang Xiaoqiu beside him, seeming to understand the reason, and quietly moved to block her view. I cooked fish head tofu soup for you.
Try it.
The day after pulling weeds, Chinji immediately gave Liang Xiaoqiu 2 large white rabbit candies. Liang Xiaoqiu quickly said thank you, peeled the wrapper, and put the candy in her mouth. Liang Xiaoqiu, what are you eating? A loud shout came from a small path nearby, followed by a sturdy figure rushing toward Liang Xiaoqiu, knocking her to the ground and sitting on top of her. This was Liang Xiaoqiu's younger brother, Liang Xiaowei. Chinji was stunned by this scene. She hesitated whether to help, but saw Liang Xiaowei's chubby hand reach into Liang Xiaoqiu's mouth, rummaging around, and pulling out 2 large white rabbit candies that hadn't fully melted, then directly putting them into his own mouth. Chinji. She wondered if she should be thankful that the Qin family didn't have someone like Liang Xiaowei. Liang Xiaowei stood straight, licked his sticky hand, then kicked Liang Xiaoqiu on the ground. Where did you get the candy? Why are you hitting people? Qin Xiaoshui ran over from a distance and pushed Liang Xiaowei away. He looked angry. She is your sister. How can you hit her? She dared to secretly eat candy. What's wrong if I hit her? Liang Xiaowei didn't think he was wrong at all. His parents said everything in the house belonged to him. The candy Liang Xiaoqiu got was also his. If she stole and ate it, she deserved to be punished. The candy in her hand was given to her by me, not for you. Chinji looked at Liang Xiaowei with disgust. Only Liang Xiaowei in Sandong village was big enough to grow a lot of flesh, which shows he usually had enough to eat. Not lacking food, yet he still went into others' mouths to take food. Really disgusting. The candy you gave Liang Xiaoqiu now belongs to her. Everything Liang Xiaoqiu has is mine. I take my things, what's wrong with that? Liang Xiaowei said confidently, then shook his head and walked away. Chinji looked at his strong back, clenched his teeth in anger. Liang Xiaowei was really unreasonable. Liang Xiaoqiu cried, sitting on the ground silently shedding tears. She wasn't sure if she was crying about the 2 big white rabbit candies or about embarrassing herself today. Don't cry. Qin Xiaoshui was very scared. He took out 6 candies from his pocket and handed them to Liang Xiaoqiu. Here, all for you. Eat them. I'll stay here and watch. If Liang Xiaowei dares to come and snatch, I'll beat him. These 6 candies were the wedding candies Qin Xiaoshui received. He didn't even eat one, saving them all for Liang Xiaoqiu. But she had been wandering outside Liang Xiaoqiu's house for days and hadn't met her. Liang Xiaoqiu looked at the candies in her hand, then at Qin Xiaoshui. The June sun was very hot. Qin Xiaoshui liked to run outside all day, so now he looked dark and tanned. She used to think that men like Li Zhouan were good-looking, handsome face, good skin. But now she thought Qin Xiaoshui wasn't bad either. His eyes were black and bright, looking straight at people with sincerity. Liang Xiaoqiu took 1 candy, peeled the wrapper, put it in her mouth, then returned the remaining 5 candies to Qin Xiaoshui. You don't need to give me. You can eat them all. I'm a grown man, I don't eat candy, Qin Xiaoshui said. If he hadn't swallowed his saliva while saying this, it would be more believable. Not for you. I want you to keep it for me. Liang Xiaoqiu lowered her head, her ears slowly turning red. Qin Xiaoshui was confused. What do you mean? Give me one a day, Liang Xiaoqiu said in a softer voice. Qin Xiaoshui was surprised at first, then he smiled. Sure, I'll bring you one every day. Chinji felt the scene seemed familiar. She thought she and Shilong had been like this before. So, Chinji widened her eyes. She couldn't tell that Qin Xiaoshui liked Liang Xiaoqiu, and Liang Xiaoqiu seemed to have the same idea. These 2 might start dating. The foundation was finished today. Shilong finished work early. He cooked a pot of wolf meat, steamed some mixed grain rice, and prepared plenty of cold dishes and stir-fried greens. This foundation is new. It needs a few days to settle before we can continue building. What are your plans next? Shilong asked Shilong. Shilong said, build a bathroom. A flush toilet? Shilong thought for a moment. I can't get a flushing toilet right now. Would a squat toilet be okay? Shilong didn't have high demands. A squat toilet is fine, as long as it's clean and doesn't smell. Shilong said, that will need a professional to install, and tiles need to be put on. You know tiles, right? The shiny ones in fancy houses, smoother than mirrors. Shilong knew about tiles, but not from a fancy house. He saw them at his own home. Then let's use tiles, he said. Shilong looked a bit worried. I can find someone to do it, but I don't know any skilled workers for this. Shilong frowned. Is it really that hard? But Uncle Guo probably has a way. I can ask him, Shilong thought. He didn't want to get involved with Guo Yijuan's family or seek favors. But for a bathroom, would he change his mind? The answer was yes. Shilong said, then ask him. If it's too much trouble, forget it. Later, he could just put up some charms to get rid of the smell. Shilong patted his thigh. All right, I'll ask him when I get back. That night, Chinjiji found several boxes and 2 baskets in her room. One basket had fruit, apples, bananas, and oranges. The other had cookies, candies, and 2 rolls of fabric. The boxes contained fancy snacks, wrapped very nicely, clearly expensive. Where did these come from? Chinjiji asked. Big brother Shir and sister Shir sent them. They invited us to visit their home when we have time. Both pieces of fabric are fine cotton. One is plain blue, and the other is light pink with small flowers. Shilong picks up the pink fabric. I'll make you 2 shirts and 2 sets of pajamas. Chinji has never seen Shilong sew before and is very curious about how he makes clothes. He nods eagerly. So they thought the foundation was finished, and Stone Xian wouldn't come to Sandong village for a few days. But before dawn, Chinji's door was knocked loudly. Who is it? Shilong asks. Little brother, it's me. Your older brother, Stone. Xian says anxiously. Shilong gets up and opens the door. Xian looks hurried outside. Why are you here at this time? Shilong asks. Xian wipes his face. Some of my men are trapped in the mountains and can't get out. They left yesterday afternoon at 2 o'clock from the nearby county, but no one has seen them since. Someone saw their cars go into Chiweng Mountain. Shilong has never heard of Chiweng Mountain. Is there something unusual there? It's a lower area, with one valley connecting to another. It's always foggy, and the roads are hard to walk. A few years ago, they built a road there, but a flood caused over 20 deaths. Xian looks scared just thinking about it. Shilong's face darkens. Does no one usually go that way? Not much. Usually cargo trucks go there more often. But a few days ago it rained. Xian's voice trembles. Little brother, maybe you shouldn't go either.
I'm scared. Shilong stays silent.
Chinji frowns. How many people haven't come back? From my side, 2 trucks. Besides us, the aluminum mine has 4 trucks that haven't returned either. And the machinery factory's 2 trucks are missing too. At first, I didn't notice, but Uncle Guo from the factory saw something was wrong. Their trucks went into the mountains 2 days ago, so they were the first to notice. Shilong asks, did anyone go look for them? Chinji says, maybe the road is blocked and the trucks can't get through. I'd rather think the road is blocked, Xian says, almost crying. The problem is, no one has come out after going in. It's only a few kilometers. Even on foot, it should take an hour. But several people were riding bikes and none of them have come back or sent news. If it weren't for this, they wouldn't be so worried. Chinji looked at Shilong and asked, do you want to go see? Shilong nodded and said, yes. Chinji replied, then I'll go too. She was worried about Shilong going alone. Surprisingly, Shilong didn't refuse. All right. You pack 2 sets of clothes to change into and also gather the snacks, cookies, and candies brother Shir brought today. We'll take them with us. Shilong went to ask for leave. Chinji poured a glass of water for Shilong and told him to sit and wait. She started packing her things. Not sure how Shilong explained to the team leader, but he said he would be back soon. The team leader agreed and approved us for 2 days off. Shilong arrived in a small truck. The truck bed could seat people, but late at night, Chenji and Shilong didn't sit in the bed. They squeezed into the front passenger seat. Chenji was still sleepy. As the car swayed, she gradually fell asleep. It started to rain. At first, it was just a light drizzle, but then the rain grew heavier, turning into a heavy downpour. Shilong felt a chill in his heart. He sensed something was wrong with the rain, even a little strange. As the rain got heavier, the car slowed down. Shilong looked at his watch. When the hour hand pointed to 8 a.m., it was still completely dark outside. Besides the rain, he couldn't hear anything else. Usually it takes us 2 or 3 hours to get from our town to Chiwing Mountain. We've already been driving for over 4 hours, Shilong thought. Maybe they had entered the mountain area and were stuck inside. Shilong didn't answer. He looked out the window. His sharp features seemed covered with a dark cloud, which made people feel uneasy. Suddenly, a light appeared ahead. Shilong's first reaction wasn't happiness, but tension. He stared at Shilong, swallowing hard. There, it's a person, Shilong said. Shilong let out a breath of relief. It wasn't because he was afraid. The last incident still haunted him, so he had to be cautious. Ahead was a small car, a vehicle from the machinery factory, also looking for someone. When it reached this point, it broke down. There were 6 men in the car. 4 of them looked to be in their 50s, and the other 2 were younger, around 20. Police colleagues are also here. At first, we followed their car, but then our vehicle broke down and we lost them, said the machinery factory worker. Which organization are you from? Asked another person. Shilong and Chenji, one a young worker and the other a farmer, had no car in the village. They both looked at Shilong, wondering what his official identity was as the leader of the black market. We are workers from the forest farm, Shilong said calmly. This identity could be verified, so there was no problem. There is indeed a forest farm in Bayuan town, some distance from Sandong village. Chenji had only heard about it. Are you also here to find someone? Shilong asked. Yes, we have a few comrades trapped inside, they replied. The rain was heavy, and they had to shout loudly to hear each other. Would you like to team up? Shilong asked. That would be great, they agreed. Chenji and Shilong didn't get out of the car to greet anyone. People outside could see there were people inside, but they couldn't tell if they were men or women through the glass and rain. 6 workers from the machinery factory wore raincoats and stood on the truck bed. The vehicle continued moving forward. The road ahead became harder to travel. Shilong's view was almost only 2 meters ahead. Beyond that, he couldn't see anything. The headlights were barely useful. He had to slow down carefully and feel his way forward. Brother, I feel like the temperature is getting colder, Shilong said, his voice trembling slightly, unsure if it was because of the cold or fear. Shilong took a piece of talisman paper from his pocket, folded it into a triangle, and placed it in Shilong's pocket. Shilong looked at the talisman paper, thinking that his brother really knew how to do this. Maybe it was just his feeling, but he felt a bit warmer. The car moved forward for another half hour. Suddenly, Shilong said, Let's stop here. Huh? Shilong was confused but followed the instruction. Do you have raincoats? Shilong asked. Yes, I do. But only 2 raincoats. We have 3 umbrellas, though, Shilong said awkwardly. There were only 2 seats in the car, so he didn't prepare extra raincoats. Shilong gave 1 raincoat to Chenji and helped her put it on. I'll hold the umbrella. The 3 of them got out of the car, each holding an umbrella. Chenji and Shilong still wore long raincoats that reached their knees. Why did you stop? Someone asked. The people on the truck bed also got out. The 6 men silently observed Shilong and the others. When they saw Chenji, they frowned. Why bring a woman? That's too reckless. Gender equality means women hold half the sky. Do you factory workers still practice gender discrimination? Shilong's voice was cold. Of course not, the factory workers denied. It's just that in places like this, women are considered and coming here might bring bad luck. breaking superstitions, comrade. Your thinking is wrong, Shilong said calmly, without any emotion. Xian. Brother, you're the biggest superstitious person here. Is it appropriate for you to say that? The factory workers choked again. At this moment, a slightly older man said, All right, let's talk about the main issue. Yes. Comrade, why did you stop the car? Why aren't you moving forward? Xian wasn't sure himself and looked at Shilong for answers. Shilong looked into the rain, his eyes deepening. The car has been running for half an hour but has moved less than 10 meters. It's so dark, how can you tell the car hasn't moved? Yeah, it's so dark, we can't see anything. But normally in half an hour, we should have passed through 7 Old Man Mountain. Yet, they were still inside 7 Old Man Mountain. When this was said, everyone shivered. So, there was definitely something strange about 7 Old Man Mountain. Damn, I should have called a fortune teller, someone said. You want to find one, but no one dares to do that now, another replied. The factory workers kept arguing. Finally, a young man said, Something's wrong here. Should we go back first? Everyone fell silent. Shilong didn't look at the factory workers and took the lead forward. Chun-ji followed behind him. Bro, wait for me. Xian jogged to catch up. What about us? The factory workers asked. 2 of you go back first and contact the factory to send someone to pick us up. The remaining 4 continue forward, Shilong ordered. The water on the ground was deep, reaching their knees. Shilong led the way, with Chun-ji in the middle and Xian at the back. When the factory workers caught up, they silently followed behind, forming a line of 7 people. After about 15 minutes, they saw a car ahead. It's a police car. When we arrived, we were just behind this car, the factory worker said. There's no one inside. They went somewhere? No one could answer. They kept moving forward and found 2 more cars, one of which was a police car. There were also more than 10 bicycles. The rain had covered most of the wheels, and there was no one around. Everyone was gone, no sign of life, no bodies. People from the machinery factory felt more and more uneasy. This situation was strange and unusual. Could they have already? Maybe we should go back. They started to feel like retreating. Yes, let's go back first and come back when the rain stops. Right. Wait until the weather clears before returning. They didn't ask for Shilong's opinion and turned to leave. Suddenly, someone pointed and asked, Is there someone over there? Where? Right there. I saw someone carrying something. No, they were just carrying a basket, maybe stones. I saw them laying stones on the road. Laying stones? In the rain? They must be seeing things. Now, not only the 4 people from the machinery factory, but Xian also looked worried. He clutched a talisman from his pocket and hid beside Shilong, whispering, Brother, did you see that?
Shilong nodded.
Chun-ji looked confused. Maybe she didn't see anyone but felt something uncomfortable. Let's keep going, Shilong said, and stepped forward again. Still going ahead? Are you crazy? The factory workers thought Shilong was mad. But Shilong didn't turn back. It's too late to turn back now. We can't get out. No one disagreed, because they couldn't find their way back. Everywhere was water, and they couldn't tell north from south. If no one recognizes the way, how do you know this is the right direction? You don't have to believe it. Shilong didn't care. He came to find someone and wasn't obliged to explain. Suddenly, someone shouted, They're coming toward us. Oh no, they're really coming. What do we do? What do we do? Follow them. Hurry, follow them. Those people are about to appear before us, said the youngest young man at the machinery factory, his voice trembling with fear. What can we do? When they don't exist, replied Shilong calmly. Brother, I can't do it, said Xian, also on the verge of tears. Chun-ji looked back, but apart from a few unsettling auras, she saw nothing else. Shilong sighed, took out a piece of talisman paper from his sleeve, which was golden and soaked in rain but remained dry. He casually flicked it into the air, and it caught fire. As the talisman burned, the area within 10 meters lit up. The approaching people turned into mist and vanished. Is that all? Xian thought it might be too simple. But he didn't notice that the people at the machinery factory stared in shock at the burning talisman paper. How could it fly into the sky? It stayed in midair and kept burning in the rain. When the talisman paper was fully burned, darkness returned. The people at the factory looked at Shilong with admiration. They then saw that Shilong's hand had somehow appeared with a wooden sword, with a few copper coins on it. Could those coins be the legendary 5 Emperors coins? "Help me hold the umbrella," Shilong said. Chunji took the umbrella and stepped back 2 steps. She remembered seeing Shilong in the mountains once, swinging that sword wildly at the air. He said he was exercising. Now she realized he was probably chasing something invisible. Chunji's big, round eyes stared at Shilong without fear, feeling a strange mix of excitement and nervousness she couldn't quite explain. "What is he trying to do?" the factory workers whispered. No one answered. They all held their breath nervously, eyes wide open, afraid to blink and miss anything. As Shilong swung his sword, the air seemed to ripple. A breeze suddenly appeared from nowhere, cool and chilling.
Elf lang fraunet.
His first strike failed. He raised the sword again, gathered strength, and struck once more. This time, the air rippled more clearly, forming a gust that pushed toward everyone present. They were blown back a few steps. Only Chunji and Shilong remained still. A faint cracking sound came from somewhere, as if something had broken. Once everyone steadied themselves, they suddenly saw a clear view ahead. In front of them was a large mountain valley, with a big grass field and a lake. They had never heard of such a place on Chiwing Mountain. The scene before them was very strange. No one spoke and no one moved. It wasn't until they saw Shilong open his umbrella again and step onto the grass that they hurried to follow. "Brother, what kind of place is this?" Shindong looked around and stayed close to Shilong and Chunji. Chunji was curious too. "It looks like it appeared out of nowhere. It's a sealed place with a formation. Usually you can't see it. It's normal for it to be hidden. Since a long time has passed, the formation has weakened. The rain also made it weaker, so we found it," Shilong explained. "It might also be that someone deliberately led us here." Xian asked, "What about the people before? Could they have come inside here?" Shilong nodded and looked out over the lake. "The missing people are in the lake." "What?" someone shouted in surprise. They wanted to ask what the formation was, but at this moment, they didn't care. They all looked toward the lake. "Are there people in the lake?" They couldn't see anyone. Shilong said firmly, "Those black things sticking out of the water are them." The more timid ones turned pale, their legs trembling as if they might faint at any moment. But then Shilong said, "They are not dead, but they are close." The lake water had turned red. In about an hour, these people would die one after another. The lake was oval-shaped, not very big, about 50 meters wide. Chunji counted. There were 36 heads on the water, meaning 36 people. They had their eyes closed, their faces pale, and their breath was very weak. Looking at them, they really seemed like dead bodies. The group stood by the lake, staring at the scene with their scalps tingling. "How did these people end up in the water?" "How can we save them?" someone asked. They saw shoes and clothes near the lake, probably from someone trying to save others but failing, and then getting stuck themselves. Everyone looked at Shilong. He said nothing, handed his umbrella to Chunji and said, "Step back 5 meters and protect yourself." Chunji pursed her lips and asked, "Could there be danger?" "Yes," he replied. "I'm not all-powerful, but if we don't deal with what's here, we might all die." This made everyone present shiver again. After listening, Chunji stepped back 5 meters, and the others followed, retreating behind her. They thought that Shilong must have left some means of protection for Chunji, so staying behind her would be safer. However, they saw Chunji put away both umbrellas, silently unbutton her raincoat, took it off, and stood soaked in the rain. "Little sister-in-law, what are you trying to do?" Xian moved the umbrella over Chunji's head. Chunji took off her slingshot from her waist, pulled out some stones from her pocket, and aimed it at Shilong with the slingshot. "I'm worried something might come out of the water," she explained. Xian was a bit speechless. "If something really did come out, your slingshot wouldn't help at all." But Xian didn't criticize Chunji. Her heart was good. She just didn't use the right method. She was stronger than them big men and wanted to help, but they didn't even dare to think about helping. Shilang's hand suddenly released several golden talismans, which hovered over the lake, forming a circle. When the circle closed, the talismans didn't ignite, but started to burn. In an instant, it became a ring of fire. The rain suddenly intensified, as if someone was pouring buckets from the sky, pouring down onto the burning talismans. The talismans didn't go out. A foul smell filled the air, like something dirty was burning, with a strong, fishy odor. "The lake is moving," someone shouted in fear, pointing at the lake. The normally calm lake now looked like it was boiling. It started with bubbles, then churned wildly, and finally formed a large whirlpool. The whirlpool grew bigger, and in the center, a black object floated up. At first, it had 2 horns, then a body, and finally 4 thick legs. It was a cow. A sturdy, majestic cow. But it wasn't a real cow, it was carved by hand. The material of the cow was unknown, dark and heavy-looking. "There's something under the cow," another cry of surprise. They saw a long, white creature emerging beneath the ox. The creature's body was as thick as an iron ox, even more robust. "It's moving. It's alive. It looks a bit like a python." "No, it has horns, so it's not a python. The body must be 30 or 40 meters long." "Do pythons get that long?" "Could it be a dragon?" That guess was bold, but no one argued. "Who's ruining my good thing?" A deep, weathered voice echoed through the valley. Who was speaking? Everyone looked around but couldn't find the speaker. "Is it you?" the voice asked again. Chun-Ji saw that the creature, whether a dragon or a snake, raised its head high, looking down at Shilong. Her heart jumped to her throat. Could this thing be talking? "It's you again, you lousy Taoists, damn it." As soon as she finished, the long tail swung toward Shilong. "Watch out," Chun-Ji shouted, throwing a stone at the tail. The stone shattered into dust upon hitting it. But it couldn't stop the tail. Shilong's wooden sword turned into a black iron sword. He leapt up, dodging the tail, and swung his sword at the white body. Sparks flew, but he couldn't hurt the creature at all. Shilong looked serious. This dragon was different from the black dragon in the mountains. The black dragon hadn't yet evolved a complete inner core, but this was an adult dragon. He regretted helping now. He shouldn't have let Chun-Ji take such a risk. But it was too late to regret. He could only fight with all his might. Chun-Ji watched Shilong move left and right, dodging the attacks, feeling anxious and helpless. Just as she was extremely worried, Shilong was hit by the tail and flew backward. "Shilong!" Chun-Ji shouted and ran toward him as fast as lightning. She caught him just as he was about to land. "Shilong, are you okay? Does it hurt?" Chun-Ji's eyes turned red. Shilong wanted to say he was fine, but coughed up blood first. "If I say I'm fine now, do you believe me?" he smiled. Tears fell from Chun-Ji's eyes. "I believe you. Then don't cry. Go save the people in the lake. They're about to drown," Shilong said. "And what about you? Cut down that dragon and use its inner core to calm your nerves." Shilong raised his sword and charged again. Chun-Ji wiped away her tears and ran toward the lake. Shilong told her to save people, so she did. Once she had pulled everyone safely ashore, she would go help Shilong fight the snake. Chun-Ji plunged into the water with a splash, swimming toward the people in the lake. She moved quickly, like a nimble fish, grabbing their hands and pulling them toward the shore. She helped them out of the water and then went to rescue another. "My sister-in-law is already helping," Sure Xian said. "Everyone, don't just stand there. It's dangerous over there. Let's move the people further away." The 4 workers from the factory saw the fight in the air and looked at Chun-Ji in the lake. They clenched their teeth and rushed over too. They were grown men and couldn't lose to a woman. Feigning attack on the east and striking on the west, the dragon sneered. "It's useless. Once I deal with you, none of you will escape. You're the one who can't escape," Shilong said with a smile. "Have you been trapped here for 100 years or 1,000? Shut up." The dragon was furious and embarrassed. Shilong laughed even more. "Oh, so it's been 1,000 years? Being stuck in this tiny place for 1,000 years must be very painful, right? You're asking for death." The dragon's killing intent almost turned into solid form. A small human dared to mock him. He wanted that human to suffer a fate worse than death. Shilong angered the dragon and turned to run toward a small hill behind. The dragon swung its tail, sending grass, debris, and stones flying. The ground trembled, and the lake water churned. Chunji had already pulled more than 20 people out of the water. Her speed didn't slow down. Her delicate face, wet from the water, looked even more beautiful, almost unreal. Her stamina is incredible. Is she even human? The factory workers were amazed by Chunji. Didn't you just say she's a woman? Shilong said sharply. The factory workers all closed their mouths. After 10 more minutes, everyone had been pulled ashore. Are you okay, sister-in-law? Shilong handed Chunji a raincoat. I'm fine. Chunji refused the raincoat. Are these people still alive? They are, but not in good shape. I'll go stop the bleeding first. Rest for a bit, sister-in-law. His 4 subordinates arrived yesterday late, but their situation was much better than others. It's good if they can stay alive, otherwise, he can't explain to their families. Now he only hopes that Shilong and Chunji are safe. If they are, he can go ahead with his plan. Hey, little sister-in-law, where are you going? Shilong saw Chunji run towards Shilong and that strange creature, which looked like a snake or a dragon.
His face changed.
I'm going to help. Little sister-in-law, come back. We can't help much. I will protect myself. Shilong could only watch her run away, sighing helplessly. The 4 workers at the mechanical factory weren't being sarcastic this time. They felt complicated. How could a girl be so brave? She's quite stubborn. They thought she was a weak human, but it turned out she had some skills. The golden-eyed dragon's patience was running out. Its vertical pupils showed coldness. First, I will kill those people, use their anger and blood to remove my seals. Then I will deal with this iron bull, and you, stinky old man. Use anger and blood to remove the seals? Shilong looked thoughtful. No wonder these people were trapped in the lake, so it was this dragon's doing. If you want to hurt them, you'll have to get past me first. Shilong blocked the dragon's path. Overestimating yourself. Roar. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and an invisible pressure swept toward Shilong. He let out a muffled cry, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Just as he was about to fall, Chunji rushed over and caught him. She glared at the dragon angrily. I'll cut it down. Chunji snatched the sword from Shilong's hand, ran a few steps quickly, then leapt into the air. She soared about 10 meters high. She precisely mounted the black iron bull, then slid down, slipping under the creature. One arm held the bull's leg, the other raised the sword, and she stabbed downward at the dragon. Roar! Another furious roar. Chunji's ears buzzed, and warm liquid flowed from her ears. She clenched her teeth, trying to steady herself, then raised the sword again and stabbed downward. Her attack broke through the dragon's nearly impenetrable defense, creating a wound. Damn you! All of you deserve to die. The dragon spun in midair, and Chunji was thrown out. Gigi, Shilong caught her, and they rolled onto the ground together. Before they could get up, its long tail swung over with a strong gust of wind, making Chunji's face distort from the force. If this tail hits a person, they would be either killed or seriously injured. It's over. I can't escape. With a loud bang, Chunji only felt a strong collision force. Shilong held her in his arms, blocking the attack of the dragon's tail. She heard the cracking sound from Shilong's bones. Her heart tightened. Could it be broken? Chunji suddenly turned around, but she heard Shilong say, "It's okay." In the next second, the dragon's tail came again. Shilong grabbed a yellow talisman and threw it out.
Boom.
The talisman exploded, breaking several scales on the tail and revealing flesh underneath. The dragon was furious again, charging forward with a large black iron ox. Quick, get out of the way. Chunji pushed Shilong aside and grabbed her black sword, rushing forward again. Shilong continued to take out talismans, throwing them specifically at the dragon's tail. The sky looked like it was fireworks, with one explosion after another, making loud booms. Chunji jumped and dodged, waving her sword to distract the dragon. She was fast, quick to react, and surprisingly, she didn't seem to get tired, which made the dragon very annoyed. especially because the talismans made it hurt so much. Apart from the time it was sealed and suppressed, when had it ever been so miserable? Damn it, they all deserve to suffer. Iron Ox, you suppressed me for 1,000 years, and now you still refuse to let me go. White Dragon, go back to the lake and stop struggling. Shut up. If you want to go back, go. I will leave today, and you can't stop me. The White Dragon, pushing against the Iron Ox, flew toward Sir Exion and others. Your seal is weakening. As long as there is enough human blood and resentment, your power will weaken. Iron Ox, you are created by humans, and humans are your weakness. The black Iron Ox remained silent, but suddenly grew larger, pressing the White Dragon to the ground. The White Dragon was extremely angry, and its long tail suddenly swung toward the Iron Ox. Chunji frowned, feeling a bad premonition. The energy on the Iron Ox seemed to be weakening. Shilong also noticed this. He told Chunji to step back and threw all his talismans at the suppressed White Dragon. The ground trembled, and Chunji couldn't keep her balance. She could only hold her sword on the ground to support herself. You can't kill me. You can't. The White Dragon went mad and suddenly started laughing wildly. It's raining today, raining. Do you forget what I am? Chunji looked at Shilong, not understanding what the White Flood Dragon meant. It is a dragon that can summon wind and rain, Shilong said with a serious face. Chunji widened her eyes. Could the legend really be true? Stupid cow, do you think I haven't done anything in these 1,000 years? You're underestimating me too much. A mighty Iron Ox that controls flood should stay forever in the water, never seeing the world. Chunji didn't understand what these words meant, but she felt danger. When she heard thunder in the sky, she froze. It was lightning. It's the White Flood Dragon bringing the thunder. Let's run quickly. Shilong and Chunji ran toward the others outside the stone. Get the people out, Shilong shouted. Shirshin saw him looking so panicked for the first time. Without hesitation, he carried someone on his back and ran toward the valley. Others saw this and also carried people, running away. Shilong held one person in one arm and two under his arms, rushing outside. Chunji followed his example, carrying two people, and they were the first to escape. The rain on the roadside had lessened, and the sky became a bit brighter. Shilong placed the people on a high ground and went back inside to rescue more. Chunji followed closely. Shirshin was exhausted and panting but kept up with gritted teeth. The four people from the mechanical factory were the last to arrive. Can we see the road outside now? Should we leave first? Leave? We're already here. We must save people first. Thunder roared repeatedly, striking the Iron Ox, lighting up the sky. The Iron Ox in the middle of the valley was struck so badly it was unrecognizable, and the White Flood Dragon was also badly damaged, with blackened scales. But it didn't seem to care. Its vertical pupils sparkled with excitement and thrill. Chunji thought, if that Iron Ox hadn't suppressed the flood, would the White Flood Dragon turn into a dragon god and fly into the sky? But do gods really exist in the sky? Chunji didn't understand. She followed Shilong, repeatedly helping people out of the valley. By the time they finished, the Iron Ox had turned into a pile of scrap metal. The aura on the Iron Ox had completely disappeared. Is the Iron Ox considered dead?
Boom.
The mountain in the valley collapsed, and the ground cracked open. The dragon has broken free from its bonds. Shilong stared straight toward the valley, his eyes dark and gloomy. Are we going to die? Sir Exion regretted coming here. He shouldn't have brought Shilong and Chunji along. At first, he thought it was just a ghostly illusion, but now he realized it was this legendary, terrifying creature. Before Shilong could answer, the dragon appeared before them, towering above, looking down on them as if they were insignificant ants. It's over. That was everyone's thought. Chunji bit her lip and tightly gripped her black iron sword. If they were going to die anyway, she wanted to bite off a piece of the enemy first. Give me the sword, Shilong said, reaching out to Chunji, his tone firm and unyielding. Chunji didn't move. Shilong sighed. Trust me, Chunji still didn't move.
Romein letterelf Lang was helpless.
He bit his finger, pressed it to his forehead, and a cold, Chilling aura burst out from him. His pitch-black eyes seemed to turn to ice. His eyes, so cold. Chun-Ji's heart shrank. At this moment, Shilong felt strange and very powerful. Shilong grabbed the black iron sword from her hand without hesitation. His cold gaze paused on Chun-Ji's face for a moment, then he suddenly leapt into the air, rushing toward the white dragon. The rain started falling again, heavier than before. The view became blurry, and occasionally, they could see the white dragon in the rain and a hint of dark blue. At this time, the unconscious people gradually woke up. "What's happening?" someone asked. "Shouldn't you be asking yourselves that?" another replied. "We don't know either," others said, looking at each other. The rain grew heavier, rushing down the mountain and gathering at the foot. The water on the road was over 1/2 meter deep. "We can't stay here anymore. Let's leave," someone suggested. Others agreed. "Yes, let's go. My brother hasn't come back yet." "Are you leaving him behind?" Shilong asked anxiously. "Waiting won't help. Staying here only slows him down. It's better to leave so he doesn't worry," someone said. That made sense, and Shilong couldn't argue. He looked at Chun-Ji, sister-in-law, "Big brother, sure, you and everyone go ahead. I'll stay here and wait for him," Chun-Ji said, looking into the distance. Others couldn't see, but she saw two aura. One white, one black. The white was the white dragon, and the black was Shilong. To her surprise, the black smoke was initially faint, but now it was growing stronger and had surpassed the white smoke. "Let them go." "I'll stay," Shilong said, refusing to leave. He was the one she brought here, and he needed to be taken back. Chun-Ji wanted to persuade him, but the words turned into, "Everyone run. The mountain is collapsing." Chun-Ji grabbed Shilong and ran with him. The others didn't understand what was happening, but instinctively followed Chun-Ji. After running about 20 meters, they heard a loud crash. The tallest mountain suddenly collapsed without warning. Rocks, dirt, plants, and rainwater rushed down the mountain together. "Don't just stand there, run." The rain was heavy, making it harder to move forward, especially for those already badly hurt. "Help me, I can't run anymore." Someone called out for help. But everyone was too busy to help, and the noise was too loud for anyone to hear. Rocks tumbled down, about to hit the last few people. Chun-Ji let go of Shilong and turned back, gritting his teeth. "Little sister-in-law." Shilong looked terrified. He turned around and saw Chun-Ji using both hands to hold back a huge falling rock. That was a 1,000-gene stone, an enormous impact. How could anyone stop it? But Chun-Ji managed to hold it.
"Run."
"I can only hold for 5 seconds. Chun-Ji's face turned red with effort. The few people behind looked back, eyes red and teeth clenched, speeding up. When the 5 seconds were up, Chun-Ji let go, his body dodging to the side as the rock continued to roll down the path. The rock kept going, eventually stopped by another stone on the road. "Little sister-in-law, run," Shilong shouted from afar. Chun-Ji looked back at the mudslide behind him, took a deep breath, and chased after them. The mountain trail was winding. The big mountain connected to smaller ones. Chun-Ji and the others ran over a hill and reached another mountain, where the mudslide was blocked behind them. Everyone was exhausted, leaning on their knees to breathe, their hearts and lungs almost jumping out of their mouths. Some couldn't hold on and sat down directly in the water. "I can't walk anymore." "I can't either." Their vision blurred and some fainted outright. "What should we do?" "Help him to higher ground. Carry him and keep moving." "I don't dare to stop." "I don't want to stop either. This place is too strange." "Then let's carry him secretly. We'll take turns." Chun-Ji looked back behind her, and now everything was invisible. "Little sister-in-law, are your hands okay?" Shilong saw her hands hanging down, red and swollen.
"I've fine."
"I can still move, so probably no broken bones, but it hurts a lot and the pain keeps going without stopping. Brother Shilong will be fine. Let's go outside and wait for him, okay?" The group walked for about 10 more minutes and reached Shilong's parked car. The rain almost covered the wheels. Shilong tried to start the car but failed. "I'm so hungry." "Do we have anything to eat?" someone asked. "I'm hungry too," Others agreed. Big brother sure share the snacks, biscuits, and candies from the car with everyone, Chinji said. Sure Xian saw these were gifts from his wife to Chinji. The amounts matched, so Chinji hadn't eaten them yet. Now she was sharing with everyone. He said, I'll bring more for you when we go back. Chinji responded vaguely, but her eyes looked behind her. It seemed quiet there now. While others ate, Chinji saw a familiar dark blue color. Soon, that cold, sharp face became clear in her sight. Just seconds ago, the person was hundreds of meters away, and now they suddenly appeared in front of her. You. Before Chinji could speak, a large hand grabbed her chin and pushed a round object into her mouth. The smell of blood was very strong. Chinji wanted to vomit, but the big hand covered her mouth and ordered. Idai Shilong was so fierce. Chinji felt wronged and teary-eyed. She had been worried about him, but he came and scolded her instead. Little brother, you're here. Sure Xian saw Shilong suddenly appear and was both surprised and happy. You're safe, that's great. But Shilong didn't even look at him. He kept staring at Chinji and repeated, swallow it. Chinji could only force herself to swallow. She choked and almost gagged. As the object entered her stomach, a strong burning sensation spread from her belly throughout her body. Almost instantly, Chinji's face changed from pale to red, and it kept getting redder. Little brother, what is this? Let's go back. Shilong quickly picked up Chinji and hurriedly walked forward. Oh, little brother, are you going back? Sure Xian followed for a few steps, then suddenly stopped, recalling that earlier in the city, his younger brother had walked back. It was still raining. Sure Xian watched the tall figure walk into the rain, and almost instantly, that figure disappeared from sight. Why did they leave? Asked the factory worker. Sure Xian replied, my sister-in-law isn't feeling well, so my brother took her home first. Since they left, we probably won't run into danger again, right? He wanted to ask if there were still any unclean things around. If you're worried after we finish eating, we can keep moving. What is your brother's name? What does he do? Hey, comrade, why aren't you talking? By the way, what's your name? Sure Xian ignored these people and kept walking forward. He wasn't worried about them discovering Shilong's identity. Now, with the campaign to break old customs and eliminate superstitions, what happened here was destined to stay hidden and not be mentioned outside. Chinji didn't remember when she returned or how she got back. When she opened her eyes, she was lying in bed, constantly snuggling into Shilong's arms. She was too hot, burning almost to melting point. Shilong was cold, like an ice block. He looked down at her, silent, and handed her a glass of water. Chinji drank 3 full glasses of water from his hand before stopping. How do we get back? Is brother sure and the others safe? We walked back, Shilong replied, choosing to ignore the second question. Chinji fell asleep again. Not long after, footsteps sounded outside the house. Shilong frowned, got out of bed, left the room, and closed the door. The visitor was Li Zhouan. The squad leader asked me to check if you guys are back. Anything? Shilong's tone was impatient. Li Zhouan shook his head. No problem. It's just that you took 2 days off. Now that 2 days have passed, the squad leader said if you're back, you'll go to work tomorrow. I just came to pass the message. Once I do, I should head back. Li Zhouan turned to leave for the Jiqing station, feeling a bit puzzled. He wondered if it was just his imagination, but he sensed that Shilong seemed a little different today. Today's weather in Shilong is even colder, with a stronger sense of oppression and less kindness. As the sky darkened, more things came in the darkness. Shilong went out with his sword, then came back in, only about an hour apart. This time, there were too many things arriving. Chinji, still asleep, seemed to smell something bloody. He twitched his nose, turned over, and continued sleeping. When he woke up again, it was morning, and Shilong was no longer in bed. It was still dark outside. Every household was smoking from their rooftops. When Chinji came out, Shilong was cooking. Everything seemed normal, just like usual. But something felt different. The invisible frost around Shilong hadn't melted away. Chinji washed up and secretly watched him out of the corner of his eye. Shilong had sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, deep features, and a face as sharp as a blade. When he didn't smile, he seemed very serious and hard to get close to. Before, Chunji thought Li Zhouan was handsome, but now he thought Xilang was even more perfect. Every part of him was just right, with no flaws. Chunji found himself staring at him without realizing it. Suddenly, Xilang turned his head. Their eyes met. Chunji panicked and quickly said, "I'm going to feed the chickens." Chunji went to pick vegetables, cut them, added rice bran, and stirred everything together, then put it into the feeding trough. "Hey, there's blood in the trough," Chunji asked, confused. He looked at the 4 hens. He caught them and checked their bodies but found no wounds. "Xilang, why is there blood in the trough?" he asked. Xilang paused for a moment, then acted normally again. "I added raw meat to the trough yesterday." "Meat?" Chunji asked. "The chickens are eating meat now. Is it okay to feed them that?" Xilang said, "Last night, some things came from the mountains." "What kind of meat?" "Can't humans eat that?" Chunji admitted he was being a bit stingy. He hadn't eaten enough himself, so why was he feeding it to the chickens? Xilang replied, "Wild boar, mountain mice, rabbits, weasels, and the guts of a few birds." Chunji's eyes widened. Were there really so many animals? For breakfast, they had minced meat pancakes, thin pancakes filled with meat. Chunji took a bite, and the rich aroma of meat burst out. It smelled so good. His eyes sparkled. "What kind of meat is this?" "It smells so delicious." Xilang frowned slightly and honestly said, "I don't remember. Last night, he had prepared so much meat. This morning, he just grabbed a piece without paying attention to what it was." "You are really amazing. You can make meat pies so delicious with ease," Chunji praised, her eyes shining brightly, showing her sincerity. Shilang's lips curved slightly, but he didn't speak. Chunji felt that the coldness around him seemed to lessen a little. Today, they needed to loosen the soil and fertilize the crops. Chunji wore long sleeves and pants, with a straw hat. Under the sun, she felt like she was melting. It would be great if Shilong were here. He was like a moving ice block, radiating coolness. "Chunji, where have you been these past 2 days?" Liang Xiaoqiu asked. Chunji replied, "I went to visit relatives." Xiaoqiu, "Did it rain in our village the other day?" Liang Xiaoqiu said, "It rained a little, but it stopped quickly." Chunji thought that the rain on Shilong Mountain was probably brought by the White Flood Dragon. The food Shilong gave her that day was likely the White Flood Dragon's inner core. Since the White Flood Dragon can bring rain, maybe Shilong, who defeated it, is even more powerful? If it doesn't rain again soon, the crops will wither, Liang Xiaoqiu said worriedly. "Since you're worried about the crops withering, isn't it even less appropriate to fertilize now?"
Chunji asked.
"Fertilizer might burn the seedlings," Liang Xiaoqiu explained. In the past 2 days, the team leader and the secretary decided to dig a water channel from the mountain to bring water down. The young men in the village are working on it now. "The land where we're fertilizing is lower, so we'll water this area first," she then asked Chunji. Digging the water channel earns 12 work points a day, which is tiring. They work from morning till night. "Chunji, how many work points does Shilong earn in a day? Is he helping with the water channel?" Chunji was caught off guard. 2 days ago, Shilong earned 4 work points a day. Because he went home to cook for the workers, he earned a bit less. But she needed to ask Shilong to know the current situation. "But your family only has you and Shilong. Even if the work points are fewer, it's okay. You won't go hungry," Liang Xiaoqiu said with a hint of envy. Although Chunji and she were in similar situations, Chunji's marriage to Shilong made her the envy of everyone in the village. Soon, she would live in a brick house. She thought Chunji was very lucky. Chunji thought for a moment and said, "In a while, I want to transfer to the group that earns 8 work points. Currently, most women in the village earn 8 work points a day, with only a few earning 9. As for those who earn 10 work points, they are all men who do heavy labor." Liang Xiaoqiu was surprised and looked at Chunji, who was taller than her and had a healthy, rosy face. After a moment, she said, "Then keep it up." Her mother had asked her to join the 8 work point group. She went for 2 days and worked very hard to keep up with others, but she ended up so exhausted that she fainted and was moved back to the 7 work point group. Now, in the 7 work point group, she is tired every day, with sore back and eyes that blur. She grits her teeth to keep going. When she gets married and can eat well, she should be able to earn 8 work points. Liang Xiaoqiu thought of Chen Xiaoshuai's face. He has been digging water channels these days, and he is really impressive. He can earn 12 work points a day. Thinking about Chen Xiaoshuai saying he wants to support her, Liang Xiaoqiu felt happy inside. She and Chen Xiaoshuai work hard together, and they will surely have a good life. At noon, the sun was very hot, and everyone took a 2-hour break to go home and eat. Shilong came to pick up Qinji and helped her carry her hoe. Did you know our village is digging a water channel from the mountain?
Chunji asked.
Shilong nodded. From the west, not far. The water in Sandong village comes from the mountains, and so does the nearby Sihe village. The 2 villages share a river. For the past few years, the river has never run dry, and the villages haven't fought over the water source. But Chunji remembered that in the past, the 2 villages had fought over water. Now that the river still has water, maybe there won't be a fight this time. Chunji asked, "Can you tell the weather?" Shilong looked up at the sky, thinking for a moment. "I can tell you tonight." "Why wait until tonight?" "Because I can't see clearly now." Chunji looked up. The sky was clear and cloudless, so what couldn't be seen? In the afternoon, the sun was still very hot. When Chunji carried her hoe to the field, her clothes were already wet. "Shall we go to the river to bathe tonight?" Liang Xiaoqiu invited Chunji. Most families in the village don't have wells, so going to the river to bathe saves the trouble of fetching water. Chunji used to go to the river to wash. Girls would occupy one part of the river, boys another, and she would have her own spot. "You want to go with me?"
Chunji was surprised.
Was Liang Xiaoqiu worried about bad luck? Liang Xiaoqiu nodded and said, "I don't think you're unlucky. Your luck is actually very good." Chunji smiled widely, happy that someone finally noticed her good luck. "All right, let's do it together." The 2 of them worked while chatting, and time passed quickly. Before the sun set, they finished their task. Liang Xiaoqiu said, "Let's go home first, do the house chores, and then go to the riverbank. I'll look for you at the youth station." Chunji agreed. "Sure." They carried their hoes back home. Just as they returned the tools, someone shouted loudly, "Our village and Sihe village are fighting. Everyone, come help." "Where is it?" "At the foot of the western mountain, near the water channel digging site." At this, men, women, and children all dropped their work and ran toward the foot of the mountain in the west. Chunji and Liang Xiaoqiu were also in the crowd. Liang Xiaoqiu looked worried and asked, "Why did they start fighting?" Chunji wasn't sure either. Maybe it was about the water source? But there was plenty of water in the river, so it didn't seem likely. The fight involved dozens of people from both villages, and the scene was very large. More and more people gathered from both villages. Why are they fighting? It's because Sihe village refuses to cooperate. They don't dig their own water channel from the river, but instead divert water directly from ours. They saved a few hundred meters of digging, but the water flow to our fields will definitely decrease. "We can't accept that," a villager from Sihe village said angrily. "That's right, we definitely can't agree. At first we tried to talk nicely and reason with them, but they just smiled and ignored us, refusing to change. We couldn't take it anymore, so we fought." "Good job." Knowing the cause of the fight, the villagers from Sihe village became even angrier. One by one, they grabbed their hoes and rushed forward. "Stop." The team leader arrived. "Calm down, everyone," the secretary also came. But at this moment, no one listened to them. "Don't just stand there. Go and separate the fighters." Separating them was impossible. More people joined the fight, making the scene even more chaotic. All old and new grievances were unleashed. Chunji quickly looked around and recognized a few familiar faces. It was these same people who had once fought her over fish in the river and pushed her into the water. Although the fish escaped and they didn't get any benefit, Chunji had been holding on to this anger for almost a year. If she kept it in any longer, she might forget what they looked like. Chunji sneered, took out her slingshot, and pulled out some stones from her pocket, aiming carefully. The stones flew out quickly, hitting the shoulders, arms, chests, and backs of those people. She controlled her strength so she wouldn't seriously hurt anyone, but some bruises were unavoidable. At first, no one paid attention to Qinji. Her aim was so good that soon many people looked her way, especially the young men she hit, their eyes burning with anger as they moved toward her. "Catch that girl and teach her a lesson," the leader shouted. Liang Xiaoqiu was still looking for Chen Xiaoshui in the crowd. When she saw a few men walking toward them, she was so scared she hid behind Qinji. Qinji shot her last stone from her pocket, then calmly put away her slingshot. "Are you scared now?" The young man sneered. Qinji shot a glance at them. "Last winter, you guys fought me over fish in the river. Do you remember that? We've fought many people. Who are you to complain?" One of them said. Qinji sneered coldly, rolling up her sleeves slowly. "Just a reminder so you don't get beaten and not know why." "Oh, you want to fight us?" "Everyone, did you hear her?" "Yeah, we heard." "No need to hold back. Let her see some color. We don't have a rule about not hitting women. Girl, you're unlucky to meet us. Stop talking and just fight." The young men shouting to hit her rushed forward and swung punches at Qinji's chest, acting very rude. Qinji was about to fight back when a big hand pulled her back. At the same time, another hand grabbed the fist coming from the opposite side. It looked like she wasn't using much force, but the young man on the other side let out a scream. Next, Qinji saw a one-sided beating. In less than 2 minutes, the others fell down, crying out in pain. "Did they bully you?" Shilong asked Qinji as he turned around. Qinji replied, "Last year, they fought me over fish in the river. But I also fought them back at that time." Shilong was still unhappy. His dark eyes turned cold, like ice that could freeze people. He wanted to hurt them. "Shilong." The captain ran in front of Shilong, looking like he had found a savior. "You finally arrived. Quickly separate those people. Keep fighting, but be careful. Someone might get hurt." Shilong didn't move. He kept his eyes on the people on the ground. "Shilong, go help out first." "I'm fine here," Qinji said. Shilong looked at her deeply, then turned away and walked toward the fighting crowd. "Qinji, Shilong is so strong." Liang Xiaoqiu still looked shocked from earlier. Qinji felt proud. "Yes, he's very strong." She kept watching Shilong as he strode into the crowd. His tall figure and strong back made him stand out. She saw him throw each person from Sihe village into the water ditch he had dug. Those who tried to fight back were quickly subdued. His handsome face was expressionless, making others hesitate and step back. The noisy scene gradually became quiet. Everyone's attention was now on Shilong. The people from Sihe village looked unhappy. When did someone from Sandong village become so powerful? The people from Sandong village were shocked. Wasn't Shilong just a skinny, weak guy? When did he become so strong? Only a few who had seen Shilong fight before looked calm, thinking, "You haven't seen him at his best yet." The fight ended quickly. The people from Sandong village and Sihe village formed 2 groups. Shilong looked at the people from Sihe village. Those who were eager to fight froze in place under his gaze, unable to even think about resisting. At this moment, the leaders and secretaries of both villages stepped forward. Sihe village had started the trouble first and lost the fight. They admitted their mistake and promised not to disturb Sandong village's water ditch. The matter was now over. "Those idiots from Sihe village are so reckless. They fight like they don't care about their lives," Chen Xiaoshui cursed. He looked battered, with a bruised face and a limp, clearly hurt badly. Liang Xiaoqiu looked worried. "Are your injuries serious?" "It's nothing, just surface wounds. I'll be fine by tomorrow," Chen Xiaoshui said happily, straightening up. "Are you worried about me?" Liang Xiaoqiu blushed and turned her face away, saying nothing. Chen Xiaoshui became more confident. "Don't worry. I will take good care of myself and stay safe. I also want to work hard to earn points and save money to marry you." This made Liang Xiaoqiu blush even more, and her ears turned red. She quickly took a few steps and ran away. In the crowd, Liang Xiaowei watched the scene with a worried face. He didn't want Chen Xiaoshui to become his brother-in-law. Chen Xiaoshui's mother was stingy and wouldn't want to spend much on the bride price. In the future, she wouldn't let Liang Xiaoqiu send money to her family. Liang Xiaowei thought for a moment and then told his mother to quickly arrange for Liang Xiaoqiu to get married and to build a new house. He also wanted to live in a brick house. Sure, Xian's 3 cars were all broken and could only be repaired by a craftsman in the mountains of Qiyang. That day, he went to the city to buy some parts and also visited Guo Yijuan. Guo Yijuan was happy to hear he was coming and waited at home, which surprised Sure Xian. He had never received such treatment before. "What's going on in Qiyang Mountain?" Guo Yijuan asked. Sure Xian was surprised. "Didn't the people downstairs tell you?" Guo Yijuan shook his head. They didn't dare to say. Sure Xian wasn't surprised. He told him what happened that day, honestly and simply, without exaggeration or hiding anything. Guo Yijuan listened carefully and thought for a moment. After the rain stopped, our people went in and only found a black, abandoned piece of metal. We didn't see the dragon or the python you mentioned. Do you think it died? The idea that there could be mythical creatures in the world made Guo Yijuan feel very amazed. I don't know either. We ran away first and didn't see the final result. Sure Xian guessed that it was dead because Shilong came out alive. What did Shilong say? Nothing. He left first. There was a moment of silence. Sure Xian wiped his hands on his knees, then stood up. "Uncle Guo, I need to go back now." "My car isn't fixed yet." Guo Yijuan nodded without moving. "Uncle Guo, the people have all been rescued. None are missing. Maybe we should leave it at that. If we keep investigating, I worry it might affect Shilong." Sure Xian was testing Guo Yijuan's character. Shilong had saved Guo Zufeng, so Guo Yijuan shouldn't harm Shilong. Guo Yijuan stared at Sure Xian for a few seconds and then said, "Okay." Sure Xian let out a breath of relief. As he walked out of Guo's house, a breeze blew past, making him feel cold. He only then realized he was sweating all over. It seems that if such a situation happens again in the future, I should consider asking Shilong for help. He needs to think carefully about it. Liang Xiaoqiu came to find Qinji to go swimming in the river, and Shilong looked unhappy. Qinji didn't notice Shilong's changing expression, but Liang Xiaoqiu saw it. When they were halfway there, she asked, "Shilong seems upset." "Really?" Qinji thought for a moment. "He's been a bit off lately, but he'll be fine in a few days." It was the same as before, so Qinji wasn't too worried. Liang Xiaoqiu thought that the real reason wasn't what Qinji said. Shilong probably didn't want Qinji to go swimming in the river.
But why?
Everyone else was going. The sun had just set, and the remaining warmth was still there. The walk from the village to the river was only about 200 or 300 meters. They crossed the rice fields to get there. Along the way, insects chirped and frogs croaked. Qinji carried a water bucket, occasionally picking up a snail or 2 to put in it. Liang Xiaoqiu also had a bucket and was collecting snails too. When they reached the river, Qinji's bucket was almost full, but Liang Xiaoqiu only had 4 or 5 snails. Liang Xiaoqiu was confused. "We took the same path, but why is your bucket full and mine's so empty?" Qinji said, "Maybe I can see farther." She could clearly see grasshoppers 100 meters away. In the past, she wouldn't have dared to think she could see that far. Liang Xiaoqiu agreed. "My eyesight isn't very good. After dark, I can only see vague shadows. The villagers say this is a kind of illness that only poor people get from not eating well." Qinji had never heard of such a disease. "Really? What do you do then?" "You probably don't get enough to eat at home." Liang Xiaoqiu bit her lip. "I'll marry someone as soon as I can." She was determined to marry Chen Xiaoshui. Many people were in the river, almost all the children from the village. Qinji saw Qinyi in the crowd. Qinyi saw her too. She heard Qinyi snort coldly in her direction, then start talking to someone nearby. She didn't know what they were discussing, but they were laughing loudly and exaggeratedly. "Let's go over there," Qinji suggested, pointing to a quiet spot. Liang Xiaoqiu had no objection and followed Qinji with her bucket. "Hey, Liang Xiaoqiu, why are you with this troublemaker?" someone shouted. Qinji turned around and saw that the speaker was Chen Xiufeng, Chen Xiuzhen's younger cousin. Chen Xiufeng was a year younger than Chen Xiuzhen. She usually followed Chen Xiuzhen around, had a small beak-shaped mouth, but was quite talkative and often argued with others. Chunji has never offended the other person, yet they always call her a bad luck charm. Chunji has heard this for over 10 years, and her ears are almost calloused. She casually glances at Chen Xiaofang, then looks away and continues walking forward. Liang Xiaoqiu says, Chunji is not a bad luck charm. After saying that, she jogs to catch up with Chunji. As they go into the water, Chunji says, I'll fish for a while. Liang Xiaoqiu also says, I'll do it with you. Anyway, bathing doesn't take that long. But if they stay in the water too long, her family might not prepare dinner for her. Since it's her first time bathing with Chunji, she doesn't want to ruin the fun. Chunji places the water bucket on a rock in the middle of the river and dives into the water herself. The cool river water instantly washes away her heat, making her feel very comfortable. She opens her eyes and watches small fish swimming around underwater, instinctively reaching out to catch one.
Splash.
Chunji surfaces from the water, holding a few small fish about 2 fingers wide in her hands.
Wow. Fish.
You caught them with your bare hands? That's amazing, Liang Xiaoqiu exclaims in surprise. Chunji can't help but feel proud. Now she's faster, and catching fish is effortless for her. No difficulty at all. I'll catch a few for you too. As she speaks, Chunji dives back into the water. Xiaoqiu asks, Xiaoshui, why are you here alone? On the shore, Chen Xiaoshui asks, It's not just me, Chunji is here too. At this moment, Chen Xiaoshui is wearing shorts, shirtless, and barefoot. Chen Peng, Chen Ergu, and Chen Da are dressed the same way. Today, all 4 of them participated in a fight, and their bodies are bruised and scratched. Why are you coming to the river if you're hurt? Liang Xiaoqiu disapproves. Just minor injuries, it's nothing, Chen Xiaoshui says, unconcerned. At this time, Chunji surfaces again, holding a large carp in her arms.
Wow.
Sister Ji, you're amazing. You caught such a big fish, Chenda exclaims, immediately walking toward the water. The carp weighs about 5 or 6 jin, around 2.5 to 3 kilograms, and looks like it has been growing for several years. Chunji didn't put the fish in the bucket, worried it might jump out. Seeing Chunda coming over, she hands him the fish. I didn't expect there to be such a big fish in the river. It must have escaped last year's fishing. It might also have come from somewhere else, Chunda says, pinching the fish's gill area. Excited. I haven't seen such a big carp in a long time. Last year, Chunji didn't mention that she caught an even bigger fish. After handing the fish to Chunda, she went diving again. The 4 men on the shore were admiring a carp, looking at it from all angles and commenting. About 5 minutes later, Chunji came back up from the water. This time, she was still holding a fish, a grass carp weighing around 5 or 6 jin. Something didn't seem right. Chunji suspected that this fish was probably attracted by her. Liang Xiaoqiu widened her eyes and swallowed hard. There are more? Chunji nodded. Yes, more. Not just the one in her arms, there were others in the water too. This time, Chunda was the one who ran down to get the fish. He smiled happily. Little Sister Ji, you're lucky today. The 3 people on the shore were eager to join in. They originally dressed up not to go into the water, worried about affecting Chunji and Liang Xiaoqiu's reputation, but the temptation of such a big fish was too strong. Is there much difference between watching from the shore and going into the water? Chen Erga said. The others thought that made sense. Let's go into the river and catch fish. Kids around 8 or 9 years old were still swimming without clothes, so they were a bit older now and probably fine. Chen Peng and the others eagerly went into the water, thinking they didn't need a 5 or 6 jin fish. They wouldn't mind catching smaller fish like 3 or 4 finger-length crucian carp, which are delicious when braised with tofu. But since they didn't have tofu at home, braising with yellow soybeans would do, and adding more chili would make it even tastier. Just thinking about that flavor made Chen Peng and the others salivate. They were determined to catch fish today. The 4 also entered the water. Before going in, Chen Xiaoshui boasted shamelessly, Xiaoqiu, wait, I'll catch fish for you to eat. Liang Xiaoqiu also wanted to eat fish. Since last year, she had only smelled the fishy smell and couldn't remember what fish tasted like. Watching Liang Xiaohui eat, she longed to taste fish herself. Chunji came back up from the water this time, holding 2 black fish, each as thick as her wrist. She threw the black fish into the bucket and said to Liang Xiaoqiu, "Help me watch them. I'll give you one later." "Okay." Liang Xiaoqiu stayed by the bucket, holding it with both hands to protect the fish. Chen Ji continued diving and caught more fish, including pond fish, crucian carp, and bighead carp. The smallest fish she caught weighed about 3 or 4 ounces. While she was busy gathering fish, Chen Peng and the others caught nothing. The 4 men looked jealous, their eyes turning red. Chen Ji looked at the full bucket of fish, then at Chen Peng and the other 3 who looked like they were about to cry, and Liang Xiaoqiu, who was swallowing nervously. His face showed worry. How should they share the fish? Chen Ji, Shilong, who was watching from above, looked down at them in the water and didn't know what was happening. Chen Ji saw Shilong and brightened up. "I caught a lot of fish." Shilong had already seen the carp and grass carp on the shore, as well as the full bucket in Chen Ji's hands. He nodded and asked, "Are you going back now?" "Yes, we're going back," she said, carrying the bucket onto the shore. "I caught a lot of fish and want to share some with them." "If you want to share, just do it. It's your choice," Shilong said, holding one of his shirts. When Chen Ji came out of the water, he draped his shirt over her. His shirt was long and covered most of her body. "Chen Ji, you don't have to share with me. I won't be able to eat it even if I take it home," Liang Xiaoqiu said with a bitter smile. When she said that, everyone around fell silent. Chen Xiaoshui said, "Then come to my house to eat." Liang Xiaoqiu shook her head. "We don't have any relationship, so I can't go to your house." "Then come to my house to eat," Chen Ji invited. "All of you, come to my house." She looked at Shilong silently, asking if it was okay.
Elf Lang nodded.
"Yes, come to our house to eat." When the 4 Chen Peng and the others heard this, their eyes lit up. Shilong was good at cooking, so they were excited. "But first go home and change your clothes. Remember, no bare chests," Shilong said with a warning tone. There are many people in the village who go shirtless, not just men. Little girls also go without shirts. There's no choice, there's no fabric at home, and they lack clothes. Since it's hot, kids don't mind not wearing anything and no one complains. But Chen Peng and the others didn't dare argue with Shilong. They promised, "We will wear proper clothes and shoes." Chen Ji threw a few small fish into Liang Xiaoqiu's bucket. "Take some stuff back. While they're eating fish, you can sneak out." Liang Xiaoqiu nodded, her eyes curved with a smile. "Okay." Shilong just finished killing the fish and fed the fish scales, gills, and guts to the chickens. The 4 hens are eating happily. Chen Ji thinks that soon she might be able to collect eggs every morning. There are many fish, packed into 2 large wooden basins. "Shilong, what can we do?" Chen Peng asks. "Wash ginger, wash vegetables," Shilong replies without looking up. He is slicing fish, planning to make boiled fish, braised fish, fish soup, and stir-fried greens. While Shilong is frying fish, Zhao Jinbao and Zhou Zhengping from the youth team come over. When they see the fish in the wooden shed, they stop in their tracks. "So many fish. Can we trade for a few?" Zhao Jinbao asks with a flattering smile. Zhou Zhengping swallows and nods. "Yes, give us a few." "It's too hot and the fish won't last." Shilong asks, "What do you have to trade?" Zhao Jinbao thinks carefully and asks back, "What do you want?" Shilong replies, "Some books and newspapers. It can be elementary or middle school textbooks, or extracurricular books." "Bring more newspapers." "Okay, no problem. We'll go back and get them," Zhao Jinbao and Zhou Jingping say, and leave. People at the youth team are cooking. Today, Li Zhouan and Yang Wenyu are in charge of cooking. "Zhouan, quickly bring out your newspapers."
And books.
"Anyone who has books, please contribute." Shilong agreed to exchange fish for books and newspapers. Zhao Jinbao shouts as he enters. Yang Wenyu asks, "Where did they get the fish?" Zhao Jinbao replies, "Oh, I forgot to ask." Zhu Yuan asks, "Can it be any kind of books?" Zhao Jinbao says, "Elementary and middle school textbooks are fine, and extracurricular books too." Zhao Yiqing says, "I can't part with my books. Life in the countryside is so boring. Those extracurricular books are my spiritual food." Yang Wenyu offers, "I'll contribute a ruby book." Li Zhouan says, "The newspapers are on my bed. I've read them all." "You can take them all." Zhao Jinbao adds, I have a few comic books almost torn from overuse. I'll exchange them for fish too. Chen Peng and the others didn't expect books could be used to trade for fish. My textbooks are all used for cleaning, Chen Peng says regretfully. Chen Erga says, me too. Chen Xiaoshui adds, same here. Chinda says, my textbooks are still at home, kept by my mom. Shilong, I'll go back and get them for you. Shilong picked out the big carp from the wooden basin and said, take this fish home and trade it with your mom. I've heard a little about how difficult Chinda's mother can be. Oh, it's just some unused stuff. Consider it a gift for you, Chinda refused. The fish was caught in the river, and it's not valuable. Just take it home. We can't eat it all anyway, Chinji advised. Chunda finally accepted the fish and went home with it. Chunji looked at Shilong and asked, why do you want the book? Shilong replied, to teach you how to study. Chinji didn't say she wanted to study. She usually didn't need to. Zhao Jinbao brought over a stack of newspapers, with a few books on top, and exchanged them for about 7 or 8 pounds of fish. Shilong, where did you catch the fish? Can we come along next time? Zhao Jinbao asked boldly. Before Shilong could answer, Chen Peng spoke first. We caught them in the river. Chinji caught them. Really? Zhao Jinbao's eyes widened. Chinji is so good? Are there really such big fish in the river? Chen Peng nodded. We saw it with our own eyes. Zhao Jinbao looked puzzled. Could it be that there are suddenly more fish in the river? Tomorrow, I'll bring my fishing net and try. Everyone at the youth camp was surprised when they saw the fish they brought back. Hearing it was caught in the river, they also became interested. Yang Wenyu said, after work tomorrow, we'll go set our nets. Zhu Yuan asked, how do we cook these fish? Zhao Yiqing suggested, I think the last time we had boiled fish was pretty good. Liang Xiaoqiu was the last to arrive, after Chinda had gone home and come back. She was a few minutes later than Chinda. The dishes were almost ready. Shilong finished stir-frying the last green vegetable, and then everyone could eat. Chunji was serving rice to everyone. It was a mixed grain and potato rice. She filled each bowl completely. This made Chen Peng and the others feel a bit embarrassed, and they secretly decided to just eat one bowl and not eat more. These days, every family didn't have much grain, and they worried about running out of rice at Chinji's house. Liang Xiaoqiu looked at her full bowl of rice and was surprised. With so much rice, there was only one potato, no rice husks. She had never eaten such rice before. Even during New Year at her home, her portion was either mixed with rice husks, lots of vegetables, or water, turning it into porridge. Don't give me so much, Liang Xiaoqiu said nervously. It's okay, there's still more than half a pot. After eating, you can go get some. No need to be polite, Chunji said. Since she invited people to her house for a meal, she definitely wouldn't mind the food. In the newly opened vegetable field, she initially wanted to grow vegetables, but now she only wants to grow grains, like corn and potatoes. Only she and Shilong live at home, and they can't eat that many greens, but they do need more grains. Shilong is good at cooking and willing to use oil and ingredients. Everyone at the table ate, without lifting their heads. At first, Liang Xiaoqiu was hesitant to take food, but gradually she noticed everyone was grabbing dishes and no one paid attention to her. Her courage grew. Liang Xiaoqiu's favorite dish is braised fish, followed by boiled fish, and then a light fish soup. Every dish is very delicious. She has never tasted such good food before. In the future, after she gets married, she wants to cook like this. If she can't do it every day, she hopes to do it once or twice a year. She is increasingly eager to get married soon. She hopes that day will come quickly. All the dishes on the table were finished, and the rice was also eaten. Chen Peng and the others washed the dishes, tidied up the table, and even cleaned the floor before leaving. Chen Xiaoshui took Liang Xiaoqiu home, while Chen Peng, Chen Ergu, and Chen Dazhong each went back to their own homes. Liang Xiaoqiu ate until she was full for the first time. She touched her stomach and tentatively asked Chen Xiaoshui, do you think Shilong and Chinji are doing well?